Chapter 1. Is my wife a female assassin? In the Great Xia Dynasty, within the northern town Prince's Manor. Father, I refuse to marry. I am a hidden dragon of the Xiao family. Endowed with supreme bones in the future, I shall surely achieve titles of nobility and make a name for myself across the realm. And that Ning Hongye is not only a disfigured monstrosity, but also a ruthless killer, having recently slain her own father in a foreign territory. Even if I must die, I will not marry her. The eldest son, Xiao Junlin, drew his sword and held it against his own neck. My son, cease this madness. From the throne, the northern prince spoke sternly. Since you are unwilling, I shall not force you. You have 8 younger brothers who can fulfill the marriage contract in your stead. At these words, the remaining sons in the hall turned pale, hastily making excuses. Father, I am already betrothed to the prime minister's daughter. Father, I practice the Vudra boy technique and cannot break my vows. Father, you know me, I have no interest in women. Perhaps my 9th brother is a suitable choice. Suddenly, the eldest son, Xiao Junlin, stepped forward, his voice echoing throughout the hall. My 9th brother is handsome and unwed, of a similar age to Ning Hongye, making him an ideal candidate. As his words fell, the gazes of those present turned toward a figure in the corner. In his youth, he was strikingly handsome, yet appeared somewhat inconspicuous compared to his brothers. Me, suddenly named, Xiao Yang was momentarily bewildered, his expression one of confusion. Damn, this scheming elder brother does not wish to marry that female assassin, but is pushing me to be the scapegoat. In truth, Xiao Yang was not from this world, he hailed from Blue Star. 3 months prior, he had just graduated from university and secured a demanding 996 job. The company organized a team-building trip to Southeast Asia, where he got drunk at a bonfire banquet. Upon awakening, he found himself transported to the Great Xia Dynasty, transformed into the 9th son of the northern town prince. The original owner of this body was not well regarded within the manor. His 8 brothers were all exceptionally gifted. Some possessed supreme bones, others were born with exceptional sword bodies, and some were accompanied by extraordinary phenomena at birth, supported by powerful maternal clans. In contrast, the original owner's mother had died during childbirth, leaving him to appear unremarkable for the past 18 years. Although he had not endured the melodramatic fate of being bullied by servants, he was still overlooked and lacked resources for cultivation. In the 3 months since Xiao Yang's arrival, his father, the northern prince, had ignored him completely, and today was the first time he encountered this father figure, only to be thrust into such a predicament. Though he resided in the prince's manor, he had heard of the notorious deeds of the female assassin, Ning Hongye. Ning Hongye was the daughter of General Ning Xiong, the guardian of the south. Growing up in the military, she was said to possess unparalleled beauty, but her visage was marred on the battlefield. Since then, she donned a Shura mask, leading her troops and killing mercilessly. She had accompanied her father on campaigns against the southern wilderness, breaching 12 cities and ordering the slaughter of hundreds of thousands of enemy troops. Last month, for reasons unknown, she personally killed her father, Ning Xiong, earning the title of patricide. However, the Emperor of Xia, considering her accomplishments and the stability of the borders, refrained from punishing her, instead bestowing her in marriage to the northern prince's manor. Yet, who among the sons would dare to marry such a fearsome figure? Xiao Yang, what are your thoughts? Suddenly, the northern prince spoke from his throne. Wait, when did I agree to this? Xiao Yang felt a cold sweat break out, his mind swirling with exclamations. They see me as easy prey, intending to use me as a scapegoat. At this moment, Xiao Yang felt akin to a minor demon from Journey to the West, being asked to eliminate the Tang monk and his disciples right as he embarked on his journey. Father, Xiao Yang opened his mouth to refuse. Suddenly, a notification chimed in his mind. Ding! Marriage contract detected for the host conditions triggered. The 10,000-fold return system activated. You may bind a female counterpart, presenting her with elixirs, magical artifacts, and techniques. According to her favorability towards you, returns of 100, 1,000, or even 10,000 times may be granted. Only women of unparalleled beauty, capable of captivating the nation, may become binding partners. Only items of spiritual treasure level or higher may be returned. Binding partners possess unique attributes once bound. The contract cannot be dissolved. So I was right about the system. It turns out it was waiting for me here. Xiao Yang's heart surged with elation. Were it not for the presence of his father and brothers, he might have executed a spectacular backflip out of sheer joy. Previously, he had been a mere nobody in the manor, but with the system, everything changed. As long as he could bind a female partner, he could alter his fate. Who wouldn't wish to wield a sword and establish an unparalleled legacy in their lifetime? Judy, are you all right? Could it be that you are too overwhelmed by father's marriage decree to speak? The eldest son, Xiao Junlin, immediately adopted a teasing tone. At this moment, Xiao Yang could hardly care to argue. He raised his head and clasped his hands toward the northern prince. Father, I am willing to marry Ning Hongye, but... He shifted his tone, continuing, Ning Hongye is not only the daughter of the guardian of the south, but also has countless merits, having been granted titles of nobility. I, Xiao Yang, am merely a commoner of lowly status, with a monthly stipend of but 500 taels. If I were to wed Ning Hongye, I fear I would not be able to present a proper betrothal gift, which would lead to ridicule and scorn, thus tarnishing not only my reputation, but that of the entire northern prince's manor. Upon hearing this, the other sons in attendance displayed expressions of astonishment. In their eyes, Xiao Yang, the ninth brother, was utterly insignificant, lacking any presence, and had never dared to voice any request to their father. Yet today, he revealed a wholly different side. Xiao Yang, what do you mean by that? The northern prince inquired again. Father, I dare to request that you and my 8 brothers each bestow upon me a spiritual treasure-level object to present as a betrothal gift to the Ning family. This is not for my own sake, but to uphold the dignity of the northern prince's manor. Even if she is a female assassin, contributing to the manor would be my honor. Xiao Yang spoke with righteous fervor, his words resounding with grandeur. Though he had acquired the system, achieving the 10,000-fold return required precious spiritual treasures. What better opportunity than this to extract a fortune from his father and brothers? Xiao Yang, your willingness to sacrifice for the family brings great comfort to your father. Suddenly, the northern prince rose from his throne, removing the resplendent armor that adorned him. This Qilin radiant armor is a top-tier spiritual treasure, forged from the blood of Qilin and polished with Qilin horn fragments. It has accompanied me on countless battles, impervious and as solid as a fortress. Today I bestow it upon you. As he spoke, he waved his hand, and the armor seemed to possess a will of its own, flying into Xiao Yang's grasp. How heavy! Xiao Yang's entire being jolted, he felt as though the armor weighed a mountain, requiring all his strength to hold. Yet he could not conceal his joy, his heart racing with exhilaration. This was an exceedingly precious top-tier spiritual treasure, of which there were scarcely a few in the entire northern region. If he could present it to Ning Hongye, triggering the system's 10,000-fold return, who knew what extraordinary treasures he might receive? Thank you, father. And one of my brothers. Xiao Yang turned his gaze toward the other 8 brothers. With the northern prince setting the precedent, the other 8 sons found it difficult to refuse. Judy, I have a 9-turn Great Recovery pill from Medicine King Valley, a top-tier spiritual treasure. Judy, I possess a cloud-piercing bow, a mid-tier spiritual treasure. Judy, I have a fine steed named the Illuminating Night Jade Lion. Judy, they all chimed in, yet these spiritual treasures were not carried on them, but rather verbal promises. Those spiritual treasures were precious. To evade a marriage to a female assassin, it was worth it. Thank you, brothers. I shall take my leave now. Xiao Yang departed the grand hall, content, cradling the armor. The gazes of his brothers following him were filled with envy and resentment. An innocent man bears no guilt, yet possessing a treasure can invite calamity. The unremarkable 9th brother. Why did he deserve the prince's treasured armor? Under different circumstances, they would have schemed to seize it for themselves. Yet, this was a betrothal gift for Ning Hongye. No one dared to act recklessly. In the dead of night, at the eldest son's estate, adorned with intricate carvings and filled with opulence, Xiao Junlin was seated cross-legged, practicing his cultivation, a translucent jade-like aura radiating dazzling light from his back. "Your Highness." Suddenly, a middle-aged man in a blue robe entered. This man was named Lu Xiao, the most trusted advisor of Xiao Junlin. "I have heard that the emperor has arranged a marriage, and the ninth son is to wed that female assassin from the Ning family. This could jeopardize our forthcoming plans." Lu Xiao expressed his concerns. "Not to worry." Xiao Junlin shook his head, laughing nonchalantly. "If it were any of my other brothers marrying into the Ning family, I would be somewhat apprehensive, but that Xiao Yang is of no concern whatsoever." "Why is that?" Lu Xiao inquired, puzzled. Xiao Junlin explained, "You may not know. Every child of the prince's manor undergoes a fortune-telling assessment by a master from the court of celestial calculations at the age of 6. My fate is that of the azure Qilin transforming into a dragon. After millennia in the depths, it will rise and swallow the sun and moon. My other brothers also possess noble destinies. As for the ninth brother, his fate is that of a caged sparrow, a lowly life destined for mediocrity, unable to stir any significant waves." Having said that, Xiao Junlin closed his eyes once more, resuming his cultivation, seemingly dismissive of Xiao Yang. Little did he know that in the Taoist text of the Qintian Monitor, there exists an annotation regarding the caged sparrow. Golden cage locks its wings, yet it may soar to the heavens. Even the feeblest of sparrows, when presented with opportunity, can devour a dragon. Chapter 2. She wishes to annul the engagement? I shall not permit it. In the northern realm, at the Shuilong Pass, the prince has issued an edict. Today, the main gate shall be opened, and artillery shall be fired to warmly welcome General Ning Hongye and the Zhuge army. The heavy city gates creaked open. Before them appeared a fiery red army, numbering in the thousands, galloping forth. At the forefront was a woman adorned with a Shura mask. She rode a war horse, a saber hanging from her waist, clad in armor, exuding a palpable aura of lethal intent. Even the elite warriors trailing behind her maintained a respectful distance, filled with awe. Soon, Ning Hongye led the Zhuge army into the city. The streets lay desolate, as the common folk, upon learning of the arrival of this female harbinger of death, hastily concealed themselves, fearing the trouble she might invoke. Bang! 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 Suddenly, a few stones flew towards Ning Hongye, striking her armor. Soft and ineffectual, they barely qualified as projectiles. The culprits were a group of boisterous children, no older than 7 or 8. "Villain! Big bad person! My mother says you're the female demon who slaughtered an entire city, taking hundreds of thousands of lives, even killing your own father. Someone like you, with the heart of a wolf and the lungs of a dog, is unworthy to step foot in our northern realm." These unruly children, spoiled from a young age, remained ignorant of their own audacity, continuing their raucous taunts. "Impudent! How dare you slander General Ning? Such a crime is inexcusable." From within the Zhuge army, a slender figure darted forth with speed. Boom! The sheer force of the wind emanating from her was enough to send the children tumbling to the ground, wailing in distress. "Qingwan, stand down." Ning Hongye suddenly spoke. "There is no need to quarrel with a few children. Moreover, there are countless who have hurled insults at me in this world." Upon hearing the command, the female guard named Qingwan immediately ceased her actions, though her eyes were filled with defiance and resentment. Her devoted master had fought valiantly for the Great Xia, drenched in blood. Yet why must she bear such a disreputable name? Let us proceed to the northern prince's residence to annul this absurd engagement and then return. Ning Hongye spoke coldly, her demeanor as unyielding as ice. Half an hour later, at the northern prince's residence, General Ning has arrived. Xiao Yang, dressed in luxurious garments, strode forward proudly alongside his father to welcome her. 8 elder brothers followed closely behind, their faces adorned with expressions of schadenfreude. What if Xiao Yang had outsmarted others to acquire 9 pieces of spiritual treasures? If he sought to wed the fearsome female assassin, he ought to weigh whether his own life was sufficiently robust. They had even privately placed bets, wagering whether Xiao Yang would survive 3 days, 10 days, or a month. Zhuge Army, Ning Hongye, pays respects to the northern prince. Dismounting her steed, Ning Hongye approached the entrance of the residence, bowing in salute. You are a former acquaintance of mine. Soon to be betrothed to my son, there is no need for such formalities. The northern prince immediately gestured for her to enter. Xiao Yang discreetly scrutinized his betrothed. Goodness, she is a formidable figure. Her entire body was enveloped in armor, rendering her appearance and figure indiscernible. It was said she had once been disfigured on the battlefield, which was why his elder brother Xiao Junlin had so fervently sought to avoid this match. However, the system had classified her as a peerless beauty, which could not be mistaken. Zhilong, come forth to meet your fiancée. The northern prince commanded again. Yes, father. Xiao Yang smiled as he approached the armored figure. Ding! The system detected a peerless beauty. Does the host wish to bind to this object? Yes. Xiao Yang promptly affirmed. Binding successful, cannot be altered. Binding object, Ning Hongye. Current favorability, 0. Congratulations to the host. You have received the initial reward. Gifting the bound object a present will automatically trigger the highest level of 10,000-fold return. Fortune has arrived unexpectedly. Xiao Yang's heart soared with joy upon seeing this notification. He had originally planned to present the Qilin golden armor as a gift to Ning Hongye upon their first meeting. But now, it seemed he must carefully consider this initial 10,000-fold return reward. Hongye, you have traveled a great distance to the northern realm. Please rest in the residence first, and then I shall prepare the engagement ceremony for you in Zhilong. The northern prince stated. Hold on. Suddenly, a frigid voice emerged from beneath the armor. Northern prince, I have come to annul the engagement. What? Upon hearing this, Xiao Yang could not help but exclaim in frustration. Why did you not express your dissent sooner? I have already bound the system. I cannot change my partner. And now you refuse? Am I to be rendered useless? Ning Hongye, you shall not escape. Unacceptable. At that moment, the northern prince's face hardened as he rebuked sternly. This engagement was bestowed by the emperor. How can it be violated? If word spreads and incites the emperor's wrath, what then? Each word resonated with an undeniable authority. Well said, father. Xiao Yang silently applauded his father's words. However, Ning Hongye remained resolute. I shall personally explain the matter to the emperor. Should the emperor impose punishment, I shall bear it alone, and it shall not implicate the Xiao family. Furthermore, I, Ning Hongye, have served in the military since childhood, with bloodied hands, and have once ordered a city's slaughter, with countless lives extinguished. Even if I were willing to marry, would your son dare to take me as his bride? As she spoke, a fierce gaze erupted from beneath her armor. Sharp as a blade, sweeping over Xiao Yang and the other young lords. A collective gasp escaped several of the young lords, causing them to retreat several steps, a chill running down their spines. Terrifying. Indeed, she was a ruthless woman capable of taking lives without a flicker of emotion. Just a single glance was enough to instill abject fear. They searched their hearts and realized that such a woman, let alone bringing her home, would likely leave them trembling in her presence. Moreover, given that Ning Hongye had initiated the annulment of the engagement, the Xiao family bore no responsibility. In light of this, the king of the north was about to speak and dissolve the marriage when suddenly, a voice like thunder resonated throughout the hall. Father, I dare to marry her. What? At this proclamation, the room erupted in astonishment. All eyes turned to the source of the voice. There stood Xiao Yang, stepping forward under the gaze of countless onlookers, drawing their collective attention. This fellow must have lost his mind, giving up such a fortuitous opportunity and seemingly courting death. The eldest son, Xiao Junlin, shook his head in disdain. Ninth brother, what is the meaning of this? The king of the north furrowed his brows, perplexed by his youngest son's antics. Father, our Xiao family has achieved greatness through martial prowess. 800 years ago, our ancestors were once commoners who fought alongside the founding emperor to establish the Great Xia and were conferred titles for their contributions. Generations of descendants have guarded the northern frontiers, producing countless renowned generals, with 18 of them even honored in the Hall of Heroes. Though I, Xiao Yang, hold no official position and have not served in the military, I am no coward. How could a son of the Xiao family fear a female general? Xiao Yang's words resonated with a striking clarity, echoing throughout the venue. Ha! The northern king was greatly pleased, exclaiming, Well said. Truly the offspring of my Xiao Qinquan. However, Xiao Yang's eloquence not only bolstered the prestige of the Xiao family, but also inadvertently cast a shadow over Ning Hongye. The elite members of the Zhuge army present were visibly displeased. Humph! How dare a seemingly unremarkable heir of the Xiao family belittle General Ning? It was nothing short of folly. Suddenly, Ning Hongye strode towards Xiao Yang with an imposing presence that eclipsed the might of 1,000 troops. Xiao Yang, do you truly fear me, the general? Her voice, like ancient ice untouched by time, instilled a sense of dread. Fearless, Xiao Yang shook his head, his gaze resolute, and said, Miss Ning, not only am I unafraid of you, but I also feel profoundly grateful. With that, he performed an unexpected gesture before all present. Chapter 3, A Thousandfold Return, the Invincible Heavy Pupil. Before everyone's astonished eyes, Xiao Yang cupped his hands in a gesture of respect and bowed deeply to Ning Hongye at a 90-degree angle. Such a grand display of reverence. In the Great Xia Dynasty, while etiquette is highly regarded, one typically only bows slightly even when addressing elders or superiors. Such an extravagant bow is reserved for 3 circumstances: to honor the emperor, to honor one's parents, and to honor the sages. Though Xiao Yang held no official title, he was nonetheless Ning Hongye's fiancé, yet he performed this grand gesture. Was it not a source of mockery, a disgrace to the entire royal residence? In an instant, the expression of the northern king darkened ominously, clearly displeased to the utmost degree. Aha! Could it be that the 9th brother is so intimidated by Miss Ning that he resorts to this manner of supplication to save his own life? The eldest son, Xiao Junlin, sneered mockingly, his tone dripping with sarcasm. The other young lords shared in his delight, reveling in his apparent humiliation. So he is but a mere coward. Ning Hongye shook her head slightly, her gaze remaining as frigid as ever. However, in the next moment, Xiao Yang spoke again, shattering the icy facade of her heart. To guard the nation's gates is the duty of the generals. To die for the state is the responsibility of the nobles. Soldiers are buried on the battlefield, while sons sacrifice themselves for the empire. Miss Ning, you have fought valiantly for the Great Xia since childhood. Although you commanded the slaughter of cities in the southern wilderness, you spared the elderly, the weak, and women, targeting only the youthful and strong. Were you to spare them, they would immediately transform into vengeful enemy forces, turning into blades aimed at the Great Xia. To kill one is a crime, but to slay thousands is an act of valor. Throughout the 8 centuries of the Great Xia, which hero has not taken a life? You, a woman, would rather bear the burden of infamy and endure humiliation to defend our vast mountains and rivers. Such actions are indistinguishable from those of a savior. Xiao Yang's words resonated powerfully, echoing throughout the surroundings. The soldiers of the Zhuge army present were deeply moved, mimicking Xiao Yang's actions and bowing respectfully to General Ning Hongye. Thank you, General Ning. Thank you, General Ning. Thank you, General Ning. Even many servants from the northern king's residence bowed in acknowledgement, creating a truly grand spectacle. Witnessing this scene, Ning Hongye felt an unprecedented warmth in her heart. It was not merely that Xiao Yang had defended her, but rather that, for the first time in her life, someone truly understood her. Could this be what it means to have a kindred spirit? Xiao Yang, since you dare to marry, I shall accept this engagement, Ning Hongye proclaimed. Ding. Ning Hongye's favorability increased by 5, totaling 5. Upon receiving the system's notification, Xiao Yang secretly rejoiced. It seemed that his earlier words had truly struck a nerve with her. With a general as resolute as her, if she had firmly decided to annul the engagement, none could prevent it. Even if Xiao Yang were to present the Qilin golden armor, she would refuse, thereby thwarting the system's return. However, having garnered her favor, it was likely she would not decline. Miss Ning, I have a matter to discuss. Xiao Yang was about to present his gift when he was abruptly interrupted by the eldest son, Xiao Junlin. General Ning, I have heard that you sustained injuries beyond the domain and have lost your left eye. At this remark, Ning Hongye fell silent. Yet an ominous aura seeped through her armor. Junlin, do not be disrespectful, the king of Northern Town admonished. One may strike, but not the face. One may scold, but not reveal weaknesses. Ning Hongye had already disfigured her appearance. Now, with injuries and blindness, to mention it was akin to tearing open a wound. Father, you misunderstand. The reason I mention this is that I have a proposal that could assist General Ning in restoring her left eye and regaining her sight, explained the eldest son. Xiao Junlin, what do you mean? The king of Northern Town inquired. Father, have you forgotten? Xiao Junlin retorted, the 9th brother was born with a spirit eye. And among the 3,000 attendants I maintain, There happens to be one skilled in the art of transplantation, capable of transferring the spirit I to General Ning. What? Upon hearing this, the expressions of those present grew peculiar. What kind of superficial brotherly affection was this? Such malice and cold-heartedness, entirely disregarding his own brother. Moreover, if Ning Hongye were to indeed take her fiancé's eye and implant it within herself, the infamy she would bear would surely multiply. General Ning, since you are soon to be wed to the ninth brother, we shall be family, indistinguishable from one another. What say you? The eldest son, Xiao Junlin, asked. Clang. Suddenly, Ning Hongye unsheathed her battle knife with lightning speed. The onlookers barely registered the movement before her blade was poised at Xiao Junlin's throat. The edge sliced through skin, blood gushing forth. A mere inch deeper, and it would sever the carotid artery. Ning Hongye, what are you doing? I am sincerely trying to help you. Yet you raise your weapon against me. Truly, you are a wretched soul, a calamity of fratricide. Xiao Junlin gritted his teeth, his eyes blazing with fury. Yet his body remained rooted in place. Despite his noble lineage and having cultivated to the 5th rank of the martial arts, the Diamond Realm, he was still no match for the female assassin Ning Hongye, and in this moment, he dared not act recklessly. Impudence. The king of the north could no longer contain himself, a formidable aura emanating from within. Ning Hongye, this is the prince's residence. You shall not act with such audacity. His voice surged forth, overwhelming and unstoppable, causing some lower-ranked soldiers in the vicinity to feel as though they might faint from the sheer pressure. My lord, I grant you this favor today. However, should there be a next time, my blade shall taste blood before it returns to its sheath. Ning Hongye sheathed her sword, fixing her gaze on Xiao Junlin as she declared, even with but one eye, I can still slay thousands. I have no need to rely on others. Xiao Junlin instinctively touched his neck, a wave of trepidation washing over him. Yet his eyes shimmered with resentment. Damn that wretched woman. Just you wait. Once I attain mastery in my skills, I shall trample you beneath my feet. As the tumult seemed poised to reach its conclusion, hold on. Suddenly, Xiao Yang stepped forward again. Father, I have something to say. The king of Northern inquired, what is it, ninth brother? I find my elder brother's proposal rather commendable. I am willing to offer my spiritual eye to Miss Ning. Xiao Yang proclaimed loudly. What did you just say? The king of Northern furrowed his brows, utterly perplexed. Meanwhile, Xiao Junlin and the other young lords stood in stunned silence. What in the world is happening? Xiao Yang, the overlooked ninth prince, finds himself in a state of utter destitution, having lost his mother at a tender age and lacking the support of a maternal clan. His only possession of worth is his innate spiritual vision, which he now contemplates offering to the female assassin. Is this not madness? Why do you choose to assist me? Ning Hongye gazes intently at Xiao Yang, astonished, as even she struggles to comprehend the unfolding circumstances. Upon their first encounter, Xiao Yang treated her in such a manner. Could it be that he harbored some grand ulterior motive? Of course, it was all due to the system. Xiao Yang pondered silently in his heart. Yet, on the surface, he spoke with righteous fervor. Miss Ning, the spiritual eye upon me is but a pearl covered in dust. Yet, when harnessed, it can shoot a hawk 100 miles away, spy on the enemy from 1,000 leagues, illuminate the vast expanse, and terrify 10,000 troops. If you truly wish to express your gratitude, then in the future, slay a few more foes on the battlefield. That would suffice. Upon hearing these words, Ning Hongye fell into a long silence before finally nodding. Very well, I promise you. Ding. Ning Hongye's affinity increased by 5, totaling 10. Splendid. The affinity has risen once more. With that, Junlin, you must immediately instruct the attendants to prepare for the surgery. The king of the north commanded. Half an hour later, at the residence of the grand heir, an elderly man clad in a black robe, exuding a chilling aura, approached Xiao Yang, holding a slender knife. Ninth young master, this transplant surgery necessitates the extraction of your spiritual eye. I ask for your patience. His name was Ghost Hand, one of Xiao Junlin's attendants. Skilled in the transplantation of limbs or organs, he had once been wanted by the authorities of the Central Plains, fleeing to the northern territories and seeking refuge under Xiao Junlin. I am ready. Let us proceed. Xiao Yang replied. Suddenly, in the next moment, Ghost Hand took action, forcibly extracting the spiritual eye and employing secret techniques to transplant it to Ning Hongye beside him. Even during the surgery, Ning Hongye remained armored and still wore that azure mask. A few minutes later, a thrilling voice resonated in Xiao Yang's ears. Ding. The host has been granted a superior quality spiritual treasure level Eye of Insight, triggering the initial reward. 10,000-fold return. the unparalleled invincible dual pupils of the celestial king, the only one in existence. Shall it be extracted immediately? Chapter 4. 9 Unusual Phenomena of Heaven and Earth, Shaking the 3,000 Immortal Sects. Invincible dual pupils. Xiao Yang was overwhelmed with ecstasy, his excitement reaching an unparalleled crescendo. This was a talent of the celestial king level. It is said that those who possess dual pupils can ascend to become great emperors, sweeping across the heavens and the earth, their names echoing through the annals of time. More significantly, this was the only attribute of its kind in the present era. In other words, apart from him, no one else in this age could attain the dual pupils. No, extraction is not yet warranted. Although Xiao Yang was exhilarated, he did not lose his composure. Once the dual pupils manifested, it would undoubtedly attract celestial phenomena and even disturb many ancient powers. In such a setting, it was entirely inappropriate to be overly ostentatious, as it could invite unnecessary troubles. Congratulations, General Ning. The spiritual eye of the ninth prince has been perfectly integrated into your being, came the voice of the ghostly hand. The transplantation procedure had been completed with remarkable success. Others also stepped forward to congratulate Ning Hongye, yet no one paid any attention to Xiao Yang, who remained an inconspicuous presence. Xiao Yang, in haste to depart, was just about to leave the mansion when, suddenly, Ning Hongye appeared before him. Her eyes, concealed beneath the mask, revealed a myriad of complex emotions. Xiao Yang, she began. I have never been fond of owing favors. You have bestowed upon me the Lingyan, thus, I shall grant you the Golden Tiger Talisman, which allows you to command the soldiers of the Zhuge army. Furthermore, I shall fulfill 3 of your requests, regardless of their nature. As she spoke, she retrieved a pure Golden Tiger Talisman from her bosom and tossed it to Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang was somewhat taken aback. Miss Ning, as we are soon to be wed, it is only fitting that I bestow upon you the spiritual eye. There is no need for such a grand gesture in return. That which I intended to offer cannot be retracted. If it does not please you, feel free to cast it aside. With that, Ning Hongye turned on her heel and strode towards the entrance of the estate. This woman truly possesses a remarkable air of pride and defiance. Xiao Yang gazed at her retreating figure, shaking his head in contemplation. Meanwhile, the eldest prince, Xiao Junlin, fixated enviously on the Golden Tiger Talisman in his hand, his jealousy surging like a tempest. The Tiger Talisman symbolizes military authority. Holding this artifact is akin to having a commander present, capable of mobilizing countless troops. The 300,000 Zhuge army, under Ning Hongye's command, comprises elite warriors, rivaling the armored cavalry of the Northern King, the Xiao family. Ninth brother, if you cannot grasp the significance of this Tiger Talisman, it would be wiser for me to safeguard it for you, as the depths of its implications are far beyond your current understanding. Xiao Junlin forced a smile, embodying a facade of concern for his well-being. Since it is a nuisance, there is no need to trouble my elder brother. I shall bear it myself. However, Xiao Yang merely rolled his eyes and departed with the Tiger Talisman in hand. In truth, what truly occupied his thoughts was not the talisman itself, but rather the 3 conditions promised by Ning Hongye. She had assured him that anything was permissible. Did that not grant him the freedom to act as he pleased? Subsequently, Xiao Yang returned to his residence, although he lacked the backing of his maternal clan. As the heir, he still possessed a small domain within the royal palace. Young master, you have returned. I heard that your spiritual eye was extracted. It is all that wretched sorceress's fault that you have suffered thus. Upon stepping into the estate, he was greeted by a delicate and fragrant figure rushing towards him, tears streaming down her face like rain on blooming pear blossoms. Huangli, do not weep. I am not dead, Xiao Yang jestingly remarked, lifting the delicate face of the maiden in his arms. Huangli, his devoted maid, though still quite young, clearly possessed the makings of a beauty. In a previous life, she would undoubtedly have been the quintessential campus goddess, surrounded by countless admirers. Yet within the confines of the royal residence, she dutifully attended to Xiao Yang, pouring tea, kneading his shoulders, and massaging his legs. She was more devoted than a wife. Upon hearing the news of Xiao Yang's eye injury, she nearly swooned with distress. Furthermore, Miss Ning is my fiancée and your future mistress. You are henceforth forbidden from speaking of her in such a manner. Xiao Yang commanded once more. Yes, she replied, though a flicker of resentment lingered in her heart. For her, Xiao Yang was akin to heaven, and she dared not defy his orders. By the way, I shall be entering seclusion to cultivate my skills. Ensure that no one disturbs me. Xiao Yang issued a brief command before making his way towards the bedroom. Huangli, however, was slightly taken aback. She was aware that her young master was not inclined towards martial training, despite over a decade of practice and consuming numerous elixirs. He remained at the first tier of the body refinement realm. What had prompted this sudden change in demeanor today? Upon entering the bedroom, Xiao Yang silently invoked, "System. I wish to extract the invincible heavy eye." Boom. In the next moment, an overwhelming and majestic force descended from the heavens, infusing itself into Xiao Yang's left eye. From the previously hollow socket, a heavy eye began to take shape, radiating an ethereal aura. Suddenly, a magnificent purple mist surged forth from the eastern sky, rolling in and enveloping the area above the Northern King's residence. In a radius of 100 miles, all living things began to awaken. The purple mist heralded an extraordinary celestial phenomenon. Could it be that the Xiao family was about to give birth to a prodigy? The Northern King gazed upward, his face alight with ecstasy. As a formidable martial artist, he understood all too well the significance of this spectacle. It undoubtedly signaled the arrival of a genius destined for greatness. Wait, were there more phenomena to behold? At that moment, the Northern King's expression shifted dramatically, disbelief washing over him. For the purple mist was merely the beginning. A Qilin exhaled auspiciousness. 5-colored rays of light. Golden lotuses sprouted from the ground. Celestial cranes brought good fortune. Spiritual fungi bloomed. A total of 9 extraordinary celestial phenomena unfolded in succession, each resonating with the others. Countless citizens across the Northern Territory bore witness to this awe-inspiring event. Heaven bless our northern realm. This is surely a sign of a sage's emergence. It was said that when the founding emperor of the Great Xia Dynasty was born, 5 celestial phenomena accompanied his arrival. Yet these 9 phenomena had never been witnessed in a millennium. It was a first. Not only the Great Xia Dynasty, but even the various celestial realms and blessed lands since the upheaval of spiritual energy in the world. Many powerful beings who had secluded themselves for countless years awakened, casting their gaze towards the Great Xia. In the sacred land of Yaoguang, the sacred master sat resolutely in the great hall, surrounded by 10 elders, 3,000 protectors, and countless disciples. A future emperor was destined to be born in the northern territory of the Great Xia. This child's talent was extraordinary, capable of invoking 9 celestial phenomena. Purple moon, it is time for you to emerge and venture to the Great Xia in search of this future emperor. Spare no effort in ensuring he becomes a disciple of our Yaoguang sacred land. The sacred master's voice echoed through the heavens. Understood. I shall not fail my mission. A stunning fairy, radiating an otherworldly grace, floated from the crowd, her bare feet resting upon a lotus blossom. With a swift motion, she mounted a celestial crane, soaring towards the Great Xia Dynasty. Simultaneously, in the Western Buddhist kingdom, the white-clad son of Buddha approached, barefoot upon lotus petals. As the wheel of Dharma turned and sacred chants resonated, in the realm of endless flames, a maiden in a red skirt emerged from the flames, with a phoenix mark upon her brow, leaving a trail of golden lotuses in her wake. In the battlefield of gods and demons, a youth clad in animal hide brandished a massive bronze axe, the shadows of colossal beasts looming behind him. The celestial phenomena triggered by the invincible heavy eye summoned forth countless progenies of the celestial gates. A grand era of conflict was about to unfold. Yet the instigator, Xiao Yang, remained blissfully unaware. At this moment, his left eye bore 2 overlapping pupils, akin to the harmonious glow of the sun and moon. He also received a notification sound. Ding! Congratulations to the host for merging with the invincible heavy eye, unlocking the first 2 divine abilities, void perception and sudden enlightenment. Void perception. Ignoring the disparity in cultivation levels, one can discern the weaknesses of all beings. Sudden enlightenment. With just a glance, one can comprehend any martial technique and even refine and perfect it. Remaining divine abilities yet to be unlocked. Wow, is this what the heavy eye entails? It's astonishingly formidable. Even though Xiao Yang was psychologically prepared, he was still left in profound shock. The capability of void perception was monumental, though he was merely a novice. He could see through the weaknesses of even the most exceptional cultivators. He felt an overwhelming urge to test this on his dear father. As for the trait of sudden enlightenment, how utterly insane. While others toil for a decade on their techniques, he only needs to glance to grasp it. And he can even enhance it further. More importantly, these are merely the initial 2 abilities of the invincible heavy eye, with many more waiting to be discovered. At this moment, Xiao Yang was filled with exhilaration. With the heavy eye, his name would surely be inscribed at the pinnacle of human martial prowess. resting atop the summit. However, he still chose to cover his left eye with a blindfold. After all, it was not yet the time to reveal his true strength. Meanwhile, at the estate of the Grand Prince Xiao Junlin, having endured humiliation, was nearly met with his demise when Ning Hongya brandished a battle blade against his throat. Born with a supreme constitution, he has always been regarded as the prodigy of the Xiao family. Today, however, all his dignity was trampled upon, leaving him exceedingly displeased. Thus, upon his return, he secluded himself in rigorous cultivation, and under the impetus of that lingering resentment, he truly made significant progress. He achieved a breakthrough, now at the 5th tier of the Diamond Realm, 2nd level. Xiao Junlin abruptly opened his eyes, the supreme bone on his back shimmering with brilliance. Boom. In that instant, his blood surged and his bones resonated, emanating a formidable aura from within. Thud, thud, thud. Suddenly, a flurry of footsteps echoed from outside. The king of Jinbei and several elders from the Xiao family rushed in, their expressions a blend of urgency and excitement. Father, esteemed elders, what brings you here? Xiao Junlin inquired, somewhat astonished. My son, were you not in the midst of cultivation, achieving a breakthrough? The king of Jinbei asked with anticipation. Indeed. Xiao Junlin nodded in response. Father, I have broken through with the aid of the supreme bone, and now I am at the 2nd level of the Diamond Realm. Upon hearing this, everyone was filled with joy. Truly, he is the grand heir, embodying the essence of a true dragon. The breakthrough summoned the auspicious purple energy from the east and was accompanied by 9 extraordinary phenomena. A talent that surpasses even that of the founding emperor of the Great Xia. With the grand heir present, the Xiao family's legacy is assured for 1,000 years. Numerous elders extolled his virtues, showering him with words of praise. Yet, Xiao Junlin felt somewhat bewildered. What was this talk of purple energy and 9 phenomena? Wasn't it merely a standard breakthrough? He had been in seclusion during the commotion and had not noticed the extraordinary occurrences outside. However, amidst the flattery, he began to feel a sense of euphoria, even a peculiar confidence. Could it be that I am indeed a once-in-a-millennium genius? With this thought, Xiao Junlin couldn't help but puff out his chest and smile. By my decree, from this day forth, my son Junlin shall receive double the training resources and shall have unrestricted access to the 9th level of the armory. The Prince of the North issued his commands, bestowing abundant rewards. To him, Xiao Junlin's rise was not merely a personal matter, but rather intertwined with the fate of the Xiao family. Although he was the Prince of the North, wielding considerable power, he remained second only to one. The current sovereign was not a wise ruler, spending his days in pursuit of immortality, delegating state affairs to eunuchs, which led to the suffering of the people and widespread discontent. The Prince of the North harbored grand ambitions. How could a man of valor languish beneath others for long? As night fell, the residence of the 9th heir was cloaked in silence. Although Xiao Yang remained within the confines of his home, he learned from the maid Huangli about the news of his elder brother being designated as the true dragon of the Xiao family. Naturally, he held this in disdain. What could the increased cultivation resources possibly compare to the system? Young master, urgent news to report. Suddenly, Huangli burst through the door, her face etched with anxiety. The prince has issued a decree for you to visit Miss Ning's chamber tonight. What? Upon hearing these words, Xiao Yang sprang from his bed. He had only just met Ning Hongya today, having seen her but once. No, that cannot be right. She was clad in iron armor, and he had not even caught a glimpse of her features. Yet the system had classified her as a beauty of unparalleled grace. While he harbored desires for intimacy, it seemed that Ning Hongya was far from willing. Huangli, what is the meaning of this? Our engagement ceremony with Miss Ning has yet to take place. This is not in accordance with proper protocol. Xiao Yang sensed something amiss. Esteemed young master, it was the eldest prince who suggested to the lord that Miss Ning, having served in the military since her youth, is indifferent to the trivialities of formalities. There is no better day than today, thus. They have chosen to enter the bridal chamber this very night. Huangli elaborated. Once again, it is that fellow. Xiao Yang furrowed his brow, pondering whether this seemingly benevolent elder brother was urging him to hasten towards his own demise. After all, in the eyes of outsiders, Ning Hongya was perceived as a fearsome female demon, rumored to treat her enemies' heads as mere playthings, and to consume several children in a single meal. However, this presented a perfect opportunity to bestow upon her the Qilin golden armor gifted by his father. It remained uncertain what treasures the system would bestow in return this time. In the royal manor's annex, within a lavishly appointed chamber, there came a series of knocks. Thud, thud, thud. Xiao Yang knocked on the door. Miss Ning, it is Xiao Yang. Come in. A cold voice echoed from within. Xiao Yang pushed open the door and entered, adorned in the resplendent Kirin golden armor, his handsome visage embodying the essence of a youthful general. However, the black eye patch over his left eye created a rather discordant impression. The bedroom was dimly lit, illuminated by a few flickering red candles, with joyous window decorations of the character adorning the walls, creating an ambience of a newlywed celebration. Yet, the bride, Ning Hongye, remained clad in battle armor, seated upon the bed. Beside her stood the guard, Qing Wan, poised with her sword, scrutinizing Xiao Yang with a discerning gaze. Xiao Yang returned her glance, pondering her presence on this wedding night. Could she be Ning Hongye's maid of honor? One must admit, Qing Wan was indeed a remarkable figure. Tall and statuesque, her fitted leather armor accentuated her alluring curves. Her flat abdomen and curvaceous hips were captivating. Her beauty was striking. Yet her brow bore an air of determination and defiance, reminiscent of a wild steed untamed. What are you staring at, boy? Qing Wan's voice cut through the air, sharp and confrontational. Xiao Yang, don't delude yourself into thinking that your flattery towards General Ning makes you worthy of her. As long as I am here today, you shall not lay a finger on the general. Qing Wan, you must not be rude. At that moment, Ning Hongye interjected. Xiao Yang, although I have consented to the marriage, I have just returned from battle and am unwell. It is not suitable for us to consummate the marriage. I hope you can understand. It is of no consequence. Xiao Yang swiftly waved his hand, asserting, this matter should naturally await our engagement. Tonight, it is my elder brother who is orchestrating mischief. Upon hearing this, both Ning Hongye and Qing Wan seemed to secretly exhale a sigh of relief. I must take my leave immediately, but before I do, there is one final task to attend to. Xiao Yang continued. What task? Ning Hongye inquired. Subsequently, Xiao Yang stepped directly before her, extending his right hand to touch the armor that adorned her chest. For a moment, even the seasoned Ning Hongye found herself momentarily taken aback. Is this an act of indecency? Chapter 6. Unveiling the Mask. Greetings to the enchanting beauty. Xiao Yang's actions were utterly astonishing. It is essential to understand that Ning Hongye is a fearsome female assassin, whose reputation instills dread in the hearts of all within the Zhike army, none daring to offend her. Yet now, Xiao Yang's audacious gesture, though separated by a layer of armor, is simply outrageous. Suddenly, beneath the Shura mask, Ning Hongye's eyes glimmered with a chilling intensity, clearly indicating her extreme anger. How bold! This scoundrel dares to treat General Ning with such disrespect. Qing Wan also reacted swiftly, drawing her battle blade, ready to strike. Miss Qing Wan, you have misunderstood. Xiao Yang was taken aback. He certainly did not wish to meet his end before achieving success. He hurriedly exclaimed, Miss Ning, I am not a frivolous person. The reason for my actions is that I discovered your breastplate had sustained severe damage. Based on my calculations, it may shatter completely after just a few more strikes from a martial arts master. And so? Ning Hongye retorted upon hearing this explanation. How fortuitous! Just yesterday, my father bestowed upon me the cherished Qilin golden armor from his collection. As a mere commoner without an official title, the armor would serve me no purpose. Thus, I would rather present it to you. Xiao Yang spoke as he removed the resplendent golden armor from his body. Do you truly wish to gift this to me? Ning Hongye exclaimed, taken aback. After all, this Qilin golden armor was a superior spiritual treasure, far surpassing the armor she currently wore, and could serve as a prized possession for the governor. Yet, Xiao Yang had already bestowed upon her the spiritual eye, and now he presented such a magnificent gift. It was indeed too generous of him. This unexpected kindness made her wonder if Xiao Yang harbored ulterior motives. Of course it is genuine. You are my fiancée. If I do not treat you well, whom shall I treat well? Xiao Yang pondered inwardly. You are not merely my fiancée, but also a significant benefactor bound to the system. Very well, I shall accept this. Ning Hongye nodded. Ding. The host has bestowed upon the exquisite grade spiritual treasure, the Qilin golden armor, triggering a reward. 100-fold return, the royal grade treasure, the Xianlin 10,000 dragon armor. Shall it be extracted immediately? Upon hearing the system's prompt, Xiao Yang felt a surge of excitement. Imperial grade treasures. In the mortal realm, treasures are categorized into spirit, king, emperor, and saint levels. An imperial grade treasure, perhaps, is absent even from the entire town North Prince's residence, existing solely within the collections of the Great Xia royal family, and it is indeed a national treasure. No, I shall refrain from extracting it for the time being. Xiao Yang silently pondered, feeling a twinge of perplexity, despite presenting a gift. He found that Ning Hongye's affection for him had not increased. It seemed that winning the heart of this formidable female assassin was no simple endeavor. By the way, system, since Ning Hongye is my bound partner, am I permitted to view her profile? Xiao Yang inquired inwardly. System, affirmative. Bound partner, Ning Hongye, 18 years old, identity, daughter of the general of Southern Town, leader of the Vermilion Bird Army, strength, 7th rank, law manifestation realm, currently gravely injured. Able to exert only 30% of her power, talent, 7 apertures, exquisite heart. Red Lotus, karma, fire, fate, fated solitary phoenix, can be transformed, destined to suffer from parental misfortune, destined for solitude, though she may achieve great undertakings. True companionship will elude her weakness. Note, within the bound partner resides a reincarnated female, celestial emperor, with a lifespan of 3,000 years. Currently in a dormant state. Upon reviewing Ning Hongye's profile, Xiao Yang was utterly astounded. Truly, she was a child of destiny. Not only was her talent extraordinary, having attained the 7th realm of martial arts at such a tender age, but she also bore with her the presence of an ancient being, nay, an ancient matron. It became clear that she too possessed extraordinary advantages, to the extent that even the system was oblivious to her vulnerabilities. However, having such a fiancé, you would undoubtedly empower Xiao Yang in his future endeavors. Young man, why do you linger? My general requires rest. Suddenly, Qing Wan issued a decree for him to leave. Miss Ning, I have one more matter to discuss. Xiao Yang interjected. Speak freely, Ning Hongye replied with indifference. Since we are soon to be wed, we ought to be candid with one another. Why not shed our armor and unveil our masks? Allowing me a glimpse of your true self? Xiao Yang proposed. Humph. Ning Hongye chuckled lightly. The last person who dared to unveil my mask has their bones nailed to the city gate of the southern wastes. Is Miss Ning unwilling? I recall you previously stated that you would grant me 3 conditions, no matter what they entailed. Xiao Yang continued. Are you willing to expend one of those conditions for this? Ning Hongye countered. Indeed. Xiao Yang nodded. Ning Hongye remained silent for a considerable time before finally saying, a word spoken is like a galloping horse that cannot be recalled. I shall grant your request. Upon finishing her sentence, she shuddered slightly, and the armor detached itself effortlessly. In the next instant, Xiao Yang's gaze widened in astonishment. Before him stood her snow-white peaks, a figure so exquisite that even looking down would not reveal her toes. Her long legs were exceptionally graceful, a beauty that would never grow tiresome, though she had spent years on the battlefield. The skin exposed remained as pristine as the finest jade. A delicate fragrance wafted from her, instantly filling the entire room. My dear, you possess a captivating scent. Xiao Yang could not help but marvel inwardly. In the next moment, Ning Hongye extended her delicate hand, grasping the lower edge of the Shura mask, gently lifting it away. In that instant, the world lost its color, and all things fell into darkness. Xiao Yang gazed upon that unparalleled beauty, feeling as though his heart skipped a beat. Oh no, it was the sensation of infatuation. With a flawlessly oval face, enchanting peach blossom eyes, and a delicate complexion. Her beauty was such that it could rival the brilliance of the sun and moon. What a treasure he had stumbled upon. The system had indeed not deceived him. Xiao Yang's heart swelled with joy. The rumors circulating in the outside world, claiming that Ning Hongye was ugly and disfigured, were indeed false. The system brother was truly reliable. He recalled years ago when the contemporary master painter journeyed to the southern lands, intending to capture the beauty of the young Ning Hongye. However, upon witnessing her visage, he dropped his brush, declaring that the mundane strokes of the mortal realm could not capture the beauty of a celestial being. Having seen her today, it was indeed as he had said. In the south, there exists a beauty, unparalleled and solitary. A single glance captivates the city, a second glance enthralls the nation. Xiao Yang gazed intently at her enchanting visage, unable to suppress his admiration. What a splendid poem! Ning Hongye's beautiful eyes sparkled with intrigue. She had never encountered such verses before. Could it be an original creation by Xiao Yang? To his astonishment, this 9th son of the king of the north possessed such literary talent. Yet, in the next moment, she donned her mask once more, reverting to her frigid demeanor. Miss Ning, you possess unparalleled beauty. Why must you perpetually wear the mask of a Shura? Xiao Yang could not help but inquire. Ning Hongye sighed softly, elucidating. Firstly, with such a countenance, it is challenging to command respect within the military. It would only invite calamity. Secondly, rumors have circulated within the palace that the foolish emperor of Xia seems to have taken an interest in me, intending to take me as his concubine. Thus, I disseminated news of my disfigurement and adopted this mask. Moreover, everything I, Ning Hongye, have achieved is due to my capabilities, not my appearance. I ask that you keep this matter confidential." Xiao Yang nodded, saying, "Of course. I shall not trouble you any further today." With that, he turned and departed from the room. Observing his retreating figure, Qing Wan could not help but exclaim, "General Ning, there is something quite peculiar about this Xiao Yang." Ning Hongye nodded in agreement. "He has never seen my face before, yet he has repeatedly bestowed upon me generous gifts and has shown genuine concern for my well-being. It is indeed strange. Is his regard for me sincere, or does he harbor ulterior motives? Qing Wan, I implore you to discreetly follow him over the next few days and investigate." Chapter 7. A Duel with Xiao Junlin, a Momentous Bet. System. I wish to extract the Xianlin Wan in armor. Upon returning to his residence, Xiao Yang was unable to contain his excitement. Suddenly, a brilliant golden light flashed. Before him appeared a suit of armor, crafted entirely from dragon scales in a deep ink-black hue, with a dragon pearl embedded at the center of the chest plate, exuding a faint, resplendent glow. This royal-grade treasure, while not capable of manifesting the 9 extraordinary phenomena of the invincible heavy pupil, was nonetheless extraordinary in its own right. Xiao Yang then began to peruse the introduction of this remarkable artifact. It was forged using the collective strength of the entire dragon clan, having been created from the reverse scales of 3,000 dragons. On the day of its creation, a tempest of 9 thunder tribulations descended from the heavens. Yet the armor emerged unscathed, instead adorned with everlasting lightning patterns upon its surface. Moreover, it possessed 3 innate powers: Dragon Fury Resonance, which absorbed the opponent's attacks and transformed them into a true dragon's phantom for retaliation; Scale Armor Transformation, which was currently inaccessible due to the host's inadequate cultivation; and Ancient Dragon Bloodline, also unavailable for the same reason. By the heavens, this treasure even possessed divine abilities. Its effects hinted at the potential to rebound an opponent's strikes, utterly astonishing. Presently, Xiao Yang was merely a first-tier body refinement realm warrior, with a frail physique. However, with this remarkable item, it was akin to donning a resurrection armor, granting him the confidence to stride boldly forward. Furthermore, being an inner armor, it could be worn beneath clothing, ensuring discretion. It fit him perfectly. Xiao Yang promptly donned the mysterious dragon scale armor, discovering that it appeared to possess a form of sentience, adjusting itself according to his physique and seamlessly melding with his skin. Regrettably, he remained unaware of its capacity to withstand such formidable assaults. It seemed imperative to seek a suitable location for experimentation. Xiao Yang mused inwardly. The following morning, he set off to the residence of the Grand Heir. "I have come to pay my respects, elder brother." As Xiao Yang stepped through the door, he immediately encountered a flamboyant figure. Yesterday, Xiao Junlin had been proclaimed the true dragon of the Xiao family, and at this moment, he radiated confidence, even bordering on arrogance, as if he wished to elevate his chin to the heavens. "Ah, ninth brother, you are aware that I have transcended my realm and summoned 9 extraordinary phenomena, are you not? By the way, did you not spend the night in the bridal chamber with Miss Ning? How is it that you are up so early? Could it be that you were frightened into immobility by that hideous creature?" Xiao Junlin deliberately mocked and reveled in misfortune. It was Xiao Yang who fulfilled the marriage contract on his behalf, yet he showed not the slightest gratitude, instead choosing to add insult to injury. After all, within the royal family, there exists no true kinship. "Elder brother, I have come today to claim the spiritual treasure you promised me, the 9 Revolutions Great Rejuvenation Pill," Xiao Yang stated plainly. The spiritual treasure must be bestowed to trigger the system's return. Previously, he had agreed to marry Ning Hongye, although his 8 elder brothers made promises. They were merely empty assurances that were never fulfilled. Thus, he had no choice but to confront him directly to collect his dues. "Humph, what a worthless talent you possess. To waste such a precious elixir on you would be a travesty." Xiao Junlin's expression darkened, clearly displeased. His mother was the daughter of the medicine king from the Valley of Medicinal Kings, who had provided him with numerous elixirs over the years to aid his cultivation. The 9 Revolutions Great Rejuvenation Pill was a superior spiritual grade pill, requiring the collection of 9 types of millennium-old spiritual herbs, combined with 81 auxiliary ingredients, which would enhance one's cultivation for an entire 60 years upon consumption. He had always been reluctant to part with it, intending to use it when he broke through to the next realm. However, a promise made in front of his father could not be easily retracted. Suddenly, a thought crossed Xiao Junlin's mind. "Ninth brother, as your elder brother, I have not guided you in your martial arts for some time. Why don't we engage in a sparring match? If you can prove your strength, I shall grant you the 9 revolutions great rejuvenation pill. What say you? Upon hearing this, Xiao Yang immediately shook his head. Elder brother, you are at the 5th tier of the diamond realm, possessing innate supreme bone. While I am merely at the 1st tier of the body refinement realm, how could I possibly be your opponent? Xiao Junlin remarked, I shall not bully you either. I will suppress my cultivation to the 1st rank of body refinement. Furthermore, you need not defeat me, as long as you can touch my body. Even if it is merely a strand of hair, that shall be deemed your victory. How infuriatingly cunning this rascal is. Xiao Yang inwardly cursed, recognizing that this individual spoke with a veneer of grandeur while concealing a multitude of ulterior motives. In the realm of martial arts, there exist 9 tiers within each of the 9 realms. The original owner of this body was at the 5th level of the 1st grade body refinement stage. Yet, Xiao Junlin merely claimed to suppress his cultivation to the 1st grade body refinement stage, which appeared equitable. In reality, he undoubtedly suppressed it to the 9th level of the body refinement stage, surpassing him by a full 4 minor realms. Nevertheless, Xiao Yang was undeterred by this disparity. Very well, my brother, I shall accept your challenge, Xiao Yang declared with pride. Indeed, it is fitting of a scion of the Xiao family. Since we are to engage in a duel, how could we proceed without an audience? I shall send someone to summon the other brothers at once. Xiao Junlin's eyes sparkled as a smile of cunning triumph appeared on his face. Indeed, he sought not only victory, but also to humiliate Xiao Yang thoroughly in front of the public eye. Xiao Yang had never wronged him. Yet Ning Hongye not only inflicted harm upon him, but also humiliated his dignity. He dared not seek vengeance against Ning Hongye. Instead, he chose to vent his fury upon Xiao Yang, the unwed fiancé. The brave, in their fury, draw their swords against the mightier. The coward, in their rage, unsheathes their blade against the weaker. Although Xiao Junlin possesses the supreme bone, he has lived a life of luxury, lacking the aura of a true formidable being. Instead, he harbors a narrow-minded disposition, eager for revenge over the slightest grievances. Moments later, the mansion was teeming with people as the other 7 young masters arrived, accompanied by numerous subordinates. Among them, the guard Qingluan blended into the crowd. Last night, Ning Hongye had instructed her to investigate Xiao Yang, and little did she anticipate that such a commotion would arise today. Brother, everyone is present. Shall we commence the contest? Xiao Yang urged, growing increasingly impatient. Eager to retrieve the 9 revolution grand restoration pill to present to Ning Hongye. 9th brother, why the haste? Since this is a duel, how can we proceed without stakes? Xiao Junlin replied with a mischievous grin. What do you mean? Xiao Yang countered. If you emerge victorious, you may claim the 9 revolution grand restoration pill. However, should you lose, you must pay a price to learn the meaning of humility. As he spoke, Xiao Junlin spat disdainfully onto the ground. If you lose, you shall clean this ground with your garments. At that moment, the other young masters present recognized his intention to humiliate Xiao Yang, yet none dared to voice their thoughts, all eager to witness the unfolding drama. Brother, have I offended you in any way? Xiao Yang inquired, his brow furrowed. Weakness is a crime. The strong have the right to trample upon the weak. As a son of the Xiao family, do you not comprehend this principle? Xiao Junlin exuded an air of arrogance, his confidence soaring to great heights. He prided himself as the true dragon of the Xiao family, having summoned 9 extraordinary phenomena during his cultivation the previous day. Confronting a mere waste, his 9th brother, would surely be a trivial task, akin to crushing an ant. Observing his pompous demeanor, Xiao Yang shook his head, a cold smile creeping into his heart. Since you have proclaimed such, do not blame me for being ungracious. Brother, I believe the rules of this competition are rather unfair. You are at a disadvantage. Suddenly, Xiao Yang stood tall and declared words that sent shockwaves through the crowd. How about this? I shall remain stationary while you strike me once. If I move even an inch, I concede defeat. What say you? Chapter 8. The True Dragon of the Xiao Family. Is this all? As these words left his lips, the audience erupted in astonishment. Was this youth mad? Such fanciful thinking was laughable. A mere first-tier body refining realm dared to challenge the true dragon of the Xiao family? Indeed, even if the eldest son suppressed his realm, this was beyond the reach of the 9th son. It appeared that not only was the 9th son lacking in strength, but his intellect was also questionable. Hilarious. After the initial shock, many in the crowd burst into laughter, regarding Xiao Yang as a mere jester. If there had been even a sliver of hope for victory before, it was now utterly obliterated. He was indeed courting disaster. Everyone eagerly awaited the spectacle. This youth certainly knew how to stir trouble. Would General Ning truly consider marrying such a person? Amidst the crowd, Qingwan furrowed her brow, her impression of Xiao Yang diminishing. Yet, he was still Ning Hongya's fiancé. Having donated his spirit eye and presented the Qilin golden armor, she resolved silently that should Xiao Yang find himself in peril, she would intervene to save him. After all, the Zhuge army was not known for their ingratitude. Ninth brother, since you are so confident, I shall acquiesce. Rest assured, I will show mercy. Allowing you to languish in bed for 2 or 3 years. Xiao Junlin narrowed his eyes, radiating a chilling light, and then raised his right arm to unleash a powerful punch. The tiger were fist. In an instant, the force of the punch surged through the air, accompanied by the resounding roar of a ferocious tiger. Although Xiao Junlin had suppressed his cultivation to the first level of body refinement, he was exceedingly treacherous, secretly channeling the power of the supreme bone. This force was beyond the capacity of even a third-tier warrior to withstand, let alone Xiao Yang. Yet, he was indifferent, for he was the true dragon of the Xiao family, bearing the hopes of his clan. Even if he were to severely injure Xiao Yang, what of it? His father would not place blame upon him. Beware, ninth young master, quickly evade. In the distance, Qing Wan's expression changed drastically. She had not anticipated Xiao Junlin to be so unscrupulous in his martial conduct. At such a distance, even if she were to intervene, it would be too late. However, to the astonishment of the onlookers, Xiao Yang remained steadfast, not retreating but instead puffing out his chest to meet the challenge head-on. In truth, Xiao Yang was eager for an opportunity to test the formidable power of the mystic scale 10,000 dragon armor he wore. If Xiao Junlin wished to play the role of an antagonist, then he would become the target. Boom! A domineering punch crashed directly into Xiao Yang's chest. The dragon's fury resonated. Xiao Yang directly unleashed the innate powers of the Xianin Winnie Long armor, absorbing the opponent's assault and transforming it into a spectral dragon that retaliated fiercely. Boom! In an instant, a brilliant golden light erupted, dazzling and resplendent. From within the armor, a dragon-shaped apparition surged forth, wielding the might to shatter the very foundations, striking fiercely against Xiao Junlin. Accompanied by a piercing scream, a figure soared through the air like a kite severed from its string, hurtling backward. Aha! Xiao Yang, overestimating his own strength, was unexpectedly sent flying. Wait, the one who was struck down appears to be the esteemed first young master. As the crowd's cheers reached a crescendo, an unsettling realization dawned upon them. What on earth is happening? Is this some sort of illusion? Thud. In the next moment, Xiao Junlin crashed heavily to the ground, his face bruised and battered. Ironically, he landed precisely where he had just spat, inadvertently using his face to clean the spot. Moreover, a trace of blood oozed from the corner of his mouth, indicating he had sustained significant injuries. In stark contrast, Xiao Yang stood unmoved, hands clasped behind his back, as if the opponent's attack was no more than a mere tickle. Is this truly the prowess of the Xiao family's dragon? Xiao Yang remarked coolly, his voice soft yet laced with mockery. It was akin to an invisible slap, striking Xiao Junlin squarely across the face. What trickery have you employed to dare ambush me? Xiao Junlin still finds it difficult to comprehend. Even though the ninth brother dons the Qilin golden armor of our royal father, it does not possess such formidable power. Xiao Yang, with an expression of innocence, chuckled and said, "Elder brother, are you all right? It was not my intention. I never expected that the illustrious dragon of the Xiao family could be so easily defeated. How infuriating. This insolent wretch dares to insult me and seeks his own demise." Before the multitude, Xiao Junlin found himself humiliated, his innate pride trampled upon, inciting a wrath that knew no bounds. Suddenly, a tremendous surge of energy erupted within him, propelling his cultivation to the 5th tier of the diamond realm, as he prepared to subdue Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang, however, wore a smile, unperturbed in the slightest. On one hand, he was clad in the dragon-scale armor, and although Xiao Junlin was a formidable 5th-tier Diamond Realm warrior, even with all his might, it would be a daunting task to breach his defenses. On the other hand, he was backed by a reputable lineage, standing firmly on solid ground. Elder brother, our contest has concluded, and the victor has been determined. Furthermore, that 9 transformation elixir was bestowed upon Miss Ning as a betrothal gift, a promise made in the presence of our father. Should you renege on this commitment, it would only tarnish your own reputation. In that event, not only would our father not let you off the hook, but Miss Ning and the Zhuge army would also not spare you. Xiao Yang spoke with an air of defiance, his voice resonating throughout the venue. How dare you? Do not use that female fiend to intimidate me. Xiao Junlin, consumed by fury, gritted his teeth and exclaimed, "This is the Northern King's residence. Before me, what is that woman worth? Outrageous. Suddenly, Qingwan emerged from the crowd, her eyes blazing with anger as she scolded, "As General Ning, I have fought valiantly for my country, shedding blood on the battlefield, and will not allow anyone to slander me. Esteemed eldest son, should you remain obstinate, I shall report this to General Ning." Upon hearing her words, Xiao Junlin's face turned ashen, yet after much hesitation, he ultimately restrained his imposing demeanor. For now, he dared not confront Ning Hongye openly. "Ninth brother, I never expected you to so swiftly align yourself with that fierce woman. It seems you attended to her quite comfortably last night. Very well. I shall grant you this 9 turns great pill." With that, Xiao Junlin waved his hand, and a radiant elixir flew from his sleeve, shimmering with an ethereal glow. At last, it was within reach. Xiao Yang achieved his objective and said nothing further, simply turning to leave. At the Wangfu Villa, Qingwan hurried back to report to Ning Hongye about the events that had just transpired. "General, how did Xiao Yang manage to defeat the crown prince?" She could not help but inquire. "There are 2 possibilities," Ning Hongye explained. "Firstly, the crown prince might have been feigning weakness, deliberately allowing Xiao Yang to win. Secondly, Xiao Yang may possess some secret treasure or has concealed his true cultivation level." Qingwan added, "Regardless of the truth, that man is certainly not virtuous. Though he speaks sweetly, claiming to offer you a spirit pill as a betrothal gift, he is likely seeking to exploit your name to gather wealth and gifts for himself." Ning Hongye remained silent for a few moments, pondering her conjecture. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed through the room. "Who is it?" Qingwan immediately rose to open the door, and upon seeing the person outside, she was momentarily taken aback. "Xiao Yang, what brings you here?" "Naturally, I have come to present a gift." Xiao Yang replied with a smile, extending his palm to reveal a 9-turn grand returning pill. "Miss Ning, I offer you this pill as a betrothal gift." Chapter 9. She wishes to rebel? Then I shall assist her in claiming the throne. What? Upon hearing this, Qingwan was initially stunned, and then a wave of shame washed over her. Just moments ago, she had maliciously speculated about Xiao Yang, mistakenly believing him to be scheming to use Ning Hongye as a means to acquire wealth. Yet, how swiftly she had been proven wrong. Ning Hongye's eyes sparkled with intrigue as her red lips parted slightly. "Xiao Yang, the Qilin golden light armor you gifted me last night already suffices as a betrothal gift. There is no need for anything more. Miss Ning, you are unaware. Before your arrival, I had already made an agreement with my father and 8 elder brothers to obtain a treasure from each of them to present to you as a betrothal gift. A man of honor must keep his word. How could I possibly go back on it?" Xiao Yang's words were impeccable, yet he secretly mused. What a jest. If you refuse to accept this, how can I trigger the system's return? At that moment, Ning Hongye was somewhat taken aback. For Xiao Yang's demeanor was truly beyond her expectations. She was the goddess of death on the battlefield, her subordinates revered her enemies feared her, and the common folk dreaded her. Yet, in this world, no one had ever loved her. In matters of the heart, she was a blank slate, despite her lofty position. She felt profoundly isolated. The sudden appearance of Xiao Yang in her life, treating her with such regard, left her somewhat flustered. "Very well, since it is your heartfelt intention, I shall accept it." Ning Hongye extended her hand and accepted the spiritual pill. Ding. The host has been gifted a top-grade spiritual 9-turn great restoration pill, triggering a reward. 100-fold return, a top-grade imperial treasure, the Yin-Yang transformation pill. Consuming it can reverse Yin and Yang, alter one's constitution, and equate to a century of arduous cultivation. Shall it be extracted immediately? Another imperial-grade spiritual pill. What a tremendous fortune. Xiao Yang, as usual, chose to remain silent. It was not the opportune moment for extraction, and he resolved to delve deeper into the matter upon his return. "Miss Ning, you have sustained an injury. It would be wise to consume the elixir," Xiao Yang remarked. "How did you know I was injured?" Ning Hongye's gaze sharpened, instantly shifting to a state of vigilance, a palpable aura of menace brewing within her. She had suffered grave wounds beyond the realm. Her strength diminished to merely 30%. However, this was a closely guarded secret known only to her loyal guards. Xiao Yang, taken aback, realized he had misspoken. Surely he could not disclose that it was the system that had informed him? "Miss Ning, it was merely a conjecture." In a moment of desperation, Xiao Yang quickly concocted an excuse. "During your recent expedition beyond the realm, nearly everyone sustained injuries. Just yesterday, when you removed your mask, I noticed your pallid complexion, devoid of color, a clear indication of your wounds. I am genuinely concerned for your well-being, which is why I sought out my elder brother today to procure a healing elixir." Upon hearing this explanation, Ning Hongye reigned in her murderous intent. Feeling a stir of emotion within her, he had risked incurring Xiao Junlin's wrath for my sake. How cleverly he has navigated this situation. Upon observing the change in her expression, Xiao Yang felt an immediate sense of relief. Then I shall take my leave, he declared. Wait. Ning Hongye unexpectedly called out to him, then turned to Qingwan, saying, Qingwan, please step outside. I have some matters to discuss privately with Xiao Yang. As you command. Qingwan replied with a nod and promptly exited the room. In an instant, only the two remained, and the atmosphere grew somewhat delicate. Spiritual eyes, the Qilin golden armor. The 9-turn great rejuvenation pill, these are all treasures of unparalleled worth, and yet you have bestowed them upon me without hesitation. Xiao Yang. I wish to understand why you treat me so generously, Ning Hongye inquired. She had always been someone who clearly distinguished between gratitude and animosity. Even the smallest kindness merited a significant return. However, the extent of Xiao Yang's generosity left her pondering how she might repay such profound kindness. You are my fiancée. Soon to be united as one. Why then must we create divisions between ourselves? Xiao Yang stepped forward, reaching to remove the mask from her face. Ning Hongye felt a tension coursing through her body, yet after a moment's hesitation, she did not refuse him, allowing his action to unfold. Soon, her stunningly beautiful visage was once again revealed, yet it bore no expression, remaining as frosty as ever. Why do you always wear such a stern face? You are so beautiful. You should smile more. Xiao Yang remarked. Smile? Ning Hongye shook her head, as if she had long forgotten the last time she had smiled. From a young age, she had been raised in the military. Her father never regarded her as a girl, imposing rigorous demands upon her. On the battlefield, where death reigned, she had to exert tenfold the effort of her male counterparts just to survive. Her father had told her that she was born for the battlefield, a sword for slaying, a blade for conquering. As for matters of love, she had never given them a thought, nor had she taken the recent betrothal seriously. Yet, in this moment, she found herself harboring an unfamiliar sentiment towards Xiao Yang. Taking a deep breath, she gazed at him and said, Do you truly wish to marry me? Indeed. Xiao Yang nodded. But do not rush to agree. Allow me to share a secret. A flicker of pain crossed Ning Hongye's beautiful eyes as she continued. I did indeed kill my father, but it was an act of necessity. The emperor, in his relentless pursuit of immortality, commanded the Zhuge army to venture beyond the realm, not for conquest, but to seek the elixir of life on the Isle of Palai. Hundreds of thousands had already perished, their fates concealed from the world. And on that isle, demons thrived, and evil spirits wreaked havoc. My father, possessed by malevolent forces, lost his sanity and slaughtered his own guards. It was only out of sheer desperation that I resorted to secret methods to end his life. At this juncture, Ning Hongye's voice quivered with emotion. Xiao Yang was taken aback, astonished by the revelation. Unable to suppress his curiosity, he inquired, Why do you not speak the truth to clear your name? She elucidated, Firstly, it is for the sake of my father's honor. Secondly, the matter of seeking the elixir of immortality is known solely to the emperor, my father, and myself. No other soldiers are privy to this knowledge. Should this information leak? Upon hearing this, Xiao Yang immediately comprehended the gravity of the situation. The emperor, in his misguided folly, was willing to sacrifice the lives of countless innocent soldiers for his own selfish desires. However, if such information were to escape, it would undoubtedly be due to Ning Hongye's disclosures, leading to her inevitable silencing. At that moment, Ning Hongye continued, Xiao Yang, even if you harbor feelings for me, being with me will only bring you calamity. For once I recover and return to the southern realm, I shall raise an army in rebellion. That foolish dog of an emperor has caused my father's demise and the death of countless soldiers, plunging the people into despair and inciting the wrath of both heaven and man. Despite the perilous path ahead, fraught with danger and the specter of death, I, Ning Hongye, shall brandish my sword towards the heavens and stain the imperial city with blood. As she spoke, an extraordinary aura emanated from her, her long hair dancing without wind. This was the presence of a 7th-tier grandmaster. Subsequently, her gaze fixed upon Xiao Yang, anticipating that he would either cower in fear and distance himself from her or expose her to the northern king. To her surprise, Xiao Yang not only remained unafraid but burst into laughter. Miss Ning, if you intend to rebel, you should have said so sooner. Heaven is dead, and the yellow sky shall rise. I, Xiao Yang, though lacking in talent, am willing to lend you my support. You truly wish to assist me? Ning Hongye was momentarily taken aback. Why do you respond this way? Of course. Who says women are inferior to men? Who says a woman cannot ascend to the throne? Xiao Yang's words resonated powerfully, reverberating in the air. Ning Hongye, upon hearing them, trembled profoundly and then turned her gaze towards Xiao Yang. Suddenly, a smile graced her lips. It was but a fleeting smile, yet it blossomed like a myriad of flowers. A moment of beauty eclipsing the countless charms of the mortal realm. Subsequently, Ning Hongye spoke slowly, as if uttering a vow of immense significance. Xiao Yang, should I ascend to the throne as empress in the years to come, I shall bestow upon you the title of co-king. Together, Ning and Xiao shall share dominion over the world. Chapter 10. Consuming the elixir, innate dual cultivation of the sacred body. Her voice was resolute and resonant, hinting at a nascent imperial presence. Ding. Ning Hongye's favorability increased by 10, totaling 20. Xiao Yang heard the system's notification chime. To his astonishment, his recent actions had garnered him a remarkable affinity score of 10. The prospect of charming the female assassin, and perhaps even the future empress, seemed tantalizingly close at hand. Not to mention, even at present, alongside Ning Hongye, he could wreak havoc within the royal residence. However, at that moment, Ning Hongye spoke again. Xiao Yang, your combat prowess is presently too feeble. As merely a first-tier martial artist, if you aspire to achieve greatness, you must expedite your strength enhancement. She continued. This is the ancestral thunder blade technique of the Ning family, a spirit-grade skill of intermediate quality. Take it and contemplate its intricacies, should you encounter any confusion. Feel free to seek my guidance. With that, she produced a tome from her bosom and tossed it to Xiao Yang, which still emanated a subtle warmth and fragrance. The words of a woman can often be deceiving. Just a moment ago, she spoke of sharing dominion, and now she chastises me for my lack of strength? Nonetheless, Xiao Yang paid it no mind. With the system at his disposal, enhancing his abilities was merely a matter of time. I am grateful, he replied. Xiao Yang carefully tucked away the secrets of the Thunderblade technique and turned to take his leave. Meanwhile, Ning Hongye gazed at his retreating figure, her beautiful eyes shimmering with an unusual brilliance. Who says a woman cannot ascend to the throne? How intriguing. I never anticipated he would utter such words. Xiao Yang, could you be the person my master spoke of? Since her youth, she had harbored within her a reincarnated female immortal emperor. Although the immortal emperor remained in a deep slumber for most of the time, she had once prophesied that Ning would encounter her destined benefactor. When the golden wind meets the jade dew, one soars effortlessly to great heights. On another note, Xiao Yang soon returned to his residence. System. I wish to extract the Yin Yang creation pill. In an instant, a radiant glow enveloped him, and a pill the size of a longan appeared in his hand. Its fragrant aroma filled the room, and the surface was adorned with 9 intricate pill patterns, signifying its royal grade. The Yin Yang creation pill, a superior royal grade elixir, possesses the extraordinary ability to reverse the balance of yin and yang, alter one's constitution, and equate to a century of arduous cultivation. Xiao Yang was overwhelmed with excitement. The royal grade elixir was exceedingly rare within the entire Great Xia Dynasty, aside from a few preserved by the royal family. The last appearance of such a royal grade elixir occurred 80 years ago within the Alchemy Alliance, igniting fierce competition among several 8th grade martial generals, resulting in a bloody tumult. Should he present this elixir to the royal family, he would undoubtedly be granted the status of a 3rd grade official. Naturally, Xiao Yang would never engage in such folly. In a swift motion, he swallowed the Yin Yang transformation elixir, feeling an intense surge of its potent effects coursing through his internal organs and limbs. It was overwhelmingly powerful. Xiao Yang immediately focused his mind, immersing himself completely in the absorption of the medicinal effects. His cultivation soared progressively. He ascended through the 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th levels of body refinement. Then he achieved the 1st, 2nd, and even the 9th levels of meridian opening. Finally, he reached the 1st level of Qi. At this moment, I have become a 3rd-tier martial artist. Xiao Yang felt an overwhelming surge of excitement within him. In the realm of martial arts, there exist 9 distinct realms. The 1st grade of body refinement, the 2nd grade of meridian opening, the 3rd grade of Qi, the 4th grade of spirit refinement, the 5th grade of diamond, the 6th grade of mountain moving, the 7th grade of dharma manifestation, master, the 8th grade of martial general, and the 9th grade of martial saint. Each of these minor realms is further divided into 9 levels. The original owner possessed mediocre talent, and coupled with a lack of diligence in cultivation, he barely reached the 5th level of body refinement. However, now, with the aid of a royal grade elixir, Xiao Yang has ascended 2 major realms and several minor levels. As a third-grade warrior, he would command respect in the military, akin to a centurion. Capable of standing alone in battle, exhibiting extraordinary combat prowess, Xiao Yang exhaled a breath of turbid air, invigorating his spirit and revitalizing his essence. With a casual swing of his fist, the sound of air being rent asunder echoed forth. At the third tier of the Qi realm, his foundational strength had reached an astonishing 1,000 pounds. Moreover, his entire demeanor had undergone a remarkable transformation. Previously, he was merely a handsome youth. But now he exuded a profound aura, akin to a finely honed blade tempered over a decade. Though sheathed, once drawn, it would surely cleave through the heavens. Ding! The host has consumed a spiritual elixir, transforming their physique into the innate yin-yang sacred body, yang. Attraction to the opposite sex increased by 100, bringing forth a continuous wave of romantic fortune. The more beautiful the woman, the more likely she is to be drawn to the host. If they unite, their cultivation will soar exponentially. Upon reading this notification, Xiao Yang was momentarily taken aback. No, I merely consumed a single elixir. How did I become a male succubus? Consequently, would those enchanting women perceive him as a delicacy akin to a monster gazing upon Tang Xing's flesh? It would be more apt to rename it the innate dual cultivation sacred body. Regarding this unforeseen consequence, Xiao Yang shook his head in resignation. Since his strength had been enhanced, it was time to focus on cultivating his techniques. He retrieved the Thunderblade technique gifted by Ning Hongye and began to peruse it. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Suddenly, his left eye manifested a second pupil, automatically triggering the Enlightenment Divine ability, which began to simulate the technique for the host, rectifying its imperfections. The simulation was successful. The spiritual grade Superior Thunder Blade technique was elevated to the King Grade Superior Thunder Prison Annihilation Blade, a technique of royal caliber. Xiao Yang was taken aback once more. The techniques of cultivation can be categorized into various ranks: yellow, profound, earth, heaven, spiritual treasure, king, emperor, and saint levels. Although the sudden comprehension of divine abilities may not be as extraordinarily powerful as the system's hundredfold returns, it is undoubtedly formidable. This is because king-level techniques are exclusive to the royal family and the most prestigious families and sections in the royal manor of the north. Even a young master like Xiao Yang is unqualified to access them. Subsequently, he embarked on the cultivation of the Thunder Prison Annihilation Blade. An abundance of secrets pertaining to this blade technique surged into his mind. It is divided into 9 forms, and mastering it to its utmost pinnacle allows one to summon the thunder tribulation from the 9 heavens. However, due to his limited strength, Xiao Yang could only learn the first form, the Heavenly Thunder Flash. This technique is not only an offensive martial skill, but also a form of movement. It enables him to traverse 100 zhang in an instant and deliver a devastating strike with a single blade. With the enhancement of sudden comprehension, Xiao Yang swiftly mastered the Heavenly Thunder Flash and reached perfection in his training. He stepped out of his chamber and into the backyard, casually selecting an ordinary battle blade to test its might. Whoosh! In an instant, a phantom of his figure appeared mid-air, with flickering lightning illuminating the blade's tip. Boom! The next moment, a stone hill several people high, 100 zhang away, was utterly shattered, collapsing with a thunderous roar. Such terrifying power! Xiao Yang was profoundly shaken. Merely the first move exhibited such formidable power. He felt confident that when he next faced the Grand Prince Xiao Junlin, even if the latter did not suppress his cultivation level, he would possess the strength to contend. System. Could I bestow the Thunder Prison Annihilation Blade upon Ning Hongye and trigger the return effect once more? Xiao Yang pondered silently. Ding. All treasures granted to the host by the system are ineligible for triggering. Upon hearing this response, Xiao Yang understood that the system had likely eliminated any possibility of exploiting bugs, for otherwise, he could have farmed experience from Ning Hongye, directly cultivating her to the level of an immortal emperor. Due to consecutive breakthroughs in cultivation and the rigorous practice of his techniques, Xiao Yang experienced significant physical exhaustion, his stomach growling in protest. He sheathed his blade and returned to his residence, calling out, "Huang Li, I am famished. Please fetch me something to eat." "Yes, young master." Soon, the maid Huang Li entered the room, carrying an exquisite food platter. However, she kept her head lowered, trembling timidly. "Huang Li, what troubles you? Raise your head," Xiao Yang commanded. Hesitating for a few moments, Huang Li eventually complied. As she lifted her head, it revealed her delicate and charming visage, marred and swollen, marked with handprints. What happened? Who did this? Xiao Yang was instantly filled with rage. Huang Li was his maid, who had treated him with utmost care and attentiveness during these days. His nature was fiercely protective. Anyone who bullied Huang Li was essentially opposing him. Yes, I accidentally dropped it. Huang Li offered a clumsy excuse. If you do not speak, then I shall venture out to inquire. Is it possible that elder brother harbors resentment and has deliberately sent someone to trouble you? Xiao Yang rose, grasping his battle blade, poised to stride forth. Young master, wait. Huang Li urgently grasped his arm, managing to utter, "It is the fourth young master's concubine who is deliberately provoking trouble, claiming to have lost a golden hairpin and suspecting it was I who stole it, demanding to search my person. Naturally, I was unwilling, and she ordered her servants to resort to violence. Fortunately, at a critical moment, the guard Zhao Changkong stepped in. As for me, I emerged relatively unscathed, enduring only a few slaps, but Zhao's arm has been broken, and he is currently recuperating in the rear courtyard." Chapter 11. Who is more arrogant? How outrageous. Xiao Yang's expression darkened, fully aware that the beating of Huang Li and Zhao Changkong was not a mere coincidence, but rather a consequence of his own actions. The eldest prince, Xiao Junlin, had wagered with him yesterday and suffered public humiliation, bringing disgrace upon himself. He would undoubtedly harbor resentment and contemplate revenge. The fourth prince, a sycophant devoted to Xiao Junlin, had always been obsequious, which explained his directive for his concubine to torment Huang Li. It was time to head to the back courtyard and pay a visit to the guard, Zhao. Xiao Yang and Huang Li ventured into the backyard, entering a modest chamber where the servants resided. Cough, cough. Before them lay a young man, approximately 20 years of age, reclining upon the bed, unable to cease the flow of blood from his mouth. Not only had he suffered a severed arm, but he also bore considerable injuries. "Your Highness, what brings you here?" Zhao, the guard, was taken aback upon seeing Xiao Yang and attempted to rise to pay his respects. "No need for such formalities." Xiao Yang promptly restrained him. The guard, Zhao Changkong, was 20 years old and already a third-tier warrior, considered a master among commoners. Orphaned at a young age, he was taken in by the royal mansion and chosen as Xiao Yang's personal attendant. Previously, the original owner had paid little attention to Zhao Changkong, but now, endowed with the formidable eye of invincibility, Xiao Yang discerned his extraordinary qualities. Zhao Changkong's brow was sharp as a sword, tapering into his temples, indicative of a sword-bone visage. Though not comparable to Xiao Junlin's supreme bone structure, such features often heralded significant accomplishments in the military, leading to the establishment of great legacies. It was said that figures like Zhao Zilong and Qin Shibao possessed similar traits, characterized by their unyielding and indomitable spirits, capable of intimidating entire armies. Presently, with a dearth of talent under his command, Zhao Changkong emerged as a promising candidate for cultivation. "Pray tell, who injured you?" "Zhao Guard?" Xiao Yang inquired. "Reporting to your highness, it was the captain of the fourth prince's guards, Kato, who wounded me. He is a fourth-tier warrior, proficient in the golden finger technique, possessing immense strength. I was no match for him, and I have brought shame upon you." Zhao Changkong expressed his shame and self-reproach over his defeat. Xiao Yang recalled that the fourth prince was named Xiao Chuxing, and his mother hailed from a foreign land, a princess of the vassal state, Dongji Island. Thus, the fourth prince's concubine, Qian Hizi, along with a host of guards, were also from Dongji Island. Very well. Knowing the identity of the opponent simplifies matters. "Zhao Guard, wait here. I shall seek vengeance for you at once." Xiao Yang, brimming with impatience, was eager to embark on his journey. He was certainly not the type to be a humble ninja turtle, one who possesses exceptional strength yet chooses to endure humiliation in silence. Having just mastered the Thunder Prison Annihilation Blade, he was in search of a living target. "Your Highness, you must not," Zhao Changkong exclaimed in alarm. He had thought Xiao Yang was merely a first-grade warrior of modest power. If he recklessly sought vengeance, it would likely result in nothing but disgrace. Suddenly, a boisterous female voice rang out from outside. "That golden hairpin was gifted to me by the prince, worth 500 taels of silver. Today, I shall dig 3 feet into the ground and strip that little wretch of her garments to retrieve it." No sooner had the words left her mouth than, bang, the door was forcefully kicked open, and a throng of individuals surged inside. Leading them was Qian Hizi, the concubine of the fourth young master, adorned in dazzling attire and exuding an air of arrogance. Behind her stood a dozen guards, each wielding a sword, their demeanor fierce and formidable. What audacity! Xiao Yang never anticipated that the adversary would confront him directly. With a frigid tone, he declared, "This is the domain of this heir. When did it become the prerogative of a lowly made to act recklessly here?" "The ninth young master?" Xianhizi was equally taken aback to see Xiao Yang, astonished that he had appeared in the servants' quarters. She found Xiao Yang exceedingly handsome, far surpassing the fourth young master she served, which stirred a flicker of unusual sentiment within her. At that moment, a diminutive man emerged from the crowd, short in stature, with a pair of small mustaches adorning his lips, exuding a rather unsavory demeanor. It was indeed Kato, the one who had injured Zhao Changkong. I am a warrior from Dongji Island, bound only to the commands of the fourth young master. He has dispatched me to retrieve the stolen golden hairpin, and none shall impede my mission. Kato boasted with brazen arrogance, his demeanor unapologetically defiant, showing no regard for Xiao Yang whatsoever. What are you barking like a dog for? This is the estate of this heir, and your intrusion is a crime of the gravest nature. Xiao Yang cast a cold, disdainful glance, then drew a line upon the ground with his foot, proclaiming with an air of defiance, should anyone dare to cross this line, they shall face execution. Upon hearing these words, Kato and the entourage of guards burst into laughter, their faces adorned with mockery. To them, although Xiao Yang had fortuitously triumphed over the crown prince the previous day, it was merely due to the latter's restraint of his true power. They believed Xiao Yang had likely resorted to some underhanded tactics, perhaps acquiring a treasure from Ning Hongye. Xiao Yang, merely a first-tier martial artist, devoid of strength. How can he speak of dignity? Ninth Prince, today I shall determine your fate. What can you do about it? Kato charged forward, unleashing the prowess of a fourth-tier martial artist, a fierce gust of wind sweeping across the arena. He was acutely aware that should he injure Xiao Yang, upon his return, he would not only escape punishment but would also earn the commendation of the Grand Prince and the Fourth Prince. Your Highness, be cautious, Zhao Changkong urgently cautioned. But alas, he was gravely injured and unable to offer protection. Young master, Huang Li was so anxious that tears streamed down her face. A mere jester, utterly incapable of withstanding a blow. Xiao Yang, however, remained unfazed as he unsheathed his battle blade. How dare a mere barbarian guard act with such audacity? Such a brazen creature cannot be allowed to survive until the next chapter. I shall take his head as a testament to my might. With a resounding clang, he struck forth, a blinding radiance emanating from his blade. The first move of the Thunder Prison Annihilation Blade, Heavenly Thunder Flash. In the next instant, Kato suddenly stood still. A crimson line appeared at his neck, followed by a torrent of blood as his head fell, his lifeless body crashing to the ground. Kato's eyes remained wide open in death, as if he could not comprehend the fleeting moment that had just transpired. To think he could not withstand even a single strike. What a pitiful guard for the fourth master. At this moment, Xiao Yang's demeanor was serene, as effortless as swatting a fly. Good heavens! Did someone pinch me? Could this be an illusion? To slay a fourth-tier martial artist with a single blow. Could this truly be the ninth young master? The guards of the fourth master stood dumbfounded, their expressions frozen in disbelief. Not only them, but even Zhao Changkong and Huang Li were taken aback, astonished at the formidable prowess of their own master. Zhao Guard. Today I shall avenge you with Kato's head, declared Xiao Yang. Your Highness, Zhao Changkong felt a surge of emotion, tears welling in his eyes. A warrior is willing to die for a true friend. He felt that following the ninth young master was worth every moment of his life. This is bad. Today, I have encountered a formidable opponent. This ninth young master, appearing so dashing, unexpectedly resorts to murder at the slightest provocation. Xianhizi suddenly sensed impending doom and discreetly began to edge towards the exit, hoping to escape. Halt! Who permitted you to leave? Xiao Yang's figure flashed as he blocked her path, his battle knife still dripping with crimson blood. Ah! Xianhizi was instantly struck with terror, retreating repeatedly, no longer displaying her previous arrogance. Ninth young master, what do you intend to do? Xiao Yang cast a frosty gaze upon her and spoke. I merely seek an explanation for my maid. You have wrongfully accused Huang Li of stealing a gold hairpin and have struck her several times. If you wish to preserve your life, then kneel and deliver 100 slaps to your own face. Chapter 12. You do not merely recognize your mistake. You are acutely aware that your life is nearing its end. In Xiao Yang's voice, there echoed an indomitable resolve that was impossible to resist. However, Xianhizi was drenched in perspiration, her heart racing with trepidation. She never anticipated that the previously feeble ninth prince possessed such a formidable side. Ninth prince, I am the concubine of your fourth brother. How dare you treat me in this manner? She believed that invoking her powerful connection would prove effective. Silence! Xiao Yang abruptly interrupted, directing the tip of his blade towards the lifeless body of Kato on the ground. I am capable of killing a man. What is there that I would not dare to do? The chilling intent to kill emanated from his words. rivaling that of seasoned warriors who have fought on the battlefield for years. Thud. Xianhizi, frightened to the core, found her legs weakened beneath her, and kneeling to the ground, she shed her outer garment, revealing her fair, ample skin and curvaceous form. It was clear why she had caught the attention of the fourth prince as a concubine. Her beauty was extraordinary. Subsequently, she audaciously wrapped her arms around Xiao Yang's thigh. Speaking in a sweet, delicate tone, "Ninth prince, I acknowledge my fault. If I may, let me serve you, and please spare me your wrath." She intended to employ the wiles of a seductress, for Xiao Yang, with his striking demeanor, was undeniably more handsome than the fourth prince. Even surrendering herself seemed a worthwhile endeavor. Bah! Huangli, enraged, trembled with fury, exclaiming, "This woman from Dongji Island is utterly shameless, daring to covet my master's body." At that moment, Xiao Yang looked down at Xianhizi, who clung to his leg. "You do not merely recognize your error. You are aware that your end is nigh." With that, he raised his right hand and delivered a resounding slap. Smack! Xianhizi was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground, her left cheek swelling grotesquely, blood seeping from the corner of her mouth. "Since you refuse to strike yourself, I shall gladly take on the task. 100 slaps, none shall be missing." Xiao Yang approached her, poised to take action once more. No, please. Ninth prince, allow me to handle this myself. My life is worthless. Do not stain your hands with my blood." Xianhizi quickly pleaded, aware that if Xiao Yang proceeded, her life would likely be forfeit. With a sharp crack, she extended her hands, striking her own face in a frenzied manner. "Hit harder? Haven't you eaten enough? You all, keep count." Xiao Yang shouted at the group of the fourth prince's guards. Upon witnessing Kato's brutal demise, they were utterly terrified, not daring to utter a single sound. 100 slaps later, Chizuko had exhausted her own strength, her face swollen to the point of being unrecognizable, akin to that of a pig. Perhaps even her own mother would struggle to recognize her. "Begone! From now on, any barbarian from Dongji Island shall not set foot in my residence. Otherwise, I shall deal with each one as I see fit," Xiao Yang declared with authority. Upon hearing this, Chizuko and the guards felt as if they had been granted a reprieve, scurrying away in shame. "My lord, your display of might was truly impressive," Huangli exclaimed, her face flushed with excitement, her eyes sparkling with admiration. "It was merely a matter of dealing with a few scoundrels, nothing of great significance," Xiao Yang replied nonchalantly. "My lord, you seem different from before, but I find myself more fond of the current you." Huangli blushed, her demeanor embodying youthful flirtation. "Huangli, gather some medicinal herbs for guard Zhao. I must venture out," Xiao Yang instructed. "Where to?" "To the residence of the fourth prince." At the fourth prince's residence, Chizuko rushed in, directly seeking an audience with the fourth prince to lodge her grievance. Who was this hideous creature? The fourth prince, Xiao Chusheng, was taken aback upon seeing her. "Your Highness, it is I, Chizuko." "Nonsense. My concubine is a paragon of beauty. How could she possibly resemble you, a pig-headed fool?" The fourth prince shoved her aside. "I have been struck by Xiao Yang, which is why I look like this. Moreover, guard Kato has been slain by Xiao Yang. His head severed." Chizuko lamented. "What? You must be lying," the fourth prince exclaimed in astonishment. It was well known that Kato was a formidable fourth-tier warrior. While his ninth brother was merely at the first tier of body refinement, the disparity in strength was monumental. "Your Highness, Miss Chizuko speaks the truth. That Xiao Yang employed some despicable means to slay Lord Kato. He is exceedingly arrogant, showing utter disregard for you, claiming you are a barbarian from a foreign land. A filthy mongrel, threatening to strike you each time he sees you." The guards chimed in, embellishing the tale further. Infuriating. The fourth prince's visage contorted with rage. His mother hailed from Dongji Island, and thus her lineage was considered impure, a taboo subject. He never imagined his ninth brother would dare to speak so. Does he believe that with the support of a female assassin at his side, he can do as he pleases within the royal residence? "Mobilize all my personal guards. I shall teach him a lesson," the fourth prince commanded furiously. Suddenly, a booming voice echoed from outside, akin to thunder cracking. "Fourth brother, there is no need for such trouble. I have arrived." In the next moment, a figure burst into the residence, striding confidently, upright as a dragon. It was none other than Xiao Yang. Chizuko and the guards, taken aback, recoiled several steps, astonished that Xiao Yang had the audacity to confront them directly. This was truly an affront. At that moment, Xiao Yang's gaze swept across the room, ultimately landing on the fourth prince, Xiao Chusheng, who bore the features of his mother's Dongji Island heritage, short and stout. Despite his lavish attire, he appeared no more dignified than a monkey adorned in finery. Xiao Yang employed the power of his dual pupils to discreetly scrutinize his adversary's vulnerabilities. Vulnerability 1, licentiousness. Vulnerability 2, arrogance. Vulnerability 3, gluttony. Vulnerability 4, laziness. Vulnerability 5, greed. Vulnerability 100, kidney deficiency, lacking in vigor and stature. Xiao Yang was rendered speechless upon witnessing the scene. His fourth brother was, quite frankly, devoid of any redeeming qualities, possessing so many flaws that even a comprehensive system panel would struggle to accommodate them all. Nevertheless, one might consider him an unconventional hexagonal warrior, every facet a perfect zero. Xiao Yang found himself at a loss, uncertain which of his weaknesses to exploit against him. Ninth brother, was it you who murdered my guard, Cato, and left my concubine, Qianhezi, in such a pitiful state? Inquired the fourth prince. Indeed, it was I, Xiao Yang replied with an air of defiance. To slay the innocent with such audacity. You possess remarkable boldness. The fourth prince swiftly laid a charge against him. Let us consider our brotherhood. I shall grant you the opportunity to apologize and admit your fault. Immediately offer your apologies to my concubine, Qianhezi, surrender the Qilin golden armor bestowed upon you by our father, and return the 9 turns great pill given to you by my elder brother as restitution. Then, I shall show you mercy and refrain from pursuing this matter further. Ha ha. Xiao Yang, however, appeared to have heard the most absurd joke, his laughter resounding in all directions. Ninth brother, what are you laughing at? The fourth young master expressed his displeasure, feeling as if he had been belittled. Fourth brother, you are mistaken. I am not here to apologize or make amends, Xiao Yang declared with pride. Then what is your purpose? The fourth young master retorted. To hold you accountable for your crimes. Upon hearing these words, everyone present was left in a state of bewilderment. The fourth young master, Xiao Chusheng, bore an expression of utter confusion on his abstract, pancake-like face. Huh? What is this fellow saying? I cannot comprehend. Ninth brother, have you lost your mind? You are the one who committed murder. What crime do I bear? The fourth young master questioned. Failure to educate is the husband's fault. Qianhezi has framed and harmed me, and that indeed is a crime. If it were not for your instigation, she would not have dared to act so recklessly in my residence. Xiao Yang rebuked sternly. No, I did not instigate her. The fourth young master immediately denied the accusation. The root of today's conflict lay in the fact that the eldest young master, Xiao Julin, harbored resentment and sought an opportunity to deal with Xiao Yang. However, such matters were not meant for public discourse, and given his culpability, he had no means to openly address the situation. Oh? Xiao Yang raised an eyebrow, revealing a smile. Since it was not your doing, it must be that Qianhezi, in her capacity as a concubine, took matters into her own hands, distorting the truth. Today she can accuse Huang Li of stealing a golden hairpin, and tomorrow she could claim that your mother has been consorting with a rogue. How dare she insult my mother? In a fit of rage, the fourth young master unleashed a torrent of crude words from Dongji Island. Who are you calling a dog? Xiao Yang inquired with a chuckle. You dog. The fourth young master retorted without a moment's thought. Ha ha. Xiao Yang erupted into laughter, exclaiming, You are absolutely right. The one who insults me is nothing but a wretched cur. The fourth young master took several seconds to comprehend the insult, his face turning a deep shade of purple with rage. I shall not back down, he declared, swinging his fist toward Xiao Yang, a third-tier martial artist. He had consumed rare treasures since childhood, yet his indulgence in the pleasures of beauty had left him languishing in skill, ranking second to last among the 9 young masters, surpassed only by the previous host. Now he found himself at the very bottom. Xiao Yang, seeing him charge forward, did not flinch but instead lifted his foot and delivered a vicious kick to his face. Bang! The fourth young master, with his corpulent figure, flew back like a ball, crashing heavily to the ground. He let out a piercing scream, bursting into tears, sobbing uncontrollably. A distinct shoe print adorned his face, rendering the scene particularly comical. Your Highness, are you all right? Qianhezi and several guards hurried to assist him. No one has ever struck me in my entire life. Ninth brother. How dare you? This is not over. The fourth young master, after much effort, stood up, glaring intensely at Xiao Yang, his eyes filled with malice, gritting his teeth in fury. Unexpectedly, Xiao Yang appeared innocent, shrugging his shoulders. Fourth brother, what do you mean by that? Everyone witnessed it. You charged at me and collided with my shoe. I never demanded compensation for my shoe, so why do you blame me? Upon hearing this, the fourth young master turned pale with rage, nearly spewing blood. Previously, he had considered the ninth brother a taciturn person, rarely uttering a word. He never anticipated that today he would be so sharp-tongued. Ninth brother, do you truly believe I cannot handle you? I have 300 elite assassins in my household, and with a single command, they could seize you. The fourth young master waved his hand. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the next moment, numerous figures clad in black robes emerged from the estate, each an elite warrior, equipped with blades and crossbows, exuding an air of lethal intent. Meanwhile, atop a courtyard wall 100 meters away, two slender figures stood observing the unfolding scene. General, Xiao Yang is in serious trouble. Should we intervene? Qing Wan inquired. Wait a moment. Ning Hongye shook his head, his eyes shimmering with a peculiar brilliance beneath his azure mask. He should be unaware of our presence. Since he has acted thus, he must have a backup plan. What if he dies? Qing Wan asked again, for the atmosphere was charged, and blades were drawn. With a single command from the fourth young master, the 300 assassins would surge forward. In such terrain, even a fifth-grade warrior would find it challenging to escape. That is not a possibility. Ning Hongye gazed steadfastly at Xiao Yang in the distance, his resolve unwavering. The man I, Ning Hongye, have chosen as my husband must be a dragon among men. He would not meet such a premature demise. At this moment, Xiao Yang faced 300 assassins. Yet his composure remained unshaken. In this world, the greatest force is not the fist or the blade, but reason. Today, I shall discourse with my fourth brother. There is no need to seek the king. Even if I were to take this to the Confucian temple, my stance would hold firm. His words resonated with conviction and righteousness. Who has the time to reason with you? However, the fourth young master was insufferably arrogant. With my 300 assassins, each wielding a knife, I could flay you alive. You are but a solitary figure. Even if you speak until your lips are raw, you will find no ally. The fourth young master's arrogance stemmed from his own reasoning. The northern king had 9 sons, but had yet to confirm an heir. The competition among the 9 young masters was not solely based on innate talent, but also on the power of their maternal clans. For instance, the eldest young master, Xiao Junlin, had a mother who was the daughter of the Medicine King's Valley, providing countless elixirs. His mother was a princess of Dongji Island, bringing many warriors from that island. As for Xiao Yang's mother, her identity remained a mystery, and no one knew her origins. She had died in childbirth, and her family had not sent anyone to attend her. Thus, in the eyes of the other young masters, Xiao Yang was seen as an easy target, a soft persimmon to be squeezed at will. Even if he retaliated, he had no recourse to seek justice. Humph, who says I have no one at my side? Suddenly, Xiao Yang pulled an object from his waist, his voice booming like thunder. Open your eyes and behold what this is. Swish, swish, swish. Instantly, all eyes in the venue turned toward him. In his hand, Xiao Yang held a golden seal, intricately engraved with the image of a roaring tiger, lifelike and fierce. The tiger seal? The fourth young master was initially taken aback, but then seized upon it as leverage. Ninth brother, you have the audacity to steal the king's golden seal. Fool. Xiao Yang shook his head and reprimanded, look closely, this is not the royal tiger talisman, but a token bestowed upon me by Miss Ning. Holding this item is akin to having the commander himself present, capable of mobilizing the Zhuge army. If you dare to harm me today, the 300,000 Zhuge soldiers shall march northward, obliterating you first before laying waste to Dongji Island. The land shall be barren, devoid of even a blade of grass. By the end of his proclamation, each of Xiao Yang's words struck like a hammer against the chest of the fourth prince. The dynamics of the situation within the hall shifted dramatically. The fourth prince, terrified, retreated step by step, his legs trembling, barely able to stand. Though Xiao Yang was but one man, at this moment, he stood against 1,000 troops. In the distance, atop the courtyard wall, General Ning remarked, "This Xiao Yang is exceedingly cunning." Qing Wan could not help but comment, "He must have long devised this strategy, leveraging your token to assert his authority." It was no surprise. In one moment, Xiao Yang had been reasoning with them, and in the next, he brandished the tiger talisman, transforming into the quintessential wife. Save me. Qing Wan. You underestimate him. Ning Hongye shook her head and continued. Even when faced with swords and arrows, he remained unflinching, not a brow furrowing in the slightest. There is an ancient saying, to be red-faced with anger is called blood courage, to turn blue is called pulse courage, to turn pale is called bone courage. Yet, there is a rare kind, remaining unchanged in color despite anger. Qing Wan immediately inquired, General, what is that called? Ning Hongye turned her gaze over 100 meters away, observing Xiao Yang confronting 300 assassins. That is called divine courage. A person of divine courage surpasses all armies, unmatched under heaven. He should be revered as the supreme general. Chapter 14. Brash words deserve a beating. Upon hearing this, Qing Luan was profoundly shaken. She had not anticipated her general to hold such a high regard for Xiao Yang. Yet, wasn't he this ninth prince considered the least capable of the northern duke's residents? Could it be that he had been concealing his true abilities, playing the role of a fool? Ning Hongye discerned her confusion and spoke again, regardless of Xiao Yang's intentions. At least for now, he stands with us. Within the estate, a dying warrior could not suppress his inquiry. Your Highness, what shall we do now? Withdraw at once. Put away your weapons. Under no circumstances should you harm the ninth brother. The fourth prince immediately chastised his subordinates, his attitude undergoing a complete transformation. Now that Xiao Yang had revealed the tiger talisman, any mishap here would be indefensible to the Zhuge army. Ninth brother, I was foolish before, indulging my concubine. How about I confine Qian Heezy for 3 months? What do you think? Proposed the fourth prince. Insufficient. That punishment is far too lenient. Xiao Yang's eyes glinted with a cold light as he declared, this woman is beyond redemption. She must be expelled from the royal residence and exiled to Ninggu Tower. What? Upon hearing these words, the assembly erupted in uproar. Ninggu Tower was not merely a structure, but a desolate land where the Xia Dynasty banished its criminals. Populated by the most vile and ruthless of exiles. A woman of such beauty as Qian Heezy would likely suffer 100 indignities each day. A fate far worse than death itself. Ninth brother, is this not excessively cruel? The fourth young master's countenance darkened, for Qian Heezy was his beloved concubine, and he relished her company in his chambers. Cruel? She wronged my maid and harmed my guards. Where was the cruelty then? The fourth brother retorted. If you refuse to acquiesce, I shall seek out our father and Miss Ning to settle this matter. Xiao Yang once again invoked the title of fiancée. Alas, since the ninth brother insists, I shall acquiesce. Although the fourth young master felt a sense of resentment in his heart, he could only swallow his indignation. Your Highness, please. No. Qian Heezy's face turned ashen, and she emitted a piercing scream. It was you who sent me to deal with Huang Li and promised to strike the ninth young master hard. How can you now banish me? Facing death. She cast aside all restraint. Silence. The fourth young master, caught off guard, felt his face flush a deep shade of crimson. Wretched servant, how dare you slander me? I shall shatter your mouth. With that, he struck Qian Heezy across the face several times, commanding his loyal assassins, you lot, take her away and send her into exile. Yes, the assassins immediately sprang into action, dragging Qian Heezy away. Ninth brother, are you satisfied now? If there is nothing else, you may return. The fourth young master issued the decree for his guests to depart. Not so fast. I have one more matter to discuss. Xiao Yang's lips curled upwards, revealing a smile. The fourth young master, upon witnessing his grin, felt an inexplicable chill run down his spine, a sense of trepidation that even surpassed the dread of facing his elder brother. Xiao Junlin. Earlier, in the presence of their father, the fourth brother had promised to bestow upon him a treasure of spiritual grade. Now, it was time to fulfill that promise. Xiao Yang demanded his due. The fourth young master felt a surge of frustration within. As if he were on the verge of internal injury. Xiao Yang has slain the guard Cato, banished his concubine Qian Heezy, and yet now he comes seeking treasures. A demand he cannot simply refuse. Bring forth the Zhao Yushizi, commanded the fourth young master with a wave of his hand. In no time, his subordinate led forth a magnificent steed. Its coat was pure as snow, devoid of any blemish. Its limbs were long and graceful, each step light and elegant. This horse was a royal tribute, capable of traversing 1,000 miles in a day, worth a fortune. Furthermore, it was a mare, gentle in disposition. Ninth brother. Consider yourself fortunate, lamented the fourth young master with a tinge of regret. Such a rare and exquisite horse was indeed a rarity in the Great Xia. Its worth capable of securing a courtyard in the imperial capital. Then I shall graciously accept. Xiao Yang, with an air of unreserved confidence, felt a flicker of anticipation within. Should he present this steed to Ning Hongye, what rewards might the system return to him? Subsequently, Xiao Yang led the Zhao Yusher away from the estate with a swagger. Meanwhile, the fourth young master gazed at his retreating figure, his eyes filled with resentment and shrouded in darkness. He immediately set out to contact his elder brother, intent on devising a plan to thoroughly deal with this insufferable brat. Moments later, Xiao Yang arrived at the villa where Ning Hongye resided and knocked on the door. Enter. A crisp and cool voice echoed from within. Xiao Yang pushed open the door and beheld Ning Hongye, still masked, seated at the table, perusing a military treatise. The room was imbued with a subtle fragrance, not emanating from an incense burner, but rather from Ning Hongye herself. Miss Ning, I have a gift that I wish to present to you, Xiao Yang declared. Is it the Xiao Jade Lion? Ning Hongye retorted. How did you know? Xiao Yang was somewhat taken aback, astonished by her remarkable information network. Little did he know, she had just been present at the scene. No need. Ning Hongye shook her head. I already possess a steed of the swiftest kind, with whom I have fought side by side since childhood. Our synergy is unparalleled. There is no need for other fine horses. You may keep them for yourself. Xiao Yang was suddenly filled with anxiety. If you do not accept the treasure, how can the system trigger the return? Yet, as she rightly pointed out, a horse is not like a weapon. There exists a certain rapport. She had long since established a bond with her beloved steed, making it impossible to easily replace. Just as Xiao Yang was in a quandary, thundering footsteps approached. Suddenly, Qing Wan rushed in, her expression fraught with urgency. General, something terrible has happened. Your wind chaser horse has been slaughtered. What? Who did this? Ning Hongye's eyes narrowed, emanating a chilling aura of wrath. However, Xiao Yang felt a sense of confusion. The northern prince's residence was heavily guarded, as impenetrable as a fortress. Who had the audacity to invade, merely to slay a horse? It is said that several hundred captains from the Zhuge army are responsible. Qing Wan replied. Take me there at once. Ning Hongye commanded, and Xiao Yang followed suit. This time, the Zhuge army had dispatched 3,000 men. Naturally, not all of them could be accommodated within the prince's residence. Instead, they temporarily resided in the military camp in the eastern city, under Qing Wan's guidance. Ning Hongye and Xiao Yang entered a tent. Come, brothers, drink up. This horse meat is truly robust. Indeed, after all, it is that woman's wind chaser. The flavor is simply unparalleled. Several hundred captains reveled in their feast, the atmosphere vibrant and lively. Impudent! Qing Wan exclaimed in righteous anger. What audacity you possess. Not only to slay General Ning's wind chaser, but to feast upon it as well. At this moment, the 100 captains noticed Ning Hongye's arrival. Yet they showed no fear. Instead, they continued their merriment. Qing Wan, what punishment do you think should befall those who disrespect authority and neglect their duties? Ning Hongye coldly inquired. 100 strokes of the rod, demotion of 3 ranks, and reduction to a mere soldier. Qing Wan responded. Then why do you linger? Carry out the punishment immediately. Ning Hongye issued her orders. As the saying goes, mercy does not govern soldiers. Her current status was not solely founded on compassion. Such blatant provocation could not be overlooked. Unexpectedly, the 100 captains rose defiantly, their expressions brimming with defiance. Ning Hongye, even if I am stripped of this battle attire today, I will not submit to you. Indeed, I refuse to yield. You have committed a grave error, and yet you dare to argue? Ning Hongye's gaze sharpened, her inner fury boiling over. Of course, this wind chaser was a gift from General Ning, yet you have committed the heinous act of patricide. You are utterly unworthy to ride this horse. The old general treated us like sons. We owe him a debt of gratitude. Even if we were to petition the capital, we would seek justice for him and would not spare you, the parricidal executioner. You have wronged the old general, and you are unfit to lead the Zhuge army, let alone bear the surname Ning. In an instant, the crowd was incensed. Ning Hongye, upon hearing their accusations, chose silence, offering no explanation. Yet beneath her armor, she seemed to waver. Despite the myriad grievances and sorrows within her heart, words failed her in this moment. Just then, a mouth that deserves a slap. Xiao Yang, who had been standing in the corner, roared with fury, delivering a resounding slap to the leading captain. Chapter 15. Not even the King of Heaven can bully Xiao Yang's woman. Smack. The captain, caught completely off guard, was sent flying several meters. Blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, a few teeth knocked out. The entire gathering erupted in shock. The remaining captains grew wary, not anticipating Xiao Yang's sudden aggression. How despicable! You little brat. You are too cowardly to attack openly. I was careless just now. The captain who had been struck protested. And now, are you prepared? Xiao Yang stepped forward, raising his right hand once more. What? Do you still wish to? Before the man could finish his sentence, Xiao Yang struck him across the face, causing his head to tilt and rendering him unconscious. Humph! What elite forces of the Vermilion Bird Army! It seems they are nothing extraordinary, Xiao Yang remarked sharply. These words, however, incensed the remaining individuals present. You insolent brat, what are you pretending for? He is the weakest among us. One shouted. I could bring you down with just one hand. Moreover, this is the camp of the Vermilion Bird Army. How dare a mere outsider cause a ruckus here? If you value your life, leave at once. The centurions drew their sabers, pointing their blades menacingly. They were the troublemakers of the army, and regardless of Xiao Yang's status, their anger would not be tempered by rank. A bunch of fools. Xiao Yang's voice rang out with fury as he continued. Do not speak of this camp. This very city belongs to the Xiao family. Moreover, the one you just insulted is not only the female general of the Zhuge army, but also my fiancée. Not even the heavenly king himself has the right to bully the woman of Xiao Yang. Each word resonated powerfully throughout the venue. In that moment, the centurions were left speechless, astonished by Xiao Yang's fierce spirit and his unwavering protection of his beloved, a stark contrast to the rumored useless ninth son. Ding! Ning Hongya's favorability increased by 5, totaling 25. At that moment, a notification sound echoed in Xiao Yang's ears. Once again, he had placed his bet wisely. Xiao Yang felt an inward delight. As for someone as proud as Ning Hongya, no matter how precious the gift, it was unlikely to win her heart. The last time he garnered her favor was by promising to assist her in raising an army for rebellion. Now, with his grandiose declarations, he had once again earned 5 points of affection. However, the group of centurions remained unconvinced, grumbling amongst themselves. Ninth young master, even so, you have injured our brethren. How shall we settle this score? If we do not receive an explanation today, you shall not leave the camp. Xiao Yang cast a cold gaze upon them and proclaimed with pride, You speak so much merely to challenge me, do you not? Then come forth. Allow me to engage with you. A muscular giant stepped forward. Gotsi, you just indulged in revelry yesterday and have exhausted yourself. Do refrain from embarrassing yourself further. Let me take this one. Another interjected. Pansy, you may be competent in leading troops, but in combat, you are but a novice. In an instant, they began to bicker amongst themselves over who would be the one to fight. Enough of this quarrel. Xiao Yang furrowed his brow, casting a sweeping glance over the assembly, and declared, I am pressed for time. You may all come at me together. What? Upon hearing these words, the centurions were infuriated. To attain the rank of centurion in the Vermilion Bird army, one must be a third-tier warrior, seasoned in the crucible of battle. Their combat prowess far surpassing that of ordinary martial artists. At this moment, Xiao Yang's challenge to face them all was an egregious affront. A blatant disregard for their capabilities. You reckless fool! How dare you underestimate us? Let us unite and defend the honor of the Vermilion Bird army. Enraged, the centurions unsheathed their blades, converging upon Xiao Yang from all directions. Not far away, Ning Hongya furrowed her brow, poised to intervene. Yet, Xiao Yang moved preemptively, plunging into the fray while activating the power of his invincible heavy eyes. In an instant, the speed of his opponents appeared painfully slow to him, akin to the crawl of a tortoise, revealing vulnerabilities and weaknesses at every turn. Bang, bang, bang. With each strike of Xiao Yang, an adversary is struck at a vital point. Moments later, his opponents lie on the ground, wailing in agony, utterly devoid of the strength to continue the fight. Is this the power of the double pupil? It is truly extraordinary. Xiao Yang was secretly astonished. This was his first time utilizing the power of the heavy eyes in actual combat. Within the same realm, he was truly invincible. No wonder such a talent was possessed only by great emperors. Beside him, Ning Hongya's beautiful eyes sparkled with brilliance. Should she choose to intervene, subduing these few centurions would be a trivial matter. Yet, Xiao Yang, merely a third-tier martial artist, achieved victory with such ease. It seemed that this fiancé of hers concealed far more than she had anticipated. Suddenly, a sound of applause echoed from behind the crowd. A middle-aged man clad in armor, exuding an aura of authority without displaying anger, stepped forward, his gaze fixed intently on Xiao Yang. So you're Xiao Yang? Indeed extraordinary. However, this is the Zhuge army. A mere junior like you cannot run rampant here. Boom. In the next moment, a powerful aura erupted from within him, his skin radiating brilliance, resembling a golden Buddha. 5th tier Vajra realm. Xiao Yang furrowed his brow. Such strength, within the realm of the Great Xia, could indeed be considered formidable. His physical form, tempered through countless trials, rendered his bones akin to fine iron, impervious to blades and spears. He was a veritable diamond. His elder brother, Xiao Junlin, possessed a natural supreme bone. And despite over 20 years of arduous training, he had only attained the 5th rank. The middle-aged man before him, however, seemed to possess significant stature. Captain Hua. The fallen centurions, sprawled upon the ground, appeared as if they had encountered a savior. Uncle Hua, what brings you here? Ning Hongya employed a term of respect. This individual, named Hua Gang, was the captain of the Zhuge army. Although not the mightiest in terms of cultivation, he had once been a personal guard to the renowned General Ning Xiong in his youth, known for his unwavering loyalty and high esteem. Even Ning Hongye held him in considerable regard. General Ning, I am merely an old soldier, unworthy of the title uncle from you. However, despite Xiao Yang's noble status as the 9th young master of the Northern Town King and your fiancé, the nation has its laws, and the military has its regulations. He has injured my men, and today, a resolution must be reached. If the old general were still alive, he would likely concur with me. Hua Gang's words were impeccably articulated, leaving Ning Hongye without a counterargument. Captain Hua, you seek to defend your subordinates, but I must avenge my fiancée. Pray tell, how shall we resolve today's affair? Xiao Yang inquired. Let us adhere to the military's protocols. If our grievances cannot be reconciled, let us ascend the life and death platform. Do you dare? Hua Gang asked sternly. At this proclamation, the crowd erupted in astonishment. The life and death platform. It determined both rank and fate. Once one stepped onto the platform, monumental grievances must culminate in a battle to the death. Captain Hua, you are a 5th-rank warrior. Such actions are excessively harsh. Qing Wan protested. Yet Hua Gang retorted. I am not coercing Xiao Yang to accept. If he fears, he may retreat, but from this day forth, he must never set foot within the Zhuge army camp again and must surrender the tiger tally. The Zhuge army has always revered the strong and would not heed the commands of the feeble. This was Hua Gang's true intention. He did not aim to slay Xiao Yang on the platform, but to compel him to relinquish the tiger tally. After all, in his view, it was sheer folly for Ning Hongye to entrust such a precious token to Xiao Yang. Is it merely a matter of ascending the life and death platform? But in the next moment, Xiao Yang, far from feeling daunted, ignited with fervent combat spirit. Very well, this young master accepts the challenge. Chapter 16. Could he truly be a genius? Upon Xiao Yang's acceptance to fight, astonishment spread across the faces of all present. What a jest! Even if his cultivation was remarkable and he had triumphed over those centurions, to overcome the 5th-rank Hua Gang was still a far-fetched dream. Xiao Yang, do not overestimate yourself. Quickly surrender the tiger tally and return, Qing Wan hastily urged. Though Ning Hongye remained silent, she harbored similar sentiments. Should he ascend the life and death platform, the prospect of surviving, while not entirely impossible, was indeed exceedingly slim. Since ancient times, there has never been a singular champion in literature, nor a definitive second in martial prowess. Only through combat can the strong and weak be disowned. Xiao Yang exuded an air of unshakable confidence, emanating a demeanor that seemed to regard the world with disdain, as if no one merited his consideration. In truth, his acceptance of this deathmatch was not a mere impulse, but rather the result of careful deliberation. Previously, his victories over Kato and the captain had unfolded effortlessly, as he had been in a position of advantage against opponents far too weak, winning with remarkable ease. However, this time, Hua Gang could be deemed a formidable adversary. Xiao Yang intended to regard Hua Gang as a whetstone, sharpening his own prowess. 9th Prince, do you truly mean this? Hua Gang inquired once more. Indeed, let us engage in battle. Xiao Yang beckoned to him with a gesture of his hand. What a fearless spirit, akin to a newborn calf unafraid of a tiger. If that is the case, then let us ascend to the stage of life and death together. Hua Gang strode purposefully out of the tent, traversing several hundred meters until he arrived at an ancient arena. Vast in expanse, its surface was marred by the scars of blades and axes, stained with mottled traces of blood. For countless years, innumerable warriors had shed their lifeblood upon this ground. Look, Commander Ho is about to engage in a battle to the death. Who possesses the audacity to challenge Commander Ho? It is said to be General Ning's fiancé, the young lord from the Northern Town Prince's residence. A young master who has never set foot on the battlefield dares to confront Commander Ho in a fight to the death. Is that not akin to an ant attempting to shake a tree, a gross miscalculation of one's own strength? Many soldiers from the Zhuge army gathered around to witness the spectacle, their discussions rife with speculation. However, public sentiment was overwhelmingly in favor of Hua Gang. Young Master 9. At that moment, Hua Gang stood upon the stage of life and death, gazing intently at Xiao Yang. I am a 5th-rank warrior. Having mastered the Thunder Blade technique to its fullest extent, I shall not take advantage of you. I will allow you 3 moves. No need for that. Xiao Yang, however, shook his head and said earnestly, Commander Hua, I believe it would be prudent for you to make the first move. Otherwise, I fear that should I strike, you might be swiftly defeated. He was not exaggerating. Previously, Ning Hongye had bestowed upon him the Thunder Blade technique, which, under the influence of the dual pupils, had transformed into the royal-level skill, the Thunder Prison Annihilation Blade, from which he had mastered the first form, Heavenly Thunder Flash. Yet, The power of heavenly thunder flash was immense, verging on a lethal technique. Nevertheless, to the ears of others, his words sounded like mockery. This insolent youth. Commander Hua was instantly consumed by rage, his eyes bloodshot, and an astonishing aura erupted from within him. I have been in the military since I was 16, battling alongside General Ning across various fronts, my blade stained with blood, having slain countless foes. And you, a mere child, dare to look down upon me. As soon as the words left his mouth, he unsheathed his battle blade with a swift motion, striking forth like a cold bolt of lightning, hurtling towards Xiao Yang. How swift! Xiao Yang was secretly astonished. This Hua Gang truly lived up to his reputation as a fifth-tier martial artist, far surpassing those centurions, almost leaving fleeting shadows in the air. However, having perfected the Thunder Prison Annihilation Blade to its utmost realm, he was intimately familiar with Hua Gang's techniques, able to discern every change and vulnerability. With a leap, Xiao Yang merely shifted his stance slightly, effortlessly evading the onslaught. Consider yourself fortunate. Try to strike me again. As Hua Gang's first attack missed, he launched another, each strike swifter than the last. On the death arena, the air was filled with a myriad of blade shadows. Hua, the commander, was indeed formidable. This kind of offensive could easily dismember that young man, subjecting him to countless tortures. The elite members of the Zhuge army watching were all aglow with excitement. However, to everyone's astonishment, in the face of the overwhelming barrage of blade shadows, Xiao Yang employed the same tactic once more, nimbly evading as if he were a slippery eel. Not only did he remain unscathed, but even the hem of his garment showed no signs of damage. In stark contrast, Hua Gang, after a series of relentless attacks, found himself panting for breath, as if he were the one at a disadvantage. You young brat, why do you only know how to dodge? Are you afraid to confront me head-on? Hua Gang felt a deep sense of frustration, as though his techniques had been completely deciphered by his opponent, leaving him unable to exert his full strength. After years in the field, this was his first encounter with such an unusual adversary. Commander Hua, your strikes lack power, your footwork is sluggish, and none of your techniques are commendable. I am truly disappointed. Do you have any hidden moves? Feel free to unleash them, Xiao Yang declared. He had fully mastered the king-level Thunder Prison Annihilation Blade, an upgraded and refined version of the Thunder Blade technique, now verging on perfection. Observing Hua Gang's swordplay was akin to a university professor watching an elementary student tackle an Olympiad problem full of flaws. Hua Gang was infuriated, feeling as though his dignity as a martial artist had been trampled. You insolent brat, since you seek death, allow me to demonstrate my true prowess. In the next instant, he gripped his combat knife, and his entire demeanor underwent a dramatic transformation, as if he had merged with the very essence of the world around him. Thunderblade momentum, he bellowed, summoning a force that could shatter the very earth, surging toward Xiao Yang. Heavens, it's the blade momentum. The commander had grasped such profound principles. It seemed he was not far from breaking through to the sixth-tier realm. Even if that young man had 10 lives, it wouldn't be enough. The elite members of the Zhuge army were all aflame with anticipation, convinced that Xiao Yang was doomed. Yet, rather than being intimidated, Xiao Yang's combat spirit soared. Commander Hua, allow me to teach you what true Thunderblade technique entails. In the next moment, he unsheathed his combat knife and executed the heavenly thunder flash. Whoosh! Lightning flickered, cleaving through the heavens. Before this strike, Hua Gang's blade momentum shattered instantaneously, collapsing at the slightest touch. It was a crushing superiority in ranks. How could he be this strong? It's over. My life is forfeit. Hua Gang instantly sensed the immense gap between them, feeling as though decades of his life had been in vain, and he lost all will to resist, closing his eyes in resignation. In the following moment, the cold blade rested against Hua Gang's neck. Yet, at the last moment, Xiao Yang withdrew his strength, merely grazing the skin of his neck without taking his life. Heavens! Commander Hua has actually been defeated? Someone pinch me. This cannot be a mere illusion. The elite members of the Zhuge army were all in disbelief. Why did you spare me? Hua Gang's face turned ashen, his lips quivering as he gazed at Xiao Yang. According to the rules of the death arena, there was no reason for him to leave alive. Unexpectedly, Xiao Yang spoke. Loyal bones lie buried beneath the verdant hills. There is no need to be wrapped in horsehide for burial. Commander Hua, you are a warrior. Even in death, you should not perish here. The battlefield is your ultimate resting place. Upon hearing these words, Hua Gang trembled. Loyal bones lie buried beneath the verdant hills. There is no need to be wrapped in horsehide for burial. He had never before encountered such a beautiful verse and was astonished to hear it from the lips of a prince of the royal house. Thud. Suddenly, Gang knelt on one knee, respectfully stating, "Ninth young master, I was disrespectful earlier, offending both you and the young lady. Since you have spared my life, I am willing to atone and die on the battlefield from now on. Commander Hua, there is no need for such formalities. Please rise." Xiao Yang helped him up, and they descended from the platform of life and death together. "Commander!" The several centurions who had previously caused a disturbance gathered around, their expressions complex and momentarily at a loss for words. "You lot, do you not owe General Ning an apology?" Gang spoke in a low voice. After a period of hesitation, they ultimately approached Ning Hongye. "General Ning, we are sorry. We were wrong to kill your horse. Please, feel free to punish us." 100 strikes and demoted to foot soldiers. Ning Hongye stated coldly, "Yes, we are willing to accept our punishment." The centurions nodded in unison and were taken away by the guards. Subsequently, Ning Hongye turned her gaze towards Xiao Yang, her beautiful eyes shimmering with brilliance. She had imparted the Thunderblade technique to Xiao Yang, and it had not been long before he achieved great mastery. It seemed he had even improved the final move. Could he truly be a genius? Chapter 17. The Evaluation of the Female Immortal Emperor. 100-fold return, the cloud treading black dragon steed. Impossible. Ning Hongye shook her head again, casting that thought from her mind. The Thunderblade technique was a family heirloom of the Ning clan, refined by countless masters, and was regarded as a superior spiritual grade technique, quite rare in the Great Xia. Yet Xiao Yang was merely a third-grade warrior. How could he have the qualifications to refine it? But how then did he manage to defeat Commander Hua? Ninth young master, why did you show mercy just now and spare Commander Hua's life? Qing Wan, who was beside them, could not help but inquire. As Ning Hongye's personal guard, she was particularly furious upon witnessing Ning Hongye's humiliation and wished to slay those troublemakers. Xiao Yang elucidated, although the actions of those centurions and Commander Hua were excessive, they are not irredeemably wicked. Rather, they have been deceived by that treacherous emperor. Their unrest stems from their unwavering loyalty to General Ning. In the future, should they uncover the truth, they will only pledge their allegiance to us even more fervently. Upon hearing this, Qing Wan suddenly understood. Yet inwardly she marveled at the intelligence of this ninth son. At that moment, Ning Hongye could no longer contain her curiosity and inquired, "Have you previously studied the Thunderblade technique, and did you not just demonstrate a modified version of it?" She considered the possibility that the Northern King's residents had long possessed the secrets of the Thunderblade technique, perhaps even having its formidable warriors refine it for the young lord's tutelage. Only in this way could everything be elucidated. "Indeed, my swordsmanship is indeed superior. Would you like to learn?" Xiao Yang did not elaborate on the origins of his swordsmanship, but instead posed a question, "Are you willing to learn from me?" Ning Hongye was taken aback. She certainly wished to learn, yet realizing that it was a refinement from the royal palace, she feared it would not be shared with outsiders. "Call me husband, and I shall teach you," Xiao Yang replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, Ning Hongye remained silent and coldly turned away. This woman truly possessed a proud and haughty demeanor. Xiao Yang shook his head in resignation. His earlier words had merely been a test, and if she refused to comply, so be it. Unbeknownst to him, Ning Hongye turned away, fearful that he might glimpse the blush upon her cheeks and the embarrassment reflected in her eyes. "Even if you refuse to call me husband, you must accept the Xiaoya Yushur, for you currently lack a steed," Xiao Yang remarked. "All right," Ning Hongye replied with a nod. Ding. The host bestows the Xiaoya Yushur, triggering a reward. 100-fold return, a royal grade superior spirit beast, the Tynhlngjj. Also known as the Celestial River Patrol, possessing the ancient bloodline of a fire dragon, traversing the skies as if walking on solid ground. Capable of unleashing blazing flames that scorch the heavens, traveling 3,000 miles a day. Shall it be extracted immediately? The royal grade spirit beast has struck gold. Xiao Yang felt an overwhelming surge of excitement within him. Previously, he had acquired the royal grade divine weapon, the Xianin Wanzlong armor, which was primarily a defensive treasure. However, a spiritual beast possesses consciousness. If he could tame it, it would assist him in battle, its combat prowess likely rivaling that of a 7th-tier master warrior. Miss Ning, now that the troubles here have been resolved, I shall take my leave. Xiao Yang was eager to return and retrieve the spirit beast, turning away without hesitation. At that moment, a celestial and ethereal feminine voice suddenly resonated within Ning Hongye's consciousness. "Disciple, this young man is extraordinary." Ning Hongye was taken aback. "Master, you have awakened?" 3 years prior, she had inadvertently stumbled into a battlefield of gods and demons, where she encountered the lingering soul of an ancient female celestial emperor, who took residence within her body, thus becoming her mentor. However, a month ago, her father, Ning Xiong, succumbed to darkness and unleashed a massacre. In that critical moment, it was the female celestial emperor who intervened and subdued Ning Xiong, but in doing so, she fell into a deep slumber. No matter how fervently she called out, there was no response, and today she was unexpectedly awakened. Disciple, your fiancé possesses an enigmatic aura, transcending the 3 realms and eluding the 5 elements. Even I cannot perceive it. Yet, that strike he unleashed moments ago was rather intriguing, remarked the celestial emperor. What do you mean by that? Ning Hongye inquired. Her curiosity piqued. He is like a dragon, and his blade is akin to a prison. The celestial emperor offered her assessment, adding, I will need to slumber for an extended period. I had my concerns, but since you have found such a husband, I am at ease. Master, you. Upon hearing the term husband, a ripple stirred within Ning Hongye's heart. Meanwhile, on the other side, Xiao Yang returned to his residence, ensuring that there was no one around. System, I wish to summon the cloud-treading black dragon steed. With a flash of light, a magnificent black horse emerged before him. Its robust body and long limbs, cloaked in a glossy ebony coat, towered even above the night illuminating jade lion. Truly a striking steed. Xiao Yang couldn't help but marvel. And the next moment he caught sight of the head of this black steed, which elicited a barely suppressed chuckle. For this magnificent black horse bore an uncanny resemblance to the renowned artifact known as Galloping Horse treading on a flying swallow from his previous life. Its expression contorted and mouth agape. It appeared exceedingly comical, reminiscent of a humorous jester. What a splendid horse, yet regrettably adorned with such a peculiar head. Xiao Yang could not help but exclaim, then grasped the horse's back, attempting to mount and take it for a ride. However, to his surprise, the majestic black dragon steed, known for its cloud-treading grace, was utterly uncooperative. With a mere shake, it dislodged Xiao Yang, even letting out a defiant snort. With an air of haughty arrogance, it cast a glance at Xiao Yang, as if to say, You think you can ride this esteemed creature? How remarkable! This horse certainly possesses a temper. Xiao Yang, undeterred, continued his attempts to tame the creature, repeatedly mounting only to fail each time. Hey, be obedient. Hey go, grant me this favor. Hey ye, I beseech you. Allow me just a brief ride. By the end of the day, Xiao Yang was drenched in sweat, having exhausted every method, procuring the finest feed and employing various forms of coercion and persuasion, yet he remained unsuccessful in his endeavor to mount the steed. The spirit beast possessed consciousness, yielding only to the formidable. Xiao Yang is currently merely a third-tier warrior, while this cloud-treading black dragon steed is a royal-level spiritual beast, and a fully grown one at that. Although the system has bestowed it upon Xiao Yang, the steed is reluctant to easily acknowledge a master or submit. Ultimately, Xiao Yang had no choice but to concede and summoned his maid, Huang Li. Young master, what a magnificent horse! Huang Li couldn't help but exclaim. The previously languid cloud-treading black dragon steed seemed to perk up upon noticing Huang Li's presence. This is my newly acquired horse. Please take it to the stable and ensure it is well cared for, Xiao Yang instructed. Yes, young master. Huang Li nodded in response. In the deep of night, at the grand first son's residence, brother, old ninth is being exceedingly unreasonable. The fourth son stormed in, fuming as he reported to the grand first son, Xiao Junlin. Old ninth has slain my guard, exiled my concubine, and even flaunted the golden seal of the Zhike army in my face. Who does he think he is? Just a sycophant, offering up his own eyes to curry favor with that female fiend, Ning Hongye, in exchange for these benefits. I cannot bear this insult. He must be dealt with severely, and he shall pay a bloody price for his transgressions. Chapter 18. Heart-piercing blood curse. Do you have any last words to convey? Look at you, so impatient. Xiao Junlin lifted a cup of steaming tea, savoring a sip with an air of calm composure, a knowing smile gracing his lips. Brother, they are slapping my face. How can I remain unperturbed? The fourth young master stamped his feet in a frenzy. Despite his numerous flaws, being lecherous and indolent, he was nonetheless the heir to the prince of Northern Town, and had never before endured such humiliation. And that fellow Xiao Yang merely relied on the backing of the fearsome Ning Hongye. He was filled with indignation. Lu Xiao, summon the ghost hand. Xiao Junlin turned to the strategist Lu Xiao, giving a brief command. Moments later, a figure clad in black robes, exuding an ominous aura, entered and performed a respectful bow. Greeting. I pay my respects to the two princes. Wasn't this the individual who had previously assisted the ninth prince with his eye transplant? The fourth prince inquired, perplexed. Elder brother, why have you summoned him? He was aware that Xiao Junlin had gathered 3,000 retainers, each possessing unique talents. Among them were the sorcerers from Miaojiang, capable of casting curses from a distance, striking down their victims unseen, and the puppeteers from the 100 Refining sect, who could craft puppets indistinguishable from living beings. The most formidable of these puppets could even possess the strength of a master. Guishou, how did you fare with the task I entrusted to you? Xiao Junlin suddenly asked. Reporting to your highness, it was exceedingly successful. Guishou replied, a sycophantic smile adorning his face. He continued, while extracting that Xiao Yang's spiritual eye. I seized the opportunity to cast the heart-piercing blood curse upon him. Now he is like a lamb awaiting slaughter, entirely at my mercy. Upon hearing this, the fourth prince's eyes lit up with a glimmer of excitement. The heart-piercing blood curse. That is a forbidden secret art of the witch sect. Once activated, the victim endures excruciating agony, as if pierced by 1,000 needles, penetrating their very bones and blood, rendering them desperate for release. If they attempt to forcibly harness their strength, their body will shatter, flesh and bones obliterated. Elder brother, you truly are remarkable. Even during the eye transplant, you had already ensnared that boy. Hurry, let Guishou unleash the blood curse. The fourth prince urged, eager to witness Xiao Yang's agonizing cries as a means to vent his pin-up resentment. Proceed, Xiao Junlin commanded. As soon as his words fell, the ghostly hand immediately extended its withered hands, murmuring incantations as it began to cast a spell. Heart-piercing blood curse, hasten. Soon, a dark red beam of blood shot forth from his brow, slicing through the sky towards Xiao Yang's residence. Your highnesses, with the invocation of this blood curse, Xiao Yang shall endure excruciating torment as if his bones were being extracted and his heart torn asunder. This curse is inescapable after 81 days. He shall meet his demise in the underworld. Moreover, it is exceedingly covert. Even if the Imperial Astronomical Bureau investigates the corpse, they will find no trace of us. The ghostly hand explained, brimming with confidence. Excellent, excellent. Reward him with 100 taels of gold. With a grand gesture, Xiao Junlin displayed an air of opulence. After receiving his reward, Guishou retreated. Fourth brother, that Xiao Yang has publicly humiliated me. I not only intend to eliminate him, but also to strip him of all his possessions and expel him from the royal residence. Xiao Junlin ground his teeth, his gaze dark and menacing. Brother, he is currently servile to Ning Hongya, bolstered by the support of the Vermilion Bird Army. Moreover, it seems he has learned some secret arts, likely through dual cultivation with that hideous creature Ning Hongya. And his strength has surged to such an extent that even my guards are no match for him. The fourth young master wore an expression of distress, realizing he lacked the power to deal with Xiao Yang at present. Fear not, for I have long since devised a plan. Xiao Junlin revealed a peculiar smile. Next month marks the annual Qingyan examination, and all the heirs of the royal residence must partake. Xiao Yang has been in the countdown for 9 years, and should he find himself at the bottom yet again, we shall petition our father to strip him of his title and banish him to the borders. Thus, he will no longer be the heir, and naturally, his union with Ning Hongya will also be nullified. Upon hearing this, the fourth prince felt a twitch in his eyelid, his heart racing with trepidation. Such ruthless tactics. His elder brother aims to strike at the very heart, leaving Xiao Yang with no place to rest in death. He silently counted his blessings, relieved to be aligned with Xiao Junlin. Otherwise, he might not even realize how he could be played to his doom. Meanwhile, at the residence of the ninth prince, Xiao Yang sat cross-legged within the confines of his dwelling, engrossed in his cultivation. Although he had acquired the yin-yang transformation pill through the system, which had propelled his strength directly to the 3rd rank of the Qi-Si realm, an achievement equivalent to decades of arduous training for an ordinary person, he understood that daily practice remained indispensable. Without it, a rapid ascent in rank could destabilize his foundation, leading to a dissonance between his understanding and his power, ultimately proving detrimental. Suddenly, a beam of crimson light surged forth, aiming to penetrate his brow. Swish! Xiao Yang abruptly opened his eyes. Ding! The system detected an invasion of the witch's malevolent curse. The host possesses the sacred body of yin and yang transformation, capable of purifying all evils. In the next moment, a brilliant light radiated from Xiao Yang, akin to the sun illuminating the heavens, instantly dissipating the blood-red glow into nothingness. System, can you identify who cast the curse upon me? Xiao Yang inquired silently. Yes. The perpetrator is located 2,000 meters to your southeast and is currently moving towards the royal palace. Understood. Xiao Yang immediately rose to his feet. Donning the mysterious dragon scale armor, and slipped away from the royal residence under the cover of night. Moments later, within an unremarkable courtyard, Great Xia murmured to himself, "With 100 taels of gold, I can venture into the black market to procure the severed limbs of formidable warriors and refine a flawless fifth-grade copper corpse." His eyes sparkled with uncontainable delight. Suddenly, the courtyard door was thrust open with a resounding bang. "Who goes there?" Great Xia instinctively turned, only to find a strikingly handsome youth entering, exuding an air of elegance as the moonlight illuminated him, enhancing his enigmatic allure. What a captivatingly beautiful youth amidst a chaotic world. "Prince Xiao, what brings you here?" Great Xia gasped in astonishment, his eyes narrowing into slits, radiating a chilling glare. "I have come to claim your life." Xiao Yang, undeterred, grasped the battle knife at his waist and approached step by step. "Ha ha." The ghost hand erupted into raucous laughter. "Ninth young master, you are indeed deluded. I have cultivated witchcraft for decades, my power equivalent to the 5th rank. And I have cast a curse upon you. How could you possibly kill me?" As he spoke, he immediately began to chant incantations, activating the heart-piercing blood curse. The curse had taken effect. Within 3 seconds, you would find yourself unable to live or die. The ghost hand wore a smug expression, even commencing a countdown. 3, 2, 1. However, contrary to his expectations, when the countdown concluded, Xiao Yang showed no sign of pain and continued forward, now merely 10 steps away. This distance was the lethal line for martial artists. Impossible. The ghost hand's complexion shifted wildly, disbelief etched across his face, once afflicted by the blood curse. Even the greatest Confucian scholar cannot dispel it in such a short time. "How have you managed this, boy?" "Fool." Xiao Yang cast a glance at him, as if regarding a fool, and drew the battle blade from his waist, its edge pointed threateningly at his throat. "Speak. Do you have any final words to impart?" Chapter 19. The Lanting Poetry Gathering, the most beautiful woman. Even with the blade poised against him, the ghost hand remained unfazed. "Ninth young master, you are merely a 3rd-tier warrior, venturing forth alone. You underestimate me far too much. Blood fiend, 9 abyss, soul devour." Suddenly, the ghost hand bit through his tongue, swiftly drawing a spell seal with his own blood. Boom. In midair, a crimson skeleton suddenly soared forth, accompanied by a stench of blood and the wails of vengeful spirits, hurtling violently towards the unsuspecting Xiao Yang. This technique was a forbidden art of the witch sect, requiring the sacrifice of 10 years of one's lifespan. It was said that a witch king once invoked this curse to annihilate an entire city's populace. "Ninth young master, your demise is certain." The ghost hand's face radiated with excitement. In his eyes, the proximity left Xiao Yang with no chance of escape. Yet, Xiao Yang had no intention of fleeing. Instead, he stepped forward to meet the oncoming crimson skeleton, Dragon's Fury Resonance. In the next instant, a brilliant golden light enveloped him, awakening the innate divine power of the celestial scales of the 10,000 dragon's armor, absorbing the incoming attack and transforming it into the illusion of a true dragon in retaliation. Boom. From the void, a dragon shadow shot forth, instantly shattering the crimson skeleton. Its residual force continued onward, crashing into the ghost hand. Bang. The ghost hand was sent flying, tracing a parabolic arc before collapsing to the ground like a lifeless dog, barely clinging to life. How could this be? The ghost hand found it hard to believe. Wasn't he the 9th young master of the Northern King's manor, supposed to be an ineffectual wastrel? How could he have concealed such depth? Meanwhile, Xiao Yang maintained an air of nonchalance, as if it were only natural. "With my 6th divine attire and the resurrection armor, how could I possibly lose?" In truth, he had his own schemes. The ghost hand was a 5th-tier cultivation. If he truly wished to flee, Xiao Yang would indeed be unable to stop him. However, he deliberately feigned weakness, giving the ghost hand the illusion that he could be slain, before utilizing the celestial scales of the 10,000 dragons' armor to mount a counterattack, severely injuring the ghost hand. "Since you have no final words, prepare for your journey." Xiao Yang readied his blade. "Wait, 9th young master, do not kill me. I am willing to be your dog and act as an informant for the great young master." The ghost hand pleaded desperately. "It's too late." Xiao Yang shook his head, unwilling to place his trust in such nefarious individuals. However, he suddenly smiled and proposed, "Let us do this. You shall toss a copper coin, and if it lands upright upon the ground, I shall spare your life." "What?" Upon hearing these words, the expression on Ghost Hand's face turned more ghastly than one who has tasted excrement. Was he truly jesting with him? Yet, with no alternative left, he produced a copper coin and tossed it into the air. The coin rolled across the ground, astonishingly embedding itself into a crevice. It stood upright. It stood upright. Ghost Hand exclaimed with fervor, his excitement surpassing that of a lottery winner. Bang! However, in the next moment, Xiao Yang stepped upon the coin, crushing it flat beneath his foot. Alas, it has fallen. It seems that heaven does not favor you. Subsequently, Xiao Yang drew his blade, the gleam of steel flashing. With a swift motion, a crimson line appeared across Ghost Hand's neck, blood gushing forth as his head fell to the ground. Xiao Yang sheathed his sword and slipped away into the cover of night. The following morning, in the estate of the Grand Prince, a flustered strategist, Lu Xiu, rushed into the hall, exclaiming, "Your Highness, a grave situation has arisen. Last night, Ghost Hand was assassinated in his home, and his body was severed. Who is responsible?" inquired Xiao Junlin. "It remains unclear. There were no witnesses at the scene, but the technique employed was the Thunder Blade, indicating it was the work of a master from the Zhuge army." Lu Xiu responded. "Oh?" Xiao Junlin raised an eyebrow. He felt no sorrow over the loss of a retainer. However, the actions of the Zhuge army, combined with the manifestation of the heart-piercing blood curse by the Ghost Hand last night, clearly indicated that they were intent on safeguarding Xiao Yang. Simultaneously, it served as a warning from afar. TSK, it seems that the ninth brother has indeed latched onto the powerful leg of Ning Hongye. Could it be that he is unperturbed by that hideous creature and has entered the bridal chamber? Xiao Junlin murmured to himself, "Your Highness, now that Xiao Yang has the backing of the Zhuge army, it may not be prudent to resort to force against him," Lu Xiu cautioned. "No matter. I possess other means." Xiao Junlin let out a chilling smile. "If force fails, then let us employ guile. Let my second brother take charge. When it comes to the art of killing without shedding blood, scholars excel in that domain. His Highness is truly discerning." Lu Xiu's eyes sparkled with inspiration, and he promptly lavished a compliment. On the other side, Xiao Yang was cultivating in his residence, contemplating which elder brother to visit to seek treasures. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. "Young master, a maid from the second young master's residence, Xiao, is here to see you. Let her in," Xiao Yang replied. Shortly thereafter, a tall maid entered. She donned a pale yellow palace gown that accentuated her graceful figure, appearing a few years older than Huang Li, exuding an alluring femininity. In terms of beauty, she was undoubtedly a rare gem, with bright eyes and a captivating smile, her lips a rich red against pearly white teeth. "Greetings, ninth young master." Xiao bowed respectfully, then delicately produced an invitation card, presenting it with reverence. "This evening, my lord is hosting a Lanting poetry gathering, having invited literary talents from the 4 northern states. It promises to be a splendid affair, and we hope the ninth young master will honor us with his presence." Xiao Yang gazed at the invitation, its gilded edges and silk base reflecting a value that could easily amount to dozens of taels of silver, equivalent to several years' earnings of an ordinary commoner, thus illustrating its extravagant nature. He recalled his memories of the second young master. His mother hailed from a family of immense wealth in the Jiangnan region and was a disciple of the esteemed sage from the Confucian temple. Legend has it that when Xiao Ziwen was born, a meteor streaked across the sky and fell upon the royal estate, earning him the title of the literary star incarnate. Unlike many, Xiao Ziwen did not practice martial arts. Instead, he devoted himself to the study of Confucian classics from an early age, following a path steeped in scholarly traditions. Coupled with his extraordinary talent, he has now attained the 5th rank of cultivation. The 5th rank in Confucianism is regarded as the realm of the gentleman, where one's literary prowess can serve as a shield and poetic verses can transform landscapes. Indeed, a gentleman speaks rather than resorts to violence. Martial artists often dismiss Confucianists as mere orators, relying solely on words, while Confucianists view martial practitioners as uncouth and vulgar. Pursuing the path of Confucianism requires not only wealth and resources but also social standing, making it a rare endeavor confined to the elite, with commoners seldom afforded the opportunity to engage in such studies. "Thank you for your kind offer, dear brother, but I am not interested in any poetry gatherings." Xiao Yang declined gracefully, shaking his head. He remembered how the second young master, Xiao Ziwen, reveled in displaying his literary finesse, often composing verses in the presence of charming ladies. Yet, to Xiao Yang, observing a group of literati exchanging insincere flattery was far less entertaining than watching stray dogs brawl by the roadside. "The ninth young master," the prince remarked, "has stated that if you are willing to participate in the Lanting poetry gathering, he will immediately bestow upon you the promised military treatise by Yu Wubin. Otherwise, you may have to wait a year and a half," Ao Yao added. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yang furrowed his brow. The military treatise by Yu Wubin is indeed a precious treasure of spiritual grade, bequeathed by the renowned general Yu Wubin 5 centuries ago. It is said that mastering the strategies contained within could enable one to dominate a region and hunt for supremacy in the Central Plains. Although Xiao Yang may be of little use, his presence is akin to a timely assistance for Ning Hongye, who is preparing to rebel. His influence far surpasses that of any other divine weapon. Very well, I shall go. Xiao Yang accepted the invitation. At that moment, Xiao seemed to recall something and spoke up. By the way, ninth young master, the most beautiful woman from the 4 prefectures of the northern border will also attend tonight's poetry gathering. Chapter 20. Women only affect the speed at which I draw my sword. Who is this most beautiful woman from the 4 prefectures of the northern border? Xiao Yang was momentarily taken aback. The original owner had spent years secluded within the royal residence, entirely oblivious to the affairs beyond its walls. Hence he possessed no impression of such matters. It was naturally Yin Ruyu from the Jixia Academy. Xiao, somewhat astonished, did not anticipate Xiao Yang's profound ignorance and thus began to elucidate. Yin Ruyu was not only a peerless beauty but also proficient in the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. She had memorized the 4 books in the 5 classics, and at merely 20 years of age had already garnered fame throughout the realm. Furthermore, she was the first female sage in the 1,000-year history of the Jixia Academy, with suitors as numerous as the fish in the river. However, none of those suitors could compare to our esteemed prince. Recently, the prince had spent a considerable fortune to acquire the personal character of a 7th-grade scholar as a gift for Miss Yin, to which she reciprocated with a sachet. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yang's expression turned peculiar. It seemed his younger brother was indeed infatuated, ensnared in a web of emotions. The personal character of a 7th-grade scholar contained profound meanings and was an invaluable treasure beyond monetary worth. Yet, the return gift of a mere sachet, which held no intrinsic value and certainly was not a personal item of intimate nature, had utterly captivated Xiao Zuan. Was this not akin to modern-day opportunism? Nonetheless, Xiao Yang felt a twinge of curiosity regarding this female sage. What extraordinary charm did she possess? He pondered who might be more beautiful in comparison to Ning Hongye. As twilight descended, one found themselves at Lanting. Lanting was not situated within the city, but rather lay several miles outside, amidst a picturesque garden. The tranquility of the scenery was matched by the elegance of the surroundings, with winding waters and an array of rare tree species artfully arranged. Wei Wuji, the son of the Jianzhou governor, had arrived. Gongsun Ming, the grandson of the Qingzhou inspector, was present. Wang Shi, a disciple of the saint of literature, made his entrance. The esteemed young master of Langyu Academy was in attendance. Lu Chongqing, the poetic champion, had come. The second young master, Xiao Ziwen, was hosting a poetry gathering, with esteemed guests filling the venue, illuminated by a myriad of lights. Countless luxurious carriages arrived from all directions. The northern 4 states, namely Jianzhou, Qingzhou, Sangzhou, and Jingzhou, were nominally under the jurisdiction of the northern king, yet each state was governed by distinct powers. Among those invited today were not only the noble scions of these 4 states, but also renowned literary talents. Amidst this, Xiao Yang entered Lanting alone, without any entourage, adopting a notably low profile. As it was his first attendance at a poetry gathering, few recognized him. Yet, his handsome visage, resembling a jade tree swaying in the wind, coupled with the transformative effects of the yin-yang creation pill, rendered his presence strikingly luminous against the backdrop of the night. What an extraordinarily handsome young gentleman. Alas, he wore an eye patch. Could it be that he was injured? Whence did this young master hail, and was he already wed? The crowd buzzed with speculation, including several unmarried young ladies whose cheeks flushed with interest, casting coy glances. Nevertheless, Xiao Yang held little interest in them. Women would only impede the swiftness of my blade. Esteemed brother, I have never encountered such a dashing individual. You are even more splendid than I am post-bath. Suddenly, a rotund man clad in resplendent attire rushed to Xiao Yang's side. With a beaming smile that was endearingly unrefined, he appeared remarkably familiar. Who might you be? Xiao Yang inquired. I am Ma Wenkai, hailing from the Ma family of Sangzhou. He introduced himself. Oh? Xiao Yang raised an eyebrow, somewhat taken aback. The Ma family was indeed the wealthiest in Sangzhou, commanding both salt and iron industries as well as transportation, their affluence unparalleled. It was said that half of Sangzhou's military expenses were funded by the Ma family. Although merchants in the Great Xia had a lowly status, the Ma family's stature was such that they could be referred to as the Ma half-prefecture. Moreover, Ma Wenkai, being the son of Sangzhou's wealthiest family, was by no means an ordinary individual. So, you are indeed Brother Ma. But Sangzhou is over 1,000 miles from Shuilong Pass. What brings you all this way? Xiao Yang inquired, perplexed. Ma Wenkai suddenly lowered his voice, speaking in a conspiratorial tone. Well, I received a pigeon post from the second young master, summoning me here to teach the ninth young master a severe lesson. I set out before dawn and changed horses 3 times along the way. My rear end is nearly in shambles from the jolting. In the rush to arrive, thankfully, I have not been late. Xiao Yang maintained a facade of composure while subtly probing. What do you mean by that? It was not just me. Many esteemed guests and talented individuals present had also received the second young master's instructions. It is rumored that the ninth young master has sought refuge with the fierce female general of the Zhuge army, who is utterly disrespectful to her elder brother and acts without restraint. Such a boorish individual surely lacks an appreciation for poetry and the arts. Today, let him embarrass himself at the poetry gathering and suffer public humiliation. Ha ha ha, Ma Wenkai burst into laughter. How infuriating. These literary figures are indeed sly. Xiao Yang inwardly cursed, realizing that this was a banquet of intrigue aimed at him. By the way, my good fellow, you possess an impressive demeanor. Your lineage must be remarkable. May I inquire about your identity? Ma Wenkai asked with initiative. Xiao Yang pondered for a moment and, with a hint of mischief, remarked, You may refer to me as Mr. Jiu. Ah? Ma Wenkai was slightly taken aback. Coming from a family of merchants, he was well informed, yet he had never heard of Jiu, nor did he know which faction it belonged to or how many disciples it commanded. Just as his confusion deepened, a commotion arose outside. Look, Miss Yin has arrived. What do you mean, miss? She is none other than the esteemed female scholar of the Jixia Academy. So exquisite. To catch a glimpse of Miss Yin, even from afar, makes her visit today worthwhile. Xiao Yang followed the gaze of the crowd and looked outside. In his line of sight appeared a woman enveloped in an ethereal aura. She appeared to be in her early 20s, adorned in celestial garments with a starry crown, her attire flowing gracefully without the need for wind, showcasing intricate patterns of virtue. She approached majestically on a white deer. Her entrance was undeniably more dazzling than a Ferrari of the past. Her enchanting visage, with captivating eyes and a face resembling a blooming peach blossom, radiated an array of alluring charm with every smile and frown. She embodied a perfect blend of purity and seduction. Beneath her flowing skirt, her delicate lotus feet were exposed, with toes so translucent they resembled tin gleaming grapes. Exquisite, so exquisitely beautiful. The sound of numerous people swallowing hard echoed throughout the venue. Many seemingly refined scholars could not help but slightly bend forward, struggling to suppress their excitement, fearful of losing composure in such a public setting. This was no ordinary female sage. She was a supreme enchantress. Xiao Yang could not contain his astonishment. My friend, you are unaware, remarked Ma Wenkai beside him, wiping away his drool as he explained. It is said that Miss Yin possesses an innate allure, destined to become a consort in the palace. Yet she chose to enter the Confucian temple at a young age, dedicating herself to the pursuit of knowledge and has never been embroiled in scandal. However, rumors persist that her unique constitution allows for a significant enhancement of one's cultivation when united with her, which is why she is so fervently pursued. Ah, I see. Xiao Yang nodded subtly, quietly activating the divine ability of the broken illusion through his dual pupils, targeting the distant Yin Ryu. Subject: Yin Ryu, innate yin-yang sacred body, in attraction to the opposite sex 100, naturally alluring, a beauty that brings calamity. Weakness 1, clear voice weakness 2, delicate form weakness 3, easily overturned. Chapter 21. Yin Ryu's vulnerabilities, the affectionate second brother. Clear voice, delicate form, easily overturned? This system seems rather frivolous. How can these be considered weaknesses? They are utterly exhilarating for men. Weakness 4, seeking fame and reputation. Xiao Yang's heart stirred upon reading the final message. It appeared that the enchanting teacher, Yin Ryu, was not merely an ethereal being untouched by the mundane world, but possessed the full spectrum of human emotions. At that moment, Yin Ryu had already mounted her white deer and entered the Lanting Pavilion. Her gaze, akin to a clear spring, swept across the assembly. The attendees, however, dared not meet her eyes, feeling an overwhelming sense of inadequacy, fearing they might tarnish the beauty before them. Yet, Xiao Yang remained unperturbed, openly admiring her. He acknowledged that Yin Ryu was indeed a breathtaking beauty. Yet when compared to his fiancée, Ning Hongya, she seemed to lack a certain something. Suddenly, Yin Ryu noticed his gaze and turned towards him, momentarily taken aback. What a striking young gentleman! As a learned teacher from the Jixia Academy, she had encountered countless talented youths, Yet Xiao Yang evoked an unprecedented sensation within her, causing her steadfast heart to flutter like a startled fawn. Even her alluring figure, which left many men envious, felt a hint of warmth. She possessed an innate charm, being a naturally gifted dual cultivation body, while Xiao Yang, having consumed the yin-yang transformation pill, also bore a unique constitution. Consequently, he exerted an immense allure for her, akin to the meeting of yin and yang, instinctively drawing her closer. Clop, clop, clop. In the next moment, Yin Ryu dismounted from the white deer, gracefully advancing towards Xiao Yang with each delicate step. "Xiao, brother, look. Miss Yin is coming towards me," Ma Wentai exclaimed with uncontainable excitement, his chubby face alight with joy. "Last time in Sangzhou, I had the fortune of gifting her a white jade guanyin statue. Could it be that she remembers me?" He was about to step forward to greet her. However, Yin Ryu bypassed Ma Wentai entirely, enveloped in a fragrant aura as she approached Xiao Yang, her eyes sparkling and captivating. "Esteemed gentlemen, I am Yin Ryu, and I extend my greetings to you," she said, gracefully performing a slight bow. Xiao Yang then realized that although her appearance was pure and sacred, her figure was strikingly voluptuous, with curves reminiscent of a ripe peach, undeniably enticing. Even clad in a loose-fitting white shirt, she could not conceal her alluring form. Perhaps it would be more fitting to rename her Yin Yurong. The young gentleman was quite unfamiliar, never having encountered him before, and wondered which esteemed family he hailed from. Yin Ryu inquired further, her enchanting peach blossom eyes fixed upon Xiao Yang, sending secret glances imbued with charm. Witnessing this scene, the many literary talents present were consumed with envy and jealousy, their eyes tinged with red. Who was this young man that could capture the attention of the enchanting fairy? Was it merely his handsome visage? This was a poetry gathering hosted by the second young master, a place bustling with learned scholars and devoid of the unrefined. Never having seen such a figure before, they pondered whether he had infiltrated their midst without an invitation. Were he to arrive unannounced, he should be promptly expelled. Many voices clamored in protest, though they could not hope to reach the heights of their goddess. They held on to a flicker of hope. What if one day her vision faltered and she took notice of them? Yet, if rumors of her romance were to circulate, their dreams would shatter. "Miss Yin, I am." Xiao Yang was just about to reveal his alias when Miss Yin arrived. "At last, you have come. How is it that you are with my ninth brother?" At that moment, the second young master, Xiao Ziwen, hurried over, followed by several young men adorned in splendid attire, clearly of noble lineage. "Your ninth brother?" Yin Ryu inquired, slightly taken aback, then turned to Xiao Yang and asked, "Could it be that you are the ninth son of the Northern Protectorate, Xiao Yang?" "Indeed, that is I," he replied. Xiao Yang nodded slightly. Upon hearing this, the crowd was taken aback. Wasn't it said that the ninth prince was tyrannical and disrespectful, having slapped both the first and fourth princes? In everyone's mind, he should have appeared as a fierce and unattractive figure, yet he turned out to be so remarkably handsome. "You are the ninth prince?" "Not far away." Ma Wenkai stared at Xiao Yang, his voice trembling, unable to articulate his thoughts. Wasn't he this the renowned Xiao of the Nine Sons? How did he transform into the ninth prince of the Northern Defense? Just moments ago, he had mistaken Xiao Yang for one of his own, inadvertently revealing the second princess schemes. Xiao Yang noticed this and turned to smile at him, which only heightened Ma Wenkai's trepidation. "The intricacies of the royal court are too profound. I long to return home. Fairy Yin, it has only been a few days since we last met. Yet you seem even more enchanting. Not to mention being the most beautiful in the northern region, you could easily outshine all of Great Xia and captivate the capital." The second prince, Xiao Ziwen, spoke with unabashed admiration, his tone direct, leaving no doubt about his intentions. "Your Highness, you flatter me." Yin Ryu responded with a gentle smile, which, though devoid of any deliberate charm, left Xiao Ziwen utterly captivated. "By the way, Fairy Yin, this is a protective talisman blessed by the abbot of Tianlong Temple. It can help calm the mind, ward off inner demons, and repel evil spirits. I specially requested it for you. I hope you accept it." As he spoke, Xiao Ziwen produced a yellow talisman from his sleeve, its surface shimmering with a dignified aura. The entire gathering was momentarily astonished, buzzing with discussion. The abbot of Tianlong Temple was a formidable 8th-tier expert, and for him to perform the blessing personally speaks volumes about the second prince's influence. Today, we are truly witnessing something extraordinary. The second prince, with his fervent devotion, spared no expense in courting Fairy Yin. Goodness, brother. Even the likes of Fei Yongong and He Xiaohu cannot compare to your level of flattery. Xiao Yang secretly sighed. Previously, His second brother had gifted him a life character from a 7th-rank scholar, and now he was presented with a protective talisman from the abbot of Tianlong Temple. A treasure of immeasurable worth. No merit, no reward. Second young master, this gift is far too valuable for me to accept. Yin Riyue politely declined. Yet, her demeanor and attire, both innocent and alluring, were enough to ensnare any man's heart. Fairy Yin, you must accept it. This is a token of my sincere intentions. If you refuse, I shall smash it. The second young master insisted. Then how about this? Yin Riyue's eyes sparkled as she suddenly seized the talisman and turned to Xiao Yang. I have long resided in the academy and have no need for a protective talisman. Instead, since the 9th young master is stationed at the border, it would be fitting to offer it to you as a gesture of goodwill. With that, she placed the talisman directly into Xiao Yang's palm. Her delicate jade fingers were exceptionally tender, resembling fine porcelain, stirring a feeling within him. However, Xiao Yang wore a cheerful smile on the surface, while a sense of inner turmoil brewed within. No, miss, what game are you playing? Are you trying to incite animosity and make me a thorn in my second brother's side? Xiao Yang, from the corner of his eye, discreetly observed the second young master, Xiao Ziwen. Indeed, the second young master, with eyes aflame, was fixated on Xiao Yang. Yet, his fury was not fueled by the loss of a precious protective talisman, but rather by a different grievance. Damn it! That wretched 9th brother had the audacity to touch the jade hand of Fairy Yin. After my prolonged pursuit, I had not even brushed against a single strand of her hair. This cannot stand. I must devise a plan to grasp 9th brother's hand and inhale the enchanting fragrance of Fairy Yin. Chapter 22. 3 Steps to Poetry. Fairy Yin plays to uplift the spirits. Xiao Yang, of course, remained oblivious to the fact that his elder brother harbored ulterior motives against him. At this moment, he felt a tinge of embarrassment, for after Yin Ryu entrusted him with the jade pendant, she did not retract her delicate hand. Instead, she continued to hold on to him. Her gaze was hazy, her cheeks flushed, and her body subtly swayed, as if she were reveling in an exceedingly delightful experience. What on earth was the reason for her blushing? Xiao Yang found himself somewhat bewildered. After all, this was in a public setting. With the second young master and numerous literary talents observing, could it be that she possessed some peculiar attribute, becoming increasingly exhilarated in the presence of a larger crowd? Oh, it feels so delightful. At this moment, Yin Ryu appeared utterly enraptured, feeling a profound sense of ease with her contact with Xiao Yang. As the long-suppressed energy within her stirred with anticipation. Ahem. Xiao Yang coughed lightly and said, Miss Yin, do loosen your grip. Upon hearing this, Yin Ryu realized her own indiscretion. She instinctively withdrew her delicate hand, as if jolted by an electric shock, yet her enchanting gaze remained fixed on Xiao Yang, nearly brimming with intensity. Fairy Yin, since everyone is present, shall we commence the poetry gathering? Xiao Ziwen hastily interjected. He organized this event not only to ingratiate himself with Fairy Yin, but also to embarrass Xiao Yang. Now that it seemed Fairy Yin had taken a liking to the 9th brother, he felt compelled to escalate his efforts. After all, the 9th brother was merely a crude martial brute, incapable of composing poetry, and such a person could never capture the admiration of Fairy Yin. Let us defer to the second prince, then. Yet, I wonder what the theme of today's poetry gathering will be, Yin Ryu inquired. Xiao Ziwen flattered. Fairy Yin possesses a beauty that eclipses the moon and shames the flowers. Why don't we each compose a poem in her honor to extol her exquisite appearance? Upon hearing this, several of his companions behind him immediately clapped their hands in approval. Excellent. The second young master is truly wise. To write poetry for Fairy Yin is indeed our privilege. Xiao Ziwen believed that his actions were merely flattery. However, Yin Ryu furrowed her brows slightly, feeling a sense of displeasure. In truth, Xiao Ziwen, with his refined demeanor and status as the second son of the northern town prince, complemented by his Confucian virtue at the 5th rank, undoubtedly embodied the ideal suitor in the hearts of countless women. Alas, he was but a sycophant. Such is the nature of women. The more one seeks to please and fawn, the less they regard you. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me, Ma Wenkai, to cast the first stone. Suddenly, Ma Wenkai stepped forward, shaking his head, and began to recite. The fairy is truly beautiful, her face like a blossoming flower. Her large, bright eyes draw praise from all who see her. Upon hearing these words, many present erupted in laughter, finding Ma Wenkai's juvenile verse utterly lacking in merit. Yet, Ma Wenkai appeared unfazed, instead smiling brightly as he clasped his fist in salute, declaring, I humbly present my humble attempt. This rotund fellow, Ma, is rather amusing. Xiao Yang, however, observed him discreetly. Although he was the son of the wealthiest man in Zhangzhou, on this night of the prestigious Lanting poetry gathering, he found himself at the very bottom of the hierarchy, occupying a humble position. Yet, his willingness to cast aside his pride and willingly assume the role of the fool revealed a character of remarkable depth. Subsequently, the sons of the governor of Jianzhou, the grandsons of the magistrate of Qishou, and talented disciples of the sage of calligraphy all composed verses in honor of Yin Ruyu. However, they were mere supporting characters, meant to complement the second son, Xiao Ziwen, and thus they refrained from showcasing their skills, producing poetry that adhered to conventional norms. At last, it was Xiao Ziwen's turn. He had somehow procured a folding fan, which he snapped open with a flourish, seizing the initiative. As radiant as the bright moon, and with eyes like the shimmering autumn waters. A smile, enchanting like a myriad of charms, can intoxicate 1,000 sorrows. Xiao Ziwen gazed at Yin Ruyu, reciting his verses with profound emotion, his passionate eyes exuding an intensity that could send shivers down anyone's spine. Indeed, the second young master truly embodies the reincarnation of the star of literature. Such eloquence is reminiscent of a top scholar. Their harmonious combination of talent and beauty makes him and the enchanting Yin a match made in heaven. The crowd erupted in applause, some even starting to cheer. However, Yin Ruyu showed no interest in his poetry. Her beautiful eyes remained fixed on Xiao Yang, filled with longing and subtle glances. How infuriating! What does my ninth brother possess that I lack? Xiao Ziwen's face contorted with rage, unable to contain his fury. Meanwhile, upon hearing his elder brother's poem, Xiao Yang shook his head and sighed. Is this truly it? To him, the poetry of this world seemed akin to mere doggerel from his previous life, utterly devoid of value. Ninth brother, what does your shaking of the head and sighing signify? Do you perhaps harbor disdain for my poetry? Xiao Ziwen is deliberately seeking fault and questioning with indignation. Not at all. Xiao Yang shook his head. After all, he had come tonight to demand the spiritual treasure and did not wish to sever ties with his second brother just yet. However, Xiao Ziwen held a different perspective and continued, Ninth brother, everyone has already composed poetry for Fairy Yin. It is now your turn. Second brother, I am but a rough man, lacking the finesse to compose verses. Xiao Yang politely declined. Upon hearing this, those present were taken aback. Previously, they had heard of the ninth young master's brazen demeanor, having publicly humiliated both the eldest and fourth young masters with impunity. They had not anticipated such humility and self-deprecation from him now. Yet, Xiao Ziwen was not satisfied. If he could not publicly humiliate Xiao Yang, how could he vent his frustration? Ninth brother, we had an agreement. If you compose a poem immediately, this volume of the Yuewu military treatise shall be yours. Xiao Ziwen retrieved a weathered ancient tome from his bosom. A military treatise left behind by the renowned General Yuwu centuries ago. Well then, since my second brother has spoken thus, I shall acquiesce. Xiao Yang nodded. He initially intended to maintain a low profile, but since Xiao Ziwen insisted on forcing him to retaliate, he would not hold back. Humph. Xiao Ziwen and the other talented individuals exchanged derisive smiles. In their view, even if Xiao Yang were to enhance his strength in a short span with Ning Hongye's assistance, he could never feign true literary talent. A person of meager aptitude, no matter how many miraculous elixirs he consumes, cannot conjure exquisite prose. Once Xiao Yang speaks, he shall surely embarrass himself, becoming a figure of ridicule and earning the disdain of Yin Ruyu. Ninth young master, since you wish to compose poetry for this humble lady, allow me to play the flute to elevate your spirits. Yin Ruyu suddenly interjected. Playing the flute to inspire? Xiao Yang was taken aback, initially believing he had misheard. Could it be that Fairy Yin possessed such playful talents? However, in the next moment, he beheld Yin Ruyu producing a vibrant green bamboo flute, her crimson lips parting slightly as she commenced her melodic performance. The haunting notes of the flute resonated throughout the venue, captivating all present. Whispers of admiration circulated, as it was said that Fairy Yin excelled in both the guqin and the flute. Indeed, today was a fortunate occasion. Xiao Yang soon realized his earlier misunderstanding. Ninth brother, do not dawdle, urged Xiao Ziwen. Delaying is not an option. I shall grant you no more than the duration of a joss stick. There is no need for such a long wait. I have already composed my poem. Xiao Yang replied confidently. Upon hearing this, the many talented scholars in attendance were taken aback. Even they required considerable time to craft their verses, who could simply recite a poem at will. Yet, Xiao Ziwen dismissed the notion, believing his ninth brother's skills to be too rudimentary, likely producing verses inferior to those of Ma Wankai. Suddenly, with a resolute step forward, Xiao Yang intoned, "Clouds evoke garments, flowers inspire beauty." Upon hearing the first line, the previously mocking scholars instantly stifled their laughter, their expressions transforming. Xiao Yang swiftly took a second step and proclaimed, "The spring breeze caresses the threshold, and the dew is rich and abundant." Upon uttering these words, the crowd's expressions became solemn. In Yin Ryu's beautiful eyes, an unprecedented brilliance blossomed, causing her heart to race. Thud. Xiao Yang took a third step, his entire demeanor swelling with an aura reminiscent of a poetic immortal from centuries past, his voice resonating through the heavens. "Were it not for the side atop the Chuanyu Mountain, one would only encounter you beneath the moonlight of the Yao Terrace." Chapter 23. This poem was composed for my betrothed. Silence enveloped the crowd, a stillness akin to death. Everyone was immersed in the exquisite reverie of the poem. Excellent. Truly excellent. Suddenly, a talented scholar exclaimed in admiration. Clouds wished to transform into her garments, flowers longed to become her beauty, akin to the fragrant spring breeze by the fragrant sandalwood pavilion, caressing the dew-laden peonies. If she were not a celestial being seen only upon the Chuanyu Mountain, surely she could only be a goddess encountered under the moonlight of the Yao Terrace. This poem is unparalleled. Throughout the 8 centuries of the Great Xia, there has been no such exquisite verse celebrating beauty. With its emergence, it shall reign supreme across the realm, echoing through the ages. To think that the unassuming ninth son possesses such poetic talent, leaving us in awe. In an instant, the literary elites present were filled with astonishment. Although they had conspired to embarrass Xiao Yang that night, his poetic prowess completely won them over, leaving them with no choice but to concede. The ninth son's poetic talent is undoubtedly the finest among the 4 northern provinces. At that moment, Yin Ryu approached Xiao Yang, entwining her delicate hand around his arm. Her alluring figure pressed tightly against him. The charm in her eyes was nearly overflowing, and she began to address him not as the ninth son, but as the ninth young master. The soft warmth of jade and fragrance captivated the onlookers. Damn it! At this moment, Xiao Ziwen's eyes turned crimson with envy, his frustration boiling over. He had meticulously orchestrated the Lanting poetry gathering, yet it only served to highlight the brilliance of his younger brother. Among the crowd, a general remarked, "What a brazen courtesan this teacher is. She plays the flute to entice him and openly flirts, clearly attempting to seduce Xiao Yang." Qingwan could not restrain her scorn. Beside her, Ning Hongye remained silent. Though Ning Hongye hailed from a family renowned for martial prowess, she had cultivated a love for literature from a young age, which piqued her curiosity about the Lanting poetry gathering. Disguised as a middle-aged man, she and Qingwan blended into the crowd, appearing unremarkable and unnoticeable. Unexpectedly, they witnessed Xiao Yang composing poetry for Yin Ryu. She was astonished to discover that her betrothed was, after all, a scholar at heart. Yet, at that moment, an inexplicable sentiment unfurled within her, akin to the bittersweet taste of unripe plums. Am I feeling jealous? Just then, Yin Ryu clung tightly to Xiao Yang, her countenance blooming like a peach blossom as she smiled sweetly. "Thank you, ninth young master, for composing this poem for me." It was not that she lacked propriety, but rather that she was overwhelmed with excitement. Yin Ryu's aspiration was to achieve eternal fame, to be immortalized in history, not only as the first female scholar, but also as the first female sage. However, the path was fraught with challenges. For centuries, scholars have been as numerous as stars, yet only a precious few could ascend to the status of sage, immortalized in the temple of literature to receive the incense of future generations. Now, a shortcut lay before her. This timeless masterpiece, crafted by Xiao Yang in her honor, was destined to endure, ensuring that even a millennium hence, her beauty would still be remembered. How could she resist the allure of such everlasting fame? "Miss Yin, you have misunderstood. This poem was not written for you." Xiao Yang, however, pushed her away and coldly replied, "What?" Yin Ryu was taken aback, unable to restrain her curiosity as she pressed on. "Then for whom do you act?" "My fiancée, Ning Hongye." Xiao Yang's words were astonishing, causing an uproar throughout the venue. What a jest! That Ning Hongye is a remorseless femme fatale, notorious for her bloodthirsty acts, including slaughtering entire cities and patricide. It is rumored that she intends to use the heads of her foes as vessels for wine, and can consume the flesh of 3 children in a single meal. Furthermore, she is said to have disfigured herself, rendering her hideously unattractive, only able to conceal her visage behind a mask. Such a wretched woman. How could she be worthy of such timeless verses? It is a disgrace to literature. A multitude of literary talents lamented, their expressions reflecting profound sorrow. In the distance, a general exclaimed, "These scoundrels dare to malign you. I shall silence them at once." Qing Wan, filled with righteous indignation, was poised to take action. "No need," Ning Hongya interjected. "There is no merit in quarreling with a bunch of pretentious scholars." At that moment, Yen Ruyu inquired, "Xiao Yang, it appears you hold a fondness for your betrothed?" As soon as she spoke, Xiao Ziwen interjected, "Fairy Yen, you are unaware. Recently, Ning Hongya injured her left eye, and in a bid to curry favor, my ninth brother even sacrificed his own spiritual eye." He believed this revelation would lead Yen Ruyu to perceive Xiao Yang as a sycophant, thus disdaining him. To his astonishment, the next moment, Yen Ruyu gazed at Xiao Yang with affection. "Xiao Yang, I did not expect you to be not only eloquent, but also a romantic at heart. It is truly moving. I shall document your tale, preserving this story for future generations to admire." Upon hearing this, Xiao Ziwen could not suppress his ire. This was not how he envisioned the situation. No, Fairy Yin, so reserved and pure, like a pristine flower atop a lofty peak, could not possibly mean this. Surely, ninth brother must have enchanted her with some beguiling potion. Today, he must rescue Fairy Yin. "Ninth brother, how audacious of you to plagiarize my verses." Suddenly, Xiao Ziwen seemed to lose his composure, his eyes aflame with rage as he bellowed, "What are you doing? Why are you shouting so loudly?" Xiao Yang was taken aback and retorted, "Second brother, have you lost your senses? To accuse me of plagiarism without any evidence is quite absurd. That poem is my original creation, recorded in Volume 1 of the Ziwen Poetry Collection, and many talented individuals present can attest to this, can they not?" Xiao Ziwen suddenly interjected. Due to his esteemed status, many were compelled to nod in agreement. "Second brother, you truly exceed my expectations in your audacity." Xiao Yang shook his head. "Xiao Yang, I have faith in you." Yet, Yen Ruyu tightly grasped his hand, her eyes shimmering with an indescribable allure. Damn it! Upon witnessing this scene, Xiao Ziwen was filled with even greater indignation, gritting his teeth as he exclaimed, "Ninth brother, if you wish to prove your innocence, then compose another poem on the spot, one that is no less remarkable than the previous." He understood the immense value of that recent masterpiece. For an ordinary individual might take pride in crafting just one such verse for a lifetime. To create a second within such a brief span of time was akin to scaling the heavens. Let alone one. Even 10 would be an extraordinary feat. Xiao Yang brimmed with confidence. A jest? Within his mind resided the cultural treasures of a previous life, sufficient to transcend dimensions and dominate the poetic realm of this world. Wait. Xiao Ziwen still felt a sense of insecurity and spoke again. "To prevent you from continuing to plagiarize others' verses, I shall propose the topic. And you must compose on the spot." Agreed. Xiao Yang remained utterly unperturbed, with the luminous moon hanging high in the night sky. "Why not choose the moon as the theme?" Xiao Ziwen suggested. "The moon?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Yang furrowed his brow. Xiao Ziwen believed he was at a loss, unaware that it was the multitude of choices that left him indecisive about which poem to select. "Bring forth the wine. Prepare the ink and brush," Xiao Yang proclaimed proudly. "Tonight, this young master shall open your eyes." Chapter 24, A Contest of Wine and Poetry, All Saints Resound. Upon hearing his words, none in attendance dared to act, fearing the ire of the second young master if they appeared too close to Xiao Yang. At that moment, Mama Kai, braving the pressure, hurriedly approached and filled a cup with exquisite wine for him. "Allow this young lady to grind the ink." Yen Ruyu stepped toward an inkstone, extending her delicate hand to commence the grinding. With a masterful brush, she infused the air with a fragrant elegance. Then, Xiao Yang began to write with fervor, magnificent verses materializing in an instant. "When will the bright moon appear? I raise my cup to inquire of the azure sky. I know not the celestial palaces above, what year this night may be. Men experience joy and sorrow, partings and reunions. The moon endures its phases of fullness and waning, a timeless conundrum. May we long endure, sharing the beauty of the moon across 1,000 miles. Upon witnessing this poem, many gifted scholars present, despite having received favors from the second young master, could not help but express their admiration. Another timeless masterpiece. What a splendid line. May we long endure, sharing the beauty of the moon across 1,000 miles. Such verses are worthy of traversing the seas, their fame resounding throughout the world. However, the second young master wore a sinister expression, his teeth clenched in disbelief. "No, this cannot be. Ninth brother, you are but a crude warrior, unversed in the teachings of sages. How could you compose such exceptional lines? Second brother, do you still doubt? If so, allow me to compose a few more for your guidance." Xiao Yang spoke with a tone of profound confidence. despite his assertion of merely offering guidance. He continued to grasp his brush, unleashing a torrent of ink. Classic verses from past lives emerged before the assembled crowd. Do you not see the waters of the yellow river flowing from the heavens, rushing towards the sea never to return? The bright sun sets behind the mountains, while the yellow river flows into the ocean. To exhaust a 1,000-mile view, one must ascend another level. In the night, with a luminous cup of fine wine, the pipa urges one to drink swiftly. Do not laugh at the soldier who lies drunken on the battlefield. Throughout history, how many have returned from war? In that moment, astonishment swept through the assembly. All present held their breath, their eyes widening in rapt attention, fixated on the poetry crafted by Xiao Yang, fearful of missing even a single word. These were verses of eternal brilliance, now as commonplace as cabbages. How could they not be moved by such artistry? Do not laugh at the soldier who lies drunken on the battlefield. Throughout history, how many have returned from war? In the distance, Ning Hongye pondered this line, her beautiful eyes shimmering with intrigue. Xiao Yang, how many more talents do you conceal? In the central plains, an ancient temple stood, seemingly unremarkable, yet regarded as a sacred haven by countless scholars. The Confucian Temple, the walls adorned with portraits of ancient sages, and on the altar, small bronze figures were reverently displayed. The 4 saints, 10 philosophers, and 72 worthies. At this moment, an elderly man with white hair held an ancient tome, perusing its pages. He was the subsage, the spiritual leader of scholars across the realm. With a single phrase, he could invigorate the nation. With a mere word, he could support the foundation of society. The history of the Confucian Temple extended beyond that of the Great Xia Kingdom, enduring for 3 millennia, yet it had birthed only 4 saints. Suddenly, a hum began to resonate. A buzzing sound emanated from the portraits on the wall, which moved of their own accord, unfettered by wind. The small bronze figures on the altar trembled, producing a deafening roar. All the saints echoed in unison. The subsage set down his scroll, his eyes glinting with brilliance as he gazed towards the northern frontier, his vision seemingly transcending mountains and rivers. A sage had emerged from the north. Which esteemed scholar had spoken such words to summon the resonance of all the saints? Meanwhile, at Lanting, Xiao Yang, while indulging in wine, composed countless exquisite verses, ultimately laying down his pen. Now, who dares to accuse me of plagiarism? With a hint of arrogance and intoxication, he defiantly faced the multitude of critics. The literary talents present felt a wave of shame, bowing their heads in humility. Second brother, do you concede now? Xiao Yang inquired once more. Xiao Ziwen's mouth hung open. Yet he suddenly found himself stuttering, unable to utter a single word. If it were merely 1 or 2 poems, one might accuse Xiao Yang of plagiarism. However, now Xiao Yang recited dozens of timeless verses in one breath, displaying an astonishing talent that was unparalleled in history. How infuriating! This young man possesses such poetic prowess. Why did he not reveal it sooner? Was it merely to humiliate me in front of Fairy Yin? How cunning! I have been completely outmaneuvered by this lad. Xiao Ziwen felt an overwhelming sense of frustration, nearly to the point of sputtering blood. At that moment, Yin Ryu gazed at Xiao Yang with a face as radiant as a peach blossom, filled with admiration. It turned out that Xiao Lang was indeed the earthly incarnation of the star of literature. Among the myriad talents of the world, Xiao Lang alone claimed the lion's share. After today, his name would undoubtedly resound throughout the poetry circles of the Great Xia. Xiao Yang shook his head and replied, Miss Yin, it is not that I am exceptionally formidable, but rather that they are woefully inadequate. Your names and bodies shall be obliterated. Yet the rivers shall continue to flow through the ages. Those who mock me shall soon find both their physical forms and reputations fading into oblivion. However, the poetry I create will surge forth like the relentless rivers, enduring through time immemorial. I shall hurl insults without resorting to vulgarity. The pretentious literati present have been metaphorically cast into the fray, as if to suggest that all assembled are but refuse. Yet, they find themselves unable to retort. Brother, since I have fulfilled my part of the agreement, it is time for you to present me with the esteemed Wei Wu's military treatise. Xiao Yang urged. Take it. Although Xiao Ziwen was reluctant, he had no choice but to surrender the military treatise. If there are no further matters, I shall take my leave. Xiao Yang prepared to take his leave. Xiao Lang, please stay. Suddenly, Yin Ryu intercepted him, her enchanting eyes glistening with emotion. Xiao Lang, may I request the poem Clouds Envision Garments, Flowers Envision Beauty that you recited just now? Of course, I shall not ask for it without recompense. I am a female scholar from the Jixia Academy, and I have the authority to grant you access to the sutra repository. allowing you to peruse any ancient text at your leisure. Her words left the entire assembly astounded. The Sutra repository of the Academy housed the works of ancient sages and revered scholars, strictly guarded from public access. It was rumored that some scholars, upon perusing these texts, experienced sudden enlightenment and transcended their previous limitations. Earlier, Xiao Ziwen had sought an audience but was turned away by her. Yet now, she bestowed this invaluable opportunity upon Xiao Yang. I apologize. Xiao Yang shook his head with a hint of impatience and replied, I have already stated that the poem was composed for my fiancée. Do you not comprehend? Yen Ruyu was taken aback by the rejection. As mist began to rise in the peach blossom spring, her appearance, reminiscent of pear blossoms weeping in the rain, evoked a profound sense of protectiveness. Ninth brother, do not let your arrogance overwhelm you. It is a tremendous honor that Fairy Yin has taken a liking to your poetry and appreciates your talent. Should you choose not to present this poem to her, I shall unite with those present and ensure your total ostracism from the literary world. Even if you possess boundless talent, it shall find no avenue for expression. Xiao Ziwen reprimanded sharply, believing that such behavior would win the heart of Yen Ruyu. Little did he know that Yen Ruyu was internally cursing him vehemently. I share an inseparable bond with Jiolong. We are perfectly matched. How dare you, a mere demon, oppose us? Second brother, you truly overestimate your own worth. What importance does your so-called literary world hold for me, Xiao Yang? I have no interest whatsoever. With a hearty laugh, he strode out, proclaiming, we are not mere weeds in this world. Upon finishing his words, Xiao Yang, clutching the military treatise of Yu Wu, laughed heartily as he made his way outside. Zhilong, wait for me. Yen Ruyu called out, chasing after him. Fairy Yin. Upon witnessing the scene, Xiao Ziwen could not help but follow closely behind with a group of companions. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of Lanting, where an astonishing spectacle unfolded before their eyes. There stood Xiao Yang's magnificent black steed, the cloud-treading black dragon colt, having mysteriously escaped from the royal stables. At that moment, the mighty stallion radiated vitality, exuberantly butting against the white deer brought by Yen Ruyu. Chapter 25. Do not lament the absence of kindred spirits on your journey. Who in this world does not recognize you? How dare a wild horse desecrate the sacred white deer of the immortal Yen in broad daylight? To commit such an indecent act is utterly beastly. It is an affront to the eyes. This creature must be slain today, avenging the noble Yen's mount, the white deer. In an instant, the gathering of literati was stirred into a fervor. Yet, upon witnessing this scene, Xiao Yang found himself at a loss for words. Previously, when he summoned the black horse, it had been lethargic and disinterested. He never anticipated its current wildness. Dragons are inherently lustful. This cloud-treading black dragon colt, possessing the bloodline of an ancient black dragon, undoubtedly inherited formidable reproductive instincts. Beast, perish, cried the sycophants of the second young master, brandishing their swords as they rushed towards the magnificent steed. Disturbed by their advance, the black horse, irate, kicked back with its powerful hind legs. Bang, bang, bang. The assailants were sent sprawling, as if struck by a speeding freight truck, their ribs shattered, blood spewing forth. How could this be? A wild horse inflicts such grievous injuries upon scholars of the second and third rank. Could it possibly be a spirit beast? The onlookers gasped in astonishment. Fear not, Yen Ruyu, for I am a fifth-rank gentleman. I shall subdue this wretched beast. Xiao Ziwen yearned to showcase his prowess before Yen Ruyu, aspiring to capture her heart. But wait. At that moment, Xiao Yang interjected, declaring, Second brother, this magnificent black steed is my mount. What? Upon hearing this, Xiao Ziwen felt as if he had seized a weapon, his teeth clenched in indignation. Should a steed err, it reflects upon its master. Ninth brother, your laxity in managing your mount has led to such egregious behavior in broad daylight. This is a disgrace to decorum, an affront to the celestial beauty Yen. Such an act is utterly unforgivable. He cast a heavy accusation forth. Yet, Xiao Yang remained unfazed, retorting with a sharp tongue, in the 4 provinces of the northern border. Do they not belong to the realm of the sovereign? All creatures and beings are subjects of the king. This horse is not merely my steed. It is also a subject of our father. Second brother, are you questioning the king's discipline? He continued, as a son, to rise against one's elder is a profound disrespect, warranting 100 strokes according to the laws of the Great Xia. I certainly do not mean that. Xiao Ziwen was momentarily taken aback. He had been pursuing accountability from the ninth prince, yet unexpectedly, with just a few words, the ninth prince accused him of disrespecting their father. even threatening to bring into justice the second young master. At that moment, Yin Ryu suddenly stepped forward, gently parting her crimson lips to speak. The propagation of life follows the heavenly way. I shall not hold ninth brother accountable for this matter. Perhaps we should let it pass? Very well then. Xiao Ziwen, though reluctant, found himself unable to refuse the goddess. Since Yin Ryu, his master, had chosen not to hold grudges, he, as her flower protector, felt he could say nothing further. Xiao Yang. At that moment, Yin Ryu noticed the great black horse still attending to the white deer, a blush gracing her delicate features as she shyly glanced at Xiao Yang. I must return now. I kindly ask for your assistance. In truth, Xiao Yang felt quite awkward, not anticipating the turmoil the great black horse would cause. He promptly approached and delivered a firm slap to its flank. The great black horse snorted in displeasure, yet, coincidentally, it had finished its business and galloped away, vanishing into the night like a heartless rogue. Alas, the little white deer was left in a pitiable state. Xiao Yang. I shall remain at Shuilong Pass for a few more days, residing in the Academy's villa in the western city. Should you find the time, I would be delighted to discuss poetry with you. Yin Ryu extended an invitation with grace. For anyone else, receiving such an offer from this stunningly beautiful teacher would be a cause for astonishment. However, Xiao Yang, appearing indifferent to the charms of women, shook his head. Miss Yin, I am already engaged, and you have yet to be married. Even if our interactions were innocent, rumors would likely arise, so it is best to refrain. What if I desire to cultivate such rumors? Yin Ryu nearly uttered those words, but ultimately remained silent, casting him a sorrowful glance before mounting the white deer and departing. Fairy Yin, allow me to escort you. Xiao Ziwen hurriedly sprinted to catch up. With the main participant departed, the Lanting poetry gathering naturally came to a close, and the other literary talents promptly took their leave. Xiao Yang also prepared to return to the royal residence. Ninth young master, may I have the honor of accompanying you? Suddenly, the portly Ma Wentai hurried over, his face beaming with a broad smile, his tone imbued with utmost respect. Very well. Xiao Yang nodded, displaying no airs of nobility. After all, when he had just finished writing, he was approached by only one person among the many present, Ma Wenkai, who graciously offered him a drink. This alone made him worthy of friendship. Young master, please enter the carriage. Ma Wenkai guided Xiao Yang into an opulent carriage adorned with exquisite carpets from the western regions, embellished with various precious gemstones. The carriage was drawn by 4 magnificent steeds, typically reserved for centurions in the military. Truly, the Ma family of Zhangzhou is remarkable. Just the carriage itself must be worth over 10,000 taels of silver. In Xiao Yang's heart, there lingered a trace of envy. Though he was the heir of the royal mansion, his monthly allowance amounted to a mere 500 taels of silver. Other heirs were affluent due to the backing of their powerful maternal clans, flaunting their wealth with ease. However, he had previously been but a mere shadow within the royal household, fortunate only to maintain a single maid, the songbird, and with the company of the guard Zhao Chong Kong. Otherwise, he would have likely found himself in dire financial straits. Even the betrothal gifts for Ning Hong Yi had necessitated him to seek assistance from a few of his elder brothers. Booming sounds echoed as the carriage made its way towards the royal residence. Your Highness, Ma Wenkai opened his mouth, appearing as if he had something to say yet hesitated. Brother Ma, I am a straightforward person. There is no need to hide anything from me. Speak freely, Xiao Yang urged. Suddenly, with a thud, Ma Wenkai knelt on one knee, his voice grave. If your Highness does not reject me, I wish to serve you as my lord, ready to heed your commands. Witnessing this scene, Xiao Yang found himself momentarily taken aback. He did not perceive himself as possessing any regal aura capable of inspiring such loyalty from a subordinate. Moreover, he had merely penned a few poems at Lanting. Poetry was a trivial pursuit, incapable of achieving great deeds or providing any tangible benefit to Ma Wenkai. What is your purpose in aligning yourself with me? Xiao Yang's gaze was penetrating. Ma Wenkai, unable to conceal the truth, replied candidly, I have no fear of being ridiculed by the young master. Although I am indeed the son of the wealthiest man in Zhangzhou, I have numerous brothers, over several dozen. In fact, as I am not the legitimate eldest son, I hold little significance within the family. Previously, I sought to curry favor with the second young master, yet I was met with indifference, relegated to the role of a jester. At this point, he chuckled self-deprecatingly. Xiao Yang recalled the previous poetry gathering, where he had intentionally been the first to compose a poem, eliciting uproarious laughter from the audience. Yet, despite my humble station and lowly status, I refused to succumb to degradation. I aspire to serve a wise sovereign. I wonder, Your Highness, would you consider accepting this unworthy younger brother of mine? Ma Wenkai remained on one knee, yet he lifted his gaze towards Xiao Yang, eagerly awaiting his response. Brother Ma, you have misjudged the situation. Xiao Yang shook his head. Upon witnessing this, Ma Wenkai felt a heavy pang in his heart, his expression laden with bitterness. Indeed, does the ninth prince look down upon me, the son of a merchant? However, in the next moment, Xiao Yang spoke again. You deem yourself lowly and unworthy, and I cannot permit you to belittle yourself in such a manner. What of being a merchant? Great merchants traverse the seas, and their commerce reaches the highest echelons. The prosperity of the Great Xia, where every household enjoys a good life, was not only to the soldiers guarding the borders but also to the contributions of merchants. Upon hearing these words, Ma Wencai's body trembled with emotion, and his eyes brimmed with tears. In all his years, he had never encountered such affirming words. To his astonishment, the noble prince not only held him in esteem, but also praised him so highly. Brother Ma, since fate has brought us together today, allow me to bestow upon you a poem for our mutual encouragement. Xiao Yang continued. What poem? Ma Wencai's face radiated with anticipation. Xiao Yang took a deep breath and recited a line from a poem renowned in his previous life. Do not lament the road ahead for lacking kindred spirits. Who in the world does not recognize you? Chapter 26. Let Ning Hongye call him husband? Upon hearing these words, Ma Wencai was filled with fervor. His face flushed with excitement, unable to suppress a tremor that coursed through his body. Who in the world does not recognize you? He savored the line repeatedly, and in an instant, his spirit ignited. His eyes sparkled with fire, and his heart radiated light. Though his father was the wealthiest man in Zhangzhou, known throughout the region, his name was scarcely recognized beyond the common folk of Zhangzhou. What power and influence must a merchant possess to achieve such renown? Could it be that the ninth young master harbors aspirations of this magnitude? A bold thought flashed through Ma Wencai's mind. So that is it. No wonder the ninth young master has remained inconspicuous until now. He harbors such lofty ambitions, unwilling to remain in obscurity, yearning to seize the throne. Your Highness, I am astonished by your trust in me. I am willing to devote myself entirely to your cause of usurpation, ready to brave fire and water, without a second thought. Ma Wencai's eyes glistened red, embodying the spirit of one who would lay down his life for a true friend. Ah, do not speak recklessly. When did I ever declare an intention to usurp? Xiao Yang found himself momentarily bewildered, hastily denying the implications. Your Highness, it was my oversight. This matter must remain confidential until our great undertaking is complete. Ma Wencai displayed an expression of understanding, leaving Xiao Yang utterly confounded. What exactly are you imagining? Young master, we have arrived at the Wangfu. At that moment, the voice of the coachman broke the silence. Brother Ma, I shall take my leave here. I am heading back. Xiao Yang alighted from the carriage, and Ma Wencai followed suit, bowing deeply and remaining so until Xiao Yang entered the residence. In truth, Xiao Yang's decision to accept this young subordinate was not a fleeting whim, but rather a conclusion reached after careful contemplation. Firstly, he found himself in dire need of funds. The monthly stipend from the Wangfu was utterly insufficient. The treasures returned by the system were far too precious to be sold, thus Ma Wencai could serve as his purse. Secondly, being born into a merchant family and not being the eldest son, Ma Wencai experienced a lack of regard from his kin. Therefore, his loyalty was unquestionable, and it was certain he had not been swayed by the other young lords. Assisting him was a gesture of kindness. And what may seem a trivial act to Xiao Yang could indeed alter the course of Ma Wencai's destiny. At the entrance of the Wangfu, the coachman inquired, Young master, the prince has already returned. Why have you not yet risen? Upon hearing this, Ma Wencai straightened his posture, feeling a fervent flame ignite within him. Years later, as the wealthiest man in the Great Xia, a distinguished merchant, and a first-class noble, Ma Wencai would reminisce about that fateful night when he first encountered the emperor. Still moved to tears by the memory, it is essential to recognize that the ambitions of youth once aspired to be unparalleled in the realm. On the other side, Xiao Yang returned to the royal residence, but instead of heading to his own abode, he made his way to the villa where Miss Ning Hongye resided. He gently rapped on the door. Miss Ning, are you resting? Xiao Yang inquired. What brings you here at such a late hour? Came a cool voice from within. I happened upon a military treatise by Wu. Yet as a mere civilian without any command of troops, I thought it best to present it to you, Xiao Yang replied. Please, come in. Ning Hongye answered with a hint of indifference. Xiao Yang pushed the door open and beheld her without the shura mask, revealing a visage of unparalleled beauty, radiant and enchanting, yet bearing the marks of travel with traces of dust upon her. "Miss Ning, have you just returned?" Xiao Yang inquired with curiosity. "At such a late hour. Where could you have ventured?" "Military secrets." Ning Hongye maintained her silence, unwilling to divulge that she had secretly attended the Lanting poetry gathering. Nor would she admit to witnessing Xiao Yang's astonishing talents as he rejected Yan Ryu and intended to present that timeless masterpiece to his fiancée. At that moment, Xiao Yang noticed her peculiar expression, yet thought little of it as he extracted a military treatise from his bosom and offered it to her. "Is this truly a rare edition?" Ning Hongye exclaimed, flipping through a few pages with astonishment. "This book is immensely valuable. It must have been difficult to obtain, yes?" "Oh, it's no trouble at all, merely a trifling effort," Xiao Yang quickly replied. On one hand, he had merely memorized a few dozen ancient poems from his past life, which had been effortless, requiring little more than some verbal exertion. On the other hand, he feared that Ning Hongye might feel overly indebted and thus decline his gift. How then could he trigger the system as reward? However, Ning Hongye misunderstood his intentions. She had been present that night, witnessing Xiao Yang's impressive display of poetry and wine. She believed Xiao Yang to be a man of great intellect and ambition, who had remained hidden for many years, undoubtedly harboring grand aspirations. Yet, for her sake, he had willingly revealed his talents prematurely. Has he truly gone to such lengths for me? A novel sentiment blossomed within Ning Hongye's heart. Nevertheless, being prideful by nature, she found it difficult to express her emotions openly. Ding! Ning Hongye's affinity level increased by 5, now totaling 30. At that moment, Xiao Yang heard the system's notification sound in his ear. Strange. Despite her having received gifts before without any increase in her affection, why has there been a change today? Xiao Yang felt a sense of curiosity, yet thought it best to seize the moment. "Miss Ning, I have a precious gift that I wish to present to you." He retrieved the talisman bestowed upon him by Yan Ryu from his pocket and began to elaborate. "This is a protective amulet consecrated by the abbot of Tianlong Temple, designed to cultivate tranquility and ward off malevolent spirits. It would serve you well." However, to his surprise, Ning Hongye frowned slightly upon seeing the gift. She did not accept it, opting instead to change the subject. "By the way, Xiao Yang, the prince sent word earlier today that the engagement banquet is scheduled for the 8th of next month. The royal family will also dispatch an esteemed envoy to attend. Miss Ning, as we are soon to be wed, why not forego formalities? You may call me husband or Xiao Lang instead." With eager anticipation, Xiao Yang inquired. Although he had previously encountered Yan Ryu, the epitome of pure allure, he felt that Ning Hongye possessed an even greater beauty, particularly enhanced by her identity as a general. He wondered what delightful sensation it would evoke if she were to sweetly call him husband. However, Ning Hongye, with a charming yet fierce countenance, suddenly seized the talisman and inhaled its scent. Why did this talisman carry the fragrance of a woman's cosmetics? She feigned ignorance, fully aware of the implications. Xiao Yang was taken aback and quickly denied. "No way, you must have misheard. It was late, so I left first." With that, he hurriedly departed. However, just as he stepped out of the courtyard, a notification chime from the system echoed in his ears. Ding! Ning Hongye's affinity -5, total 25. What the heck? How could the affinity decrease? All my previous efforts were in vain. Come on, system, you can't play me like this. Xiao Yang felt a sense of bewilderment, utterly unaware of how he had offended Ning Hongye. The complexities of a woman's heart are as elusive as a needle in the depths of the ocean. Her change of demeanor is swifter than the turning of a page. The words of a man can be as deceptive as a phantom. In a secluded courtyard, Ning Hongye picked up the protective talisman and shook her head. Yet, a thought struck her. Previously at the poetry gathering, she had been as forward as Yan Ryu, nearly offering her embrace. However, Xiao Yang had continuously rebuffed her advances. Ning Hongye could not suppress the rapid beating of her heart as she called out softly. Her cheeks flushed, in the direction from which Xiao Yang departed. Xiao Lang. Chapter 27. A Hundredfold Return. The Great Wilderness Prisoner's Finger. The 1,000-mile divine travel talisman. Who was calling me? Xiao Yang strolled along the path, sensing a peculiar auditory illusion. Before long, he returned to his residence, instructing the maid, Huang Li, to guard the entrance, as he intended to enter seclusion for cultivation that night. Ding! The host has bestowed upon him the spirit-level supreme Yu martial treatise, triggering a reward. A hundredfold return, the emperor-level supreme Great Wilderness Prisoner's Finger. Ding! The host has granted a spirit-level medium amulet, triggering another reward. A hundredfold return, the Emperor-level medium 1000-lead divine travel talisman. Would you like to extract these rewards immediately? What a significant gain. Upon noticing the system's notification, Xiao Yang felt an overwhelming surge of excitement. He had not anticipated that the protective talisman, blessed by the abbot of the Tianlong Temple, would be categorized as a spiritual-grade treasure, capable of triggering a return. He promptly extracted it. In the next moment, a radiant glow illuminated his surroundings, revealing a martial arts technique and a violet talisman before him. He first grasped the violet talisman, examining it closely. The talisman of 1,000 miles. It allows for blood recognition of its master and can be activated by one's intent, transporting the user to a designated location within 1,000 miles according to their will. Xiao Yang pricked his fingertip, allowing a drop of crimson blood to fall upon it. In the next instant, he sensed an enigmatic connection with this talisman of swift travel. Upon closing his eyes, he perceived that the entirety of Shuilong Pass and even distant realms, mountains, rivers, and seas could be reached with merely a thought. How astonishing! Xiao Yang was utterly astonished. This one-time use imperial-grade item was even more extraordinary than those divine weapons. This meant that when he faced danger in the future, with merely a thought, he could instantaneously escape and transport himself to any desired location. It was truly a miraculous tool for both home and travel, as well as for committing acts of violence and theft. Unfortunately, it was a one-time use, vanishing upon activation. Subsequently, Xiao Yang turned his attention to the martial arts manual and began to leaf through its pages. The Great Wilderness Prison Sky Finger, the unparalleled technique of the martial ancestor in his youth, with half a finger shaking the heavens and the earth, one finger imprisoning the world, 2 fingers shattering mountains and rivers, 3 fingers extinguishing all life, 4 fingers breaking the firmament, and 5 fingers shifting the very cosmos. This martial art was exceedingly domineering, specifically designed to subdue all forms of defiance. It was nothing short of a rogue technique, comparable to wielding a club or smashing with a brick. Ding. Detection indicates that the host is currently cultivating martial skills, automatically triggering the epiphany divine ability of the heavy eye. The Great Wilderness Prison Sky Finger has been cultivated to perfection. Xiao Yang's expression was filled with exhilaration, as if he had cultivated for several decades, enduring countless attempts, finally mastering this martial technique to its zenith. With a swift motion, he raised his hand and pointed forward. Boom. A terrifying energy surged from his fingertip, tearing through the surrounding air. The might of his single finger capable of splitting mountains and shattering stones, even overturning rivers and seas. Unfortunately, his current cultivation was too low, allowing him only to practice the half finger shaking the heavens. Yet he had at least attained the strength to fight. Xiao Yang was immensely pleased with this extraordinary skill. As a third-tier martial artist, he possessed a physical strength of 1,000 pounds. However, under the enhancement of the Great Wilderness Prison Sky Finger, a mere point of his finger could unleash a terrifying force of 10,000 pounds, a tenfold increase. This was equivalent to the full-force strike of a 4th-tier refining spirit realm warrior. Such cultivation could be considered at the commanding level within the military. Xiao Yang possessed unwavering confidence, believing that with a little more time, he would grow to a stature that would command the admiration of all. He even aspired to surpass the so-called prodigy, Xiao Junlin, leaving him in the dust. The following morning, a gentle knock at the door announced the arrival of Huang Li. "Young master, have you risen? I have matters to report," she respectfully called out. "Come in," Xiao Yang replied. As Huang Li entered, she beheld Xiao Yang seated cross-legged upon his bed. His visage was like that of a jade crown, with sword-like brows and starry eyes, exuding an air of refined elegance akin to that of a gentleman of noble character. "Young master is truly perfect." Huang Li marveled inwardly, her cheeks flushing with warmth, her heart fluttering. She was Xiao Yang's devoted maid, attending to his needs day and night, yet recently, she found herself blushing and her heart racing in his presence. This phenomenon was, in fact, a result of Xiao Yang's innate yin-yang sacred body, which possessed an irresistible charm akin to that of a male succubus, generating a powerful allure towards the opposite sex. The effect was particularly pronounced on beautiful women. Previously, even the esteemed female scholar, Yin Ruyu, had shown an overwhelming desire to embrace him. "Huang Li, what is it that you hold in your hand?" Xiao Yang suddenly realized that she was holding a large bundle of items. "Young master, I am about to report," Huang Li announced. This morning, a messenger from the Ma family in Sangzhou delivered over 100 silver notes, totaling a staggering 100,000 taels. 100,000 taels of silver? Upon hearing this figure, even though Xiao Yang was somewhat prepared, he was still taken aback. Having been in this world for a few months, he had gained a basic understanding of the prices. The purchasing power of a single tael of silver in the Great Xia Dynasty was equivalent to 1,000 yuan in Blue Star. Thus, 100,000 taels of silver equated to 100 million, a sum sufficient for recruiting soldiers and embarking on numerous ventures. Moreover, now that Xiao Yang had turned 18, it was customary for him to establish his own household and even possess his own fief. However, all of this would have to wait until the conclusion of the upcoming Qingyan Grand Examination next month. Huangli, you will manage these silver notes for now. Next, I need you to look for a suitable residence in the city and seek out some household servants and guards. Xiao Yang instructed. With so much silver, how could I possibly be worthy? Huangli replied, filled with trepidation. Huangli, there is no need for false modesty. You are the only one I trust. Xiao Yang reassured her. Young master. Huangli's eyes glistened with tears, wishing fervently to repay his trust with her utmost devotion. Xiao Yang couldn't help but secretly lament that, in his previous life on Blue Star, a beauty like Huangli, who was regarded as a campus goddess, would undoubtedly have countless admirers surrounding her. Yet, within the confines of the royal residence, she took pride in serving Xiao Yang. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoed from outside, and a woman entered. She appeared to be in her early 20s, adorned in silk and satin, embellished with onyx jewelry, her bright eyes sparkling with charm and allure. She was truly a stunning beauty. Sister-in-law, what brings you here? Xiao Yang raised an eyebrow, somewhat astonished. He immediately recognized the woman before him, named Xiao Yang, who was the concubine of his third brother, Xiao Li. Her father was a civil official from a certain province in the Northern Territory. Your Highness, you garnered much acclaim at the Lanting Poetry Gathering last night, leaving a remarkable impression. Moreover, your third brother has sent me to inform you that he shall host a grand banquet at Tianxiang Pavilion this evening, and he has specifically invited you to attend. Xiao Yang articulated her purpose. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yang furrowed his brows tightly. If one were to consider whom he least desired to engage with within the entire royal residence, it would not be the lofty prince of Beibei, nor the arrogant eldest brother, Xiao Junlin. Instead, it would be his third brother, Xiao Li. It was rumored that many years ago, the astrological bureau had predicted Xiao Li's fate as that of a greedy wolf devouring the moon. This ominous fate, characterized by a rebellious spirit, was said to bring forth a malevolent aura that soared to the heavens. As the third son, Xiao Li grew up to embody the very essence of this grim prophecy, exhibiting a ruthless disposition, quick to take lives at a whim. After joining the military, he took command of the 3,000 Blood Wolf Guards, wielding significant power, to the point that even the eldest son, Xiao Junlin, approached him with caution. Now, with his sudden invitation to a banquet, could it be anything other than a treacherous trap? Sister-in-law, I have prior engagements this evening. Please forgive my inability to attend the feast. Xiao Yang found an excuse to refuse. Suddenly, to his astonishment, the enchanting Xiao Yang knelt before him, her delicate hands clasping his thigh, her eyes glistening with tears. Ninth Prince, if you are unwilling to go, then Niana shall remain here, kneeling until you relent. Chapter 28. Tianxiang Pavilion, the enchanting banquet, persuading to drink and slaying beauties. Sister-in-law, please rise. If others were to witness this, it would surely invite scandal. Xiao Yang was somewhat bewildered. Was it really necessary to react this way simply for declining an invitation? Your Highness, you may be unaware, but your third brother possesses a rather fiery temperament. If I fail to fulfill my task, I shall undoubtedly face repercussions upon my return. The consequences could range from receiving dozens of lashes to something far more dreadful. As she spoke, Xiao Yang seemed to recall some horrifying thought. Her eyes filled with trepidation, and her delicate frame trembled. It appeared that the ferocity of her third brother, Xiao Li, was even more severe than she had imagined. Very well, I shall agree to attend. Xiao Yang nodded helplessly. Thank you. Xiao Yang expressed her gratitude, straightening up before departing. After her exit, Huangli, with a look of deep concern, remarked, My lord, the third young master is notoriously brutal. Each year, he causes the deaths of hundreds of maidservants and many others, unable to endure the torment, resort to hanging or drowning themselves. This evening, he is hosting a banquet, and I fear his intentions are nefarious. It would be perilous for you to attend alone. It would be wiser to bring me and guard Zhao along, for at least we could provide some protection. Very well, came the reply. Xiao Yang nodded in acknowledgement. Although he currently held the rank of a third-tier warrior and possessed the life-saving talisman of 1,000 miles, the notorious reputation of the third prince, Xiao Li, was widely known. Thus, having additional companions would certainly prove advantageous. As dusk approached, Xiao Yang, accompanied by Zhao Changkong and Huangli, departed from the royal mansion and made their way to the Tianxiang Pavilion. Although Zhao Changkong's arm was injured and not yet fully healed, he was able to move freely. Furthermore, he currently had no other attendants by his side. Xiao Yang donned a long robe of azure hue, crafted from silk and embroidered with cloud patterns. Unmistakably the attire of an esteemed young gentleman from a prestigious family. Beneath the robe, for utmost security, he had also donned the Xianlin Wanzhong armor. Along the roadside, numerous young ladies were captivated, casting flirtatious glances his way. "Zhao Guardian, what delectable specialties does the Tianxiang Pavilion offer?" Xiao Yang inquired. Having spent most of his time in the royal residence since arriving in this realm, he found the exquisite dishes lacking in variety compared to his past life. He found himself yearning for flavors such as braised pork knuckle, tender red meat, spicy chicken wings, mouth-watering crayfish, and charcoal-grilled lamb skewers. "Your Highness, the Tianxiang Pavilion is not a restaurant. It is located in Huhu Alley," Zhao Changkong replied, somewhat awkwardly scratching his head. Huhu Alley? Xiao Yang was momentarily taken aback, but quickly realized that the Tianxiang Pavilion was, in fact, a brothel. In his previous life, he was merely a wage slave. Unable to afford such luxuries, having only heard tales from older colleagues about extravagant business trips to distant establishments. In the Great Xia Dynasty, venues of pleasure were abundant, each categorized into various ranks. The lowest tier was known as Yaozi, where the women were aged and unattractive, often lacking even proper beds, merely laying on straw mats, catering primarily to laborers. Next came the Gulan, where women of slightly better appearance would perform arts, allowing patrons to enjoy tea and music. Ascending further, one found the brothels, where the women were not only beautiful but also well-versed in poetry, music, and the arts, providing not only physical companionship but also emotional fulfillment. However, indulging in such pleasures was not easy. It required at least several months' worth of a common person's income. Thus, the clientele typically comprised bureaucrats, wealthy merchants, and the elite. Xiao Yang was aware that above the brothels existed an institution known as the Jia Fangxi, where many of the women were wives or daughters of convicted traitors, and even princesses from enemy states. Here, social status reigned supreme, far beyond the measure of money. "Your Highness, we have arrived at Yanhua Alley," Zhao Changkong intoned gravely. The trio turned into a narrow alley, and their vision was immediately filled with a lively scene. On either side, numerous taverns and pavilions thrived, ablaze with vibrant lights and adorned with festive decorations, exuding a fragrant scent of cosmetics. At the entrance, hawkers and madams beckoned, while above, elegantly clad beauties, draped in sheer fabrics, coyly cast flirtatious glances. "Dear guest, come inside and enjoy. What a handsome young man. Let the sister attend to your needs. With such a splendid night, why not come in and indulge?" The young women fixated on Xiao Yang, each adorned in resplendent attire, showering him with attention. A gentleman of his striking appearance, coupled with a talent for poetry, was immensely popular in such establishments, often able to revel without spending a coin. A gaggle of seductresses. Huang Li could not help but clench her delicate fist, muttering a silent curse. Meanwhile, Zhao Changkong, clearly inexperienced, blushed deeply, torn between the allure of the lightly clad beauties and his own bashfulness. Xiao Yang, however, remained steadfast, his gaze unwavering as he strode purposefully towards his destination, the exquisite Tianxiang Pavilion. This opulent establishment radiated grandeur, adorned in gold and splendor, surpassing all in magnificence. A few patrons approached, only to be met with the doorman's swift declaration, "I beg your pardon, but today, the third young master has reserved the entire venue. Entry is strictly prohibited." He gestured dismissively. Xiao Yang produced an invitation card, which had been previously bestowed upon him by his sister-in-law, Qiao Niano. It turned out to be from the ninth young master. "The third young master has been awaiting your arrival. Do come in promptly." The attendant immediately nodded and bowed, respectfully ushering the trio upstairs. Soon, they arrived at a banquet hall on the top floor, an expansive space exceeding 1,000 square meters, adorned with opulence and flowing wine. "Ninth brother, you have finally arrived," called out the third young master, Xiao Li, from the elevated platform. He possessed a penetrating gaze, akin to that of a hawk, exuding an aura that was both formidable and unsettling, reminiscent of a ravenous wolf poised to pounce. In addition to Xiao Li, there were over a dozen leaders of the Blood Wolf Guard present, each wielding a sheathed sword, seasoned warriors who had claimed thousands of lives on the battlefield. The sound of their footsteps echoed through the hall. Xiao Yang ascended the high platform step by step, taking a seat opposite Xiao Li. Zhao Changkong and Huang Li closely followed, standing behind him. With everyone present, let the Thousand Beauties banquet commence. Xiao Li waved his hand. Soon, the musician struck up a melodious tune. Rows of women clad in sheer silk entered, each more exquisite than the last, with slender waists and long legs. All remarkable beauties selected from a multitude. There were easily hundreds, nearly all the maidens of Tianxiang Pavilion, dazzling to behold. The Blood Wolf Guard could hardly contain themselves, immediately plunging into the throng of flowers, returning to their seats with several lovely maidens in tow, indulging in merriment and drink. In an instant, the air was filled with soft giggles. Observing this chaotic scene, Xiao Yang furrowed his brow but said nothing. Brother Jiao, have you found someone to your liking? Inquired the third young master. Xiao Li, third brother, I have no interest in such matters, Xiao Yang replied, shaking his head. Indeed, it is said that second brother is infatuated with the learned beauty Yin Ruyu, who holds a special affection for you. Naturally, you would find these ordinary women unworthy. Commanded Xiao Li, bring forth the courtesan. As soon as the words left his lips, 10 stunning women entered, each radiating beauty and grace. Fit to be stars in the previous age. Unlike the other maidens' cool attire, these ladies were dressed modestly, resembling refined young ladies of high society. Yet, their alluring and captivating gazes revealed a striking contrast. Your servant, Shi, pays her respects to the 9th young master. Your servant, Xiao. Your servant, Waner. The 10 courtesans approached Xiao Yang, performing graceful bows, their every smile and frown seemingly meticulously crafted. What a spectacle! Is this truly a test for the officials? Xiao Yang could even hear Zhao Changkong behind him swallowing hard, his trousers seemingly tightening. This is my 9th brother's first visit to the Tianxiang Pavilion. You must attend to him with utmost care. Why are you not offering a toast? Spoke the 3rd young master, Xiao Li. Soon, a courtesan approached Xiao Yang, elegantly holding a wine cup. 9th young master, may I have the honor of toasting with you? Regrettably, I have been practicing martial arts recently and do not partake in alcohol, Xiao Yang replied with a gentle shake of his head. Understanding her humble standing, the courtesan retreated, not daring to insist further. Another toast. The 3rd young master, Xiao Li, admonished with a stern expression. The 2nd and 3rd courtesans approached, their heads bowed and demeanor respectful, ready to offer their salutation with wine. Xiao Yang, however, remained unmoved. Since the 9th brother refused to drink, they held no value in living any longer. Suddenly, the 3rd prince, Xiao Li, swiftly drew his dagger from his waist, his figure leaping into action. This is bad. Zhao Changkong sensed the imminent danger looming near and instinctively attempted to retaliate. Yet, Xiao Li was a 5th-tier martial artist, his speed far too swift for Zhao to contend with. Clang! In the next moment, the blade shimmered and blood splattered everywhere. Xiao Yang remained seated, unscathed. However, with a resounding thud, the heads of the 3 courtesans fell to the ground. Chapter 29. Regarding the pride of the Great Xia, it is only you and I. This sudden spectacle struck the visual nerves of all present. Just moments ago, 3 vibrant lives had been extinguished in an instant. Ah, Your Highness, spare me. I did not know where I offended you. The remaining 7 courtesans knelt in terror, fearful of becoming the next victims. The other young ladies present trembled in fear as well. Yet, the leaders of the Blood Wolf Guard remained unfazed, continuing to feast and drink, clearly accustomed to such scenes. 3rd brother, what do you mean by this? Xiao Yang furrowed his brows, a flicker of anger glinting in his eyes. At this moment, the 3rd prince Xiao Li remained composed, firmly grasping his dagger. Since they had become useless, they were to be disposed of like refuse. 9th brother, it can be said that these 3 courtesans met their demise because of you. I shall continue to have them toast. If you refuse to drink, I will slay one. Should I wipe out all the occupants of this Tianxiang Pavilion, I shall simply capture more maidens from outside. Ha ha. His boisterous laughter echoed throughout the grand hall, leaving the courtesans with expressions of utter despair. Xiao Li is not only the heir of the northern town prince's residence, but also commands the 3,000 Blood Wolf Guards, wielding significant military power. Even if he were to kill someone in public, none would dare to hold him accountable. 3rd brother, it is merely a cup of wine. You would not go so far as to poison me, would you? I shall drink it. Xiao Yang raised his wine cup and drained it in one swift motion. Although he felt disdain for consorting with such a brutal individual, he understood that now was not the opportune moment to sever ties. Thus, the music played on, and the dance continued. Xiao Li finally revealed a cruel smile, gesturing for the young women to continue their dance. Meanwhile, the 3 corpses and severed heads on the ground were swiftly cleared away, as if the earlier carnage had never transpired. In the eyes of someone like Xiao Li, human life was as inconsequential as grass. not to mention the deaths of 3 courtesans. Even if this entire establishment, the Tianxiang Pavilion, were to be drenched in blood, the proprietor would not dare to utter a single complaint. Third brother, you have mobilized such forces and invited me to this banquet. I am curious as to the purpose behind it, Xiao Yang inquired directly. Xiao Li did not respond directly. Instead, he offered a mysterious smile and suddenly inquired, Ninth brother, given the current prosperity of the Great Xia, with its plethora of talents, are you aware of the number of extraordinary individuals across the 4 northern provinces and indeed the entire nation? It is said that Yang Xuanci, the son of the Grand Marshal of the Central Plains, has attained the rank of a 6th-tier warrior before reaching the age of 30 and has also become the commander of the Imperial Guard. Can he not be considered an extraordinary talent? Xiao Yang asked. Xiao Li, however, shook his head. That Yang Xuanci I have encountered. Yet he is merely a figure of hollow fame. Although his cultivation level is high, it is solely due to the elixirs that have nurtured him. He has never truly stepped onto the battlefield, never witnessed the bloodshed, akin to a flower sheltered in a greenhouse. Such a person is unlikely to achieve greatness and cannot be regarded as a prodigy. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Yang spoke again. I have heard of a talented scholar in the capital, named Fangmingru, who possesses extraordinary intellect and is well-versed in both ancient and modern texts. He was accepted as a disciple by the esteemed sage of the Confucian Temple, who praised him as bearing the qualities of a chief minister. Can he be considered a prodigy? Not quite. Xiao Li shook his head once more, his voice resolute and unwavering. It is said that Fangmingru is exceedingly aloof. When the emperor dispatched eunuchs to invite him into officialdom, he not only rejected the offer but even demanded the chief eunuch to remove his shoes for him. A mere destitute scholar behaving so audaciously is destined to fall. After being rebutted repeatedly, Xiao Yang pondered for a considerable time before suddenly asking, Third brother, do you believe our eldest brother qualifies as a prodigy? He possesses extraordinary talent and the bone of supremacy. His future achievements are boundless. Upon hearing this, a sharp light ignited in Xiao Li's eyes. Indeed, their elder brother was remarkable. It was rumored that during his recent breakthrough, he had summoned 9 extraordinary phenomena of heaven and earth. However, his success and failure both stemmed from that very bone. He relies too heavily on that bone and neglects the cultivation of his own character. Brash yet lacking in resolve, cunning yet indecisive, he is no true prodigy. Upon hearing this evaluation, Xiao Yang raised an eyebrow. It seemed that this third brother was more formidable than he had imagined, possessing not only ruthless methods but also exceptional wisdom. At least his assessment of Xiao Junlin was remarkably astute. Third brother, your standards are perhaps too elevated. Pray tell. In today's Great Xia, who truly qualifies as a prodigy? Xiao Yang could not help but inquire. In response, the third son, Xiao Li, suddenly rose. Exuding an astonishing aura, he fixed his gaze upon Xiao Yang and proclaimed a shocking statement. In terms of prodigies of Great Xia, there are but the 2 of us. What? Hearing this, Xiao Yang maintained an outward calm, yet tumultuous waves surged within him. Could it be that third brother possesses some insight to recognize my extraordinary nature? I am merely the most inconsequential heir of the Wang family. How could I ever be deemed a prodigy? Xiao Yang immediately shook his head. Excessive humility is but a form of arrogance. Xiao Li then remarked, Ninth brother, I initially regarded you with indifference, yet your recent performances have truly surpassed everyone's expectations. First, you decisively eliminated the guard Cato of the fourth brother, and then at the Lanting Poetry Gathering, you astonished all with your remarkable talent. It is said that your poetry has already reached the capital. Xiao Yang shook his head, humbly stating, Third brother, poetry and verse are but trivial pursuits, hardly worth mentioning. Indeed, poetry is a minor endeavor. Yet, you have concealed your brilliance and endured in silence for many years. One might suspect that your ambitions are quite grand, wouldn't one? Xiao Li displayed a smile imbued with profound significance. Blast it! Xiao Yang could not help but mutter under his breath, what a misunderstanding, indeed. The original owner was merely an inconspicuous figure, but upon his arrival in this world, coupled with the enhancement of the system, his strength had significantly surged. To others, however, it appeared as if he had been masquerading as a simpleton, seemingly plotting some grand enterprise. Third brother, spare me the suspense. You've come to discuss so much today. What is it truly about? Xiao Yang could no longer contain himself. Bring forth the cloud-piercing bow. Xiao Li commanded loudly. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a commander of the Blood Wolf Guard entered, shouldering a large bow. The bow measured approximately 5 feet in length. Crafted from celestial meteorite iron, its surface adorned with intricate cloud patterns. The The bowstring was made from the tendons of ancient mythical beasts, emitting a deafening hum whenever drawn. Xiao Li introduced, "Ninth brother, this is the divine weapon of superior spirit grade that I promised you, the cloud-piercing bow. This bow boasts a range of 1,000 zhang and has slain dozens of foreign generals. It can only be drawn by one with a strength of 3,000 jin." Xiao Yang was secretly astonished. As a third-tier martial artist, his strength barely reached 1,000 pounds, relying solely on his physical prowess. He could not draw the precious bow and was compelled to employ the Great Wilderness Prison Sky Finger technique. Subsequently, Xiao Li continued, "Ninth brother, this bow and arrow is merely a token of our meeting. Today, I wish to offer you an opportunity to soar to great heights and ascend the azure skies. Will you consent to assist me in a contest against our elder brother? Once I secure the throne of the Northern Protector, I shall ensure you are well rewarded. You may select any one of the 4 states in the Northern Territory as your fief." Chapter 30. Carving a Bloody Path. What a grand promise. Xiao Yang raised an eyebrow, surprised to discover that the purpose of Third Brother's banquet this evening was to extend an olive branch, inviting him to embark on a venture together. However, having been accustomed to the empty promises of superiors during his previous life as a corporate worker, he had long since developed an immunity to such rhetoric. If that day were ever to come, it was unlikely that Xiao Li would treat him favorably. Rather, he would likely abandon him when he no longer served a purpose, much like a bird that has exhausted its usefulness is cast aside, regardless of the circumstances. Xiao Yang had no intention of boarding this treacherous ship. "Third brother, I appreciate your goodwill, but I have no interest in these matters." Xiao Yang shook his head in polite refusal. "Ninth brother, you must think this through. I am not merely inviting you, I am saving your life." Xiao Li replied coldly. "What do you mean by that? You have already offended eldest brother and exiled fourth brother's concubine to the border. They harbor a deep-seated hatred for you. If you do not swiftly seek a powerful ally and join forces with me, once eldest brother ascends to the throne, he will retaliate against you tenfold." Xiao Li explained. His words were astutely analyzed, and indeed, the reality was as he stated. Both the eldest and fourth sons viewed Xiao Yang as an eyesore, a thorn in their side, eager to eliminate him, even plotting to usurp his position and expel him from the royal residence. In the eyes of others, Xiao Yang's alliance with Xiao Li, who sought to contest for the throne, appeared to be the wisest choice. Little did he know, in the next moment, Xiao Yang, however, shook his head and declared with pride, "Third brother, you underestimate me." His words were imbued with a sense of self-assurance. With the 10,000-fold return system at his disposal and an intellect that transcended the confines of his era, he was naturally unwilling to remain merely a subordinate to Xiao Li. Yet, this proclamation incensed Xiao Li. "Ninth brother, you truly have grown bold. Do you believe that by allying yourself with that fierce woman, Ning Hongye, you can act with impunity?" He laughed heartily. Xiao Yang burst into laughter. "Third brother, are you not also adept at making your own calculations? The reason you seek to recruit me cannot solely be attributed to my martial skills or my ability to compose a few verses. What you truly covet is my fiancée, Ning Hongye, and the formidable power of the Zhuge army that stands behind her. Although the Northern King has 9 sons, he has yet to establish a clear heir. Consequently, the major heirs engage in both overt and covert struggles for power, while the Northern King turns a blind eye to it all. It is only through this contention that the most exceptional candidates will emerge to inherit the throne. The influence of the maternal clans behind each of the heirs plays a pivotal role in this power dynamic. The eldest heir, Xiao Zhenlin, is backed by the esteemed Yawang Valley, while the fourth heir, Xiao Chuxing, draws support from Dongji Island. Presently, these two have allied, gaining a significant advantage. Meanwhile, the third heir, Xiao Li, is supported by Han Ming, the most formidable faction in the martial world. Under the leadership of the alliance chief, there are 4 esteemed elders, 10 guardians, and tens of thousands of disciples, which emboldens him to contend for the throne. Now, with Xiao Yang's marriage to Ning Hongye, he has gained the backing of the Zhuge army, making him an enticing prospect for collaboration. Ninth brother, you have not erred in your assumptions. Indeed, I have set my sights on the power of the Zhuge army, with 300,000 elite troops at my disposal. What concerns could I possibly have in seizing the throne? He laughed heartily. Xiao Li laughed heartily, as if he had already regarded the throne as his own possession. Third brother, I apologize, but I still cannot agree. I am accustomed to freedom and unwilling to serve others. I am no ordinary talent, unmatched and unparalleled. Though Xiao Yang's voice was soft, it resonated throughout the venue. How audacious. The third son, Xiao Li, furrowed his brow, pondering the implications of those words. Though I am not a paragon of excellence, I find it impossible to identify another who can rival me across the vast expanse of the realm. What immense confidence and pride! Could it be that the ninth brother harbors ambitions for the throne as well? Third brother, I am grateful for your hospitality, but I shall take my leave now. Huangli, Xia the guard, let us depart. Xiao Yang rose to his feet, preparing to depart with the two individuals. Halt! Xiao Li roared with fury, his gaze fierce and predatory, akin to a ravenous wolf poised to strike. Boom, boom, boom. The Blood Wolf Guard leaders, initially reveling in their seats, abruptly pushed aside the women beside them and rose to block the path. The atmosphere in the chamber instantly turned tense, charged with impending conflict. Clang! One among them drew his sword, glaring menacingly at Xiao Yang. You insolent brat, how dare you refuse the third prince? This is an invitation to punishment rather than a toast. Do you believe you can leave this Tianxiang pavilion unscathed? The air crackled with murderous intent, the aura overwhelming, revealing him to be a cultivator at the fourth rank of the refining spirit realm. Third brother, are you truly intent on silencing me? Xiao Yang inquired. The third young master, Xiao Li, replied with a sinister smile. Ninth brother, we are bound by blood. I would never slay you. However, my subordinates are overly impulsive. Should they inadvertently sever an arm or shatter a few bones, it would be unfortunate indeed. A blatant threat, unmasked. Suddenly, Zhao Chongkong sprang forth. Drawing his sword with his unscathed left arm, he positioned himself protectively before Xiao Yang, prepared to confront the dozen or so Blood Wolf Guard leaders alone. Your Highness, flee at once. I shall cover you. Even if it costs me my life today, I will ensure your safety. Zhao Chongkong's eyes glistened with determination. Ready to fight to the death. A true man of valor. Xiao Yang's assessment of him ascended to a new level. Only in the face of life and death can one truly discern the human heart. Humph, a cripple dares to show off before us. The leaders of the Blood Wolf Guard, however, regarded him with utter disdain, failing to acknowledge his presence. Thud, thud, thud. At that moment, Xiao Li stepped forward, revealing a sinister smile. Ninth brother, I did not expect your guardian to be so unwaveringly loyal. It has somewhat moved me. How about this? I shall offer you a choice. If you provide me with a certain item, I will permit your departure and even gift you the Chuan Yun Bao. What item, you ask? Xiao Yang inquired, albeit with a hint of caution, aware that this individual harbored ulterior motives. I desire her. Suddenly, Xiao Li extended his finger, pointing towards the figure standing in the corner, Huangli. In an instant, all eyes in the room converged upon her. Ah! Huangli gasped, instinctively retracting her neck, trembling with trepidation. Third brother, what do you mean by this? Xiao Yang's expression darkened. It is quite simple. Xiao Li displayed a sinister smile and explained. This maid possesses commendable beauty, and I, the third young master, happen to require a beautiful paper at the moment. Let her serve this purpose. Beautiful paper. Upon hearing this, a tempest of fury surged within Xiao Yang's eyes. In the Great Xia Dynasty, modern toilet paper was an unknown luxury, and the affluent deemed coarse paper too rough. Thus, they employed maidservants to serve as substitutes. The maidservants endured humiliation and torment, and should they dare to defy, they faced severe consequences. A dragon has its reverse scale. To touch it is to invite disaster. For Xiao Yang, those he held dear were akin to this reverse scale. The actions of the third young master Xiao Li now echoed the arrogance of past tyrants, undoubtedly provoking his deepest ire. Thud. Huangli suddenly knelt upon the ground, tears streaming down her face as she implored Xiao Yang. Young master, I beseech you, do not cast me away. I do not wish to be defiled. Humph. The third young master Xiao Li sneered disdainfully, threatening, Ninth brother, you currently have but two choices. Either resist to the bitter end, facing the fate of being maimed by me, or surrender this little beauty and return home with your tail between your legs. His intentions were not born from a fondness for Huang Li, but rather a deliberate act of humiliation. If Xiao Yang could not even protect his maidservant, it would create a chink in his resolve, jeopardizing any aspirations of seizing the imperial throne. Young master, I do not wish to become your burden. Yet I also do not desire to be abused by others. Suddenly, Huang Li rose from the ground, a glimmer of despair taking root in her eyes. In the next life, I shall serve you again. With those words, she charged towards the wall, intent on ending her life within the grand hall. A declaration through death. However, in the next moment, she did not collide with the unforgiving wall but instead found herself in a warm embrace. Young master? Huang Li lifted her gaze, only to be met by Xiao Yang's handsome countenance. Silly girl, you shall remain my maid for this lifetime. Without my command, you are forbidden to die. Xiao Yang instructed. Young master, boo-hoo. Huang Li, overwhelmed with emotion, began to weep. Ninth brother, trading a maidservant for a spirit-grade divine weapon is an exceptional bargain. Yet you refuse? Is that not courting death? Xiao Li's eyes gleamed with a fierce and chilling light. The leaders of the Blood Wolf Guard drew their blades, poised to strike at the slightest command. Humph. Xiao Yang let out a cold laugh, his gaze sweeping across the entire arena, exuding an aura as powerful as a dragon. What great summer pride is there, if not between you and me? You, with your treacherous heart, dare to seek to be my equal? As for the two paths presented, I shall choose neither. I shall forge a third path, carving a bloody route through. Chapter 31. Defeating Xiao Li, Boundless Dominance. Xiao Yang's voice resonated with boundless authority. In the Blue Star, he was powerless, merely a cog in the relentless machinery of labor. Yet now, circumstances had irrevocably changed. Given the heaven's grace to traverse into this era, he was not destined to endure humiliation. If he were to constantly endure and retreat, what difference would there be between him and a ninja turtle? He might as well return home to cultivate sweet potatoes. My fate is determined by me, not by the heavens. If the path ahead is obstructed, then let me carve a bloody trail with my blade. Insolence! How dare you show disrespect to the third young master? A commander of the Blood Wolf Guard seized his battle blade and charged forward. Seeking death, Xiao Yang unsheathed his dagger, executing the Thunder Prison Annihilation Blade, its gleaming edge flickering and leaving afterimages in the air. In an instant, the right arm of the commander, gripping the sword, was severed with brutal force, blood gushing forth. A chilling scream escaped his lips, filled with unbearable agony. This is dire. How could this scoundrel, a mere third-tier martial artist, triumph over a stronger opponent? Does he harbor some hidden trump card? Remain vigilant. We cannot afford to be complacent. The remaining Blood Wolf Guard commanders stood on high alert, each one bracing for confrontation. Step aside, let me handle this. At that moment, the third young master, Xiao Li, approached with deliberate steps, his gaze fixed intently on Xiao Yang. Ninth brother, I must admit, I underestimated you. Your true prowess likely rivals that of a peak fourth-tier martial artist, does it not? Yet, alas, you are pitted against me. I am a fifth-tier Diamond Realm warrior, second stage, comparable to our elder brother, Xiao Junlin. Furthermore, I have mastered the Homing's ultimate technique, Dragon's Roar Golden Bell Shield, immersed in a millennium-old bloodbath of dragon essence for body refinement, and enduring strikes from heavy implements for 3 hours daily. After a decade of arduous training, I have perfected this extraordinary skill to its utmost realm, unyielding and invincible, without a single flaw. Ninth brother, are you not brimming with confidence? Then let us engage in battle. Should you emerge victorious, not only shall I permit your escape, but I would also willingly support your claim to the throne. What do you say? Your Highness, no? You must not agree to his terms. Zhao Chongkong shouted urgently, fully aware of the third young master's sinister plot. If Xiao Yang acquiesced, he feared the third young master would seek to eliminate him. Xiao Yang stood motionless, seemingly silent, yet secretly deploying the unparalleled power of his invincible eyes. Soon, a stream of information materialized on the system panel. Target, Xiao Li, 5th rank Diamond Realm. With the greedy wolf devouring the moon. Weakness. Although he has cultivated the Dragon's Roar Golden Bell Shield, his vulnerability lies in the Guan Yuan point. 3 inches below the abdomen. Should it be breached, he would lose all his cultivation and become a mere shell of his former self. Ninth brother, what is the matter? Are you perhaps afraid? Observing his prolonged silence, Xiao Li deliberately resorted to provocation. Aha! Xiao Yang, however, laughed. With his weakness in hand, the world was his to command. Third brother, I need not draw my blade to defeat you. A mere finger will suffice. Xiao Yang declared with pride. Upon hearing these words, the crowd erupted in astonishment. What folly is this? Has this young man lost his senses? A mere third-grade warrior dares to provoke a fifth-grade one? Even on the brink of death, he remains defiant. The leaders of the Blood Wolf Guards could only regard Xiao Yang as deluded. Ninth brother, it seems you have accepted my challenge. Fear not, I shall not slay you outright. I shall merely shatter your limbs, ensuring that you spend the rest of your life confined to a bed. With that, the third prince, Xiao Li, stepped forward, activating the Dragon's Roar Golden Bell Shield. Boom. A brilliant golden light enveloped him as he unsheathed his battle blade, resembling a humanoid behemoth, charging forth with ferocity. Truly, he was the third prince. With 5th grade cultivation coupled with the Dragon's Roar Golden Bell Shield, he was virtually invincible among his peers. That young man was doomed. The leaders of the Blood Wolf Guards displayed cruel, bloodthirsty expressions, convinced that Xiao Yang would soon pay a bloody price. Yet, in the face of this onslaught, Xiao Yang did not flinch or evade. Instead, He casually extended a finger. Great Wilderness Prison Heaven Finger. This was a royal-level martial technique he had mastered. A supreme skill of the martial ancestors. Boom. With a single finger strike, he unleashed the might capable of shattering mountains, a force exceeding terrifying 10,000 pounds. Comparable to the peak strike of a fourth-grade warrior. Crack, crack, crack. In the next moment, Xiao Yang's finger met the battle blade, which began to splinter and shatter into countless fragments. How could this be possible? Xiao Li's expression changed dramatically as he sensed an ominous premonition, instinctively wanting to evade. However, that single finger struck with an exceptionally cunning angle, landing precisely on the Guan Yuan acupoint, 3 inches below his abdomen. Bang! Xiao Li trembled violently, his face ashen. He was flung backward, collapsing to the ground as if all his vitality had been drained. Your Highness? Chief, are you all right? The commanders of the Blood Wolf Guard rushed over, surrounding Xiao Li, utterly incredulous at the scene before them. It is well known that Xiao Li is a notorious figure in the military, renowned for his formidable strength and ruthless tactics. Having long achieved the feat of slaying 1,000 foes, no one could have anticipated that Xiao Yang would defeat him with merely a single finger. Suddenly, Xiao Li coughed up blood, his breath fading rapidly as he fixed a fierce gaze upon Xiao Yang. How did you discover my weakness? You wretched fool. You have crippled my entire cultivation. You shall pay dearly for this. I will never let you go. His roar resonated with overwhelming rage and unwillingness. Although Xiao Li's Dragon Sound Golden Bell shield is formidable, it harbors a fatal weakness. If the shield is breached, all his cultivation would be rendered futile. Such deep-seated enmity incites his fury. Nevertheless, to Xiao Yang, his roars resemble the futile barking of a strayed dog by the roadside. Third brother, it is you who insists on this duel, despite your unreasonable provocations. Moreover, I never anticipated that you would be so easily defeated. Were I in your position, I would simply throw myself against a rock and end it all. Xiao Yang spoke coldly. He had merely employed the Great Wilderness Prison Heaven Finger, yet had yet to unleash his other formidable techniques, such as the Thunder Prison Annihilation Blade. You, an unknown wildling, dare to insult me. Xiao Li, overwhelmed with indignation, suddenly expelled a mouthful of fresh blood, nearly driven to the brink of fury. Bastard! Upon hearing these words, a glint of coldness flickered in Xiao Yang's eyes as he raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap. Slap! Xiao Li was left bloodied and bruised, with several teeth knocked out. Third brother, this slap was merely a show of restraint. Should you dare utter that word again, I shall snap your neck. Zhao the Guardian. Huang Li, let us depart. With that, Xiao Yang seized the cloud-piercing bow and strode purposefully toward the exit. The leaders of the Blood Wolf Guards fixated on him. Yet none dared to intervene. What a farce. Even Xiao Li, possessing the prowess of a fifth-tier cultivator, was vanquished in a single move. Were they to unite, they would still be no match for Xiao Yang's ruthlessness. In the eyes of the onlookers, Xiao Yang was an enigma, cloaked in humility while concealing his formidable strength. It was only after Xiao Yang and his companions left the fragrant pavilion that the crowd collectively exhaled in relief. To have my cultivation diminished and my treasured bow seized is an affront of the highest order. Such humiliation cannot be borne. Xiao Li gritted his teeth, his eyes brimming with an intense, unyielding hatred. Quickly take me back to the palace. I must strike the warning drum and report to father. Chapter 32. Please, father, grant me death. On the other side, Xiao Yang returned to his residence accompanied by Zhao Changkong and Huang Li. Young master, thank you for saving me, Huang Li said, her eyes red with emotion. In that moment, she had truly contemplated ending her life to preserve her innocence, but unexpectedly, Xiao Yang had appeared like a divine being, rescuing her from despair. You are my maid. Anyone who dares to wrong you is, in essence, slapping my face. Xiao Yang replied with a smile. Your Highness, the third young master is known for his vengeful nature. Now that you have exposed his vulnerability, he is unlikely to let this matter rest easily. Moreover, his maternal family is the formidable Hong Meng, the most powerful force in the martial world, Zhao Changkong remarked, his brow furrowed with concern. What is there to fear? My third brother is ruthless and has committed numerous atrocities. By incapacitating him, I am merely ridding the world of a menace, Xiao Yang declared resolutely. Xiao Yang remained unconvinced. Suddenly, a series of thunderous drum beats resonated from outside, each louder than the last, akin to rolling thunder that reverberated throughout the entire royal residence. Was it the drum of proclamation? Xiao Yang raised his eyebrows in mild surprise. According to the customs of the Great Xia Kingdom, the sounding of the Dunwin drum was reserved for exceptionally significant events, such as an impending enemy invasion or the demise of a royal family member. The last time it was struck in the northern borders was over a decade ago, during the incursion of the northern barbarian army. Huangli, you stay here to guard the home. I must venture out to discern the situation. Xiao Yang's figure flickered as he departed from the mansion, swiftly arriving at the gates of Shuilong Pass. Besides him, several other heirs had also mobilized, engaging in animated discussions along the way. The sound of the alert drum echoed once more. Could something significant have transpired? How peculiar. The drummer was none other than the third prince. What could have happened? He appeared drenched in blood. Could he have been ambushed by an assassin? From a distance, the onlookers beheld the third prince, Xiao, beating the drum, his face smeared with blood, eyes ablaze with fury, yet his aura was decidedly despondent. How audacious. Was this fellow truly so shameless as to wail for his father when faced with defeat? Observing this spectacle, Xiao Yang discerned the third prince's intention. He sought to publicly lodge a complaint. Suddenly, a formidable presence erupted from afar, as imposing as the abyss and the underworld. The crowd felt a momentary blur in their vision, and a towering figure emerged before them, clad in a dragon robe, exuding an air of authority and nobility. It was none other than the Lord of the North, Shao Qianquan. Lear, there is currently no war. Why do you strike the drum? The Lord of the North inquired solemnly. The third prince, Xiao, brimming with indignation, gritted his teeth. Father, I have been breached. My cultivation has been obliterated, and my very essence has been destroyed. What? Upon hearing this, not only the Lord of the North but also the other heirs present were taken aback. Which faction dared to conspire against the Xiao family in the northern frontier? Such audacity was akin to courting death. Lear. Suddenly, a magnificently dressed noblewoman rushed forth, a vision of elegance and distress. It was none other than Xiao Li's mother, Consort Hong. My lord, Lear was once a fifth-tier warrior. Yet now he has been reduced to a cripple. You must take a stand for him. Consort Hong cried out. Who is responsible for this? The Lord of the North's fury ignited. A terrifying pressure enveloped the venue, causing everyone to feel as though a colossal stone pressed against their chests, stifling their breath. He was an eighth-tier martial general, his prowess unparalleled, revered as the steadfast pillar of the North. Across the vast expanse of the Great Xia Kingdom, he stood as a pinnacle of martial prowess. When a king's wrath is unleashed, the heavens tremble and the earth quakes, landscapes are shattered. It is the ninth brother. Suddenly, Xiao pointed an accusing finger toward Xiao Yang, who had just arrived at the city gates. In an instant, all eyes turned toward him, thrusting Xiao Yang into the eye of the storm. How treacherous! This scoundrel, the third brother, was indeed insidious. Xiao Yang silently cursed under his breath. However, the prince of northern town furrowed his brow and inquired solemnly, Lear, what nonsense are you speaking? You are a fifth-tier martial artist. How could Xiao Yang possibly harm you? Your Majesty, the reply came, the ninth brother seems to have learned some nefarious technique from that female fiend, Ning Hongyi. With a single strike, he breached my defenses. He disregarded our brotherly bond and acted with utmost cruelty. I beseech you, my father, to punish him. Xiaoli's eyes were bloodshot, his expression a blend of sorrow and indignation. His performance was indeed remarkable, as if he were the genuine victim. Xiao Yang, did you truly injure your third brother? Inquired the northern king in a grave tone. Indeed, Xiao Yang nodded. At this juncture, denial would serve no purpose. Moreover, he was not the type to shy away from his actions. Upon his admission, those present who harbored grievances against him seized the opportunity, eagerly voicing their disdain. The fourth son, Xiao Chuxing, was the first to strike. Father, the ninth brother is arrogant and disrespectful, a trait that has persisted for quite some time. Not long ago, he even killed my guard and exiled my concubine. I urge you to impose severe punishment upon him. The second son, Xiao Ziwen, also chimed in. Indeed, the ninth brother, emboldened by the support of Ning Hongye, has become lawless. I implore you, father, to bring him to justice. Previously, he had lavished attention on Yin Ruyu. Yet his affections for Xiao Yang incited his jealousy. At that moment, the eldest son, Xiao Junlin, stepped forward. Fratricide is an abomination, a breach of familial decorum. Such news would tarnish the Xiao family's reputation. Father, this disloyal and unprincipled individual does not deserve to remain in the royal residence. I beseech you to demote Xiao Yang to commoner status and expel him from the palace. At this pronouncement, the assembly erupted in uproar. Such cruelty! While others sought merely to reprimand Xiao Yang, Xiao Junlin's words aimed to strip him of his title, a move tantamount to disinheritance. Suddenly, a battle blade sliced through the air, narrowly grazing Xiao Junlin's neck before embedding itself into the city gate. The resounding crash reverberated, shaking the entire gate. A testament to the blade's terrifying force. That was perilously close. Xiao Junlin clutched his bloodied neck, feeling a tingling sensation creeping over his scalp. As if he had narrowly evaded the clutches of death. Suddenly, a figure emerged in the gaze of the crowd. Adorned with a Shura mask and draped in crimson battle armor, Ning Hongye had arrived. According to the rules of the Zhike army, even if the king of hell came to claim a life, he must first seek permission from the general wielding the sword. Your supreme bone, adorned with gold and embedded with jade, is indeed impressive, but my sword is meant for cleaving through ostentation. Ning Hongye's voice resonated throughout the surroundings. It was evident that she had received the news and had come to support Xiao Yang. Although she possessed an air of pride, she proved to be reliable in critical moments. Xiao Yang felt a surge of joy within. It appeared that the affection he had cultivated towards her had indeed borne fruit. Although Ning Hongye had sustained injuries, she was, after all, a 7th-tier martial arts master, a rare talent in the realm of martial arts, emerging once in a century. With her presence, others dared not act recklessly. General Ning, this is a matter concerning our royal household and does not pertain to you. Do not forget. You and Xiao Yang have yet to wed. Everything is subject to change. Xiao Junlin gritted his teeth in frustration. At that moment, King of the North turned his gaze towards Xiao Yang and inquired solemnly, "Ninth brother, it was your third brother who spoke earlier. Why did you not voice your rebuttal?" Xiao Yang pondered for a moment, then suddenly straightened his back and uttered a statement that stunned the audience. "Father, I am guilty. I implore you to grant me death." Chapter 33. When will the caged bird soar? Upon hearing these words, everyone present was taken aback, even doubting their own ears. What was happening? Even Xiao Junlin merely sought to demote Xiao Yang to a commoner and expel him from the royal residence. Yet, how could he voluntarily seek death? In that instant, Xiao Junlin was somewhat bewildered. Meanwhile, the enchanting gaze of Ning Hongye shimmered with intrigue as she wondered what Xiao Yang intended to do. "Jiao Lang, do you speak these words earnestly?" The northern king asked coldly. "Absolutely true." Xiao Yang nodded and spoke again. "Father, I have indeed committed a grave offense. But my transgression does not lie in harming my third brother. There exists another reason." "What reason?" "Pray, enlighten me," commanded the king of the north. Xiao Yang's eyes sparkled with excitement. Now, it was time for me to showcase my prowess. Ahem. He cleared his throat and spoke with an air of arrogance. "Today, my third brother indeed hosted a banquet, but during the feast, he treated me with disdain, referring to me as a bastard. His insults were not directed at me, but rather at our father, your majesty. My failure to uphold your majesty's dignity is a grave sin." Upon these words, the entire assembly erupted in astonishment, as the revelation unveiled an unexpected twist to the matter. "You speak nonsense. I did not insult our father. Rather, I..." Xiaoli was immediately filled with anxiety, eager to explain himself. The harsh words he had directed at Xiao Yang, calling him a bastard, stemmed from the tragic death of Xiao Yang's mother during childbirth, compounded by her mysterious origins, which left no one privy to her background, prompting such disgraceful remarks. To his astonishment, Xiao Yang's few words made it seem as though he had insulted his own father. Silence. At that moment, the king of northern Zhun erupted in fury, his dragon robe billowing as if stirred by an unseen tempest, signifying the brewing wrath within. "Jiao Lang, continue your account," the king commanded. "Today, my third brother, at the Tianqiang pavilion, without provocation, slaughtered 3 young ladies and brazenly proclaimed that he would not hesitate to massacre the entire establishment. Knowing that the proprietor would not dare utter a word, it has come to my attention that in recent years, my third brother has rampaged unchecked, mercilessly taking innocent lives, drawing the ire of the populace and tarnishing the esteemed reputation of the Xiao family. As a member of the Xiao household, my failure to uphold the dignity of the royal residence constitutes a grave sin." Xiao Yang's words, seemingly self-reproachful, were in fact a verbal duel, directed pointedly at the third prince, Xiaoli. "Father, ninth brother is slandering me. You must not believe him," Xiaoli exclaimed urgently. The king of Jinbei's voice resonated with authority as he inquired, "I ask you, did you, as the ninth prince stated, slay 3 individuals at Tianqiang Pavilion today?" "Yes. But I, Xiaoli, wish to explain." "Enough." The king of Jinbei's countenance hardened, an aura of dread emanating from him. "It appears I have been remiss in my supervision of you. Should I continue to indulge your behavior, it would only lead to catastrophic consequences. You are hereby sentenced to 3 months of house arrest, to reflect upon your actions." The king of Jinbei issued his decree. "Father." Xiaoli was momentarily taken aback, unable to fathom that as a victim, he would still be subjected to punishment. Your Highness. At that moment, his mother, concubine Hong, could no longer contain herself and stepped forward to voice her grievances. Not only has my son's cultivation been obliterated, but his very essence has been destroyed. Should this be allowed to pass? Justice must prevail. Should not the perpetrator face consequences? Upon hearing this, the Prince of the Northern Territory furrowed his brow in contemplation. I humbly beseech my father to grant me the sentence of death. Suddenly, Xiao Yang spoke again. However, as a scion of the Xiao family, I should meet my demise upon the battlefield, heroically and grandly, upholding the prestige of my ancestors. I implore my father to send me with General Ning back to the Southern Territory. I am willing to take the lead in the daring troop, to shed my blood and offer my life. Little did they know, without experiencing the hardships of the borderlands, even death would still resonate with the fragrance of chivalry. The Prince of the Northern Territory was shaken by these words. He had not anticipated that his previously inconspicuous younger son could articulate such passionate and stirring verses. It was rumored that he had composed 100 poems amidst wine at the Lanting poetry gathering. It seemed those tales were not unfounded. In truth, Xiao Yang's request for a death which was a product of careful deliberation. The royal residence was rife with peril, and his several elder brothers were no innocents. They were embroiled in a fierce struggle for the throne, with life and death hanging in the balance. Yet, I shall not engage in your games. As long as I can leave the Northern Territory, there shall be vast seas for fish to leap and high skies for birds to soar. Would that not be a life of freedom and leisure? I beseech my father to grant this wish. Xiao Yang bowed respectfully. Enough. The king of the north furrowed his brow and spoke in a deep voice. Jiu Lang, do not bring this matter up again. You have already been betrothed by the royal family. The pressing concern is for you to marry Miss Ning as soon as possible. Next month, I shall arrange your engagement banquet, and the royal family will send an envoy to attend. For now, you should remain in the palace to prepare for your wedding. With that, the king of the north vanished in an instant. The prince's word was final, and none dared to defy him. Soon, guards escorted the third prince, Xiaoli, back to face the wall in contemplation. Lear, just wait. I will return to the Hong alliance and find a way to help you regain your strength. The concubine Hong gritted her teeth and turned towards the city gates. Xiao Yang gazed at her retreating figure, a cold sneer flickering within him. Seeking reinforcements, is she? While the Hong alliance undoubtedly ranks as the foremost power in the martial world, teeming with formidable experts, he possessed the system, not to mention his fiancée, Ning Hongye. No matter how powerful the Hong alliance may be, how could they possibly contend with the iron cavalry of the Zhuge army? Miss Ning, I sincerely thank you for your timely assistance. Xiao Yang expressed his gratitude as he approached Ning Hongye. I did not save you. I merely repaid a debt of gratitude for those gifts. Ning Hongye replied icily, turning her back and departing without a glance. Such a proud and aloof demeanor. Is it truly so difficult to utter a word of concern for me? Xiao Yang sighed in resignation. It appeared that the time to fully conquer this aloof female assassin was not yet ripe. In the Wang residence, within the study, a realm exclusively belonging to the king of the north, no one was permitted to enter without his consent. At that moment, the king of the north, Xiao Qinkuan, stepped inside and opened a concealed compartment, retrieving a painting. The artwork depicted an unparalleled beauty, exuding an ethereal grace akin to that of a celestial being. Upon closer inspection, one could discern a striking resemblance between her features and those of Xiao Yang. At the signature, her name was inscribed, Yi Qimei. Qimei, your son has grown up. Not only is he knowledgeable and skilled in martial arts, but he is also exceptionally talented, speaking with a flair that stuns the audience, much like you in your prime. When will the caged bird take flight? If it does not soar, it will ascend to the heavens in a single bound. Will he truly be, as you foretold, the one destined to rise? The king of the north gazed at the woman in the painting, letting out a deep sigh in the stillness of the night. Today, Xiao Yang underwent a tumultuous experience, leaving him somewhat weary, yet he did not take a moment's rest. After much effort, he finally acquired the spirit-level cloud-piercing bow from Xiaoli, but he had yet to present it to Ning Hongye. Soon, he arrived at the villa where Ning Hongye resided, the bow in hand. He knocked on the door with a firm rap. Xiao Yang rapped gently on the door. The light within illuminated the room, yet no one responded. Xiao Yang felt a peculiar sensation and could not resist the urge to push open the door, peering inside. In the next moment, his gaze was met with a scene that left his throat parched and his heart racing. There lay Ning Hongye, having shed her garments, reclining in a wooden tub, indulging in a bath. Chapter 34. Healing Ning Hongye's wounds. A visit from Yin Ruyu. Within the room, steam billowed. and a haze enveloped the air. Yet, the form of Ning Hongye was still discernible, her skin as smooth and lustrous as white jade. Her delicate arms casually draped over the edge of the tub. Though only a silhouette was visible, it was still breathtakingly exquisite, evoking flights of fancy. Who? Ning Hongye abruptly turned her head. Xiao Yang beheld her flawless figure, feeling a surge of heat coursing through him, barely able to suppress the urge to bleed from his nose. She was stunning, utterly divine, a veritable gift from the Creator. Previously, he had encountered the renowned beauty of the northern regions, Yan Ruyu, whose beauty was already of such caliber that it could make fish sink and birds fall from the sky. Yet, in comparison to Ning Hongye before him, she seemed to pale slightly. Her beauty was beyond the realm of words or the strokes of a brush. It was as though any man who caught a glimpse of her would be utterly entranced, irrevocably lost in her allure. Xiao Yang finally comprehended the reason behind her perpetual donning of a mask. Were she to remove it, she would likely bring calamity upon the nation and incite countless noble lords to wage war in her name. Thud. Xiao Yang couldn't help but swallow hard, his gaze fixed unwaveringly. Was it beautiful? Suddenly, Ning Hongye parted her crimson lips, her tone exuding an icy chill that pierced to the bone. Xiao Yang fervently nodded. But a moment later, he felt a sense of unease. After all, he had intruded upon such a tantalizing scene uninvited, given Ning Hongye's temperament. Would she not unleash her wrath? Suddenly, with a swift motion of her delicate hand, Ning Hongye summoned a sheer veil from afar, shrouding her exquisite form. If it were any other man, I would have long since extracted his eyes for such an affront. Even the mere sight of my visage would have warranted such a punishment. However, you have bestowed upon me your spiritual sight, so I shall let this pass. Now do not linger any longer. Ning Hongye spoke coldly. My apologies, I have overstepped. Xiao Yang felt a twinge of embarrassment and was about to withdraw. Suddenly, Ning Hongye's delicate form shook violently as she coughed up a mouthful of crimson blood, staining the surface of the wooden tub. Miss Ning, are you all right? Upon witnessing the scene, Xiao Yang rushed over, his voice laced with urgency. At that moment, the two were in such close proximity that they could see the reflections in each other's eyes. Though she was draped in a delicate veil, her figure was only partially concealed, rendering her even more alluring. Ning Hongye was about to reprimand him, but a sudden wave of excruciating pain rendered her speechless. She was drenched in fragrant sweat, as if she were enduring immense agony. What has happened to you? Xiao Yang pressed on. I sustained serious injuries beyond the realm and became tainted by demonic energy. Although I have been suppressing it with my cultivation, I occasionally suffer backlash, Ning Hongye explained. Her voice faltering, and for the first time, her enchanting face displayed an unprecedented vulnerability. In that instant, she was no longer the feared goddess of death, but rather a delicate girl in need of protection. What must be done to dispel the demonic energy? Xiao Yang inquired further. Only by finding the most radiant and resilient essence in the world can it be resolved. Xiao Yang, you need not concern yourself with me. I will manage to suppress it, Ning Hongye replied. The most radiant and resilient essence? Xiao Yang's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as he declared, Very well. I shall assist you in your healing. With that, he promptly extended his hand, resting it upon Ning Hongye's exquisite back, fervently channeling his inner energy. There's no need to help me. It's futile, Ning Hongye began, but her voice abruptly faltered. To her astonishment, she discovered that although Xiao Yang's inner energy was nowhere near her own strength, it seemed to serve as a nemesis to the malevolent aura surrounding her. The moment their energies intertwined, it was as if ice and snow encountered the blazing sun, melting away in an instant. How can this be? Could it be that he is? Ning Hongye was left in a state of profound shock. In truth, Xiao Yang had previously consumed the yin-yang creation pill, undergoing a metamorphosis that transformed him into the primal yin-yang sacred body, Yang. Thus, he embodied the essence of ultimate Yang and unyielding strength. It seems to be having an effect, he exclaimed. Miss Ning, this arrangement may be inconvenient. Perhaps I should join you in the wooden tub? Rest assured, I shall cover my eyes with a black cloth, and I would never take advantage of you. Xiao Yang took the initiative to propose, while Ning Hongye remained silent. Though she possessed unparalleled beauty, she had never engaged in any intimate contact with the opposite sex, let alone bathed in a wooden tub with one. However, on one hand, Xiao Yang was her nominal fiancé. On the other hand, his repeated gestures had won her favor, and now he sought to tend to her wounds, leaving her unable to utter a refusal. Seeing her lack of opposition, Xiao Yang blindfolded himself with a black cloth and then turned to enter the wooden tub. Splash! In an instant, water splashed everywhere, some even overflowing. The tub was rather small, and with both of them inside, their bodies were nearly pressed together. More importantly, Ning Hongye had just bathed, leaving her unclothed. How fragrant! Xiao Yang was instantly enveloped by a subtle fragrance that was utterly enchanting. It is often said that the sweat of a beautiful woman is sweet. However, he found that Miss Ning Hongye's bathwater exuded a delightful aroma. "My apologies, Miss Ning," he said, as he extended his hands to rest upon her exquisite back, channeling a continuous stream of internal energy into her. A soft sound escaped Ning Hongye's lips, a sweet sigh of comfort that she could not suppress. Yet, realizing her lapse in composure, she quickly bit her delicate lips and clenched her fragrant fists, striving to stifle any further sounds. The room lay in profound silence, save for the sound of their breaths. Nevertheless, an intimate atmosphere began to envelop them, subtly drawing them closer together. "Thank you for your assistance during the day," Xiao Yang suddenly spoke. "I have stated before that my regard for you is not personal. It is merely a matter of repaying a kindness." Ning Hongye maintained her proud demeanor, yet she acknowledged, "Regardless, I have benefited from your favor. Were it not for our engagement, my father would not have so graciously spared me. Furthermore, you arrived without even changing your shoes. It seems you rushed here upon hearing the news." Xiao Yang revealed this detail. Upon hearing his words, Ning Hongye could not help but feel her delicate face flush, her heart racing uncontrollably. How infuriating! He had discovered her secret. Having never experienced romantic feelings before, she found herself in a state of confusion, unsure of how to respond. "Miss Ning, let's end it here for today." Suddenly, Xiao Yang withdrew his hand and emerged from the wooden tub. "After a few more treatments, I believe we can completely eradicate the demonic energy within you. Now, I shall take my leave," he announced. At that moment, he was drenched in sweat, walking with a slight hunch. It was due to his overwhelming excitement in the tub that he found it necessary to excuse himself. However, in Ning Hongye's eyes, it appeared as though he had exhausted too much of his vital energy in her treatment, evoking a twinge of sympathy within her. "Oh, by the way, this Chuan Yun Bao, I acquired it from Shaoli. It is said to have a range of 1,000 paces and has felled numerous generals from enemy nations. I bestow it upon you." Xiao Yang left the house, leaving behind the cloud-piercing bao. Ning Hongye gazed at his receding figure, lost in thought for a long while. Eventually murmuring to herself, "Xiao Lang, you have treated me with sincerity. I shall never betray you in this lifetime." Moments later, Xiao Yang returned to his residence. A smile crept upon his lips as he savored the enchanting scene he had just witnessed in the wooden tub. It was exquisite. Even a fleeting glimpse had left an indelible impression on his mind. Bang! Xiao Yang pushed open the door to his bedroom, intending to wash up and rest. Suddenly, his gaze was met by the sight of an extraordinary beauty. Clad in flowing white garments, her face resembled that of a peach blossom, radiating a captivating charm. She possessed two distinctly different demeanors. At times, she appeared as a pure and celestial maiden, while at others, she embodied the allure of a beguiling enchantress. Beneath her white dress, her delicate feet were exposed, with toes as translucent as fine porcelain, evoking the desire to admire them for an entire year without growing weary. "Miss Yin, what brings you here?" Xiao Yang could not help but rub his eyes, convinced he was hallucinating. Was that not Yen Ryu, the esteemed female instructor from the Jixia Academy? "Jiu Lang, you have finally returned." Upon seeing him, Yen Ryu rose with great enthusiasm, as if she were the true mistress of the room. Yet, in the next moment, a frown crossed her face, filled with suspicion. Why are you drenched? And why do you carry a hint of fragrance?" Chapter 35, The Most Difficult Blessing of a Beautiful Woman. This. Xiao Yang felt an inexplicable surge of guilt, akin to being caught in an act of infidelity. "Miss Yin, I am currently practicing a unique secret technique that necessitates the infusion of petals and spring water." Xiao Yang concocted an excuse. "Ah, I see." Yen Ryu nodded, devoid of any suspicion. "By the way, Miss Yin, what brings you here?" Xiao Yang inquired further. "Jiu Lang, during the Lanting Poetry Gathering, I provided you with my address, inviting you to compose verses together, did I not? Your prolonged absence prompted me to seek you out." Yen Ryu replied with a gentle smile, her lips curving into two charming dimples, rendering her all the more enchanting. Xiao Yang found himself at a loss for words. "When did I ever agree to this?" "Miss Yin, it is best if you return home. It is rather inappropriate for us, a man and a woman, to be alone together at such a late hour," he advised gently. "You are unmarried, and I am unwed. Even if rumors were to arise, what of it?" Yen Ryu suddenly drew closer to Xiao Yang, nearly pressing herself against him. She emanated a fragrance that was intoxicating, yet even more potent than before. "Miss Yin, I intend to retire for the night." "You should really head back now," Xiao Yang reiterated his dismissal. It was not that he was entirely indifferent to women, but rather he believed that Yin Ruyu possessed an innate charm that captivated with every smile and frown, reminiscent of the enchanting figures from his past life. Moreover, her adeptness at mingling among so many literary talents at the Lanting Poetry Gathering, where she attracted attention from all quarters, only reinforced his reservations. In contrast, he found himself more drawn to someone like Ning Hongya. Though she exuded an air of aloofness and pride, her loyalty was unwavering. If she had set her sights on someone, she would give her all without hesitation, regardless of the cost. Suddenly, Yin Ryu felt a pang of disappointment. Her overt advances had not stirred any response from Xiao Yang. For the first time in her life, she began to question her own allure. Yet, she refused to concede defeat. She swiftly produced a wine flask and poured 2 cups. "Xiao Yang, this is a fine wine known as a mortal's intoxication, a delicacy exclusive to Zhongzhou, specially reserved for the royal family. It took considerable effort for me to procure this flask. I have been feeling rather down lately, if you prefer not to see me. I shall leave after we share this wine," Yin Ryu implored, her expression one of pitiful charm. "Then let it be as you wish." In a moment of resignation, Xiao Yang could only raise his glass and drain it in one gulp. Instantly, a warm sensation enveloped him from within, an indescribable comfort washing over him. What exquisite wine! Xiao Yang couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. This wine must be worth a fortune, imbued with extraordinary qualities that would greatly benefit martial artists. Far more precious than the collections of the Northern King's manor. "Xiao Yang, why don't you inquire about why I am in a foul mood?" Yin Ryu suddenly asked. "Damn, your mood is of no concern to me." Xiao Yang found himself somewhat at a loss for words. Yet mindful of the exquisite wine she had offered, he inquired, "Why? I have developed feelings for a gentleman, yet he remains indifferent to me. No matter how I attempt to express my affection, he is ever so cold and unyielding. What am I to do?" Yin Ryu articulated. Her words bold and nearly tantamount to a confession. In truth, Yin Ryu was not the type to indulge in frivolous social engagements. As the sole female sage of the academy, she possessed her own sense of dignity and pride, despite the persistent advances of the second young master, Xiao Ziwen. Her heart had remained untouched. However, the moment she encountered Xiao Yang, it was as if her heart had been ensnared. Their connection was not merely the result of their unique temperaments, which resonated harmoniously. More significantly, it was Xiao Yang's remarkable talent that captivated her. That night, he recited 100 poems while indulging in wine, his brilliance astonishing all present. Each poem was a timeless masterpiece, yet he effortlessly recited over 100, completely winning her over. In the days that followed, although Xiao Yang did not seek her out, she found herself haunted by thoughts of him, often dreaming of his presence. Faced with her dilemma, Xiao Yang pondered for a moment before responding. Perhaps the greatest distance in this world is that between a bird and a fish. One soars through the skies, while the other plunges into the depths of the sea. "Miss Yin, matters of the heart cannot be forced." Yin Ryu, however, gazed intently at him, her teeth clenched in determination, and retorted, "What if I choose to pursue it regardless?" Xiao Yang was taken aback by her obstinacy and replied, "I am deeply honored by your affection, but I am already betrothed to the eldest daughter of the Ning family, and our engagement banquet is set for next month." Yin Ryu, however, smiled enchanting. "It is said that the renowned General Ning is decisive in battle, having once ordered the massacre of an entire city, and his appearance is rather fearsome. A dashing gentleman like Xiao Yang could hardly be considered a worthy match for her. Wouldn't it be a tragic waste? One cannot go against the commands of one's parents or the words of a matchmaker. Moreover, this union is a decree from His Majesty, which no one can alter. Miss Yin, the wine has been consumed. It is time for you to return." Xiao Yang once again issued an eviction order. Sighing softly, Yin Ryu rose to her feet. Unexpectedly, in the next moment, she boldly leaped into Xiao Yang's embrace, her delicate arm encircling his. They halted just as their noses were nearly touching, so close that they could hear each other's heartbeats. "Xiao Yang, look at me for a moment. I refuse to believe your eyes are devoid of emotion." Yin Ryu spoke with deep affection. The warmth and softness of her presence left Xiao Yang apprehensive, fearing he might lose control. He could only turn his head away, unable to meet her gaze. "Xiao Yang, you are indeed not made of stone." Yin Ryu beamed with a smile that could outshine 100 blossoms, then retrieved a uniquely shaped jade pendant from her garments. "I was born with this jade, a precious talisman bestowed upon me from birth, carried for 20 years. My mother said that should I encounter a suitable partner, I must present it to him. Today, it is yours. With that, she pressed the jade pendant into Xiao Yang's hand. If the second son, Xiao Ziwen, were to learn of this, he would undoubtedly be consumed with envy and jealousy. His eyes turning crimson. Miss Yin, Xiao Yang began, but she interjected, if you refuse, I will shatter this jade right here. Yin Ryu's resolve was unwavering. Very well. Then I shall temporarily safeguard it for you. Xiao Yang ultimately accepted Yin Ryu's heartfelt intentions. How could he remain oblivious to her feelings? Yet, the allure of a beautiful woman often invites trouble. She was a renowned female scholar, and Xiao Yang had already formed a union with Ning Hongye. Should he gain Yin Ryu's favor, it would not only provoke a chaotic love triangle, but her numerous admirers might also seek him out for confrontation. Nonetheless, with Yin Ryu offering her sincere affection, he found it impossible to decline. Miss Yin, since you have bestowed upon me this spiritual jade, allow me to present you with a poem in return, if you will? Xiao Yang proposed. Very well, I am all ears, Yin Ryu replied, her face alight with anticipation. Well aware of his literary prowess, a wealthy family need not purchase fertile fields. Within the pages of books, there are grains aplenty. A tranquil home requires no grand hall. Within the volumes, there are houses of gold. When marrying, do not lament the absence of a matchmaker. Within literature, there exists a beauty like Yin Ryu. A man wishing to fulfill his lifelong aspirations must diligently study the classics before his window. Xiao Yang's voice resonated with a melodic cadence, unfolding a captivating narrative. In books, beauty like yours can be found, he remarked. Upon hearing this, the enchanting gaze of Yin Ryu sparkled with brilliance. At the Lanting Poetry Gathering, Xiao Yang's verses for Ning Hongye had stirred her envy immensely. Yet, this night, Xiao Yang had crafted an eternal masterpiece specifically for her. Jiulong, I knew you harbored feelings for me, Yin Ryu exclaimed, her joy illuminating her features. Suddenly, she rose on her toes and bestowed a delicate, fleeting kiss upon Xiao Yang's cheek. Chapter 36, A Hundredfold Return, The Sun-Shooting Bow. The autumn hunt begins. In that moment, time seemed to freeze. After what felt like an eternity, Yin Ryu, her cheeks flushed, withdrew slightly. Jiulong, this is my heartfelt intention. Even though you bear the shackles of your family, I will wait for you. With those words, Yin Ryu exited the room, vanishing into the night, leaving only the lingering scent of her presence. Oh, the trials of receiving the affections of a beauty. Xiao Yang shook his head in resignation. At that moment, a system notification echoed in his ears. Ding. The host has been granted the spirit-level supreme cloud-piercing bow, triggering a reward. Xiao Yang's eyes sparkled with excitement. It must be that Ning Hongye had finished her bath and accepted the renowned Chuanyun bow. A hundredfold return, a royal-grade superior divine weapon, the sun-shooting bow. And the falling star arrows. The sun-shooting bow, with its bowstring made from the tail feathers of the ancient golden crow, can summon the thunderous fires of the heavens upon release, producing a cataclysmic impact with boundless power. The falling star arrows possess the ability to self-recharge, determining the quantity of arrows based on the host's strength. Shall I extract them immediately? Yes. Xiao Yang was instantly filled with an overwhelming excitement. In the blink of an eye, a magnificent bow materialized before him. The bow measured an impressive 7 feet in length, far exceeding the specifications of ordinary bows and arrows. Crafted from the sacred Fusang wood, its limbs were adorned with intricate patterns scorched by the flames of the sun. How heavy it was! Xiao Yang attempted to grasp the sun-shooting bow, only to feel an overwhelming weight in his arm, nearly rendering him incapable of lifting it. It is worth noting that his single-arm strength had already reached a formidable 1,000 pounds, underscoring the extraordinary nature of this divine weapon. He carried the bow to the backyard, eager to test its might. However, he soon discovered that he could not draw the bowstring at all. Damn it! I refuse to believe this today. Great Wilderness Prison Sky Finger, unleash for me. Xiao Yang let out a roar, his teeth clenched tightly, exerting every ounce of strength, his muscles trembling with exertion. He unleashed the Great Wilderness Prison Sky Finger, his power surging to over 10,000 pounds, barely managing to draw the bowstring inch by inch. At that moment, a pale golden arrow began to materialize at his fingertips, subtly taking shape. The falling star arrow. This was not a physical entity, but rather an illusion formed from vital energy. It would draw the carved bow like a full moon, aiming northwest, to shoot at the heavenly wolf. Go. In this instant, Xiao Yang was filled with an indomitable spirit, reminiscent of the ancient hero Ho-E, as he loosed an arrow towards the northwest, beyond the Snow Dragon Pass. Whoosh! The falling star arrow shot forth, radiating a blinding, incandescent light. tearing through the clouds and piercing the night sky. The entire night was illuminated, akin to broad daylight, dazzling and resplendent. Countless citizens looked up in awe, exclaiming in wonder, "Look, a meteor from the heavens! Such a spectacle is truly rare." Deep within the royal palace, in the study, the northern protector king suddenly opened his eyes. Gazing towards the northwest night sky, his gaze sharp as lightning. Such power could only belong to a seventh-tier master. Who could this divine being be? Meanwhile, in a concealed warehouse 100 miles northwest of the Snow Dragon Pass, two shadowy figures huddled together. If Xiao Yang were present, he would recognize them as the first prince, Xiao Junlin, and the fourth prince, Xiao Chuxing. Elder brother, father is being excessively partial to the ninth prince. Xiao Chuxing could not help but voice his grievances. Ninth brother is utterly unrestrained. He has incapacitated third brother, and it seems he will soon rise to wreak havoc upon us. Xiao Junlin furrowed his brow. Father is considering the greater picture. With the engagement ceremony approaching, the royal family has dispatched an envoy to attend, making it inconvenient to disturb Xiao Yang, the groom. However, once the wedding is over, he will no longer hold any value. Xiao Yang is but a caged sparrow, incapable of stirring any significant upheaval. Moreover, having dealt with the third prince, I have effectively removed a rival from my path. Furthermore, once our supplies arrive tonight, with our forces bolstered and our strength renewed, we shall leave others far behind. What worries do I have about ascending to the throne? Ha ha! Xiao Junlin burst into laughter. Soon, two well-trained teams arrived at the warehouse, each comprising around 100 individuals. The guardians of Yawang Valley pay their respects to the great heir. We bring forth 100 spirit-level elixirs and 500 rare herbs. An elderly man clad in a blue robe knelt on one knee. The warriors of Dongji Island pay their respects to the fourth heir. We present 100 ninjas, all of whom are fourth-tier martial artists. Another bearded warrior also knelt in homage. Ha ha ha, splendid. Both heirs displayed expressions of satisfaction. The spirit elixirs and warriors before them represented years of accumulation from their maternal clan, painstakingly transported to aid Xiao Junlin in his ascent to the throne. Brother, once you ascend as the new generation of Northern Guardian King, do not forget about me, the fourth heir remarked. Rest assured, I shall not treat you poorly. Xiao Junlin pledged, patting his chest. And when the time comes, I shall take vengeance on ninth brother. To simply eliminate him would be too merciful. I shall sever his limbs and imprison him in the black prison, where he shall endure the torment of heart extraction and bone-scraping day and night. Trapped in a state where he cannot seek life nor death, the fourth heir gritted his teeth. Indeed, and let us capture Ning Hongye as well, to keep him company. Xiao Junlin's gaze was filled with a fierce intensity. Having suffered 2 grievous wounds to his throat from Ning Hongye's battle blade, he teetered on the brink of death, harboring deep-seated animosity and dreaming of retribution. Just as the two were lost in their fanciful reveries, a resounding hum suddenly pierced the air, accompanied by an overwhelming sense of dread. The very clouds were torn asunder, revealing a single arrow that shot forth with the wrath of the divine, heralding cataclysmic destruction that was utterly unstoppable. This was a force of unimaginable terror, undoubtedly the might of a 7th-grade master. Fourth brother, flee at once. Xiao Junlin's countenance shifted dramatically, feeling the imminent threat of death looming ever closer. He immediately bolted into the distance. The fourth young master, too, dared not linger. Resembling a stray dog bereft of its home, fleeing in disarray. In the next moment, a thunderous roar erupted. An arrow descended, and the entire warehouse exploded in an instant, engulfed in fierce flames, while a terrifying shockwave swept through the air. The two young masters, possessing protective spiritual treasures, narrowly escaped this calamity, albeit sustaining significant injuries. Unfortunately, the remaining martial artists from Dongji Island were far less fortunate, meeting their demise without a single survivor. As for the precious elixirs from Yawang Valley and the rare treasures of heaven and earth, they were utterly obliterated. Ah, how tragic! The fourth young master gazed at the charred remains of the warriors, his heart bleeding with anguish. Who could have perpetrated such a heinous act? Our clandestine meeting was supposed to be a closely guarded secret. Could it be the treacherous fifth young master, or perhaps the sixth? Xiao Junlin wore a sullen expression, his mind racing with countless thoughts. Yet, he could never have imagined that this arrow, akin to a celestial being descending from the heavens, was merely Xiao Yang testing the might of the sun-shooting bell. The power of a single arrow, truly terrifying. Meanwhile, within the royal mansion, Xiao Yang released a single arrow, yet felt as though every ounce of his strength had been completely drained, leaving him utterly depleted. At his current level of cultivation, Unleashing a falling star arrow was already the pinnacle of his capabilities. However, the power of this shot was tremendous. Remarkably, the range of this arrow spanned nearly 100 miles, equivalent to an astounding 50,000 meters. In contrast, the cloud-piercing bow had a range of merely 1,000 Xiang, which is 3,000 meters. When compared to the sun-shooting bow, the sniper rifles of the Blue Star paled in comparison. This was nothing short of a long-range missile. Xiao Yang was secretly astonished, his heart brimming with excitement. The power of this arrow far exceeded his expectations, rivaling the might of a martial arts master. Truly, it was a divine weapon of imperial caliber. Previously, although he had obtained the dragon scale armor, it was merely defensive, allowing for passive protection. In contrast, the sun-shooting bow was an offensive divine armament of boundless power. However, due to the considerable distance, he could not accurately gauge the target's position, necessitating a rough estimate, which sufficed. Should anyone dare to provoke him again, he would simply unleash a devastating shot. Subsequently, Xiao Yang stowed the sun-shooting bow and returned indoors to recuperate and cultivate. In the days that followed, Xiao Yang remained within the confines of his residence, immersed in diligent cultivation. Although he possessed numerous treasures, his cultivation level was still at the third rank of the Qi realm, necessitating further advancement. Suddenly, a series of knocks resonated through the air. "Young master, have you risen?" Huang Li inquired respectfully. "Today marks the day of the autumn hunt. The prince has summoned all the young lords to partake in a hunt at Xishan." The autumn hunt. Xiao Yang raised an eyebrow, suddenly recalling the tradition of the royal family. Each autumn, they would venture into the mountains for a hunt, accompanied by their offspring. The more game one captured, the greater the accolades one would receive from the king. Should the guards demonstrate exceptional prowess, they too could be promoted, perhaps even ascending 3 ranks. "Very well, I shall set forth at once." Xiao Yang freshened himself up and donned the mystical Xianin Wanlong armor, fastening a battle blade at his waist. After a moment's contemplation, he decided against bringing the sun-shooting bow. The formidable power of such a divine weapon was not suitable for public display at this time. He resolved to visit the stable first. Upon exiting, he addressed Huang Li, stating that since it was the autumn hunt, horseback riding was essential. Previously, he had acquired the imperial-grade spiritual beast, the cloud-treading black dragon steed, through the system. However, that magnificent steed possessed an unruly temperament and refused to heed his commands. It had even disturbed Yin Ruyu's white deer at the Lanting poetry gathering. Since that incident, Xiao Yang had neglected the black horse, but today seemed an opportune moment to put it to use. Upon his arrival at the stable, he was approached by a servant clad in a gray robe, who bore a troubled expression. "Ninth young master, you have finally arrived. The black horse you raised is exceedingly difficult to manage. It only consumes the tenderest grass, and after taking a bite from each bundle, it refuses to eat any further, spitting out the rest. As for water, it will only drink dew. Otherwise, it will resort to fasting. This would be tolerable if it were merely a matter of inconvenience. But it has also been scattering seeds everywhere, and our marries have all suffered from its antics, barely able to stand. Please, you must take this divine beast away. I am utterly incapable of tending to it." The servant lamented, pouring forth his grievances like a bamboo tube spilling beans. Xiao Yang, upon hearing this, felt somewhat speechless, surprised that the black horse remained unruly even when confined. "Black brother, do me a favor today. Let us take a stroll." Xiao Yang entered the stable and directly grasped the reins of the magnificent black horse, leading it away. The Xishan hunting ground was bustling with activity. Except for the third young master, Xiao Li, who was punished with confinement, all the other young masters had arrived, accompanied by their respective subordinates. Additionally, Ning Hongye arrived with Qingwan, riding a pure white horse named Zhao Yi Yushitsi, which Xiao Yang had acquired from the fourth young master. However, amidst the crowd, the most striking figure was undoubtedly the fourth young master, Xiao Chuxing. He rode a steed of exceptional pedigree, a blood-sweating horse with a slender head, elegant neck, and long limbs exuding an unparalleled grace. "Fourth brother, what a magnificent horse!" Xiao Yang could not help but exclaim. Of course, the fourth young master sat astride his steed, chest held high, radiating pride. "Ninth brother, while I previously gifted you the Zhaoed Jade Lion, I had yet another treasure. This exquisite steed, a prized blood-sweating horse, is my most cherished possession. It gallops like the wind, covering 1,000 miles in a day. During today's autumn hunt, you shall not even catch a glimpse of my silhouette." The fourth young master spoke with an air of triumph. "Oh, is that so?" Xiao Yang, with a playful smirk, patted the rear of the mighty black steed beside him and exclaimed, "Big Black, charge." No sooner had the words left his lips than the black horse caught sight of the prize, instantly invigorated, galloping recklessly towards it, unrestrained in its exuberance. Alas! The fourth young master, perched atop his mount, was struck as if by a jolt of electricity, losing his balance in an instant and tumbling to the ground in a most undignified manner. Chapter 37. She is indeed my beloved and cherished friend. Additional payment required. Splash. Under the gaze of the multitude, the fourth young master Xiao Chuxing fell, legs in the air, his predicament utterly humiliating. Although the physical harm was minimal, the insult was profound. Infuriated, the fourth young master glared fiercely at the black steed and, in a fit of rage, hurled a punch in its direction, intent on venting his frustration. However, he was merely a third-tier martial artist, while the black horse was a royal-grade spirit beast, its prowess rivaling that of a seventh-tier martial master. Bang! The black horse did not even flinch. With a simple flick of its hind leg, it sent the fourth young master soaring through the air. Ha! How utterly embarrassing for the fourth. He was actually kicked away by a horse. If word of this got out, people would think the Xiao family was filled with inept individuals. The sound of mockery echoed all around. Roar! Clutching his chest, the fourth young master writhed in agony, nearly on the brink of vomiting blood. Meanwhile, the black horse remained comfortably positioned atop the prize, reveling in its spirited antics. To the surprise of onlookers, this seemed to reciprocate, for the black horse boasted the ancient bloodline of the black dragon, capable of exerting a bloodline suppression, making it a privilege for them to be favored by it. This big black, a force of nature, is truly the teddy bear among horses. Upon witnessing the scene, Xiao Yang could not help but shake his head. The large black horse, typically languid and indifferent, sprang to life upon the side of the mare. As if invigorated by a surge of excitement, "Ninth brother, you must provide me with an explanation for this matter." The fourth young master, having no means to control the black horse, sought out Xiao Yang to vent his frustration. "You beast! You little brute! Cease this at once!" Xiao Yang exclaimed. "Ninth brother, why do you call for me when you should be attending to your horse?" The fourth young master, Xiao Chuxing, was infuriated. "Fourth brother, do not misconstrue my words. I am addressing the little brute, not your name, Xiao Chuxing. After all, no matter how absurd you may be, you would never engage in such indecorous behavior." Xiao Yang broke into a grin. "You." The fourth young master, Xiao Chuxing, flushed crimson, trembling with indignation. "Enough. Fourth brother, cease to embarrass yourself." At that moment, the eldest young master, Xiao Junlin, interjected. As his subordinate, the fourth's public humiliation at the hands of Xiao Yang tarnished his own reputation. "Ninth brother, you are quite bold. Just wait until the autumn hunt. I shall ensure you pay for this." The fourth young master could only utter threats as he sulked back into the crowd. Before long, the magnificent black horse returned triumphantly to Xiao Yang's side. "The prince has arrived." Suddenly, with a retinue of ironclad guards, the prince of northern town, Xiao Qianquan, made his entrance at the western mountain hunting grounds. "Greetings, father." The numerous young masters bowed in unison. "Greetings, your highness." Ning Hongye, Qing Wan, and others also offered their respectful salutes. "Please, no need for formalities." The prince of northern town waved his hand dismissively. "Father, I have urgent news to report." The eldest young master, Xiao Junlin, stepped forward, his face a mask of sorrow and rage. "Not long ago, I was gathered with fourth brother outside the city when suddenly, divine arrows rained down upon us. Though we managed to escape, hundreds of our subordinates perished. I implore you, father, to investigate this matter and avenge our fallen comrades." "What?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Yang was left utterly bewildered. Divine arrows? Wasn't he that his own experiment with the sun-repelling bow? To his astonishment, it had inadvertently hit the mark. "This matter has already come to my attention." That formidable figure remained shrouded in mystery, vanishing after a single shot. However, the Northern Territory is my domain, and I will not tolerate such audacity. Should he dare to reappear, I shall not show him mercy. The prince's voice resonated with overwhelming authority. "This is dire." Xiao Yang's heart sank momentarily, as he had not anticipated incurring the ire of his frugal father. It seemed that in the future, should he wish to employ the sunshooting bow, he would have to do so covertly, ensuring that no one else became aware of his actions. Subsequently, the king of the northern town surveyed the assembly and announced, "This autumn hunt, as in previous years, shall be divided into 2 rounds. The first round will test equestrian skills. The first to reach the opposing mountain peak, retrieve the banner I have placed in advance, and return here shall be declared the victor. The second round will challenge archery prowess. The one who captures the most wild beasts in the hunting grounds will claim the championship. Upon hearing this, many young lords present were eager to participate, bustling with excitement. Although winning the autumn hunt bore no tangible rewards, it provided an opportunity to shine before the king, thereby enhancing their chances of being chosen as heirs. Prepare yourselves. In the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, the first round will commence, declared the king of the northern town. As soon as his words echoed in the air, the eldest son, Xiao Junlin, approached Xiao Yang with a feigned smile. Ninth brother. It appears you have acquired a fine steed. Are you also vying for the top position this time? Indeed. Xiao Yang replied with a nod. Shall we place a bet on it? Xiao Junlin took the initiative to propose. I have just spent 100,000 taels of silver in the eastern city to construct a cloud-top heavenly palace as the heir's residence. If you win, it shall be yours as a gift. Such a substantial wager? Xiao Yang raised an eyebrow, somewhat taken aback. He was aware that the imperial palace was constructed with opulent grandeur, a substantial investment indeed, and that Xiao Junlin had chosen it as a wager, clearly with significant intentions. Elder brother, I come from a humble background. My pockets are empty, and I have nothing to offer you. Xiao Yang remarked. Haha. Xiao Junlin's smile widened as he said, Ninth brother, should you find yourself defeated, there is no need to bestow upon me any treasures. Simply relinquish the tiger talisman seal of the Zhuge army. Absolutely not. Before Xiao Yang could voice his thoughts, Qing Wan, not far away, interjected with urgency. She promptly stood forth and declared, Ninth young master, that tiger talisman seal is a token bestowed upon you by the general. It holds the power to command troops and bears immense significance. You must not allow it to fall into the hands of others. Indeed. Xiao Yang nodded in agreement. Miss Qing Wan is indeed correct. The tiger talisman and the golden seal represent Miss Ning's heartfelt intentions. She is, after all, my beloved and cherished friend. Xiao Yang elongated his tone and turned to Xiao Junlin, stating, Thus, one cloud-top celestial palace is insufficient. Additional funds are required. What? Upon hearing this, Xiao Junlin was momentarily bewildered. He had initially thought Xiao Yang had declined, only to be taken aback by the sudden shift in negotiation, demanding more money. Moreover, Qing Wan was incensed, her delicate face radiating fury as she scolded, You scoundrel! How dare you wager the token given to you by the general? I shall not let you off lightly. She prepared to take action. Qing Wan, return. Suddenly, Ning Hongye interjected. Although Qing Wan was reluctant, she dared not defy the command and retreated. Brother 9, you mentioned extra funds. How much more are we discussing? Xiao Junlin inquired with a smile. 100 elixirs from the Medicine King Valley. Xiao Yang declared. That is unacceptable. I can offer you no more than 50. Xiao Junlin sought to negotiate. Then let it be. Xiao Yang feigned a turn to depart. Wait. I have promised you, 100 it shall be. Although Xiao Junlin felt a pang of regret, he was confident in his inevitable victory, considering it merely an empty promise with no possibility of loss. All right, it's a deal. With so many witnesses present, no one is allowed to cheat. Xiao Yang quickly added. Since this elder brother had willingly revealed his gold coins, he would not let the opportunity slip away. The wager was thus established. Not far away, Qing Wan anxiously stomped her feet. General, why do you not stop Xiao Yang? The tiger talisman and golden seal were given to him by me. How he chooses to handle it is his decision. Ning Hongye paused, a glimmer of unusual light flickering in her beautiful eyes. Moreover, Xiao Yang must possess a strong assurance of victory, otherwise, he would not have agreed. In recent days, have you seen him suffer any losses? Chapter 38, dressed in fine attire, charging ahead. It seems indeed that she had not. Qing Wan reflected briefly, shaking her head in astonishment. Initially, she had not regarded Xiao Yang seriously, thinking the Northern King's manner was merely presenting the most incompetent heir to appease the Emperor's marriage decree. However, Xiao Yang had first slapped the faces of the first and fourth sons, then gained fame at the Lanting poetry meeting, and recently he had incapacitated the third son. Xiaoli, once or twice could be attributed to luck, but consistently overcoming stronger opponents indicated true strength. General, do you mean to say that Xiao Yang has been concealing his prowess all along, and is indeed capable of winning this contest? Qing Wan could not restrain her curiosity. How much has he hidden? I cannot say. Here's what we shall do, Qing Wan. You shall ride the Zhaoyue Jade Lion and fight on my behalf. Ning Hongye commanded. Yes, I shall not disgrace your orders. Qing Wan replied confidently. Growing up on horseback and having fought on the battlefield for years, she felt assured of claiming victory even against the heirs of the royal manor. If she secured first place, at the very least, The tiger talisman and golden seal in Xiao Yang's possession would not be lost. The first round of the competition commenced. Moments later, the voice of the Northern King resonated throughout the arena. Whoosh! Instantly, the various heirs, accompanied by their subordinates, spurred their horses into a furious gallop. Yet, one figure surged ahead, leaving everyone in the dust. It was none other than Xiao Junlin. The horse ridden by the first son appears to be the Prince's Claw Yellow Flying Electric. The crowd murmured. This was a magnificent steed bestowed upon the prince by the royal family years ago, and it had unexpectedly been given to the first son. Did this not mean he was guaranteed victory in this contest? The spectators buzzed with excitement, while others had already ridden into the western mountains. Xiao Yang was leisurely approaching the great black horse. Ninth brother, are you conceding defeat and preparing to withdraw? The second son, Xiao Ziwen, sneered. He adhered to the Confucian path and thus did not participate in this contest. Second brother, what's the rush? Laughing early means nothing. Only those who laugh last are the true victors. Xiao Yang retorted. Humph, your elder brother has already run several miles ahead, and you have yet to set off. I am keen to see how you turn the tide. The second son scoffed. At that moment, Xiao Yang finally approached the great black horse, lowering his voice. Brother Black, I have treated you well. Please do me a favor today. If you give a little more effort, I will find you several lovely marries in the future, ensuring your days are filled with delight. Upon hearing this, the great black horse suddenly became invigorated, its spirit soaring. Giddy up, and seizing the moment, Xiao Yang leaped onto the horse, urging it towards the western mountains. However, the audience remained skeptical. After all, the great black horse did not appear to be a remarkable steed. Aside from its propensity to nuzzle, it exhibited no extraordinary traits. Yet, as they turned a corner and entered the dense forest, a thunderous roar erupted from the great black horse, followed by an astonishing transformation. A layer of jet black scales enveloped its body, expanding its frame and showcasing its muscular lines, exuding an aura of power. Its eyes turned a resplendent golden hue, radiating nobility. Wherever its hooves struck, purple lightning entwined, and clouds surged tumultuously. With a rumble, it galloped forward, sweeping through the wind, leaving a phantom trail in the air. Its speed so extraordinary that it was nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. This was the true form of the cloud-treading black dragon steed. Goodness, this is akin to a transformer. Brother Black, I underestimated you before. Charge forth and obliterate the competition ahead. Xiao Yang sat astride the great black steed, feeling an exhilarating surge of emotions as moments turned into miles. Meanwhile, the other young lords who had set off first were engaged in a fierce pursuit. However, leading the charge were the eldest prince, Xiao Junlin, and Qing Wan. Both exerted their utmost prowess, unable to gain an upper hand over one another. How infuriating. That rascal Xiao Yang boasted so confidently, yet he is nowhere to be seen. I must secure the first position, otherwise the coveted tiger talisman of the Zhuge army will fall into Xiao Junlin's grasp. Qing Wan silently resolved to spur her mount, the Zhaoyue Jade Lion, even further. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, an overwhelming and terrifying presence emerged from behind, accompanied by an oppressive aura that penetrated deep into the soul. In an instant, birds plummeted from the sky, and trees were uprooted. This is bad. A fearsome beast has manifested. Everyone must stay together. Do not get separated. The competition can wait. Life is paramount. The young lords and their followers braced themselves. However, in the next moment, thud, 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 the steeds beneath them collapsed to the ground, trembling uncontrollably, rendered immobile. Even Xiao Junlin's clawed steed and Qing Wan's jade lion were no exceptions. From behind, it seemed as if a majestic ruler had descended, and these horses were bowing in homage to their sovereign. What on earth is happening? Xiao Junlin was taken aback, never anticipating that today's autumn hunt in the western mountains would stir such a tremendous commotion. Suddenly, a strange beast, like a black lightning cleaving through the heavens and the earth, rushed forth with astonishing speed, igniting a tempest of flames in its wake. The sheer velocity surpassed the imagination of all present. How astonishingly swift! Xiao Junlin instinctively looked up, only to see that the black beast had already soared 1,000 meters away, yet it seemed as though a figure was perched upon its back. It bore an uncanny resemblance to the ninth brother. Impossible. Surely, it must be a trick of the light. Xiao Junlin shook his head, casting aside the wild thought that had invaded his mind. Before long, Xiao Yang rode his magnificent black steed to the summit of the western mountain. There, the grand flag emblazoned with the character Xiao fluttered gracefully in the wind, producing a resonant sound. This must be the emblematic banner referred to by the King of the North. Returning with it would signify his ascendancy. Xiao Yang promptly accepted the banner and urged the great black steed down the mountain. At the foot of the western hills, a familiar sight emerged in the distance, a grand flag fluttering in the air, strikingly prominent. It must be my elder brother. He has remarkably improved the autumn hunt record by an entire incense stick's worth of time. It seems his cultivation has ascended yet again. The second son, Xiao Ziwen, mused aloud. The eldest son is indeed the true dragon of the Xiao family. Recently, during his breakthrough, he summoned 9 extraordinary phenomena of heaven and earth. When it comes to speed, no one can rival him. How absurd of that Xiao Yang to overestimate himself, entertaining fanciful notions, only to lose a golden imperial seal in vain. Others began to murmur in agreement. However, in the next moment, when the rider bearing the flag appeared, everyone gasped in astonishment. For the victor was not the eldest son, but Xiao Yang himself. There he stood, with a face like jade and an elongated stature, resembling a youthful general. Dressed in fine garments and galloping fiercely, he led the way. "Father, I have returned." Xiao Yang gracefully dismounted, firmly planting the flag emblazoned with the character Xiao into the ground. His movements were swift and fluid, like flowing water. "Ninth brother, how could it be you?" Xiao Ziwen, however, wore an expression as if he had seen a ghost. Chapter 39, My son Xiao possessing extraordinary talents. "Second brother, why can't it be me?" Xiao Yang retorted. Xiao Ziwen found himself at a loss for words. "Xiao Lang, your performance today has indeed exceeded this prince's expectations," spoke the king of Jinbei. "A tiger's son cannot be a mere dog. My triumph is entirely due to the excellent guidance of my father." Xiao Yang offered a flattering remark. Although he owed his current fortune to none other than himself and had no connection to the king of Jinbei, flattering remarks were always prudent. Indeed, upon hearing this, the corners of the king of Jinbei's mouth lifted slightly, revealing a hint of a smile. After what felt like an eternity, the sound of galloping hooves echoed from afar, and the various young lords began to return one by one. "Father, I was the first to reach the summit of Shishan. Yet I did not see the banner you mentioned." Xiao Junlin rushed over eagerly. However, the next moment, his expression froze. For before him stood the banner emblazoned with the character Xiao, firmly planted in the ground, while Xiao Yang stood nonchalantly to the side. "What is the meaning of this?" Xiao Junlin was bewildered. "Elder brother, do you not comprehend? The victor has been determined. I am the champion," Xiao Yang declared with a confident smile. "Impossible. You must have cheated." Xiao Junlin's eyes instantly blazed with fury as he bellowed. "You, a mere third-tier martial artist, riding an inconspicuous and wretched horse. How could you possibly triumph over me? During the first round of the competition, no one laid eyes on you. You must have resorted to some despicable means to steal the victory, attempting to deceive everyone. Brother, one might indulge in a chaotic feast, but one should never speak recklessly." Xiao Yang retorted coldly. "If you allege that I cheated, then you must provide evidence." Xiao Junlin found himself momentarily at a loss for words, for he possessed no tangible evidence. Nevertheless, his indignation remained unabated. "Father, my 9th brother set out last, but returned the earliest. Something must be amiss. Perhaps someone handed him the flag ahead of time. He didn't even reach the summit but turned back midway, which explains his swift return. My 9th brother's victory is unmerited, achieved through underhanded means. I implore you to see through this." Xiao Junlin reported a grievance. The king of Northern Town, with a solemn expression, spoke in a deep voice. "That grand flag bearing the character Xiao is personally planted by me atop the western mountain, and I have established a barrier. Apart from the bloodline of the Xiao family, no one else could possibly wield it. Therefore, there is no doubt that 9th young master has triumphed." "What?" Upon hearing this, not only was Xiao Junlin taken aback, but the others present were equally astonished. If the king of Northern Town had spoken, then it signified that Xiao Yang's victory was indeed legitimate. The once inconspicuous 9th young master had suddenly made a remarkable impression. "Junlin, although you possess the supreme bone, do not underestimate the heroes of the world. Though 9th young master may not match your cultivation, he has accumulated great potential, and with his extraordinary demeanor, it is entirely possible for him to surpass in due time." The king of Northern Town spoke once more. "Father." Xiao Junlin's expression shifted dramatically, and within his heart, tumultuous waves surged. He never anticipated that his father's evaluation of the 9th brother would be so remarkably high, even placing him in comparison with himself. He had assumed that with the 3rd brother Xiao Li's downfall, the throne would be a certainty within his grasp. However, it now appeared that Xiao Yang had emerged as his foremost rival. "Brother, do not forget that we made a wager. When will you fulfill your promise regarding the Cloud Summit Palace and the 100 elixirs from the Medicine King Valley?" Xiao Yang inquired once more. This statement was akin to pouring salt into Xiao Junlin's wounds. Ninth brother, rest assured, I shall not leave you in debt. I will deliver them to you upon our return. Xiao Junlin ground his teeth, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes as he silently mused. Although treasures are splendid, one must possess the life to spend them. Soon, the voice of the Northern King echoed throughout the arena once more. The first round of the competition was claimed by Jiolong. Following this, the second round, the hunt, commenced. You are prohibited from riding horses or bringing weapons such as swords and bows into the hunting grounds. Return to this location before sunset. As soon as the words were uttered, the various young lords, accompanied by their retinues, surged into the hunting grounds. This second round was a collective endeavor. The greater the number of subordinates, the more advantageous the position. In contrast, Xiao Yang, being utterly alone, faced significant disadvantages. Qing Wan, take the Chuan Yun Bao and assist Xiao Yang. Ning Hongye commanded. Understood, General. Qing Wan nodded, grasping the Chuan Yun Bao, and followed Xiao Yang into the dense forest. Xiao Yang, how did you achieve victory just now? Qing Wan, unable to contain her curiosity, could not resist inquiring. She had been at the forefront the entire time, matching Xiao Junlin stride for stride, yet had not caught sight of Xiao Yang. What do you think? Xiao Yang, however, chose to keep them in suspense. Qing Wan shook her head, yet for reasons unknown, a sense of foreboding settled in her heart, as if the terrifying black beast's emergence was somehow intertwined with Xiao Yang. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Subsequently, Qing Wan drew her bow, unleashing a flurry of arrows that transformed into a myriad of fleeting shadows in the air. A master archer capable of hitting the mark from 100 paces, combined with the prowess of the cloud-piercing bow, she swiftly felled over a dozen ferocious beasts. At this rate, the hunting grounds creatures would face annihilation, leaving little for the other noble heirs. Ninth brother, Commander Qing Wan, I have a secret to share with you both. At that moment, Xiao Junlin leaned in closer. What secret? Qing Wan inquired coldly. 50 miles north of the western mountain hunting ground lies a mystic water pool. My subordinates have discovered that a ripening Tianyuan fruit can be found there. Xiao Junlin proclaimed. Tianyuan fruit. Qing Wan gasped in astonishment. She recognized this fruit as a spiritual-grade treasure, exceedingly rare and known for its healing properties. Coincidentally, Ning Hongye was gravely injured in the outer realms, in dire need of such a precious item. Elder brother, are you truly so benevolent? Xiao Yang grew wary. To offer goodwill without reason is often a guise for treachery. Knowing the whereabouts of the Tianyuan fruit, you could easily procure it for yourself without divulging this information to us. I suffered defeat in the first round. My aim in the second is to secure victory. However, Commander Qing Wan's prowess is formidable, and should she continue her onslaught, I fear I may still be unable to claim the top spot. Thus, I propose this. You seek the treasure at the mystic water pool, and we shall each gain what we desire, Xiao Junlin suggested. Agreed, I accept. Qing Wan promptly stowed her bow and arrows. In her eyes, nothing in the world held greater significance than General Ning. Commander Qing Wan, then it is settled. Xiao Junlin excitedly patted her shoulder, stealthily dusting some powder onto her. Qing Wan, recoiling in distaste, immediately distanced herself and turned to Xiao Yang, saying, Ninth young master, you may remain to continue the hunt. But I must make a trip to the Yinshuitan. Of course, I will accompany you. Xiao Yang replied. Although he sensed Xiao Junlin's ill intentions, he reasoned that if the news of the Tianyuan fruit were true, gifting it to Ning Hongye could trigger the system's return. That was far more significant than merely claiming victory in the hunt. Subsequently, the two set off together towards the northern hunting grounds. However, as they walked away, a fierce glint of murderous intent flickered in Xiao Junlin's eyes. Ninth brother, you have forced my hand. With the superior beast summoning and that thing within the Yinshuitan. Even if you had 9 lives, it would not suffice. Who could have imagined you would offend me? Even if father investigates, he shall find nothing to implicate me. Chapter 40, The Unyielding Unicorn Serpent. Xiao Yang and Qing Wan advanced at full speed, swiftly departing from the Xishan hunting grounds and making their way towards the Yinshuitan. According to the rules of the autumn hunt, participants were not permitted to leave the hunting grounds, given the lurking presence of myriad beasts, which could easily lead to unforeseen accidents. However, in pursuit of the coveted Tianyuan fruit, they cast aside all considerations of protocol. Soon, they encountered a surge of beasts, a multitude of different feral creatures charging from all directions, each exhibiting combat prowess equivalent to second or third rank martial artists. Although they had yet to awaken their intelligence, they were not to be underestimated. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Yuan continuously drew her bow and released arrows, transforming the surrounding 100 meters into a veritable death zone, as numerous beasts fell before her onslaught. This is dire. The arrows I brought are limited, and I have already expended more than half. At this rate, I fear I shall deplete my supply before reaching the Yinshuotan. Yuan furrowed her brow in concern. Should they lose the advantage of ranged attacks, they would be forced to rely on physical combat, which could inevitably result in injuries. Rest for a moment. I shall take care of the rest. Xiao Yang took a step forward, heading towards the monstrous beasts. Wait. Yuan wished to intervene, for Xiao Yang bore no bow and arrow, possessing only a battle knife. Unexpectedly, in the next moment, an astonishing scene unfolded before her eyes. Xiao Yang did not even draw his blade. Instead, he pointed a finger at a charging tiger demon. Great Wilderness capturing Heaven Finger. With a resounding bang, the demon's head exploded instantaneously, akin to a watermelon smashed upon the ground, dying in an instant. Bang, bang, bang. Subsequently, Xiao Yang, with a mysterious grace in his steps, navigated through the tide of beasts as effortlessly as slicing through vegetables. Everywhere he passed, the demon beasts met their demise. The Great Wilderness capturing Heaven Finger. One touch and one is reborn. This was an Imperial-level secret technique. Previously, it had incapacitated the third prince, Shaoli, with a single strike. Now, using it against demons felt like employing a cannon to swat a mosquito. Impressive. Yuan could not help but marvel at this spectacle. It was not that the demon beasts were feeble, but rather that Xiao Yang was extraordinarily powerful. Had she engaged in close combat, she would likely not have fared as effortlessly. Indeed, this ninth young master was far more formidable than she had anticipated, clearly having concealed his true prowess until now. With his assistance, perhaps General Ning's ambitions of rebellion could truly be realized. Meanwhile, Xiao Yang regarded these demon beasts as mere training dummies, honing his martial skills and mastering the Great Wilderness, capturing Heaven Finger with increasing finesse. With him clearing the path ahead, the two swiftly advanced several dozen miles. Something felt amiss. Suddenly, Yuan detected a peculiar anomaly. Even though the hunting grounds were rife with demon beasts, there should not be this many. And it seemed as though they were specifically targeting us. Only now did you notice? As Xiao Yang vanquished the demons, he chuckled. It seemed that just before departing, Xiao Junlin sprinkled something upon your back. What? Yuan exclaimed in astonishment, promptly shedding her outer garment. Although she donned an inner armor, the smoothness of her skin, the flatness of her abdomen, and the distinct definition of her abdominal muscles were still visible. Xiao Yang inwardly lamented that, had she been on Blue Star, a commanding figure like Yuan would undoubtedly wreak havoc among the ranks of the G. Curse be it. This is the All-Beast summoning. Soon, she noticed that her coat was sprinkled with a fine, colorless, and odorless powder, subtle enough to evade immediate detection. This was a special concoction crafted by the apothecary, possessing a tremendous allure for demonic beasts. That scoundrel Xiao Junlin intends to use these beasts against us. Yuan elaborated on the matter, subsequently casting her coat aside. They pressed onward, encountering significantly fewer demonic beasts, which alleviated the pressure considerably. At long last, they had arrived. Xiao Yang came to a halt, confronted by a frigid pond ahead. A chilling aura permeated the air, and not a single blade of grass dared to thrive in the vicinity, devoid of any trace of demonic beasts. As he stepped into this desolate realm, an icy sensation surged from the soles of his feet, engulfing him in an unsettling dread. It felt as though an immense terror loomed nearby. Look! At the center of the pond, atop a lotus leaf, flourished the celestial yuan fruit, on the verge of ripening. Yuan was filled with overwhelming excitement. Xiao Yang also gazed over. There, he beheld the Tianyuan fruit, resplendent and translucent, radiating brilliance akin to the most exquisite delicacies of the world, evoking a mouth-watering desire. With the Tianyuan fruit, the general's injuries would soon mend. I shall go forth at once. Yuan's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Wait, something is amiss in this place. Xiao Yang's words had yet to be fully articulated when Yuan, driven by her impulsive nature and heightened emotions, dashed forth without a moment's hesitation. Although unaware of the depth of the water, as a fifth-tier martial artist, she was capable of briefly walking upon its surface. In no time, she approached the coveted Tianyuan fruit, a mere 10 meters away. Suddenly, the once tranquil waters erupted into chaos, forming a terrifying vortex. From its depths, a colossal python surged forth. Its exposed body stretched in impressive tenjong, adorned with glossy black scales that glimmered with a chilling radiance. Its head, as large as a small hill, bore piercing vertical pupils that fixated on the diminutive intruder, flicking its crimson tongue menacingly. More alarmingly, a single golden horn sprouted from its forehead, shimmering with a divine brilliance. Was this a Jiao dragon? Instinctively retreating, Qing Yuan felt a surge of fear. At that moment, Xiao Yang immediately employed his heavy gaze to scrutinize the fearsome beast. The information about it materialized on his panel. Single-horned black python, absorbs the essence of sun and moon, gathers the spirit of heaven and earth, has cultivated for over 900 years, and has now attained spiritual intelligence, comparable to a 6th-tier Mount moving realm martial artist. If it consumes the Tianyuan fruit, it can shed its skin and transform into a Jiao dragon, summoning rain and flooding rivers, rivaling a 7th-tier master realm martial artist. Weakness, 7 inches below. Upon reading this information, Xiao Yang's body tensed as if facing a formidable adversary. A beast cultivated for 9 centuries? It had awakened intelligence? Comparable to a 6th-tier powerhouse? Undoubtedly, the single-horned black python before him was the most terrifying foe he had encountered in this world. Fortunately, it had yet to shed its skin and transform. Otherwise, even if the other prince's teams were present, they would likely meet with utter annihilation. Suddenly, the immense python whipped its tail violently, striking Qing Yuan with tremendous force. She was sent flying, feeling as though her very organs had been shaken. And she coughed up a mouthful of crimson blood. Without time to tend to her injuries, Qing Yuan swiftly drew her cloud-piercing bow and unleashed arrows with reckless abandon. However, the arrows merely sparked against the python's scales, leaving only faint white marks, failing to inflict any harm. Curse be it, retreat is the only option. Qing Yuan realized the insurmountable disparity in strength. This beast was beyond her capabilities, and she prepared to flee. Roar. The single-horned black python opened its gaping maw, unleashing a torrent of dark purple toxic mist that enveloped her instantly. Qing Yuan let out a wretched scream, feeling dizzy and disoriented, blood seeping from her 7 orifices. Her strength was utterly drained as she plummeted into the murky waters below. It's over. Is this to be my final resting place? General Ning, alas, I could not accompany you to the end. As Qing Yuan's consciousness began to fade, she seemed to glimpse a figure wielding a long blade, advancing step by step to stand before her. Ninth Prince, why do you not flee? What do you intend to do? Qing Yuan weakly inquired. To slay the Jiao. Xiao Yang unsheathed the blade at his waist, a fire igniting within him, and a fierce light gleaming in his eyes. At that moment, 2 paths lay before him. Should he choose to flee, he might salvage his own life. Yet Qing Yuan would inevitably meet her doom, destined to become a meal for the formidable one-horned dark python. Thus, he opted for the second path. I, Xiao Yang, even when confronted by 1,000 troops and countless beasts, shall fight to the death without retreat. Chapter 41. The blade's intent shatters like jade, truly a fiend descending from the heavens. At this juncture, the one-horned dark python also recognized the insignificance of the human before it, audaciously attempting to challenge a force far beyond its own. In its golden vertical pupils, a mocking glimmer shone forth. Roar, roar, roar. It unleashed another torrent of poisonous mist, enveloping everything like an immense net descending upon him. Breakthrough. Xiao Yang unleashed his inner strength, executing the first form of the Thunder Prison Annihilation Blade, Heavenly Thunder Flash. The blade shimmered with brilliance, and the fierce wind howled as it cleaved a vacuum tunnel. Clash. In the next moment, the blade struck directly upon the 7 inches of the unicorn black python. It connected. Xiao Yang's heart raced with excitement, but he soon realized that the hardness of the scales far exceeded his expectations. Even when striking a vital point, he found himself unable to breach the defenses. After all, the disparity in their strengths was immense. He was merely a 3rd-tier martial artist, while the one-horned dark python was equivalent to a 6th-tier beast. His actions provoked the creature's ire. With a thunderous crash, it unleashed another ferocious tail swipe aimed at Xiao Yang. Fortunately, he was clad in a superior-grade imperial armor known as the Dragon Scale 10,000 armor. Channeling the armor's divine power, he absorbed the oncoming attack, transforming it into an ethereal dragon apparition that retaliated. Radiant golden light erupted as a dragon-shaped silhouette soared forth, striking the one-horned dark python and scattering dozens of scales in the process. What a close call. Xiao Yang stepped back to a safe distance, gasping for breath. Even though the Xianlin Wanlong armor mitigated 90% of the impact, the residual force still stirred his blood and qi. Had it been a martial artist of the 4th or 5th rank, they would likely have been reduced to mere pulp. In the next moment, Xiao Yang tightened his grip on the battle blade, gazing at the Tinjianglong single-horned dark python, his eyes ablaze with fighting spirit. I shall not be deterred. If one strike is insufficient, then let it be 100 strikes, 1,000 strikes, a myriad of strikes. Xiao Yang's form transformed into a streak of lightning, darting forth once more, striking the unicorn serpent from various angles. Clang, clang, clang. He could not fathom how many blows he had delivered. His palms trembled, and his battle blade had become warped at the edges. Yet he persevered, his entire being seemingly ignited with fervor. Roar, roar, roar. Soon, the serpent's body bore numerous wounds of varying depths. It was not inclined to remain passive, unleashing its gaping maw, its sharp fangs relentlessly snapping at Xiao Yang. Each time, he danced upon the razor's edge, skirting the precipice of death. Yet this immense pressure catalyzed the latent potential within him, plunging him into an enigmatic state. Unity of man and blade. Ding. The host, amidst battle, comprehended the essence of the blade. Jade Shatter. Jade Shatter, a lethal blade intent that can, for a brief duration, incinerate one's vitality, amplifying the blade's might tenfold. However, it exacts a tremendous toll on its wielder, potentially inflicting harm upon oneself. Blade intent. Upon receiving the system's notification, Xiao Yang's heart quaked with astonishment. He understood that the mastery of weaponry is delineated into 3 realms: might, intent, and soul. Previously, in his duel with the commander of the Zhuge army, Hua Gang, the latter had grasped the Thunderblade's might, sufficient for pride. Yet now, at the brink of life and death, Xiao Yang transcended might and directly comprehended the Jade Shatter blade intent. Better to be shattered jade than whole tile. To dare to risk one's life is to challenge the emperor himself. Throughout the vast Xia Dynasty, those who can comprehend blade intent are exceedingly rare, often comprising martial arts masters who have devoted decades to their craft or esteemed generals. Yet Xiao Yang, still in the bloom of youth, if discovered to have grasped blade intent, would surely astound the world, heralding the emergence of a once-in-a-century martial prodigy in the Xia Dynasty. With this strike, I shall sever the divine golden body above and cleave the dragon veins of the mountains and rivers below. Where the blade passes, heaven rends and earth shatters. Xiao Yang soared into the air, embodying the indomitable spirit of annihilation, as he struck towards the solitary, horned black python. The creature, sensing an overwhelming peril, released a jade-green inner elixir from its mouth, unleashing a torrent of toxic miasma that was tenfold more terrifying than before. Damn beast, perish before me. With a single stroke, Xiao Yang unleashed a formidable force, striking at the critical point. Crack. In an instant, the once impenetrable scales crumbled as if made of paper. Splash. The vital area of the single-horned dark python was grievously wounded, a fountain of blood erupting from the injury, instantly transforming Xiao Yang into a figure drenched in crimson. Yet, his battle blade continued its descent. Thud. The massive serpent's head was severed with brutal precision, plummeting into the shadowy waters, utterly lifeless. Standing amidst the gushing blood, Xiao Yang resembled a celestial demon descending from the heavens. Even if the heavens were to collapse, I shall rise to the heights, supporting the firmament with my spine, boiling the vast sea with my courage, and willingly sacrificing my being, embracing death 1,000 times over. In the autumn of the year 805 of the Great Xia calendar, the 9th son of the northern town prince, Xiao Yang, vanquished the giant python at the shadowy waters. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the Xishan hunting grounds, dusk had fallen. Numerous heirs had already returned, celebrating their bountiful harvest. Among them, the most illustrious was the first son, Xiao Junlin, who had slain a 4th-grade bear demon, along with dozens of 2nd and 3rd-grade beasts. Brother, you truly live up to your reputation. In this hunting competition, you are undoubtedly the champion. Oh, where is the 9th son? Surely he hasn't returned empty-handed. Feeling too embarrassed to show his face, the 2nd son jested. Xiao Junlin, brimming with pride, displayed a peculiar smile. The 9th son? He is probably long gone. In the crowd, Ning Hongya furrowed her brow. Not only had Xiao Yang not returned, but her guardian, Qing Luan, was also missing. Unable to contain her anxiety, she mounted the night-illuminating jade lion, preparing to venture into the Xishan in search of them. Miss Ning, if you intend to find Xiao Yang and Commander Qing Luan, it would be futile. Xiao Junlin remarked with a smile. What do you mean? Do you know their whereabouts? Ning Hongya inquired coldly. Aha. Xiao Junlin smirked ominously and proclaimed, I informed them of a Tianyuan fruit located 50 miles to the north at the Incher Pool. They sought to procure it for your healing, and thus ventured forth in search of treasure. However, I neglected to mention that within the depths of the Insure pool resides a colossal serpent, one that is cultivated for nearly a millennium, possessing strength comparable to that of a 6th-grade mountain moving realm expert. Given their absence, it is likely that their fate has turned grim. Should you hasten your escape, perhaps you might return to collect their remains. Xiao Junlin spoke with an air of indifference, although he had orchestrated the scheme. The entity that took Xiao Yang's life was the uniquely horned Xian python, rendering him blameless in the eyes of his father. How outrageous! Beneath Ning Hongye's mask, her eyes sparkled with overwhelming murderous intent, her hair swirling as if stirred by an unseen tempest, resembling a goddess of death emerging from a sea of corpses. Should anything happen to Xiao Yang, it would not only be you and me, but the entire Northern King's residents would accompany him in death. Boom. A palpable aura of violence enveloped the area, transforming the vicinity into a veritable hellscape that sent chills down the spine. In the next moment, Ning Hongye summoned the Zhaoyue Jade Lion, her figure dashing forth like a radiant beam towards the sinister waters of the Inshui pool. What a terrifying aura of bloodlust. Why provoke her? This female harbinger of death has once laid waste to an entire city. What is there to fear? With my father present, she cannot act with impunity. Chapter 42. Abundant Harvest. 100-fold return. Enlightenment tea leaves, true dragonly pearl. Quickly, even faster, Ning Hongye tightened her legs around the steed, pushing its speed to the limit, racing with the swiftness of lightning, pursuing shadows with relentless fervor. She was a general on the battlefield, having endured countless separations and farewells. Comrades, brothers in arms, even her father had fallen before her. She had thought herself to possess a heart of iron and stone, impervious to the frailties of emotion. Yet in this moment, upon learning that Xiao Yang had endangered himself for her sake, teetering on the brink of death, her heart ached with a profound pang. Scenes of Xiao Yang flooded her mind, gifting her the spirit eye, aiding her rebellion, healing her wounds. No man had ever treated her with such devotion as Xiao Yang. But this bond, which had yet to fully blossom, was it to be snuffed out prematurely? No. Xiao Yang, I will not allow you to perish. In a mere tea's time, Ning Hongye traversed the 50-mile stretch. She was the first to catch sight of the fallen Xingwan by the edge of the Inshui pool. Thank goodness. Merely unconscious, with no mortal danger. Yet in the next moment, as she turned her head, she beheld Xiao Yang collapsed in a pool of blood. His body was drenched in crimson, barely clinging to life, as if he were on the threshold of the netherworld. Plop. Suddenly, a crystalline tear slipped from beneath her mask. Xiao Yang. Ning Hongye rushed to embrace him, her movements tender and gentle. Miss Ning. Xiao Yang did not anticipate her arrival. Trembling, he extended his hand and removed her mask, revealing her stunningly beautiful visage, a true paragon of grace. Tears shimmered in Ning Hongye's eyes. Xiao Yang reached out to wipe her tears away. She shivered delicately, but did not refuse. Xiao Yang, hold on. I will take you back at once. No matter the cost, I will save you, Ning Hongye declared, biting her lip. I may not last much longer, but before I depart, I only wish to hear you call me husband, Xiao Yang requested. Just as Ning Hongye was about to respond, her expression changed as she suddenly sensed something was amiss. Wait, you aren't injured? In her haste, she had assumed he was on the brink of death, having seen him lying amidst a pool of blood. Yet now she realized that Xiao Yang bore no fatal wounds. The formidable one-horned black python lay dead, its head severed. Did you slay the one-horned black python? Ning Hongye could not help but inquire, her heart filled with astonishment. She was aware of Xiao Yang's extraordinary nature, having received high praise even from her master, the illustrious female immortal emperor. However, it was still hard for her to fathom that Xiao Yang, merely a third-tier martial artist, could vanquish a creature comparable to a sixth-tier beast. Indeed, it was I. Xiao Yang did not conceal his condition, nodding in acknowledgement. In truth, he was indeed quite feeble, lacking even the strength to move his fingers. However, this was not due to injury, but rather the consequence of forcibly invoking the jade-shattered blade intent, which had consumed a substantial amount of his vitality, resulting in backlash. The blood that surrounded him was not his own, but that of the unique horned Xian python. Just then, Ning Hongye arrived, seemingly misunderstanding the situation. He had intended to seize the opportunity to coax her into calling him husband, but ultimately, that plan failed. Ah, there lies a Tianyuan fruit and the inner core of the unique horned Xian python, both of which are immensely nourishing. Hurry and retrieve them for healing. Xiao Yang urged eagerly. He had originally come seeking the Tianyuan fruit, but unexpectedly, at the last moment, The unique horned Xian python had also dropped gold coins. Its inner core was exceptionally precious, encapsulating nearly 1,000 years of cultivated essence, classified as a spirit-grade treasure. No. These two treasures were fought for at the cost of your life. I cannot accept them. Ning Hongye shook her head resolutely. We are family, without distinction. Xiao Yang replied in a solemn tone. Miss, you should accept them quickly. If you refuse, how will I trigger the system's return? Family, you say? Ning Hongye pondered this, a unique glimmer igniting in her beautiful eyes. Very well, I shall accept them. With that, she picked up the inner core and then plucked the Tianyuan fruit. Ding! Ning Hongye's favorability increased by 10, totaling 35. A sound notification echoed in Xiao Yang's ears. Ding! The host has bestowed a spirit-level superior Tianyuan fruit, triggering a reward. 100-fold return, royal-level superior enlightenment tea. Enlightenment tea, sourced from ancient tea trees of enlightenment. It flourishes in the forbidden zone of the undying mountain. Its roots intertwine with the dragon energy of the earth's veins, while its leaves absorb the essence of chaos. It takes 3,000 years for a bud to sprout, and 9,000 years for a leaf to fully mature. Each leaf encapsulates a distinct rhythm of the Tao, enlightenment tea. Xiao Yang's eyes gleamed with excitement. This was indeed the legendary treasure. It was said that consuming it could vanquish inner demons, clarify one's heart, strengthen one's foundation, and defy fate. His current cultivation level was insufficient, making this treasure an ideal acquisition. Ding! The host is granted a mid-grade spirit-level Xian Python inner core, triggering a reward. 100-fold return, a mid-grade imperial-level Jiao Dragon Pearl. Jiao Dragon Pearl, hidden within the depths of the ninefold abyss, beneath the jaw of the Li Dragon. It condenses dragon energy. Upon ingestion, one would gain the majestic might of the imperial way, alter one's destiny, and possess the potential to conquer the world. Shall it be extracted immediately? How utterly domineering! Xiao Yang's heart trembled violently, overwhelmed by an indescribable shock. For him, the Dragon's Pearl was even more significant than the Enlightenment Tea. In his youth, the Celestial Monitoring Bureau had foretold his fate, a caged sparrow. This was the most humble and degrading destiny, and had he not acquired the system, he would likely have led a life of mediocrity. The intricacies of fate are profoundly enigmatic, and altering it is as challenging as ascending to the heavens. Yet, this Dragon's Pearl possesses the power to transform one's destiny. How could he possibly remain calm? No, he must refrain from extracting it for the time being. Xiao Yang made a choice. At this moment, Qing Wan also awakened. Realizing that both she and Xiao Yang had survived, while the corpse of the unicorn python lay on the ground. What could have transpired? The next instant, she spotted the figure of Ning Hongye, her heart swelling with excitement. Thank you, General, for your timely rescue. Your prowess is unparalleled, and with a single strike, you have vanquished the serpent demon. Alas, I was unconscious and could not witness your grandeur. Qing Wan, being an ardent admirer of Ning Hongye, could not help but shower him with praise. However, Ning Hongye felt a bit embarrassed, her cheeks flushing as she replied, Qing Wan, you are mistaken. It was Xiao Yang who slew this serpent demon. What? Qing Wan's expression shifted dramatically, disbelief washing over her. Before losing consciousness, she had indeed seen Xiao Yang brandishing a sword. Yet, for a third-tier martial artist to defeat a sixth-tier serpent demon was nothing short of astonishing. And no one would believe such a tale. Nevertheless, she was certain that General Ning would never deceive her. Ninth young master, I am forever grateful for your life-saving grace. Qing Wan rose, bowing respectfully to Xiao Yang. There is no need for such formality. I merely did what was necessary. However, I am completely drained and lack the strength to walk. Might I request the two of you to assist me in returning? Xiao Yang implored. Qing Wan, your injuries are not severe. Take the corpse of the serpent demon back with you. It possesses great treasures. Do not let it go to waste. Ning Hongye commanded. Yes. Qing Wan nodded, then hoisted the lengthy corpse of the serpent demon, making her way towards the western hunting grounds. Meanwhile, Ning Hongye approached Xiao Yang, helping him to his feet. She had arrived on horseback, so would they not be able to ride together on the way back? Xiao Yang felt a surge of joy within, relishing the moment. Suddenly, the system's notification chimed in his ear. Ding. Weakness of the bound target, Ning Hongye, detected. Would you like to view it? View. Xiao Yang felt a surge of curiosity. He had previously examined the information on Ning Hongye, only to find the weakness section marked as. It was uncertain whether she had no weaknesses or if he lacked the necessary permissions. To his astonishment, he was now able to detect it. Binding subject, Ning Hongye. Age, 18. Identity, daughter of the general of southern town, leader of the Zhuge army. Weakness. Xiao Yang Chapter 43, Defying Fate, Transformation into a Golden Winged Ping. What on earth is this? How did I become Ning Hongye's weakness? Upon noticing the system's notification, Xiao Yang was momentarily taken aback, only to swiftly come to a realization. Could it be that Ning Hongye has developed feelings for me? At the very least, I seem to have carved out a place in her heart. He suddenly recalled a saying from his previous life. What does it feel like to love someone? It is akin to suddenly donning armor, while simultaneously exposing a vulnerability. To his astonishment, even this eternal ice mountain, Ning Hongye, has her day of thawing. Xiao Yang couldn't help but begin to anticipate. What would it be like if one day she shed her aloofness and arrogance, transforming into a cute, whimpering creature? Are you grinning foolishly? Ning Hongye shot him a cold glance. It's nothing, just thinking of something joyful. Let us return swiftly. Xiao Yang swiftly shifted the topic. However, he was now utterly exhausted, leaving him to be tugged by Ning Hongye by the collar and tossed onto the back of the Xiaowei Jade Lion. Giddy up. Soon, Ning Hongye also mounted her steed, directing it towards the western mountains. She sat in the front, while Xiao Yang occupied the rear. The limited space on the horse's back, combined with the bumpy ride, inevitably led to their bodies brushing against one another. How delightful the fragrance! Xiao Yang inhaled the enchanting fragrance of her hair, a subtle hint of jasmine that was utterly intoxicating. Before long, he inadvertently pressed against Ning Hongye's exquisite back. Despite her wearing a layer of soft armor, it still stirred feelings of desire within him. He took a deep breath, summoning his courage to wrap his arm around her waist. What are you doing? Ning Hongye shuddered, as if struck by electricity, her entire body tensing up. Although that night they had both soaked in a wooden tub, at that time, Xiao Yang had been blindfolded, his hands merely resting on her back. Now, however, his hand had found its way to her waist. Had it been another man, he would have likely met with dire consequences. Miss Ning, it was unintentional. I just defeated that serpent demon and now have no strength left. If you feel wronged, perhaps next time you could allow me to embrace your waist? Xiao Yang suggested. Shut up, Ning Hongye retorted, albeit with a hint of annoyance. Yet, upon reflecting on his proposal, she couldn't help but lower her head, fearing that beneath her mask, her blushing cheeks were betraying her. Before long, Ning Hongye returned to the Shishan hunting grounds on horseback. Almost simultaneously, Qing Wan appeared, carrying the corpse of the unicorn serpent. How is this possible? That brat is still alive. Upon witnessing this scene, Xiao Junlin's eyes widened in disbelief. He had secretly deployed the beast bait and, combined with the unicorn serpent, had believed victory was assured. Yet, unexpectedly, his plans had failed. Damn it. This ninth brother truly has a resilient life. Is he some indestructible cockroach? Big brother, are you disappointed to see me return alive? Xiao Yang dismounted and asked coldly. How could I be? We are brothers, and your safe return brings me nothing but joy. Xiao Junlin unveiled a facade of insincerity, subsequently turning his gaze towards the immense serpent carcass. Truly, General Ning is remarkable, even after sustaining injuries in the outer realm. He effortlessly vanquished a serpent demon that had cultivated for nearly a millennium. This formidable fiend was not slain by my hand. Ning Hongye remarked coolly. Then who was responsible? Xiao Junlin inquired once more. Xiao Yang, Ning Hongye replied. At this revelation, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Nearly every countenance displayed an expression of incredulity. What an absurd jest. Xiao Yang, merely a third-tier martial artist, surviving before the formidable single-horned black python, is nothing short of a miracle. The notion of slaying such a great demon is utterly preposterous. Should this truly come to pass, it would undoubtedly send shockwaves throughout the martial arts realm of the Great Xia. Ha! Suddenly, the second young master, Xiao Ziwen, burst into laughter, stepping forth from the crowd. General Ning, I am aware of your intentions to support Xiao Yang, to bestow upon him undeserved accolades, but this is simply too absurd. No one would believe it. Upon hearing these words, the crowd came to a collective realization. Xiao Ziwen was indeed correct. This python demon must have been slain by Ning Hongye, with the credit deceitfully attributed to Xiao Yang, merely to secure victory in the upcoming hunting contest. What a bunch of fools. Ning Hongye shook her head in disdain and turned to leave. Given her temperament, she had little desire to clarify anything. As for Xiao Yang, he relished their misunderstanding. After all, this venture to the Yinshuitan had proven immensely profitable for him. Even if others looked down upon him, he would suffer no loss. Your Highness, are you unhurt? I failed to protect you adequately. Please impose punishment. At that moment, the guard Zhao Changhong rushed over to support Xiao Yang, his face etched with guilt. After all, he was Xiao Yang's personal guard, and should any misfortune befall Xiao Yang, it would reflect his failure to protect him. It's of no consequence. Please take me back to the royal residence, Xiao Yang replied. As you command. Zhao Changkong immediately mounted his horse and escorted him back to the palace. Have Huangli stand guard outside. Without my command, no one is permitted to enter. Upon returning to his abode, Xiao Yang issued further instructions. As you wish. Zhao Changkong nodded promptly. System, I wish to extract the enlightenment tea leaves and the true dragonly pearl. Xiao Yang exclaimed with anticipation. No sooner had he spoken than two beams of light flashed before him, revealing two precious treasures. First appeared a leaf of tea, its intricate veins resonating with the celestial paths, the essence flowing through its fibers. Is this the enlightenment tea leaf? Sprouting once every 3,000 years. Taking 9,000 years to mature into a leaf. Indeed, it is extraordinary. Xiao Yang picked up the tea leaf, examining it closely, as its intricate pattern shifted and transformed. Shrouded in an enigmatic allure. Regrettably, his current level of understanding was insufficient to grasp its deeper meanings. Subsequently, his gaze shifted to a spirit pearl beside him. Roughly the size of an egg, it gleamed in a resplendent golden hue, with dragon aura swirling within, exuding an imperial grace that commanded reverence. Evoking an instinctive desire to bow and worship. The true dragonly pearl. A treasure capable of altering one's fate. Xiao Yang's eyes sparkled with fervor as he first placed the Wudao tea leaves into the cup. A delightful aroma, ineffably fragrant, instantly enveloped the entire room, refreshing the spirit as if one sip could bestow longevity. In an instant, the Wudao tea leaves vanished, dissolving seamlessly into the water. Gulp. Xiao Yang immediately raised his cup and drained it in one gulp. Suddenly, an overwhelming surge of energy coursed through his limbs, cleansing his sinews and marrow, transforming him entirely, leaving him in a state of indescribable exhilaration. Xiao Yang's entire skeleton resonated with a thunderous cacophony, his vital energy surging to an almost boiling point. Boom, boom, boom. His aura ascended with relentless vigor, his cultivation level continuously breaking through barriers. The first stage of the Qi Si realm. The second stage of the Qi Si realm. The third stage of the Qi Si realm. The ninth stage of the Qi Si realm. The first stage of the spirit refinement realm. He had finally broken through. At last, he had ascended to the rank of a fourth-tier warrior. Xiao Yang's eyes sparkled with brilliance, and his entire being underwent a profound transformation. He resembled a finely honed sword, tempered over the years, now finally unsheathed. Additionally, a realm of consciousness emerged at his brow, where a small figure of his true essence was nurtured within. The martial path encompasses 9 tiers, divided into 3 lower, 3 middle, and 3 upper grades. Practitioners of the lower 3 grades merely glimpse the threshold, focusing on the cultivation of the physical body, and can hardly be considered formidable. In contrast, those of the middle 3 grades cultivate their true essence, significantly enhancing their combat prowess. The 4th tier, known as the realm of spirit refinement, involves the opening of the consciousness at the brow, where the true essence is nourished. When cultivated to its zenith, one may even transcend the physical realm, traversing the northern sea by day and the Kanwu by night, akin to a celestial being. Moreover, 4th-tier martial artists no longer practice ordinary combat skills. Instead, they transform them into divine abilities. Each strike and stance holds boundless power. Crackle. Xiao Yang clenched his fist, thrusting it forward, unleashing a thunderous sound. How formidable! After breaking through, my physical strength alone has reached 10,000 pounds. If I were to employ the great wilderness prison sky finger and encounter that solitary horned black python, I fear I could pierce it through. Xiao Yang was secretly astonished. It is worth noting that even the naturally gifted supreme bone, Xiao Junlin, had only reached the 5th rank of the diamond realm, with a physical strength barely exceeding 10,000 pounds. Yet Xiao Yang, having just broken through to the 4th rank, exhibited such divine power, truly an unprecedented marvel. Next, he was to alter his destiny. Even if I am a caged sparrow, I may yet have the opportunity to soar to the heavens. Whether I am an insect or a dragon shall be revealed today. He picked up the true dragon lizard pearl and swallowed it whole. Boom. A surge of even more domineering and intense energy enveloped him like a tempest. After all, this contained the power of the true dragon. Had it not been for immense willpower and fortuitous fate, rashly consuming it could have resulted in catastrophic explosion. Xiao Yang felt an overwhelming force bearing down upon him, causing him to gradually buckle under its weight, nearly bringing him to his knees. The echoes of roars reverberated around him. Xiao Yang's eyes burned with fervor, igniting every ounce of his fighting spirit. My fate is determined by me, not by the heavens. Should the heavens bestow upon me brilliance, I shall be more audacious than the sky itself. He clenched his teeth, resolutely lifting his head, embodying unyielding determination. With a thunderous roar, the vast expanse of clouds surged above, as an enigmatic and profound aura descended from the heavens, infusing Xiao Yang's being within the estate. His entire demeanor began to undergo a remarkable transformation. Ding! The system detected the host's defiance against destiny, as his fate shifted from that of a caged sparrow to that of a golden-winged rock. Golden-winged rock, bathed in the flames of tribulation, forged by wind and thunder. With a single flight, it rends the sea of clouds, soaring above the mortal realm. Chapter 44. The Celestial Monitoring Bureau, the Star-Gathering Tower, guardian deity of the Great Xia. Success. Xiao Yang was filled with exhilaration, his heart brimming with joy. His destiny had finally transformed. The golden-feathered phoenix, akin to the legendary divine beast, Kunping, had emerged. In the depths of the North Sea resides a fish known as Kun, which, upon its metamorphosis, becomes the bird called Peng. The Kunping is also the nemesis of the dragon lineage, sustaining itself on the hunt for dragons. It is said that in ancient times, it would consume a great dragon king and 500 lesser dragons daily. He vividly recalled that Xiao Junlin's fate was to transform into a dragon with azure scales. Not only had Xiao Junlin yet to undergo this transformation, but even if he did, he would still be overshadowed by Xiao Yang's golden-winged phoenix destiny, which naturally suppressed him. I am the great Ping soaring through the clouds, lamenting the heavens' refusal to let me fly. From this moment forth, I, Xiao Yang, shall soar into the skies, ascending to heights of 90,000 miles. Ha ha! With sparkling eyes and a joyful countenance, he laughed heartily towards the heavens. In the unseen realm, a majestic aura of imperial authority enveloped him, as if he were destined to conquer the world. The grand estate of the first young master. Xiao Junlin was in the midst of his cultivation when he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest, causing him to violently spit out blood. Even the supreme bone on his back dimmed in response. Your Highness, are you all right? The strategist Lu Xiu rushed over, his concern evident. It seems there was a mishap during my training. Oddly enough, I felt as if a portion of my fortune had been seized just now, Xiao Junlin remarked. His brow furrowed in distress. Impossible. Lu Xiu shook his head vigorously. Your Highness, you possess the destiny of the sovereign, an unparalleled status. Not even the princes of the royal family can compare. Those who would dare to usurp your fortune have yet to be born. Indeed, you may be right. Perhaps I was merely experiencing an illusion. Xiao Junlin nodded slightly, resuming his meditation with closed eyes. In the Central State's imperial city, the observation tower of the Astronomical Bureau stands as the tallest structure, surpassing even the royal palace. Comprising 9 levels and reaching a height of 100 meters. It seems to defy convention. However, the tower is overseen by the master of the Bureau, a 9th-grade Taoist adept and the guardian of the Great Xia, who is said to have lived for over 2 centuries. Thus, his word is law, and even the current inept and self-serving emperor, who is obsessed with the pursuit of immortality, dares not offend him, treating him with utmost respect. On the 9th level of the observation tower, an elderly man clad in a dark Taoist robe suddenly opened his eyes, which seemed to hold the essence of mountains and rivers. He gazed intently northward, a grave expression etched upon his aged face. Once again, the northern region reveals itself. First, there were 9 extraordinary phenomena, then the pronouncements of the great scholar. And now a new dragon slayer is born. This heralds the emergence of a wise ruler in prosperous times, or a formidable leader in chaotic times. A monumental shift not seen in a millennium. Even with my celestial compass, I cannot decipher the heavenly secrets. Is it possible that the Great Xia's dominion cannot endure? The elderly man shook his head in disbelief, letting out a long sigh. Suddenly, a lively patter of footsteps resonated from outside. A young girl entered. She possessed a naturally youthful visage and an exceptionally innocent appearance, yet her figure belied her age, maturing beyond her years despite the loose-fitting dress that attempted to conceal it. In one hand, she clutched a chicken leg, while the other grasped a candied hawthorn skewer, her mouth full, rendering her speech muffled. Master, Eunuch Chao just came by, saying that for next month's Taishan ceremony, the old emperor wishes to invite you to preside over it. I shall not attend. The master of the bureau waved his sleeve, firmly declining. Just inform them that I am in seclusion and will no longer receive guests from this day forth. You Wei, must immediately journey to the northern borders. Your fortune awaits there. Yes, master. The girl nodded, her heart filled with a sense of yearning. She was named Yu Yue, affectionately nicknamed Little Fish. She was the youngest disciple of the master and the most youthful 7th-grade adept throughout the Great Xia. In the Taoist hierarchy, a 7th-grade adept is known as a true person, capable of traversing the winds, commanding the cosmos, seeking out dragon veins, and deciphering heavenly mysteries. Meanwhile, at the northern town prince's residence, Xiao Yang remained unaware that after swallowing the true dragon Lizi, he had altered his fate, inadvertently attracting the attention of the legendary overseer. The following morning, he arose and began his ablutions. Huang Li entered to attend to him, her face reflecting astonishment. "Young master, you appear to have undergone yet another transformation," she exclaimed. "What is it?" Xiao Yang inquired. Huang Li elaborated. "Previously, your handsome visage was enough to captivate countless maidens. Yet now, you seem to possess an additional air of authority, akin to that when in the presence of a prince. Is that so?" Xiao Yang understood that it was likely the side effect of a change in his fate. With a mere thought, he reigned in the invisible imperial might, causing his entire aura to retract. Huang Li felt the pressure lighten and finally exhaled with relief. "Huang Li, summon guard Zhao to join us. We are going to collect a debt," Xiao Yang declared with a smile. "Collect a debt?" Huang Li questioned, slightly puzzled, yet she dared not defy her master's command. Subsequently, Xiao Yang, accompanied by Zhao Changkong and Huang Li, strode confidently to the residence of the Grand Prince. With a forceful kick, he thrust open the grand door, the impact resonating with an inner strength akin to a lion's roar, echoing throughout the hall. "Elder brother, I have come to collect what is owed." Before long, Xiao Junlin appeared hastily, his expression dark and grim, more ghastly than having swallowed a fly. "Ninth brother, your audacity knows no bounds. How dare you wreak havoc in my abode?" He seethed through gritted teeth. Xiao Yang, with an air of pride, declared, "Elder brother, during the autumn hunt, we made a wager. Now you owe me a celestial palace atop the clouds and 100 elixirs from the Valley of Medicine Kings. Yet you have been reluctant to fulfill your promise. Are you intending to become a scoundrel? Why the haste? What is owed to you will surely be bestowed." Xiao Junlin's countenance was dark as he produced a land deed, his heart bleeding, yet he still extended it to Xiao Yang. "This is the deed to the Cloud Summit Heavenly Palace. Take it." Subsequently, he commanded a servant to bring forth a medicinal box, adding, inside, "There are 100 spiritual elixirs. They are also yours. Elder brother, thank you." Upon accepting, Xiao Yang revealed a radiant smile and remarked, "If you wish to wager again next time, do make sure to seek me out. I have heard that the Valley of the Medicine King is home to a wondrous 9-leaf golden lotus. Why not use that as our stake? Dream on." Xiao Junlin wore an expression of deep indignation, his entire body trembling with rage. What a farce! That 9-leafed golden lotus was the treasure of the valley. Not only was he, as the grandson, unworthy of it, but even the young master of the Medicine King Valley lacked the qualification to partake. How audacious of old Jiao to be so insatiably greedy. Moreover, what did old Jiao mean by this? Did he truly believe victory was assured? Xiao Junlin was filled with frustration, yet having bled during his training yesterday, he was still recuperating and could only leave in silence. Meanwhile, Xiao Yang, having acquired both the land deed and the elixir, lost interest in further verbal sparring. "Zhao guard, this elixir is a reward for you." He produced a medicinal box and retrieved a pill, tossing it to Zhao Changkong. "Your Highness, this elixir from the Medicine King Valley is worth its weight in gold." Changkong feels unworthy to accept it. Although Zhao Changkong yearned for it, he felt a tinge of embarrassment. "Come now, don't be so coy, just accept it." Xiao Yang forcibly presented the spiritual pill to him, stating, "I find this grade of pill beneath my notice, as you have already reached the 3rd rank. Consuming it should enable you to swiftly ascend to the 4th rank, which would truly honor my intentions. Thank you, Your Highness. I, Zhao Changkong, shall diligently cultivate day and night to meet expectations." Tears welled in Zhao Changkong's eyes, profoundly moved. Suddenly, Huang Li rushed over, her expression fraught with anxiety. "Young master, the envoy for your engagement banquet with Miss Ning has arrived." "Who is it?" Xiao Yang inquired with curiosity. "This union is granted by the emperor, so the envoy's identity must be significant. They may even be of royal lineage. Indeed, it is Princess Fu Yao." Huang Li's voice trembled as if she were uttering something terrifying. Upon hearing that name, Xiao Yang's complexion drastically changed. How could it be her? Chapter 45, Princess Fu Yao. "Will you be my subordinate?" The esteemed Princess Fu Yao. She is not the daughter of the Summer Emperor but rather his youngest sister. Sharing the same mother, She is exceptionally intelligent and has garnered the emperor's trust and affection. In recent years, as the summer emperor devoted himself to cultivation, he entrusted state affairs to two confidants, one being the esteemed eunuch Qiao from the Eastern Factory, and the other, Princess Fu Yao herself. The rule of a princess is unprecedented in the 800-year history of the Great Xia Dynasty. At merely 25 years of age and yet to be wed, she commands vast territories and wields the power of life and death. It is said that her beauty is so exquisite that she is one of the four great beauties of the imperial city, coupled with her unparalleled intellect. She ought to enjoy a stellar reputation. However, upon seizing power, she employed ruthless measures to eliminate dissenters and suppress all opposing forces. Within a month, hundreds of civil officials were dismissed, with some exiled to the borderlands. Moreover, Princess Fu Yao oversees the Great Xia's foremost intelligence agency, the Dragon Guard Pavilion. What is the Dragon Guard Pavilion? Simply put, it manages matters that the Eastern Factory dares not touch. It eliminates those whom the Eastern Factory fears to execute. With imperial authority granted, she acts first and reports later. Those who align with her thrive, while those who oppose her perish. Thus, wielding her formidable methods and the might of the Dragon Guard Pavilion, Princess Fu Yao instills fear across the court and beyond, leaving no one daring to oppose her. She is unequivocally second to none. Additionally, there are various rumors surrounding Princess Fu Yao. It is said that despite her breathtaking beauty, she leads a hedonistic lifestyle and has numerous suitors, with many scholars and talents of the imperial capital falling at her feet. Of course, these remain mere rumors, lacking solid evidence. Young master, Princess Fu Yao arrived this morning and is already residing in the estate. She has also sent word that she wishes to meet you in advance. Huang Li reported. Understood. Xiao Yang nodded slightly, yet found himself in a quandary. He had initially presumed that the emperor would appoint a member of the royal family as the special envoy. However, he was taken aback to discover that Princess Fu Yao, disregarding state affairs, had deigned to personally attend the engagement banquet in the Northern Territories. Was it due to her father? After all, her father commanded an army of 800,000 in the north, harboring ambitions that could not be underestimated. Or was it in pursuit of Ning Hongye? Could it be that her rebellious intentions had been leaked and come to the attention of Princess Fu Yao? Xiao Yang pondered for a moment before shaking his head. He truly could not fathom the intentions of the other party. However, recognizing that the visitor bore ill will, he understood the necessity of responding appropriately. After a brief interval, Xiao Yang arrived at the second largest palace within the Wangfu, known as the Qihuang Hall, which is only subordinate to the residence of the northern town king. However, as he approached, he was met with discontented feminine voices emanating from within. This tea is far too bitter. I only drink the Dahong Pao from the mother tree of Weishan, paired with the dew from the peak of Tianshan. This fragrance is too faint. I demand the dragon's saliva from Beihai to be burned in a 9-turn bronze incense burner. I dislike the decor of this room. The bed is excessively hard. The lighting is too dim, and the maidservants are unappealing. Her voice was remarkably calm, not deliberately seeking fault, but rather articulating what seemed to be an undeniable truth. It was not she who was in error, but rather the northern town king's residence that had faltered. Without laying eyes upon her, Xiao Yang formed an initial impression of the legendary Grand Princess through her voice alone. Proud, fastidious, unyielding. Such a disposition, coupled with her noble status, rendered her all the more formidable. Your Highness, the Grand Princess, I am Xiao Yang, the 9th son of the northern town king's residence, seeking an audience. He respectfully performed a bow. Enter. The feminine voice echoed once more within the chamber. Bang. Xiao Yang then pushed open the door and beheld a young woman reclining gracefully upon the soft couch in the grand hall. She was adorned in a resplendent garment of vermilion and gold thread, the hem intricately embroidered with 9 dark phoenixes crafted from peacock feathers. And atop her head rested an exquisite phoenix crown, exuding unparalleled nobility. Her figure was remarkably voluptuous, reminiscent of a ripe peach, possessing curves unattainable by the typical maiden. As his gaze ascended, he noticed she wore a white veil that concealed her features, revealing only a pair of strikingly distinct phoenix eyes, which, despite their beauty, harbored an air of authority. You are Xiao Yang, she commanded, her voice cold and imperious. Lift your head, so that this princess may have a proper look at you. Xiao Yang finally mustered the courage to lift his gaze and meet hers. Indeed, he embodied exactly what this princess had envisioned, dignified, charming, and truly deserving of his illustrious reputation. Princess Fu Yao nodded, generously offering her compliments. Long princess, have you heard of my renown? Xiao Yang inquired, somewhat perplexed, as he had previously been a mere shadow in the royal palace. Not long ago, at the Lanting Poetry Conference, you engaged in a spirited contest of wine and penned 100 verses. Those lines have reverberated throughout the imperial city, stirring the literary circles. Naturally, I have perused them. Princess Fuyao remarked. Oh, I see. Xiao Yang finally experienced a moment of enlightenment. At that time, he had showcased his extraordinary talents before the masses, composing countless timeless verses from his past life that left the world in awe. Xiao Jiulong, I have summoned you today with a request. Would you compose a poem for this princess? Although Princess Fuyao framed her request as a question, her tone brooked no dissent. Very well. Although Xiao Yang possesses a proud spirit, he is by no means a fool. While he may not discern the cultivation level of Princess Fuyao, her ability to command the Dragon Protection Pavilion signifies that she is no ordinary individual. It is certain that she is accompanied by extraordinary guardians. Should he provoke her, it may lead to significant troubles. However, Xiao Yang furrowed his brow once more. What is it? Princess Fuyao inquired immediately. I beg your pardon, your highness, but I was unable to behold your radiant visage. Thus, I fear I cannot compose a fitting poem, Xiao Yang elucidated. Do you wish to see my appearance? Princess Fuyao arched an eyebrow. Are you aware that since I assumed power and governance, those envious scholars have denounced me as a beauty who brings calamity, a harbinger of misfortune for the nation? Consequently, I have donned this white veil and even vowed that from this day forth, only my husband shall behold my true face. I was unaware of this matter. Please forgive me, your highness. Xiao Yang hastily bowed in reverence, not anticipating that he had inadvertently stepped into a sensitive area. To his surprise, Princess Fuyao then remarked, Very well, I shall make an exception today. She subsequently gestured to the maidservants within the hall, commanding, You may all withdraw. Without my instruction, do not disturb. Yes, replied the maidservants in unison as they exited the grand hall, closing the doors behind them. Xiao Jiulong, please come forth. Princess Fuyao beckoned him with a wave of her hand. Xiao Yang stepped forward, yet he remained 7 or 8 paces away from the soft couch upon which she sat. Come closer, for I am no ferocious beast. How can you discern my features and compose verses for me if you do not approach? Princess Fuyao urged once more. Very well, he acquiesced. Xiao Yang could only muster the courage to approach, halting only a step away. You widened your eyes to discern the truth. In the next moment, Princess Fuyao extended her delicate hand and unveiled her white veil. Suddenly, an unparalleled beauty graced Xiao Yang's vision. With a finely shaped oval face, ethereal skin, lips naturally tinted crimson, and brows that appeared lush without the stroke of a brush, her features were nothing short of perfection. Together, they formed a visage akin to exquisite porcelain, evoking a sense of inadequacy and reverence in those who beheld her. In Xiao Yang's heart, it was inevitable to draw comparisons between her and Ning Hongye, as well as Yin Ruyu. Ning Hongye resembled the Tianshan snow lotus, pure and immaculate, blooming gracefully in the wind. Yin Ruyu, on the other hand, was akin to a narcissus, poised to blossom, exuding a delicate fragrance. Yet, the Princess Fuyao before him was a resplendent peony, truly the queen of flowers. Xiao Jiulong, why do you remain silent? Is it perhaps that this princess's beauty has left you disappointed? The corners of Princess Fuyao's mouth lifted slightly, a gentle smile gracing her lips. The allure of her lowered gaze was enough to render 100 flowers pale in comparison. Xiao Yang was momentarily entranced, instinctively exclaiming, A glance and a smile give rise to a myriad of charms. The beauty of the 6 palaces pales in comparison. Such exquisite verse. Princess Fuyao's eyes sparkled with delight. Possessing unparalleled wisdom and remarkable literary talent, she undoubtedly recognized this as yet another timeless masterpiece. Although it typically pertains to concubines, its application to her as a grand princess was equally fitting. In the next moment, Princess Fuyao fixed her gaze upon Xiao Yang, inadvertently extending her delicate foot and giving it a gentle sway. Subsequently, she parted her lustrous, crimson lips and astonished him with her words, Ninth young master, I hold you in high regard. Would you be willing to serve as my subordinate? Chapter 46, The Jade Maiden's Pure Heart Sutra, entering the Dragon Guard Pavilion. My goodness! Without even allowing for the cultivation of feelings, she proposes right upon their first meeting? This Princess Fuyao is rather audacious, indeed. Upon hearing her words, Xiao Yang was utterly astonished. To claim that he was unperturbed would be a blatant falsehood. In terms of beauty, Princess Fuyao was undoubtedly a paragon of exquisite charm. Complemented by her unique status as one who held power just beneath the emperor, governing the affairs of the realm. To share a night of passion with her would surely elevate him to the status of a dragon knight. However, Xiao Yang couldn't shake off a sense of perplexity. Despite possessing the innate yin-yang sacred body, which bestowed upon him an immense allure to the fairer sex, such an overwhelming attraction seemed unfathomable. When faced with uncertainty, one must consult the system. System, I wish to employ the void-breaking divine art to discern Princess Fuyao's vulnerabilities. Xiao Yang's mind stirred, and the two pupils in his left eye suddenly merged into one, quietly exuding an aura of power. Target, Princess Fuyao. Fate, the phoenix perched on the parasol tree. A symbol of 100 birds bowing to the phoenix, born of noble blood, only a true dragon's destiny could stand alongside her. Weakness, having cultivated the Jade Maiden's pure heart sutra since childhood, she must maintain her unblemished state. With immense power and eternal youth, yet should her purity be compromised, her own cultivation would serve to enhance that of her partner, resulting in a significant decline in her strength. What? Upon discovering her vulnerability, Xiao Yang was momentarily stunned. Rumors in the street suggested that Princess Fuyu led a dissolute life, with countless lovers, even entangled with many scholarly young men. Yet now, it appeared to be utter nonsense. She had indeed preserved her unblemished state. Her sole weakness lay therein. Should she share a night of passion with a man, her own cultivation would be imparted to him. Thus, her sudden gesture of goodwill towards him was nothing but a trap. He must not be deceived. While Xiao Yang was astonished, he also uncovered a peculiar detail. As Princess Fuyao possessed the phoenix perched on the parasol tree fate, her future husband must also bear the true dragon's fate. Did this not imply that her future husband had vanquished her brother? Xiao Lang, why are you silent? At this moment, Princess Fuyao grew somewhat impatient. After all, from her perspective, Xiao Yang had been staring at her intently for quite some time. Your Highness, it is an honor to receive your favor. However, Xiao Yang shifted his tone and continued. The princess is a jewel of unmatched worth, and I would never dare to disrespect her. Moreover, I am already betrothed and wish to cherish one heart, never to part until our hair turns white. Upon hearing these words, a look of astonishment flickered in Princess Fuyao's beautiful eyes. To wish for one heart, never to part until old age, who would have thought you were such a romantic? She mused. Very well, if that is the case, I shall not impose my will upon you. Thank you, esteemed princess. Xiao Yang performed a courteous bow and unexpectedly produced a deed. Earlier, while outside, I overheard that the Grand Princess seemed somewhat displeased with this place. Fortuitously, I have recently acquired a celestial palace atop the clouds, situated merely a few miles from the royal residence, which has just been completed and remains uninhabited. If the Grand Princess does not mind, I shall offer it to you. He placed the deed upon the table. For it was indeed a prize won from his elder brother, and parting with it did not cause him any sorrow. Furthermore, judging by the demeanor of Princess Fuyao, she did not appear to be a miser. To give a peach in return for a plum, who knows, if she is pleased, she might bestow upon me a treasure of spiritual rank, which would be an incredible windfall. Zhu Lang, you are truly thoughtful. Princess Fuyao nodded in satisfaction and added, This princess shall not accept your gift without reciprocation. Today, I shall bestow upon you a grand opportunity. Here it comes. Xiao Yang maintained an outward calm. Yet a curiosity stirred within him. In an instant, Princess Fuyao elegantly flipped her delicate hand, revealing a token that she promptly tossed towards Xiao Yang. How heavy it is. Upon receiving the token, Xiao Yang discovered that it was forged from mysterious iron, intricately adorned with gilded dragons on either side, while the center bore the striking characters Guardian Dragon Pavilion. Your Highness, what is this? Xiao Yang could not help but inquire. Princess Fuya responded, You should be aware that I oversee the foremost intelligence organization of the Great Xia, the Guardian Dragon Pavilion. Today, I bestow upon you this token, thus designating you as a covert agent of the pavilion. With imperial authority granted, you shall act first and report subsequently, solely to me. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yang furrowed his brow and swiftly sought an excuse. Your Highness, this token is far too precious. I am but a humble poet with mediocre skills, and I fear I am not worthy of such a significant responsibility. If an ordinary person were granted entry into the Guardian Dragon Pavilion, they would surely be overjoyed, instantly transforming into the pride of their family, the hope of their entire village. Their lineage would be rewritten from that very page. However, Xiao Yang is the 9th son of the Northern King, of noble status, and has no need to embellish his reputation through the Guardian Dragon Pavilion. In fact, it would only impose additional constraints upon him. 9th brother, Do you know the true purpose behind my brother's establishment of the Guardian Dragon Pavilion? The princess of Fuyao suddenly inquired. I do not know, he replied. Xiao Yang shook his head. The world claims that Princess Fu Yao established the Dragon Guard Pavilion solely to eliminate her adversaries, yet he dared not voice such sentiments. The Dragon Guard, after all, is a protector of his elder brother, safeguarding the 800 years of the Great Xia Dynasty. I have devoted myself tirelessly to gathering talented individuals for my brother, ensnaring heroes from across the realm. However, the state of the Great Xia is not as tranquil as it appears on the surface. Several feudal lords harbor ambitious designs, and some even nurture treacherous thoughts towards my brother. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yang's heart skipped a beat. She oversees the Dragon Guard Pavilion. Could it be that she has already caught wind of Ning Hongye's intentions to rebel, thus deliberately probing him? No, that cannot be right. Xiao Yang pondered for a moment. Realizing that Ning Hongye's desire to rebel was not a long-conceived scheme, but rather a recent development following his return from beyond the realm, a fact unbeknownst to others. If Princess Fuyao were truly aware of this, she would not have personally attended the engagement banquet. It is likely that she speaks of another individual. After all, the current emperor is wholeheartedly devoted to his pursuit of immortality, leading to widespread suffering among the populace, and dissatisfaction is far from rare. Xiao Jiulong, would you be willing to serve this princess, to protect the Dragon Pavilion, and to assist your royal brother? Princess Fuyu fixed her gaze upon him, and suddenly, an imposing aura emanated from her. Boom. Her 3,000 strands of hair danced without wind, resembling a phoenix soaring through the heavens. What a terrifying presence! Xiao Yang was taken aback. With his heavy pupils, he could discern that Princess Fuyao was cultivating the Jade Maiden Sutra, yet the precise level of her mastery remained elusive to him. However, upon closer inspection, it was evident that she was indeed a formidable force, and it was uncertain who would prevail in a contest between her and Ning Hongye. Xiao Yang, adaptable and pragmatic, recognized that although Ning Hongye was poised to incite rebellion, the current authority lay with Princess Fuyao, undoubtedly one of the most powerful figures within the Great Xia Dynasty. Clinging to the leg of a beautiful princess was a chance not to be missed. For the benefit of the nation, one must not shy away from the trials of fortune or misfortune. Xiao Yang was willing to dedicate himself wholeheartedly to the crown princess, ready to face any perilous challenge that lay ahead. Xiao Yang picked up the dark exploration token, bowed respectfully, his voice resonating powerfully throughout the venue. What a commendable spirit of self-sacrifice for the nation. Should the ministers of the Great Xia embody such resolve, what concerns could there be for the peace of the realm? Princess Fuyao was evidently pleased by his words, and added, Jiulong, I have great faith in you. Apply yourself diligently, and within a decade, the position of the Master of the Dragon Guardian Pavilion shall be yours. Chapter 47. The Thunderous Gathering. The engagement ceremony commences. The Master of the Dragon Guardian Pavilion? Although Xiaoyang was aware that she was merely painting a grand vision, he couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. Yet, memories of the dual-faced spy from his past life flashed through his mind. His fiancée, he was plotting rebellion. Furthermore, he had recently joined the Dragon Guard Pavilion, an organization dedicated to investigating traitors. 3 years, and yet another 3 years. Could it be that they truly intend for me to ascend to the position of leader? Your Highness, I have one matter that perplexes me, Xiao inquired once more. Speak freely. Princess Fuyao nodded in agreement. You, possessing such a precious stature and overseeing the Dragon Guard Pavilion, which is perpetually occupied with affairs of great importance. Why have you traveled such a long distance to the Northern Realm? Is it merely to attend the engagement ceremony between myself and Miss Ning? Xiao Yang inquired about the doubts that lingered in his heart. Not at all. Princess Fuyao replied, shaking her head. In addition to attending your engagement ceremony, there is another significant matter unfolding in the Northern Territories. The Khan of the Northern Wolf Nation has sent a letter, stating that he is about to dispatch a delegation for a visit. What? Xiao Yang exclaimed in astonishment upon hearing this news. The Northern Wolf Nation was their sworn enemy. The Xiao family, stationed in the north, had dedicated themselves to resisting the incursions of the Wolf Nations, resulting in numerous conflicts of various magnitudes, with countless casualties on both sides. The Wolf Nation was a nomadic people, known for their fierce customs, with every citizen a formidable warrior, exhibiting unparalleled strength. It was utterly unexpected for the Wolf Nation to suddenly send a delegation, leaving one to ponder their intentions. Your Highness, I must take my leave. Xiao Yang withdrew the token and stepped back. Long Wu, what is your opinion of him? Does he possess the qualifications to be my consort? Princess Fuyao suddenly inquired. As soon as the words left her lips, the the space behind her distorted, and a figure materialized out of thin air. The woman, appearing to be in her early 20s, wore a black veil, concealing her features. Yet, her eyes exuded an absence of human emotion, resembling that of a killing machine. Your Highness, although this young man exhibits considerable literary talent, poetry and prose are but minor pursuits. His martial arts cultivation is merely mediocre. In terms of innate talent, he pales in comparison to the esteemed first prince, Xiao Yang. Why do you hold him in such high regard, to the extent of bestowing upon him a heavenly grade token? Long Wu questioned. The covert agents of the Dragon Guard Pavilion are classified into 3 tiers: heaven, earth, and man. Among these, the heavenly grade is the highest, however. Since the establishment of the Dragon Guard Pavilion, the issuance of heavenly grade tokens has been exceedingly rare, with their bearers being extraordinary figures. In contrast, Xiao Yang's background seems rather inconspicuous. A gentleman conceals his talents and awaits the opportune moment. The 9th son of the Northern King, previously unremarkable, has, within a mere month, risen to prominence, astonishing all. He has hidden his brilliance and bided his time, undoubtedly harboring grand ambitions. At present, while his wings are not yet fully formed. Consider this an early investment. Long Wu, you are to keep a close watch on Xiao Yang from now on. Report any information regarding him to me immediately. Understood. Your Highness. Long Wu nodded promptly. Few are aware that, apart from the 9 offices, the Dragon Guard Pavilion houses a special division known as the Dragon Slayer Division. Long Wu is indeed a member of this elite group. Meanwhile, Princess Fu Yao gazed at Xiao Yang's departing figure, her eyes shimmering with extraordinary brilliance. As one born under the auspicious phoenix fate, her destined consort is meant to be a true dragon of an era. Thus, even though she currently wields immense power, she is unwilling to settle for merely being a regent princess. She aspires to become a queen who embodies the essence of the world. On the other side, Xiao Yang returned to his residence, clutching a token. At last, he was recognized as an individual of status. His cultivation had ascended to the 4th rank of the spirit refinement realm, enabling him not only to open the sea of consciousness within his forehead, but also to practice divine abilities. Although the arsenal within the royal mansion contained numerous techniques and divine skills, the highest among them were merely of the superior spiritual grade, which Xiao Yang found unworthy. Previously, through the system's recompense, he had acquired the imperial grade Supreme Thunder Prison Annihilation Blade. Xiao Yang sat cross-legged, awakening the profound enlightenment of the invincible heavy pupil, and commenced his cultivation. The second technique of the Thunder Prison Annihilation Blade, known as 3000 Thunder Movements, aptly describes its essence with a single stroke. One can shift forms and create multiple afterimages in an instant, leaving adversaries unable to discern the true body. Such a divine ability is exceedingly rare throughout the entire Great Xia Dynasty. Moments later, through his sudden comprehension, Xiao Yang perfected this technique to its utmost completeness. He then proceeded to the backyard and drew the battle blade from his waist. 3000 Thunder Movements. Xiao Yang unleashed his divine abilities with unparalleled speed, manifesting numerous phantoms in midair. The gleam of his blade flickered like a tempest, seemingly capable of severing all things in existence. Such formidable power. Xiao Yang was secretly astonished. Although he was merely a 4th-tier martial artist, the martial arts he practiced were of imperial caliber, rendering his combat prowess not easily assessed by mere rankings. He was filled with anticipation if he were to unleash the 3000 thunderbolts, coupled with the essence of the jade-shattering blade. What kind of terrifying power would be unleashed? The might of a single strike, one could hardly imagine, would not only threaten those of Xiao Junlin's ilk, but could very well slay even a 6th-tier martial artist. In the ensuing days, Xiao Yang, while consolidating his realm, was also preoccupied with the preparations for his engagement ceremony. As the male protagonist, it was imperative for him to familiarize himself with the proceedings and attend to numerous trivial matters. During this time, the learned lady, Yin Ruyu, sent him letters on several occasions, inviting him to the countryside to compose poetry and share tea by the hearth. Yet, Xiao Yang resolutely declined. He feared that should he approach, he would be utterly consumed by this enchanting woman. Over the past few days, Xiao Junlin and several of his brothers had been remarkably well behaved, refraining from any mischievous antics. Perhaps they were intimidated by Xiao Yang, whose previous provocations had all ended in failure. The most unfortunate among them was the 3rd young master, Xiao Li, whose powers had been completely obliterated. Now confined to a wall of contemplation. At last, the day of the engagement ceremony arrived. The entire Northern King's residence was adorned with festoons and bustling with excitement. Prominent families from the 4 states of the Northern Territory gathered to extend their congratulations. The governor of Sword State presented a pair of luminous pearls, wishing the couple a harmonious union for 100 years. The inspector of Qing State gifted a piece of blood coral from the Eastern Sea, celebrating the couple's auspicious union. Gifts from the wealthiest family in Song State, the Ma family, and the generals from Jing State piled high like a small mountain, collectively amounting to a staggering fortune. Xiao Yang Jr., Ma Wenkai, also attended, yet in such a grand occasion, he could only humbly sit at the children's table. Inside the grand hall, the Northern King occupied a regal throne, exuding an aura of authority without uttering a word. Beside him stood the royal envoy, Princess Fuyao. Though her visage was concealed beneath a white veil, her beauty remained captivating, drawing countless gazes from those around her. The arrival of the Grand Princess was indeed a testament to the Northern King's prominence. The Grand Princess, renowned as one of the 4 great beauties of the imperial city, radiated an unparalleled grace with every gesture. As the auspicious time approached, the call for the newlyweds rang out. Suddenly, a commanding voice echoed through the hall. Shortly thereafter, Xiao Yang entered, adorned in his Qilin attire, a golden jade belt cinched at his waist, and cloud-patterned boots gracing his feet. His entrance stirred the attention of numerous young women, who exchanged fleeting glances filled with admiration. Thud, thud, thud. Following him, Ning Hongye made her entrance. On this day, she had donned a resplendent crimson wedding gown, complete with a phoenix crown and flowing veil, exuding an air of regal elegance. Yet, she still wore the Shura mask, obscuring her features and lending her an aura of lethal grace. Observing this, the Northern King furrowed his brow but chose not to voice his concerns. Meanwhile, Xiao Junlin and the other young masters wore expressions of eager anticipation, ready to witness the unfolding drama. Where are the representatives from the Ning family? The Northern King inquired, casting a glance at an empty chair beside him. It was, after all, a union between the Xiao and Ning families. Yet the absence of a delegate from the bride's side was decidedly irregular. Your Majesty. Suddenly, Xiao Junlin stepped forth from the crowd, proclaiming loudly, I have just received a message via carrier pigeon from the Ning family, stating they will not be attending today's engagement ceremony. Why? The Northern King pressed further. Xiao Junlin wore a look of schadenfreude as he stifled a laugh and replied, because they do not acknowledge Ning Hongye as their young lady and demand to sever ties. Chapter 48. Unmasking, a dazzling revelation. The Ning family wishes to sever connections? Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in astonishment. It is essential to note that Ning Hongye was not marrying as the female general of the Vermilion Bird Army, but rather as the eldest daughter of the Ning family. The Ning family, a clan renowned for its martial achievements, has produced numerous illustrious generals. While they may not rival the noble Xiao family, they are nonetheless considered one of the prominent families in the Great Xia. The 300,000 soldiers of the Vermilion Bird Army could be regarded as the private military of the Ning family, wielding considerable power akin to a formidable warlord. Yet now, the Ning family dares to risk offending the imperial family by severing ties with Ning Hongye. However, it soon dawned on everyone that not long ago, Ning Hongye had slain her biological father in foreign lands, which likely had already incited the fury of the clan elders. Should she return to her family, she would face the confiscation of her military authority and punishment. Consequently, her fiancé, Xiao Yang, would also be ensnared in her misfortune. The Prince of Northern Town was acutely aware of the implications, his brow furrowing as he cast a glance at Princess Fuyao. Your Highness, our Xiao family is, after all, a count of nobility. We were originally to wed the eldest daughter of the Ning family. Now, what shall become of this marriage? His implication was clear. He sought to annul the engagement. Initially, the two families were well matched. However, given the Ning family's current stance, it seemed that Ning Hongye's forthcoming circumstances would be dire, potentially leading to her expulsion from the clan and reduction to commoner status. Thus, she would no longer be suitable for Xiao Yang, the heir apparent. Just as the prince was about to speak, Princess Fuyao interjected. Father, I am willing to marry her. Suddenly, Xiao Yang's voice rang out decisively, resonating throughout the assembly. Zhu Lang, what did you just say? The Prince of Northern Town furrowed his brow, his expression darkening. Clearly displeased. Father, this marriage was bestowed by His Majesty. As the saying goes, a sovereign-ass word is law. It is the elders of the Ning family who are being unreasonable, defying imperial orders, which constitutes a crime against the throne. As Xiao Yang spoke, his words resonated with a powerful clarity that captivated the entire assembly. The countenance of the Northern King softened somewhat. Indeed, this was a union bestowed by the emperor. Even though the crown princess held sway, she could scarcely alter the emperor's decree. Moreover, I wish to wed Ning Hongye. For the Ning family is not merely an antiquated lineage, but belongs to her. She alone is sufficient to represent the Ning family. Xiao Yang continued. Well said. In the crowd, Qing Wan silently admired his eloquence. Beside her, a flicker of intrigue sparkled in Ning Hongye's beautiful eyes. She had long harbored discontent towards the obstinate elders of her family, who resented her leadership of the Zhike army solely because she was a woman. Previously, she had the protection of her father, but now, with his passing, she found herself isolated. Yet, Xiao Yang's words resonated with her as those of a confidant. Indeed, the Ning family is not merely the domain of the old stalwarts, but hers. If that is the case, let us proceed. The princess of Fuyou also interjected. With the crown princess having spoken, Xiao Yang finally exhaled in relief. What a jest! Ning Hongye was his fated partner, his very lifeline. If the marriage were to be annulled, how could he navigate the future? As the ceremony progressed, they soon reached the final step, the worship of heaven and earth. Xiao Yang and Ning Hongye arrived before the grand hall, their gazes locking in a silent exchange. Even with her mask adorning her features, Xiao Yang could still envision the exquisite beauty concealed beneath it. The officiant was poised to proceed with the final rites of the ceremony. Xiao Yang, with a stroke of creativity, proclaimed with fervor, Hongyi, today marks the sacred occasion of our engagement. Henceforth, in both fortune and adversity, in wealth and poverty, in health and illness, I shall forever guard and cherish you. Although this marriage vow is a classic on Blue Star, it has become so commonplace that it has lost its luster. Yet, in this world, it remains remarkably avant-garde and profoundly moving. Subsequently, Xiao Yang took the initiative to grasp Ning Hongye's hand and continued to recite with eloquence. When mountains crumble and rivers run dry, when winter thunders and summer snows, only then shall I dare to part from you. At these words, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. A thunderous roar echoed as if the heavens themselves responded to Xiao Yang's sentiments. It was undeniably touching and romantic. Tales of the Ninth Prince's literary prowess abound, often likened to the descent of the star of literature. Upon witnessing him today, one can see the truth in those words. Who would have thought such a devoted suitor existed in this world? If I were to find such a husband, my life would be fulfilled. Many young women present revealed expressions of longing, utterly captivated by this unwavering commitment. Even Princess Fuyao showed signs of being moved. Meanwhile, Ning Hongyi stood silently, yet the rising and falling of her chest betrayed the tumult of emotions within her. Ding! Ning Hongye's favorability increased by 5, totaling 40. The sound of the system's prompt echoed in Xiao Yang's ears. The favorability level had once again reached a new height. Xiao Lang, I too promise you the vows you just spoke. Ning Hongye's voice, though soft, resonated with unwavering conviction, as if she had bestowed a lifelong commitment. Despite her struggle with words, her character was marked by an indomitable spirit. Once she has set her sights on something, no multitude could deter her resolve. Meanwhile, Xiao Yang's mind was consumed with the memory of her calling him Xiao Lang. She referred to me as her darling. After all this effort, I finally heard it. Just that one word was immensely gratifying. At that moment, the officiant prepared to announce the final segment, after paying homage to heaven and earth. The newlyweds would be allowed to depart. Hold on. Suddenly, Princess Fuyao interjected, Ning Hongyi, today is your joyous occasion, yet you don a mask. What kind of propriety is this? Upon hearing these words, Ning Hongyi furrowed her brow, uncertain of how to respond. I beseech you, esteemed princess. Xiao Yang immediately stepped forward to diffuse the tension, stating, my wife suffered an injury in her youth, which marred her visage, thus rendering her reluctant to reveal herself. I trust you will understand. He was well aware of Ning Hongye's extraordinary beauty, yet driven by a possessive instinct. He wished to shield her allure from the gaze of other men, desiring to monopolize her beauty. However, Princess Fuyao frowned and retorted, I have come today as an imperial envoy, representing His Majesty. To present oneself before the emperor while masked constitutes a grave offense against the throne. Uncover your face at once. Her words exuded an undeniable authority. Eldest princess, I shall comply. Ning Hongye conceded with a reluctant nod, although she harbored thoughts of rebellion. The current circumstances were overwhelmingly unfavorable. Firstly, her injury had diminished her strength to a mere 30% of her full capability. Secondly, she had yet to solidify her power. Confronting the imperial family at this juncture would only jeopardize her future opportunities. Xiao Lang, as my husband, you may unveil my face, Ning Hongye declared. Very well. Xiao Yang nodded. In the distance, Xiao Junlin and the other young masters displayed expressions of schadenfreude, whispering amongst themselves. Humph. What use is it for the ninth brother to be handsome? What benefit does it bring to compose poetry and engage in literary exchanges? In the end, he still married an ugly hack. Indeed, it is said that Ning Hongye has long been disfigured, her face marred with scars, resembling a centipede. Likely capable of frightening anyone to death. To wed such an unsightly woman, he must surely wake up in terror from nightmares every night. Ha. Xiao Yang, however, disregarded the scornful jests and stepped forward to gently remove Ning Hongye's mask. With a swift motion, a breathtaking beauty, concealed for years, was revealed to the astonished audience. Her ethereal elegance was enough to overshadow the very heavens, rivaling the brilliance of the sun and moon. In the next moment, the hall fell into an astonished silence, only to erupt into a cacophony of gasps. Oh my goodness! Someone pinch me. This cannot be real. Wasn't it said that Ning Hongye had been disfigured since childhood? Her face marred by scars, so terrifying that she could frighten children upon unmasking? She was exquisite, truly a vision of unparalleled beauty. Such a celestial being could only exist in the heavens. How often can one behold such a marvel on earth? The exclamations of wonder resounded throughout the hall. Could there truly be such a captivating woman in this world, surpassing even the famed beauty of Yin Xianzi? The second young master, Xiao Ziwen, was left utterly entranced. He had devoted himself as an admirer to Yin Ruyu for so long, it had never even held her hand. To his astonishment, his ninth brother had stumbled upon such fortune, effortlessly acquiring such a stunning wife. At that moment, the most frustrated and enraged was none other than the first young master, Xiao Julin. This marriage had originally been bestowed upon him. Yet, finding Ning Hongye unattractive, he had insisted on breaking the engagement, compelling Xiao Yang to take his place at the altar. Curse it! Such a beauty ought to have been mine. Xiao Zhenlin's eyes were bloodshot, his expression twisted with rage, jealousy exploding within him. Sensing the envious gazes of the crowd, Xiao Yang felt a surge of pride and could not help but puff out his chest. If Princess Fuya was a beauty whose smile could enchant 100 hearts, then Ning Hongye was a celestial goddess descended from the heavens, and she was about to become his bride. Just this alone was enough to evoke envy in others. Indeed, as expected, in the grand hall, a peculiar glimmer flashed in Princess Fuya's beautiful eyes. She was privy to a veiled secret. When Ning Hongye was young, her fame had spread far and wide. It was said that even the sage of painting had laid down his brush upon seeing her, declaring that no ink could capture her flawless visage. The Summer Emperor had originally intended to summon her to the palace as a concubine, but soon rumors spread that she had gone to battle and had even disfigured herself, thereafter donning a Shura mask. Yet, there was another tale suggesting that she had deliberately sought excuses to avoid marrying into the royal family. Upon reflection, it seemed that the latter was indeed true. Just as the crowd marveled at Ning Hongye's unparalleled beauty, a terrifying aura suddenly erupted among the guests. Die, you witch! A figure moved with astonishing speed, striking out with a palm engulfed in flames, akin to a fiery serpent soaring across the sky. The surrounding space twisted as if crushed by an immense weight. Sixth grade martial arts, the mountain-moving realm. This was a formidable force, possessing the power to shake mountains and command troops. Get lost. At this critical moment, Ning Hongye made her move. Her delicate hand struck out, meeting the assailant's palm. Boom. The mere aftershock sent several weaker guests crashing to the ground, while countless tables and furnishings were reduced to dust. Thud. The assailant was sent flying dozens of meters, landing on the ground. It was evident he was short, with dark skin, a clear trait of the southern barbarians. Flame Palm? Are you a remnant of the Nanao kingdom? Ning Hongye furrowed her brow. Indeed. The assassin's eyes gleamed with malice as he gritted his teeth. You slaughtered 1,000,000 soldiers of Nanzhao, so we shall send you to hell on your joyous day. With just you? You couldn't even withstand my palm. Yet you dare to seek revenge? Ning Hongye's gaze turned icy, transforming her back into the ruthless goddess of the battlefield. Had you reached your peak prowess? That palm could have easily crushed me, but I am still alive, which proves you are severely injured and unable to unleash your full power. The assassin sneered. Upon hearing this, Ning Hongye's expression shifted. Her injury was a closely guarded secret, and she had not expected it to be revealed publicly. Presumptuous. This is the territory of the Northern King's manor, part of the Great Xia. We will not allow you southern barbarians to run rampant. Do you take me for a fool? At last, the Northern King rose, his dragon robe billowing without wind, exuding an aura as deep as a chasm. He was an 8th grade martial general, a peak powerhouse capable of shattering mountains with his fury. My lord, we are not fools. we have calculated for you." The assassin suddenly drew two dark red chains from his bosom and hurled them into the air. Whoosh, whoosh. One chain flew towards the Northern King, the other towards Ning Hongye, wrapping around their bodies as if possessed by sentience, ensnaring them tightly. Even the Northern King found himself momentarily immobilized. Dragon-binding chains? Princess Fuyao's expression changed as she gritted her teeth. "You southern barbarians are truly ruthless to create such a heinous weapon. Princess, you possess great insight." The assassin's face twisted with cruelty as he explained, "These chains were forged from the blood of 800 young boys and girls, soaked in the sinews of a dragon, and then sacrificed to create this. They are not mere ropes. They are death talismans forged from 1,000,000 vengeful souls. Binding you for 3 breaths is more than sufficient. Warriors, charge. Slay this witch and avenge the 1,000,000 soldiers of Nanzhao." As soon as the words left his mouth, a dozen assassins sprang forth from the crowd, all 5th-grade martial artists, drawing their blades and rushing towards Ning Hongye from all directions. "General." From a distance, Qingwan dashed forward, but she was alone, and the distance was too great to stop the assassins. Meanwhile, Ning Hongye was bound by the dragon-binding chains, temporarily unable to move. Like a fish on a chopping block, awaiting slaughter. This was an almost certain death trap. In a contest of masters, life and death could hinge on a single moment. The enemy had clearly come prepared. As long as they could restrain the Northern King for a few breaths, they would have enough time to slay Ning Hongye. Even if the Northern King regained his mobility afterward, he would be unable to save her. Many guests present could not help but sigh at the sight. Heaven is blind. The heavens envy beauty. Ning Hongye had only just unveiled her mask, revealing her extraordinary beauty, yet it seemed she was destined to perish so soon. Am I to die here? Is this to be my final resting place? Her master was still in slumber, and she could not summon her strength. It was a pity that she had not yet fulfilled her ambitions to rise against tyranny. A tragic expression appeared in Ning Hongye's eyes. Fully aware that this was a situation from which there was no escape. Suddenly, Xiao Yang, standing closest to her, took a decisive step forward, gripping the sword at his waist. Alone, he faced the dozen or so assassins from Nanzhao charging towards him. Though he spoke not a word, his actions were clear. As if to declare, "If you wish to harm Ning Hongye, you must first step over my corpse." What is the 9th young master doing? Has he lost his mind? He is merely a 3rd-grade martial artist. Attempting to take on a dozen 5th-grade experts is nothing short of madness. Such a move would undoubtedly lead to both his and Ning Hongye's demise. Many guests in the distance shook their heads, seeing Xiao Yang as a mantis trying to stop a chariot, an ant attempting to shake a tree. "Young master." Huang Li was on the verge of tears. "Xiao Yang." Ning Hongye was equally astonished, never expecting him to step forward at such a moment. "Kill this groom as well." From afar, the lead assassin's face contorted with malice, shouting, "Send this ill-fated couple to hell together." Several assassins lunged towards Xiao Yang's vital points, aiming for his throat and abdomen, just as the situation seemed dire. Xiao Yang's gaze was as sharp as lightning as he unsheathed his sword. The royal-level divine power surged with the force of 3,000 thunders. Chapter 50, A Shameless Scoundrel. Is Xiao Junlin attempting to snatch a wedding? The intent of the blade shattered like jade. Ignite the flames of passion for me. Xiao Yang, still unsatisfied, invoked the intent of the jade-shattering blade while unleashing the 3,000 thunderous movements. At the cost of his vital essence, the power of his blade technique surged tenfold. As jade and stone were consumed in flames, he embraced death to be reborn. Boom. He was engulfed in flames, resembling a furnace ablaze with fiery oil, capable of melting anything. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Xiao Yang's figure moved with extraordinary swiftness, manifesting into a multitude of phantoms, accompanied by a dazzling cascade of blade light. It resembled a thunderous pool amidst the heavens. Dust and smoke filled the air, momentarily obscuring the spectators' vision, leaving them bewildered as to what transpired. The guests craned their necks, peering ahead in anticipation. What has occurred? Could someone elucidate? Just moments ago, the 9th Prince unleashed the Thunderblade technique of the Vermilion Bird Army, did he not? No matter how formidable he may be, it is improbable for him to transcend realms and battle 10 adversaries alone. Alas, the 9th Prince, with his remarkable talents, is destined to perish today, accompanying Ning Hongye to the grave. A collective sigh of regret resonated among the crowd, with many lamenting Xiao Yang's fate. However, the prominent princes of the Wang residence exhibited glimmers of joy in their eyes. Recently, Xiao Yang has exhibited extraordinary talents that are truly remarkable. He remained silent until he astoundingly made his presence known. His prowess even posed a threat to them, as he seemed poised to contend for the throne. Now, with Xiao Yang's demise, They all breathed a sigh of relief. Look, the ninth prince is still alive. Suddenly, someone exclaimed. As the smoke cleared, Xiao Yang stood proudly with a bloody blade in hand, while behind him, Ning Hongye remained unscathed. Before him, heads rolled. The dozen or so assassins lay lifeless on the ground, their bodies sprawled in disarray. Their heads had been severed cleanly, eyes wide open in disbelief, as if they could not fathom the turn of events. In the autumn of the year 805 of the Great Xia calendar, the ninth prince Xiao Yang of the northern town king's residence swiftly dispatched 12 esteemed assassins of the Nanzhao kingdom with a single stroke. The world was left in shock. The ninth prince had indeed annihilated over 10 fifth-tier powerhouses. The guests present were left utterly astounded. Ha ha ha, with grand aspirations. I feast upon the flesh of the southern barbarians, and in jest, I quench my thirst with the blood of the Xiongnu. What a delight! What a delight! At that moment, Xiao Yang let out a hearty laugh, raising his sword towards the heavens, his brocade robe stained with the enemy's blood. A spectacle of bloodshed. This scene was indelibly etched in the hearts of countless guests present, lingering in their memories for a long time. Crack, crack. At this juncture, accompanied by the sound of two shattering noises, the northern town king and Ning Hongye simultaneously broke free from the bindings of the dragon binding rope. Among the assassins of the Nanzhao kingdom, only the initial leader remained. Why? He stared intently at Xiao Yang. Filled with despair and rage, wasn't the intelligence report indicating that you had just broken through to the third tier of cultivation? What on earth is happening? They had wagered everything on this assassination attempt. Despite their meticulous planning, they had not anticipated the unassuming groom, Xiao Yang. Humph, is this truly surprising? Xiao Yang coldly regarded the leader of the assassins. Under normal circumstances, even with the daily consumption of spiritual elixirs, it would take several arduous years to advance from the third rank to the fourth. Yet, the information possessed by his adversary could not keep pace with his rapid ascension in cultivation. After all, it was only in recent days that he had ingested the enlightenment tea and the true dragon pearl, allowing him to break through to the fourth rank of the refining spirit realm and comprehend the 3,000 thunder movements. Such a rate of advancement is beyond the imagination of outsiders. Damnable, you little brat, do not rejoice too soon. Even if this attempt fails, the kingdom of Nanzhao will not fall, and the assassinations shall not cease. Await your fate, for the souls of 1,000,000 will not find peace. You shall live your lives in the shadow of your sins, paying the bloody price for the massacre of the city. The assassin leader gritted his teeth, appearing almost deranged. Slap. Xiao Yang delivered a resounding slap, sending him flying and shattering several of his teeth. What are you barking like a dog for? Pretending to be a pure white lotus, do you truly consider yourself a paragon of justice? Over the years, the Nanzhao kingdom has invaded the lands of the Great Xia, committing heinous acts of arson and plunder, slaughtering countless innocent lives, far exceeding 1,000,000. Wolves devour sheep, and eagles swallow snakes. This is the natural order of survival of the fittest that governs our world. Is it permissible for you to take lives while denying others the right to resist? Since you have tormented the people of the Great Xia, you must brace yourselves for retaliation, even the possibility of a city being razed. Each word pierced the heart. With a sudden spurt of blood, the leader of the assassins turned ashen, trembling uncontrollably. He had believed himself to be justified, yet found his resolve shattered by Xiao Yang's mere words. Jiu Lang, why waste breath on such barbaric scum? I shall execute him now. Hanging his lifeless body at the city gate for 3 days as a warning to others, the prince of the northern border raised his hand, prepared to deliver a fatal blow. Father, wait. Xiao Yang hastily interjected. These assassins and death warriors managed to infiltrate the ranks of our guests. It is likely that we have spies within our own ranks, colluding with the remnants of the Nanzhao kingdom. We must investigate thoroughly. You are absolutely correct. King of the North nodded in agreement. However, the leader of the assassins, in a sudden act of desperation, bit through his own tongue. With a thud, he collapsed, lifeless. In an instant, upon witnessing the scene, Xiao Yang furrowed his brow. The adversary would rather perish than divulge any information, indicating that the orchestrator behind this scheme is likely of considerable significance. However, with the demise of the assassin, all leads have now been severed. Suddenly, Xiao Yang clutched his chest, his complexion turning ashen, and his form swayed unsteadily. Xiao Yang, are you all right? Ning Hongye exclaimed, extending her hand to support him. Her exquisite visage was adorned with an unprecedented expression of concern. Her delicate figure pressed closely against Xiao Yang's, unperturbed by the proximity. After all, had he not intervened moments ago, she might have fallen victim to the assassins from Nanzhao. In her heart, Xiao Yang had secured an irreplaceable position. It's nothing serious. Merely a touch of weakness, he reassured her. Xiao Yang shook his head. He forcefully unleashed the essence of the jade-shattering blade, swiftly eliminating over a dozen assassins. Although it was an impressive display, it left him utterly drained, now relying solely on sheer willpower to endure. Ninth Prince, regarding this assassination attempt. I shall promptly initiate an investigation through the Dragon Guard Pavilion to provide you with an explanation, proclaimed Princess Fuyao. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yang nodded in satisfaction. With the princess's involvement, it was certain that traces would be uncovered. Now that the assassins were dead, the wedding could proceed. Princess Fuyao added, only one final step remains, and the ceremony shall be completed. Before Xiao Yang and Ning Hongye could proceed with their ceremonial bow as husband and wife, a sudden interruption arose. Hold on. I have something to say, exclaimed the eldest prince, Xiao Junlin, disrupting the moment. What is it? Princess Fuyao frowned, clearly displeased by Xiao Junlin's interruption. I report to the esteemed princess. His Majesty has granted me the honor of marrying Miss Ning. However, a misunderstanding led to my younger brother taking my place. Now, I have changed my mind. Suddenly, Xiao Junlin bowed deeply, his expression filled with avarice as he declared, I beseech the princess to decree that Miss Ning be betrothed to me. I am willing to marry her. Chapter 51. Ning Hongye's Choice, a 7A Pact. This proclamation caused an uproar among the onlookers. Previously, Xiao Junlin had deemed her unattractive, making every excuse to evade the union, even going so far as to threaten his own life, ultimately compelling Xiao Yang to marry in his stead. Yet now, upon laying eyes on Ning Hongye's beauty, he shamelessly sought to retract his previous stance. How utterly disgraceful, especially given that it was Xiao Yang who had gallantly come to Ning Hongye's aid during her recent peril. While Xiao Junlin had done nothing at all, yet he dared to make such a demand. Bah! A voice from the crowd, belonging to Qingwan, expressed her disdain. Princess, I implore you to grant my request. Xiao Junlin pleaded earnestly. This matter not only concerns the royal decree, but also warrants the bride's opinion. Princess Fuyao countered, employing a diplomatic approach. Upon hearing this, Xiao Junlin hastily approached Ning Hongye, his gaze fixated on her exquisite visage, an unmistakable glint of desire in his eyes. So beautiful, to spend a night of passion with such a stunning beauty, even if it brings me infamy, would be worth it. Miss Ning, what say you? He forced a smile that he believed to be charming, convinced that with a mere gesture, he could win her heart. Leave. Ning Hongye retorted icily, utterly disinterested in engaging with him. Yet, Xiao Junlin persisted like a tenacious pest. Miss Ning, I possess the illustrious bloodline of the Supreme. Recently, I summoned 9 celestial phenomena during my breakthrough, undeniably the true dragon of the Xiao family. My maternal grandfather is the Lord of the Apothecary Valley, capable of providing countless miraculous elixirs. You have been exiled from the Ning family and require a formidable ally to reclaim your power. I can assist you. Moreover, in terms of cultivation, talent, and appearance, Xiao Yang pales in comparison to me. Marrying me would be your wisest choice. Xiao Junlin's words were extravagant, a blatant attempt to embellish his own image. The numerous guests present were utterly astounded by his audacity. Such boastfulness was simply absurd, while one might overlook other claims. To assert that he was more handsome than Xiao Yang was simply ludicrous, had he not glanced in a mirror. Now, Xiao Yang, having consumed the true dragon pearl, had undergone a remarkable transformation, exuding an ethereal charm. Even when he deliberately restrained his aura, the influence of the golden-winged rock's fate rendered him extraordinary. In stark contrast, Xiao Junlin paled in comparison. Did he not comprehend human speech? I said, depart. The voice of Ning Hongye was laced with fury, her impatience reaching its zenith, and she was poised to take action at any moment. Hiss. Xiao Junlin could not help but gasp in astonishment, quickly retreating a few steps, fearful of provoking this female assassin. Yet, he remained unwilling to yield and approached Xiao Yang once more, just about to speak. Ninth brother, get lost. Xiao Yang could hardly be bothered to pay him any mind. What did you say? Xiao Junlin was instantly infuriated. Ning Hongye disregarded him, which he could tolerate. But why should the ninth brother receive any favor? Ninth brother, you are merely fortunate to have stumbled upon what is rightfully mine. In this world, strength reigns supreme, and only the formidable are worthy of beauty. You are utterly unworthy of Miss Ning. If you possess any sense, relinquish her to me. Xiao Junlin's demeanor was exceedingly domineering. He chuckled. Do you consider yourself formidable? You are merely a vanquished subordinate of mine. Xiao Yang, however, regarded him with utter disdain. Absurd. During that particular sparring session, I intentionally suppressed my own realm, and coupled with my desire to avoid causing you harm, it was only then that you managed to sneak an unexpected victory. Dare you engage me in a fair and honorable duel? Whoever emerges victorious shall have the privilege of marrying Miss Ning. What say you? Xiao Junlin made an outrageous demand. Absolutely not. At this moment, Ning Hongya interjected. Xiao Yang has already exhausted himself in saving me by slaying the assassin from the Nanzhao kingdom. To engage in battle again at this point would be to impose an unreasonable burden on him. How about this? I shall grant my younger brother a period of rest. Will 7 days suffice? Xiao Junlin cast another glance at Xiao Yang, deliberately provoking him. Ninth brother, are you not brimming with confidence? Why the silence? Are you perhaps afraid? In the distance, Qing Wan, Huang Li, Zhao Changkong, and Ma Wenkai were all anxious, fully aware that this was Xiao Junlin's tactic to incite a response. And they knew they must not acquiesce. To their surprise, Xiao Yang nodded. Very well, I am willing to engage in a contest with my elder brother. The Great Xia is a nation founded on martial prowess, and we ought to follow suit. However, I have a condition. What condition? Xiao Junlin pressed, intrigued. If I emerge victorious, I hope my elder brother will relinquish the supreme bone hidden behind and bestow it upon Miss Ning. Xiao Yang's declaration was astonishing. At these words, an uproar erupted throughout the assembly. After all, the supreme bone was not only a testament to Xiao Junlin's talent, but also the pride of the entire northern town prince's estate. Should Xiao Yang mature, he would undoubtedly ascend to the rank of an 8th grade powerhouse and might even aspire to challenge the legendary 9th grade realm. The 9th grade of martial arts is referred to as the martial saint. Throughout the centennial history of Great Xia, the number of individuals who have attained this level of strength is exceedingly rare. Each has the potential to be immortalized in history as a legend. If Xiao Junlin were to lose the supreme bone, the ramifications for the Xiao clan would be monumental. Absolutely not. The prince of northern town's face contorted with fury as he slammed his palm onto the table, rising abruptly. Ninth son, do not act recklessly. Father, I am not being reckless. Xiao Yang, however, held his head high, embodying a dignified composure. After consuming the true dragonly pearl, he found himself able to stand resolutely against the oppressive might of the northern king. If I was able to bestow the precious spirit why can't my elder brother? Xiao Yang retorted. How can this be equated? The northern king rebuked. Father, I shall accept, exclaimed the eldest son, Xiao Junlin, abruptly interjecting. He had long harbored disdain for Xiao Yang, a worthless wretch bereft of a mother. What right did he have to oppose him? Why did he consistently exude an air of superiority, disregarding him? In 7 days, before all, I shall vanquish the 9th brother and then wed Ning Hongya. My ambition is unwavering. There exists no alternative. Xiao Junlin exuded an air of confidence, as if victory was assured. In his eyes, Xiao Yang was indeed formidable. His previous strike had decimated over a dozen 5th-tier warriors from the Nanzhao kingdom. However, he sensed something amiss. It was certain that Xiao Yang had employed some forbidden technique, akin to the demonic disintegration method. Though his power had surged dramatically in a short span, the repercussions would be severe, and recovery within just 7 days was utterly impossible. Thus, this battle was as good as won for him. The northern prince sought to offer further counsel, but unexpectedly, Princess Fuyao interjected. I shall serve as the witness. After 7 days, the 2 great heirs will face off to determine the victor, with the winner to wed Ning Hongya. With her decree, the northern prince ceased his attempts to persuade further. Subsequently, the day's ceremony drew to a close. Servants were summoned to remove the bodies of the assassins and tidy the surroundings. The numerous guests then rose, making their way back to their residences. With the support of Huang Li and Zhao Changkong, Xiao Yang returned to his residence. He had expended an immense amount of energy using the Jade Shattered Blade technique and needed to recuperate. Huang Li, without my explicit command, no one is permitted to disturb me, Xiao Yang instructed. Understood, young master. Huang Li nodded in acknowledgement. Soon, night fell, enveloping the surroundings in silence. Suddenly, the door to the room burst open. A graceful figure, accompanied by a fragrant breeze, seated herself beside the bed. Huang Li, is that you? Xiao Yang opened his eyes. In the next moment, illuminated by the moonlight, he beheld a stunningly beautiful face, breathtakingly exquisite, capable of captivating one's very soul. It was none other than Ning Hongya who had come. Chapter 52. The wedding night. I shall marry no one but you. Hongya, what brings you here? Xiao Yang was taken aback, yet a surge of excitement coursed through him. Until now, it had always been he who sought out Ning Hongya. This was the first instance of her coming to his room unbidden. Were it not for Xiao Junlin's untimely intervention, this night would have marked their wedding celebration. You suffered for my sake. How could I not come to visit? Ning Hongye approached and seated herself at the edge of the bed. Although she had shed her vibrant red wedding gown, she did not don her customary armor, instead opting for casual attire that still failed to conceal her exquisite figure. With a slender waist, long legs, and a statuesque form, complemented by her flawless beauty, she was enough to captivate anyone. Here, drink this. Suddenly, she lifted a porcelain bowl and brought it to Xiao Yang's lips. Gulp. Xiao Yang swallowed the elixir in one gulp. Feeling a warm current surge through his limbs and bones, imbued with an exceptionally pure energy that instantly revitalized his entire being. His face flushed crimson. Akin to having consumed a potent restorative remedy, the previous weakness vanished without a trace, leaving him invigorated and ready to engage in 300 rounds of battle. Moreover, having just broken through to the first level of the spirit refinement realm, he now sensed a faint indication of another potential breakthrough in his cultivation. Hongyi, what extraordinary elixir have you given me? It's truly miraculous. Xiao Yang could not restrain his curiosity. It is merely a common nutritional liquid, but it contains a drop of my primordial blood essence, Ning Hongyi replied nonchalantly, her tone calm. However, Xiao Yang was taken aback upon hearing this revelation. Primordial blood essence? That is something only a 7th-tier martial arts master can condense, embodying the most fundamental energy of a martial artist, and it holds immense significance. Even Ning Hongyi possesses only a few drops. To lose even a single drop would be far more severe than losing an arm or a leg. She selflessly offered it? Hongyi, you are still recovering from your severe injuries, and yet you have given me your primordial blood essence. Isn't that adding insult to injury? Xiao Yang exclaimed anxiously. No wonder he noticed the pallor on Ning Hongye's face. It was indeed a result of her diminished vitality. Xiao Yang, you sacrificed your spiritual eye for me and saved me from peril today. What is a drop of primordial blood essence in return? Ning Hongyi paused before continuing. You must take care of yourself. Regardless of victory or defeat in the contest 7 days hence, I, Ning Hongyi, shall marry no one but you. Her voice resonated with unwavering determination, akin to a solemn vow. In that moment, Xiao Yang felt a stir of emotion within him. Hongyi, why do you lack faith in me? Since I have chosen to engage in battle, I am confident. Moreover, it is my elder brother who should be worried, for he has wagered the supreme bone. Xiao Yang smiled. Yet, Ning Hongyi furrowed her brow, her expression grave. Do not underestimate the situation. A cornered dog will leap over the wall. How much more so for Xiao Junlin? He is likely to resort to any means necessary, and you still have a disparity in cultivation levels. The pressing urgency is for you to elevate your combat power swiftly. What do you suggest? Xiao Yang inquired. Though he possessed a system, he had only recently arrived in this world, and in terms of practical combat experience, he was no match for the seasoned general, Ning Hongyi. In just 7 days, there are only 2 paths to enhancement. First, consume spiritual pills to promote rapid growth. Although it may destabilize your foundation, it is the most effective and direct method. Ning Hongyi advised. Agreed. Xiao Yang nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, relying on elixirs to enhance one's cultivation is the most straightforward approach. Although Xiao Junlin has the backing of the Medicine King Valley, he is merely a faade. With the system at his disposal, he feels no trepidation. And what of the second path? Xiao Yang inquired further. Cultivating certain unique martial techniques and divine abilities, Ning Hongye elucidated. Even when levels are equal, warriors who practice different divine abilities exhibit vastly different combat prowess. Xiao Yang, if I am not mistaken, the technique you employed when you dispatched the assassins from the southern Zhao Kingdom was the Thunderblade technique, albeit distinct from our Ning family's version, appearing more profound. Indeed. Xiao Yang nodded. He practiced the Thunder Prison Annihilation Blade, which could be deemed the ultimate version of the Thunderblade technique, since you already possess divine abilities. There is no need to learn anything else. Focus on gathering spiritual elixirs in the coming days. Ning Hongye remarked. By the way, do you wish to learn my blade technique? Xiao Yang suddenly inquired. Would you be willing to teach me? Ning Hongye's eyes sparkled with excitement. However, this is likely a closely guarded secret of the Northern King's manor. Are you not concerned about the prince's wrath should it be disclosed? In truth, she had long noticed that Xiao Yang's Thunderblade technique wielded even greater power and approached perfection. To claim she was not tempted would be a falsehood. Currently, many commanders of the Vermilion Bird Army practice this very technique. If it could be refined, their overall combat prowess would ascend to new heights. She was confident in her ability to forge an invincible army. Yet, it was likely the manor's unspoken secret, and she hesitated to voice her desire. Hongye, you misunderstand. This technique has no ties to the Xiao family. Moreover, you are about to become my wife. Is there anything we cannot share? Xiao Yang said with a smile. Xiao Lang. Ning Hongye was moved, tears glistening in her beautiful eyes. In her life plan, marriage had never been an option. Yet, Xiao Yang had intrusively entered her heart, claiming the most significant place within it. There is no time like the present. Let us proceed to the backyard, where I shall teach you personally, Xiao Yang declared. The opportunity to receive guidance from a martial arts master was indeed rare. Soon, the two arrived at the backyard. Xiao Yang pressed closely against Ning Hongye from behind, grasping her delicate hand. Must you be so near? Ning Hongye felt his masculine aura enveloping her. Her fair face slightly flushed. Indeed, it is only in this manner that you shall grasp the sword technique more swiftly, Xiao Yang declared with utmost seriousness. Very well then. Ning Hongye ultimately nodded in agreement. Thereafter, Xiao Yang commenced instructing her in the art of the sword, imparting the techniques of the Thunder Prison Annihilation Blade. Thunder flashes. 3,000 bolts of lightning. Before long, Ning Hongye flawlessly replicated the movements, even conjuring 10 ethereal afterimages in the air. Truly, she is a once-in-a-century martial arts prodigy. Xiao Yang silently marveled at her exceptional talent. While he relied on the system's enhancements to attain perfection, Ning Hongye achieved her accomplishments through her own comprehension. It was no wonder she caught the attention of the female immortal empress, stepping into the realm of a 7th-rank master at such a tender age. Thank you for your guidance, Xiao Lang. Please take care and rest well. I shall take my leave now. In the coming days, I will seek out elixirs for you. With that, Ning Hongye sheathed her blade and made her way towards the courtyard exit. Yet, a sense of regret lingered in Xiao Yang's heart. If it were not for Xiao Junlin's interference, would he not have had the chance to share the night with Ning Hongye? The following day, dawn broke. Upon rising, Xiao Yang retrieved a brocade box containing the 100 spiritual pills that Xiao Junlin had previously lost to him during the autumn hunt. Having already given one to Zhao Chongkong, he was left with 99. However, this quantity was far from sufficient. He summoned Zhao Chongkong and Huang Li, instructing them to procure as many spiritual pills as possible from outside. After all, he possessed a substantial sum of 100,000 taels of silver bestowed by Ma Watai, which afforded him considerable financial leverage. To his dismay, it was not long before Zhao Chongkong and Huang Li returned with grim expressions. Your Highness, it is dire. The spiritual pills outside have been monopolized. We scoured every apothecary and auction house, yet regardless of how exorbitant our offers, no one is willing to part with them. Chapter 53. The Immortal Pill of Qilin. What? Xiao Yang furrowed his brow, unable to suppress his inquiry. Could it be that my elder brother is behind this? Indeed. Huang Li nodded affirmatively. We have uncovered that it was the eldest prince who orchestrated this. It is said that last night, the Medicine King's Valley declared that no pharmacy or merchant is permitted to sell elixirs. Those who defy this command shall henceforth be considered enemies of the Medicine King's Valley. What a ruthless tactic. Xiao Yang's expression darkened. He had not anticipated that Xiao Junlin would resort to such shameless tactics for the sake of victory. The Medicine King's Valley is the foremost pharmaceutical sect in the Great Xia, with a legacy spanning centuries, rich in heritage, and renowned for producing the finest elixirs that are fervently sought after by countless martial artists. Should the Medicine King's Valley impose a ban, it would be an unbearable blow to any apothecary or trading firm. If there are no supplies from Shuilong Pass, we shall procure them from elsewhere, Xiao Yang commanded. However, Zhao Chongkong, wearing a pained expression, replied, Your Highness, it is not just Shuilong Pass. The entire northern region, encompassing all 4 states, is in the same predicament. How can this be possible? Xiao Yang was taken aback. The northern 4 provinces engage in an unimaginable volume of transactions involving spiritual elixirs in a single day. Even the influence of the Medicine King Valley cannot possibly be so overbearing, can it? Your Highness, they merely request a 7-day ban on sales. After 7 days, transactions can resume, reported Zhao Chongkong. Indeed, after 7 days, once the competition concludes, Xiao Junlin will no longer require any elixirs. Your Highness, that grand heir is utterly shameless, resorting to such despicable tactics. We ought to seek out the Grand Princess to report this grievance and ask her to deliver justice, suggested Huang Li. There is no need. Xiao Yang, however, shook his head, his voice resolute. I am not a mere child of 3, seeking solace from my parents after facing grievances outside. If I were to recklessly approach the princess, it would only invite scorn. Moreover, I have not yet faced defeat. They refuse to sell elixirs, so I shall forge my own. What? Upon hearing this, Huang Li and Zhao Changkong exchanged bewildered glances. Having served Xiao Yang for many years, they were unaware of his alchemical prowess. Cultivating an alchemist typically demands over a decade of dedicated training and an immense expenditure of resources and materials. Yet, they dared not question Xiao Yang's words. However, before that, I must pay a visit to my fifth brother. Xiao Yang pondered for a moment before stepping outside. Meanwhile, in the Cloud Summit Palace, Princess Fuyo reclined languidly on a soft couch, adorned in a silk imperial gown that accentuated her slender waist and voluptuous curves, creating an astonishing silhouette. Your Highness, I bring urgent news. Suddenly, Longwu entered, reporting, I have investigated, and the first prince, Xiao Junlin, has utilized the power of the Medicine King Valley to monopolize the spiritual elixirs of the four northern states, forbidding even a single one from being sold to the ninth prince, Xiao Yang. Oh, Princess Fuyao raised an eyebrow, calculating and ruthless, indeed. Xiao Junlin proves himself a person of great ambition. Your Highness, do you not hold a higher regard for Xiao Yang? Should we not secretly intervene to assist him? Longwu inquired. No. Princess Fuyao shook her head. If he is a true dragon, he must endure countless trials and tribulations, yet still soar above the heavens. Every prodigious talent will merely serve as a stepping stone for him. If Xiao Yang were to falter, it would signify that he is not the true dragon I seek. I understand. Longwu nodded in acknowledgement and then withdrew. As Princess Fuyu gazed into the distance, she murmured softly to herself, Xiao Yang, will you be the one we have been waiting for? On the other side, Xiao Yang arrived at the residence of the fifth young master. There, he beheld a young man clad in exquisite garments, practicing martial arts within the estate. He appeared to be around 25 or 26 years of age, while not strikingly handsome. He exuded an air of nobility. The fifth young master, known as Xiao Hanchuan, hailed from the prestigious Tang clan of Western Shu, renowned for their expertise in concealed weapons and poison. Little ninth, what brings you to my abode? Did you not pledge a 7-day agreement with elder brother? Xiao Hanchuan inquired with a smile. Among the 9 young masters, Xiao Hanchuan neither stood out nor fell behind. Rather, he maintained a moderate demeanor, exhibiting a somewhat zen-like attitude, which made him a favored target for alliances. Furthermore, his innate talents paled in comparison to those of his elder brothers, posing no threat to the position of heir. Fifth brother, do not forget that you previously promised to present me with a spirit-level treasure as a betrothal gift, Xiao Yang remarked. Oh right, I had forgotten about that. Servant, fetch me the Buddha's Wrath Tang Lotus from my collection. Xiao Hanchuan gestured to his subordinates. The Buddha's Wrath Lotus. This is the most formidable hidden weapon of the Tang sect in Western Shu, resembling a lotus flower. Once activated, it unleashes immense destructive power. Capable of slaying a 6th grade expert, and even 7th grade masters would be compelled to retreat. However, the cost of its production is exceedingly high. And as it is a consumable item, there are very few even within the entire Tang sect of Western Shu. Fifth brother, I do not desire the Buddha's Wrath Lotus. May I exchange it for another treasure? Xiao Yang inquired. What treasure do you seek? Xiao Hanchuan raised an eyebrow, as if struck by a sudden thought, and hurriedly exclaimed. If you desire spiritual grade elixirs, that simply will not do. Today, my elder brother has specifically instructed that I must not provide you with any elixirs, for to do so would be to stand against him. I do not seek the elixir, but rather the formula. Xiao Yang said. The Tang sect of Western Shu excels not only in the art of poisoning, but also in the mastery of antidotes. Could my esteemed fifth brother provide me with a formula for an antidote pill? What? Xiao Hanchuan was taken aback by these words. Providing a recipe for a medicinal pill did not contravene Xiao Junlin's warning. However, what purpose would a recipe for an antidote serve for the ninth brother? Even if one were to produce the antidote, it could not possibly enhance his cultivation. Very well, I shall grant your request. Although Xiao Hanchuan felt perplexed, he nodded in acquiescence. He then returned to the hidden chamber of his residence and retrieved a yellowed prescription. This antidote formula, a closely guarded secret of the Tang sect from Shishu, is a superior grade spiritual elixir. Thank you, fifth brother. A look of delight appeared on Xiao Yang's face as he accepted the formula for the antidote and turned to leave. How curious. Was the ninth brother perhaps under some form of duress, his mind frayed, to be so elated upon obtaining the antidote's formula? Xiao Hanchuan shook his head, dismissing further thoughts. Before long, Xiao Yang hurriedly sought out Ning Hongye, clutching the formula tightly. Hongye, our army encountered a myriad of miasma in the outer realms, and numerous soldiers have fallen victim to poison, still unhealed. Fortunately, I possess a formula for the antidote. You must take it at once. Thank you. Ning Hongye replied, not hesitating to accept the formula. After all, Xiao Yang had stated that they were family, united as one. I truly apologize, Xiao Yang. Today, I dispatched someone to the city to procure elixirs, yet returned empty-handed. Her voice bore a tinge of remorse and guilt. Had it been before? As the eldest daughter of the Ning family, she could have summoned aid to expedite the delivery of elixirs from the southern territories, reaching them in mere days. Yet now, the elders of the Ning family did not recognize her. Not only did they shun her from the engagement feast, but they also sought to expel her from the clan. Do not worry. I have already conceived a solution regarding the elixirs. Xiao Yang replied with a smile. As if on cue, a notification sound echoed in his ears. Ding. The host has received the formula for a superior grade antidote pill, triggering a reward. 100-fold return, the formula for the imperial grade immortal Qilin elixir. Would you like to extract it immediately? Chapter 54, Wagering Everything. Mr. Xiao of the Nine Sons returns to the fray. Upon seeing the system prompt, Xiao Yang's eyes gleamed with excitement. The immortal Qilin elixir. This was a legendary entity, possessing intelligence, capable of soaring through the skies and traversing the earth. Attainable only by those endowed with great fortune and destiny. Consuming it could even grant an emperor a second life. However, the true immortal Qilin elixir was not of imperial grade, but rather a celestial product, and could not be mass-produced. The system had bestowed upon Xiao Yang a simplified version, mimicking a fraction of the Qilin elixir's potency. More accurately, it should be termed the Qilin Divine Pill. Even so, a formula for an imperial-grade elixir was extraordinarily valuable, likely unparalleled even in the Valley of the Apothecaries. Hongye, I have an urgent matter to attend to. I must take my leave. Xiao Yang hurriedly took his leave, unable to contain his eagerness halfway along his journey. System, I wish to extract. In an instant, a radiant light flickered, and in his hand appeared a jade slip. Its texture smooth and warm, gleaming with brilliance, unmistakably a treasure of extraordinary quality. Xiao Yang cast a glance downward, subsequently clicking his tongue in astonishment. The ingredients required for the divine Qilin elixir, Qilin blood, earth heart fire lotus, crimson flame zhu fruit, millennium old ganoderma, Xuanjia turtle powder, and white tiger bone powder, were exceedingly numerous. Even if he were to invest the 100,000 taels of silver bestowed by Ma Wenkai, it would merely be a drop in the bucket, woefully insufficient. No, he must devise a more prudent plan. Half an hour later, Xiao Yang appeared before a pharmacy named Bai Chao Tang, situated within the Snow Dragon Pass. He had disguised himself, donning ordinary attire and a mask to obscure his features. Shopkeeper, I wish to purchase medicinal herbs. Xiao Yang called out loudly. With hurried footsteps, a young woman emerged from within, likely in her early 20s. She was tall and, while not strikingly beautiful, possessed an attractive countenance. However, she carried a strong aroma of medicinal herbs, indicative of her long-standing association with such materials. Today, by the decree of the Medicine King Valley, we are prohibited from selling elixirs. Please return in 7 days. The girl informed him. I do not seek to buy elixirs, but rather the materials for alchemy. Xiao Yang replied. Are you an alchemist? The girl inquired with a hint of surprise, studying Xiao Yang from head to toe, but could not discern his true capabilities due to the mask he wore. Indeed, Xiao Yang nodded affirmatively, expressing his intent to procure a substantial quantity of medicinal herbs and to engage in a significant transaction, urging the local authorities to present themselves. I am Sunny, the esteemed young lady of the Sun family from Baichao Hall. You may converse with me directly, Sunny declared with a proud stance. Although the Sun family of Baichao Hall may not rival the renowned Yawang Valley, it boasts numerous chain stores across the Northern Territory and has been a time-honored establishment for a century. As the daughter of the family, she holds a prominent position. Regrettably, in recent years, following the passing of the family patriarch, the second generation has struggled to maintain the legacy, failing to produce high-quality elixirs. Consequently, their business has plummeted, relegating them to selling only inferior elixirs and herbs, yielding minimal profits. If this trend persists, it is only a matter of time before they are overshadowed or even absorbed by Yawang Valley. Sir, what medicinal herbs do you wish to acquire? Sun E inquired. Qilin blood, earth heart fire lotus, scarlet flame zhu fruit, millennium ganoderma, Xuanjia turtle powder, and white tiger bone powder. Xiao Yang enumerated a series of medicinal herbs. Is it true? Sun Yi's eyes sparkled with excitement. Each of these herbs holds immense value. If this transaction were to materialize, it would undoubtedly be a remarkable achievement. I require 1,000 portions of each of the aforementioned herbs. Xiao Yang's voice, though not loud, resonated like thunder within the room. What did you say? Sun Yi's eyes widened, her mouth forming a perfect O as she struggled to believe her ears. What on earth was this fellow intending? Was he seeking to supply an army? Noticing her prolonged silence, Xiao Yang feigned indifference, stating, "If Bai Chao Hall cannot secure this deal, I shall seek elsewhere." With that, he turned to leave. "Wait." Sun Yi hastily stepped forward to obstruct him, her demeanor suddenly much more respectful. "Esteemed sir, this business can indeed be conducted by Bai Chao Hall. However, the rare treasures you require are quite numerous and will necessitate thorough preparation. Additionally, could you possibly advance a portion of the payment? I shall not provide any funds." Xiao Yang replied coolly. "What?" Upon hearing this, Sun Yi was momentarily taken aback, then clenched her delicate fists, anger flickering in her eyes. "What do you mean, sir? Are you implying that Bai Chao Hall is so insignificant that you seek to mock us?" She was genuinely infuriated. This man had deliberately listed a plethora of precious herbs, each demanding 1,000 units, only to expect to obtain them without compensation? Had he lost his mind? "Do not be hasty in your anger. I have come today to present Bai Chao Hall with an opportunity." Xiao Yang, adorned with a mask and draped in a black robe, exuded an air of enigmatic authority as he spoke again. "I intend to utilize those medicinal herbs to concoct a royal-grade elixir. Once completed, it shall be registered under the illustrious Sun family of the Bai Chao Hall." His words were startling, leaving no room for doubt. Upon hearing this, Sun Yi's delicate frame quivered, and her heart surged with tumultuous waves. "A royal-grade elixir? Surely you jest. Can it truly be crafted?" She fixed her gaze upon Xiao Yang, her beautiful eyes ablaze with fervor. As the esteemed daughter of the Sun family, she was acutely aware of the significance of such an elixir. The last emergence of one was a staggering 80 years ago within the Alchemy Alliance, stirring a tempest of intrigue and bloodshed. It was rumored that the imperial family of the Great Xia possessed a few, all of which were relics from antiquity. Yet, in the current era, she had not encountered any alchemist capable of producing a royal-grade elixir. Should he succeed, the Bai Chao Hall would undoubtedly ascend to unparalleled fame, capturing the attention of the world and eclipsing even the Apothecary Valley. For such an honor, she would gladly provide the herbs at no cost, or even offer compensation. "Esteemed sir, this transaction bears immense weight. I cannot place my trust solely on your words." Sun Yi expressed her lingering hesitations. "I can present you with a glimpse of the formula, and you shall discern the truth." With a deft flick of his wrist, Xiao Yang extracted the jade slip containing the enigmatic recipe for the Qilin divine elixir from his sleeve. What an exquisite formula! Sun Yi studied it intently, and an overwhelming sense of foreboding washed over her. This recipe was undoubtedly authentic. "Esteemed sir, the celestial materials and earthly treasures you require are far too numerous. If the Sun family were to provide them all, a single misstep could lead to our utter financial ruin." Although tempted, Sun Yi hesitated. The stakes were perilously high, and any slight error could result in total destitution. Despite her status as the young mistress of the family, making such a momentous decision bore an immense burden of pressure. "Miss Sun, as I understand it, since your grandfather's passing, the Sun family has experienced a dramatic decline, unable to produce any high-quality spiritual elixirs. Under the relentless oppression from the Medicine King Valley, your options have dwindled to almost nothing. How much longer can you sustain this precarious existence? 10 years, 5 years, or perhaps merely 3. Xiao Yang's words struck Sun Yi's heart like an invisible hammer. In truth, his choice of Bai Chao Hall was not made lightly. He had conducted his research in advance and was aware of the Sun family's current predicament, akin to a cornered beast facing its final moments. "Today, I present Miss Sun with an opportunity for a remarkable turnaround. It all depends on whether you are willing to take the gamble." Xiao Yang smiled at Sun Yi, eagerly anticipating her response. Sun Yi took a deep breath, as if summoning immense courage, and nodded emphatically. "Very well, I am willing to wager everything. However, I am yet to learn your esteemed name and the origins of your esteemed sect," she inquired further. Xiao Yang pondered for a moment before responding. "You may refer to me as Mr. Jiu Yao Xiao." Upon hearing this title, Sun Yi furrowed her brows, for she had never encountered any mention of the Jiu Yao sect before. Yet, she dismissed her doubts, attributing them to her own lack of knowledge. "Mr. Jiu Yao Xiao, when do you intend to concoct this royal-grade spiritual elixir?" Sun Yi inquired with utmost respect. "The sooner, the better," Xiao Yang replied. With less than 7 days remaining until his confrontation with Xiao Junlin, he mused, "If we delay too long, it will be too late. The plethora of rare herbs and treasures requires over 1,000 portions. I must mobilize the entire Bai Chao Hall to procure supplies from the 4 states of the northern region, and the earliest I can manage is by tomorrow morning." Sun Yi calculated. Very well, I shall come to find you tomorrow morning. Xiao Yang's figure flickered, invoking the thunderous movement technique, and in an instant, he transformed into an afterimage, vanishing from his original position. What astonishing speed! Sun Yi revealed a look of astonishment. Although the art of alchemy does not directly correlate with martial prowess, such an extraordinary and profound technique is certainly not possessed by an ordinary individual. This further solidified her belief that the elixir formula in Xiao Yang's possession was genuine. The following day, early in the morning, Xiao Yang arrived at the Baichao Hall. Cloaked in a black robe and wearing a mask, maintaining the same appearance as the previous day. However, he remained vigilant. Treasures akin to the Imperial Great Spirit Elixir, once revealed, could potentially provoke celestial anomalies, inevitably attracting the attention of formidable adversaries. To ensure absolute safety, Xiao Yang also brought along the sun-shooting bow, a divine weapon of superior imperial grade. Previously, he had merely tested a single arrow, which traversed 100 miles with the might of a master, obliterating the warehouses of the eldest and fourth sons while decimating over 100 warriors. Mr. Xiao, you have arrived. Everything is prepared. Sun Yi rushed forward, her eyes bloodshot and weary, clearly having spent the night without rest, tirelessly leveraging her connections to gather the necessary materials. Very well, let us commence. Xiao Yang nodded. Under Sun Yi's guidance, he entered a refining chamber in the rear courtyard of Baichao Hall. The floor was adorned with an array of precious herbs, piled high and truly magnificent. Such a quantity would suffice to arm a small army. At the center stood a colossal alchemical furnace. Mr. Xiao, this is the Xian Huang furnace, a spirit-grade medium treasure left behind by my grandfather. It automatically conjures Xian Huang flames during the refining process, enhancing the success rate of alchemy. Should you require anything further, feel free to command me. I can assist you. Sun Yi had wagered everything, presenting her family's most treasured possessions to aid Xiao Yang in his endeavor. No assistance is necessary. I am sufficient on my own. Furthermore, I wish for no disturbances during my alchemical process. Do you understand? Xiao Yang instructed. Understood. Sun Yi nodded and promptly exited the refining chamber, closing the door behind her. Despite his commanding tone, which might suggest he regarded her as a mere servant, Sun Yi harbored no resentment. After all, a master alchemist's temperament often matched their exceptional skill. As long as Xiao Yang succeeded in concocting the Imperial Grade Spirit Elixir, even if Baichao Hall were merely nominal, it would gain renown across the realm, restoring the glory of her grandfather's era and potentially surpassing it. Thus, Xiao Yang retrieved a jade slip detailing the Qilin Immortal Elixir and began to toss the rare herbs into the furnace according to the prescribed steps. It was his inaugural attempt at alchemy, and uncertainty loomed over him, causing a slight nervousness. Yet, the one most anxious at that moment was Sun Yi outside the door. Clenching her delicate fists, beads of perspiration formed on her forehead as she paced back and forth, silently praying. Mr. Xiao, you must succeed. For this alchemical venture, she had not only invested all her savings, but had also borrowed a considerable amount of rare herbs under her family's name from various pharmacies. Should she fail, even selling herself would not suffice to repay the debts. Suddenly, an elderly man and a young man stormed in. The elder, Sun Lianqing, was Sun Yi's uncle and the current authority of Baichao Hall. The young man, Sun Xiaodian, was his son. Uncle, cousin, what brings you here? Sun Yi inquired, surprised. Rebellious girl, if I had not come, you would likely have brought Baichao Hall to ruin. Sun Lianqing scowled, confronting her. What do you mean, uncle? Sun Yi retorted. I heard you spent a fortune yesterday to acquire numerous rare herbs, each in the thousands, and even borrowed on behalf of the family. Is that true? Sun Xiaodian asked coldly. Indeed. Sun Yi nodded, then elaborated. But I did this for the family. I have befriended a master alchemist, a person of immense skill who can concoct the Imperial Grade Spirit Elixir and has agreed to lend his name to Baichao Hall. However, as a condition, the hall must provide the necessary herbs for the alchemical process. What? Upon hearing this, the father and son were initially taken aback, but quickly expressed their disbelief, denouncing Sun Yi vehemently. You foolish girl, do you take me for a fool? In the entirety of the Daxia Kingdom, how many can truly concoct an Imperial Grade Spirit Elixir? Such an extraordinary figure would never come to assist you. In my view, you have been deceived, endangering the century-old legacy of the Sun family. Sun Lianqing raged, his spittle flying. Uncle, I have not been deceived. That master is right inside the refining chamber. You can wait and witness the emergence of the divine elixir. Sun Yi hastily defended herself. Cousin, I believe you are bewitched. Not only have you been swindled out of herbs, but perhaps your virtue as well? How else could you be so obstinate? Sun Xiao Yang sneered. Shameless. Sun Yi was infuriated, stamping her foot in disbelief at her cousin's malicious insinuations. I have always said, what does a woman know about managing a family? Grandfather must have been blind to have given you half of the family fortune. Were he to know of today's events, he would surely be turning in his grave. Sun Xiaodian jeered malevolently. You. Sun Yi's eyes reddened, her composure wavering, her fingers turning pale from clenching so tightly. The late Sun Patriarch had two sons. The eldest, Sun Lianqing, possessed mediocre talent and, due to neglect and cultivation, had only average alchemical skills. Conversely, her father had been hailed as a genius in alchemy, but had vanished during an expedition to a secret realm in her childhood. Before his death a few years ago, he had bequeathed half of Baijiao Hall's assets to her, which had incited the envy of Sun Lianqing and his son, who coveted what they could not attain. Furthermore, the Medicine King Valley has decreed that no one may sell spirit elixirs within 7 days. You gathering herbs to refine for an unknown individual constitutes a violation of this command. Sun Yi, you are to return those rare herbs immediately. Then kneel before the Medicine King Valley to apologize and seek forgiveness until they acquiesce. Sun Xiaodian wielded the authority of the Medicine King Valley as a threat. I will not go. Sun Yi gritted her teeth. For years, the Medicine King Valley had acted tyrannically, monopolizing trade and oppressing smaller pharmacies. Her grandfather's demise was also linked to their suppression. To kneel before her enemies? She would rather die than comply. Rebellious girl, if you refuse, we shall drag you there ourselves. At that point, we will expel you from the Sun family and reclaim that portion of the family estate. Sun Lianqing made a move to seize her shoulder. Sun Yi, caught off guard by her uncle's shamelessness, found herself unable to evade him, as her years of devotion to alchemy had left her lacking in martial prowess. Just as the situation reached a critical point, bang! Suddenly, the door to the refining chamber burst open, a wave of energy surging forth, sending Sun Lianqing staggering back several steps. Step by step, Xiao Yang emerged, his gaze sweeping across the scene. What is all this ruckus? Did I not explicitly state that no one is to disturb me during my alchemical process? Anyone who dares to interfere shall be struck down without hesitation. This sentence exudes an unparalleled determination, as if viewing the Sun family as mere ants, easily extinguishable with a mere gesture. The father and son of the Sun family fixate intently on Xiao Yang, scrutinizing him from head to toe. He is shrouded in a black cloak, his visage obscured by a mask, rendering his appearance indecipherable, yet he emanates an aura akin to an unfathomable abyss, instilling a sense of profound mystery. Who are you, and from which sect do you hail? Sun Lianqing inquired with vigilance. This is Mr. Xiao from the 9 Sons. Sun Yi introduced. 9 Sons? The Sun family exchanged bewildered glances, clearly hearing this name for the first time. Regardless of your identity, this is the territory of the Sun family, and it is not your place as an outsider to create havoc. Sun Lianqing bellowed. Indeed, the Sun family does not welcome you. Immediately return those herbs and depart. Sun Xiaodian also shouted defiantly. Humph. Xiao Yang let out a cold laugh, his masked eyes revealing a glimmer of contempt. Can you truly represent the Baijiao Hall? I have made a pact solely with Miss Sun Yi, and thus I acknowledge her alone. As for the others, I pay them no heed. Upon hearing these words, Sun Lianqing felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. Meanwhile, Sun Xiaodian seemed to have seized upon a weakness, turning his gaze towards Sun Yi. Cousin, since you have unilaterally made an agreement with this so-called Mr. Jiuyu Xiao, if the alchemy fails, you alone shall bear the debts incurred, and they shall not concern the Sun family. Xiaodian is absolutely right. Sun Lianqing immediately concurred, his tone chilling. Niece, do you not hold half of the shares in Baijiao Hall? If you fail, you may use them to settle the debts. Should that prove insufficient, your uncle can certainly find you a suitable husband, fetching a handsome price. What a cruel scheme. Xiao Yang narrowed his eyes, his gaze growing colder. The father and son of the Sun family, in their cruel camaraderie, bullied Sun Yi, a frail woman, solely because she stood alone and defenseless. They coveted her shares and, insatiable as they were, even plotted to sell her off to repay their debts. Even without today's incident, they would have sought every possible means to undermine Sun Yi, stripping her of everything she possessed, draining her to the last drop. Very well, I accept. Sun Yi bit her lip, though her body trembled. Her eyes radiated unwavering determination. My grandfather taught me from a young age that a gentleman's word is as good as gold. Though I am a woman, I understand this principle. Since I have made an agreement with Mr. Xiao, I shall see it through. no matter the circumstances. Should Mr. Xiao falter, the loss of the precious resources and compensation will rest solely on my shoulders. All right, remember your words. Cousin, I will inquire among my contacts to see if there are any widowed millionaires seeking a new spouse. I guarantee you will marry well. The father and son exchanged smug glances, as if they could already envision her downfall and impending sale. What are you barking about? Xiao Yang cast a cold glance at the Sun family father and son before turning his gaze towards Miss Sunday. Rest assured, Miss Sun, the notion of failure does not exist in my lexicon. Earlier, within the alchemy chamber, he had overheard Sunny expressing her willingness to incur debts in order to gather the necessary herbs. Yet, Sunny said nothing, choosing instead to place her faith in him. You treat me like a national hero. I shall repay you as such. Mr. Xiao, Sun Yi's eyes gleamed with gratitude. And for reasons unknown, she felt a strong premonition that Xiao Yang would undoubtedly succeed in concocting the royal great elixir. Just as Xiao Yang was about to turn and return to the alchemy chamber, a sudden, booming voice rang out from outside. The young master of the Medicine King Valley, Yichen, has arrived. Upon hearing this proclamation, everyone present was taken aback. The young master of the Medicine King Valley? That would make him a cousin of the esteemed first young master, Xiao Junlin, wouldn't it? In his heart, Xiao Yang pondered that the Medicine King Valley was 1,000 miles away from Shuilong Pass, and it was implausible for the other party to arrive here without reason. Suddenly, a young man entered, adorned in luxurious garments, with an ostentatious demeanor that exuded an innate arrogance, as if he wished to elevate his chin to the heavens. Following him were several attendants, all disciples of the Medicine King Valley. Young Master Yichen, we are unprepared for your esteemed visit. Please forgive our lack of hospitality. Sun Yinqing hurriedly stepped forward to greet him, bowing and scraping, his demeanor obsequious to the point of flattery. Although he was a prominent figure within the Northern Territory's medicinal families, he paled in comparison to the colossal presence of the Medicine King Valley. Young Master Yichen, what brings you to Shuilong Pass so unexpectedly? Sun Xiaodian inquired further. Yichen, chest out and chin raised, spoke haughtily. My esteemed cousin, Xiao Junlin, is about to challenge the inept ninth young master, Xiao Yang, and subsequently wed Miss Ning Hongye of the Ning family. I come as a representative of the Yi family to observe the duel. However, he suddenly shifted his tone, his gaze sharp as he fixed it upon the Sun father and son. I have heard that your 100 herb hall has been zealously gathering medicinal materials yesterday for alchemy? Humph, do you disregard the orders of the Medicine King Valley and seek to become adversaries? And no. Sun Lianqing hastily shook his head, attempting to clarify. Young Master Yi, you misunderstand. It is not I who defied the orders, but rather my niece, who was deceived by a mysterious alchemist. Deceived? Yichen scoffed derisively, speaking with an unreasonable tone. Spare me your explanations. Regardless, you have violated the rules, and if you are not punished, how will the Medicine King Valley maintain its standing in the martial world? Young Master Yi, how do you intend to impose such punishment? Sun Lianqing grimaced, gritting his teeth. How about this? On behalf of the 100 herb hall, I shall compensate you with 100 heavenly grade pills. How does that sound? The classification of ordinary pills is divided into yellow, xian, earth, and heaven, with the next tier being spirit grade. Offering 100 heavenly grade pills is indeed a significant concession, equivalent to a year's labor of the Sun family. However, Yichen was far from satisfied and angrily retorted. Do you take me for a beggar? Do you think these scraps will suffice to appease me? Sun Lianqing, taken aback by his insatiable appetite, could only press on. Then what does young master you propose? How about this? Yi Chun smirked coldly. I shall grant the Sun family an opportunity to abandon the darkness and embrace the light by joining the Medicine King Valley as vassals, surrendering 70% of your profits annually. In return, the Medicine King Valley will provide high-grade spirit pills for sale at the 100 herb hall. What do you think? At this proclamation, the room erupted in uproar. The Sun father and son were taken aback by Yi Chen's unreasonable demands, which amounted to an outright annexation of their family. Yet, what could they do? Though the terms were harsh, at least it offered the Sun family a glimmer of survival. Serving the Medicine King Valley as subordinates was preferable to facing bankruptcy and ruin. To refuse would mean being ostracized, leaving them with no chance of survival. Young Master Yi, on behalf of the Sun family, I agree, Sun Lianqing acquiesced. Wait. Suddenly, Sunny stepped forward, her face flushed with anger, her teeth clenched. Uncle, how can you accept such terms? Are you not selling out the 100 herb hall that grandfather built with his own hands? A century of legacy, ruined in an instant. Silence. What do you know? Sun Lianqing glared fiercely at her. If it weren't for your defiance of the Medicine King Valley's orders, would we be in this predicament? You, the harbinger of misfortune, have endangered the entire Sun family. Sunny stood there, momentarily speechless. She had hoped to restore the Sun family's glory. But now that Yi Chun had arrived, it seemed that even Mr. Xiao could no longer concoct that imperial Great Spirit pill, rendering all her aspirations futile. Furthermore, the Sun family would become vassals. Oh, and since it was your niece who broke the rules, she must naturally bear the consequences. However, given her beauty, I shall allow her to serve as my concubine. Yi Chun leered at Sun Yi, his eyes filled with avarice. This girl marrying young master, Yi would be her fortune. Sun Lianqing quickly added, "Who said I would marry her?" Yi Chun raised an eyebrow, dismissively stating, "What status does she possess to be worthy of me? I merely intend to keep her as a plaything. When I tire of her, I shall cast her aside. Young Master Yi, you are indeed a dragon among men. Even being your concubine would be my sister's honor." Sun Xiaodian flattered. "Haha, you are quite clever. Once the Sun family submits to the Medicine King Valley, you shall be responsible for its affairs." Yi Chun promised. "Thank you, young Master Yi." Sun Xiaodian exclaimed, elated, then hastily urged Sun Yi, "Cousin, why are you dawdling? Hurry and serve young Master Yi well." Upon hearing this, Sun Yi's face drained of color. She stood frozen, biting her lip. "I will not go." "Sun Xiaodian, you go." Sun Xiaodian thought to himself, "I would gladly go, but young Master Yi has no interest in me." "Oh, quite spirited are we?" Yi Chun turned to Sun Yi and chuckled. "Perfect. I delight in spirited women. I shall teach you a lesson today." With that, he reached out his hand towards Sun Yi's chest. His movements were those of a seasoned libertine. Sun Yi, terrified, paled, rendered speechless. Just then, the previously silent Xiao Yang finally stepped forward, pulling Sun Yi to his side. Yi Chun's grasp fell short, his displeasure evident as he glared at Xiao Yang. "You insolent wretch, daring to disrupt my affairs? Do you seek death? Yi Chun, is it?" Xiao Yang cast a glance at him and continued, "You are merely the young master of the Medicine King Valley, yet you dare to act tyrannically at Snow Dragon Pass. First, you sought to annex the 100 Herbs Hall, and now you wish to claim Miss Sun for yourself? What audacity fuels your courage?" A haughty smile graced Yi Chun's face as he retorted, "In this world, power reigns supreme. Whether individuals or families, there exists a hierarchy. The strong can act with impunity, even trampling upon the dignity of the weak. What if I were stronger than you?" Xiao Yang suddenly inquired. "Haha, what are you to utter such arrogance?" Yi Chun laughed uproariously. "But if you truly surpassed me, feel free to strike my face, left and right, up and down." He paused, mockingly pointing at his own face. "Come on, if you have the guts, hit me. You were so boastful a moment ago. If you falter now, you shall be nothing more than a blustering fool." Yi Chun's provocations escalated, seemingly convinced that Xiao Yang would not dare to respond. "Very well. Since you implore me to strike you, allow me to fulfill that wish." In an instant, Xiao Yang raised his hand, unleashing an inner force that erupted like a volcano, delivering a resounding slap. A force of 10,000 pounds. The sound of that formidable slap resonated with a deafening boom. For someone of such lowly caliber, Xiao Yang couldn't even be bothered to utilize his advanced vision to discern his weaknesses. He simply acted to suppress him. With brute strength comes miraculous results. "Ah!" Yi Chun screamed as he was sent flying several meters, crashing into the wall of the courtyard and leaving an impression in the shape of his body, the surrounding wall cracking inch by inch. "Mr. Xiao?" Sun Yi's beautiful eyes sparkled, astonished at the terrifying prowess exhibited by Xiao Yang. Had he not intervened today, she might have been ravaged by Yi Chun. What formidable strength, at least that of a mid-tier martial artist. How could he be so audacious? The Sun family father and son were dumbfounded, yet a wave of secret delight surged within them. In their view, this enigmatic Mr. Xiao shared a profound connection with Sun Yi. Now, having injured Yi Chun, Mr. Xiao was surely courting trouble. "Young master." The disciples of the Medicine King Valley rushed forward, exerting great effort to extract Yi Chun from the wall, akin to pulling a stubborn radish from the ground. How infuriating. Such dishonorable conduct, daring to launch a sneak attack? Yi Chun, severely injured, glared at Xiao Yang with bloodshot eyes. His esteemed status had afforded him the luxury of consuming spiritual pills like candy, and at merely 20, he had achieved a 4th-tier cultivation. Although he could not compare to Xiao Junlin's innate talent, he far surpassed his peers and had every reason to feel proud. Who could have anticipated that today he would be struck down by a single slap? If word of this spread, he would be relegated to the company of children in the brothels. A sneak attack? Xiao Yang raised an eyebrow and chuckled. "Yi Chun, Weren't you just begging me to slap you across the face? I didn't charge you. I've already done you a favor. How dare you? Do you even know who I am? Yichen gritted his teeth, boasting about his lineage as if to flaunt it. My grandfather is the chief of the Medicine King's Valley, the most formidable alchemist in the Great Xia. My maternal grandfather is a naval commander appointed by the court, overseeing the vast rivers and lakes with an army of 500,000. My cousin is the eldest son of the Prince of Northern Town, born with a supreme constitution. Not long ago, he even summoned 9 celestial phenomena, destined to expand territories and rise to nobility. Yichen spoke with palpable pride. For each name he mentioned held significant weight in the Great Xia. Anyone else would have bowed in submission, pleading for mercy upon hearing such illustrious connections. However, Yichen was taken aback to find that Xiao Yang exhibited no reaction whatsoever. Why are you silent? Have I stunned you into speechlessness? Yichen couldn't help but inquire. Oh, I see. And so what? Xiao Yang's demeanor was calm as he regarded him with the gaze reserved for fools. Your family boasts numerous formidable figures. Yet here you are, a simpleton. Perhaps you ought to inquire with your parents whether you were discovered in a refuse bin. Upon uttering these words, all present were momentarily stunned. Then, with an uncontrollable laugh, Sun Yi was the first to react. She had never encountered such a scathing reprimand devoid of vulgarity. This Mr. Xiao, who appeared so aloof, possessed such a humorous side. How dare you repeat that? Yichen erupted with fury. Throughout his life, he had endured the greatest suffering from the exquisite elixirs, but never did he expect to be so humiliated by an enigmatic individual today. Well then, Xiao Yang nodded slightly and asked, which phrase should I repeat? Are you referring to calling you a great fool? Or perhaps mentioning that you were retrieved from a trash bin? Seeking death, are we? This young master shall confront you. Yichen, consumed by rage and mistaking his recent defeat as mere carelessness, charged at Xiao Yang once more, shouting in fury. Slap. Xiao Yang raised his hand and struck, as if swatting a fly. Bang. Without a doubt, Yichen was once again sent sprawling, crashing heavily to the ground. This time, several of his teeth were shattered. His face smeared with blood, no longer resembling the scion of a prominent family. You scoundrel, if you dare to move a single finger against me again, just try. Yichen struggled to rise from the ground, pointing at Xiao Yang and threatening through gritted teeth. He was clearly so weak, yet so fond of putting on airs. No. Xiao Yang shook his head. Yichen let out a sigh of relief, thinking he had finally instilled fear in him, causing him to hesitate in opposing the Medicine King Valley behind himself. Merely lifting a finger seemed insufficient. It would be far better to sever all 10 of your fingers. As Xiao Yang spoke, he suddenly darted to Yichen's side, grasping his left hand and promptly snapping one of his fingers. Crack. Following that, he proceeded to break the second, third, and fourth fingers. Oh! Yichen emitted a desperate, blood-curdling scream, writhing in agony. His noble status, achieved solely through the use of drugs to ascend to the 4th rank, had left him unaccustomed to any form of hardship, let alone such excruciating pain. Big brother, I was wrong. I beg you, please release me. Yichen's demeanor shifted instantaneously, shedding his previous arrogance for a tone of piteous supplication. His subordinates, witnessing their young master's torment, remained paralyzed with fear at Xiao Yang's formidable power, too intimidated to act. I am a man of my word. If I vow to break your 10 fingers, then not a single one shall remain unscathed. Xiao Yang struck once more. Crack. In an instant, all 5 fingers of Yichen's left hand were severed. Bold move. At this moment, Sun Xiaotian could no longer contain himself and stepped forward to admonish, Mr. Xiao. Your methods are excessively cruel. You ought to release young Master Yi at once. Otherwise, my Sun family will not let this matter rest. Cruel, you say? Xiao Yang raised an eyebrow, fixing his gaze upon Sun Xiaotian. You and your father conspire to seize Miss Sun's shares, taking advantage of her vulnerability. Is this not a form of cruelty? Yi Chun, emboldened by his power, attempts to usurp Bai Keitang and claim Miss Sun for himself. Is this not a manifestation of ruthlessness? Yet, I merely retaliate in kind. If this too is deemed a sin, then I would rather embrace a world of sins. In Xiao Yang's voice, an unparalleled determination emanated. However, Sun Xiaotian was unwilling to concede, persisting in his flawed reasoning. Mr. Xiao, you are merely standing up for your cousin, yet such actions will ultimately bring her harm. In the future, the Medicine King Valley will seek vengeance against her. Can you protect her for a lifetime? Humph. Xiao Yang let out a cold sneer, declaring, my actions against Yi Chun are not to defend Miss Sun, but merely because I find him utterly displeasing. Furthermore, given your obsequiousness towards Yi Chun, you might as well change your name from Sun Xiaotian to Sun Ababa. Sun Xiaoyan's face flushed a deep shade of purplish red. Yet he found himself at a loss for words to counter the insult. Subsequently, Xiao Yang turned his gaze towards the tormented Yichen. We still have 5 fingers left. Let us proceed. You bastard, if you have the guts, kill me. Yichen's face contorted in rage as he gritted his teeth. Otherwise, once I return, I shall unleash all my might to capture everyone around you and tear them to shreds. Upon hearing this threat, a chilling glint flickered in Xiao Yang's eyes, revealing a piercing sharpness. So, you wish for death? Xiao Yang inquired. Indeed, but do you dare to kill me? Yichen resorted to a provocation, his disbelief evident. Even members of the Xia royal family would think twice before attempting to slay him, the young master of the Medicine King Valley, let alone a mysterious alchemist. Yet, he gravely misjudged Xiao Yang's audacity. What is there to fear? Not only you, but even if your grandfather, the Medicine King, were to come, I would not hesitate to strike him down. His ambition soared to the heavens, daring to mock Huang Chao's masculinity. Xiao Yang stepped forward, a fierce killing intent blazing in his eyes, then pointed a finger at Yichen's forehead. The great wilderness prison heaven finger. Bang! The finger pierced through, blood gushing forth. The young master of the Medicine King Valley, Yichen, was utterly obliterated. Chapter 58. It matters not. I shall strike. In an instant, the arena fell into an eerie silence, enveloped in a deathly stillness. Everyone was in disbelief, their hearts shattered. Thud. Yichen's lifeless body crashed heavily to the ground, his face still etched with shock. It seemed he could hardly fathom that Xiao Yang dared to take his life. Did he not fear the Medicine King Valley that stood behind him? Yet, Yi Chun paid with his life, exemplifying the adage that villains often perish from their own verbosity. Young master. Scoundrel, how dare you slay the young master? Wait here. We shall seek the Grand Elder and avenge our young master. From a distance, the disciples of the Medicine King Valley, filled with righteous indignation, rushed towards the exit, eager to summon reinforcements. A pack of fools. Xiao Yang shook his head. Did the Medicine King Valley specifically recruit simpletons? Even if one wished to leak information, it should be done discreetly. Such a grand display was tantamount to courting death. Whoosh. In the next instant, Xiao Yang's figure flickered as he surged towards the crowd, targeting their vital points. The great wilderness capturing heaven finger. Bang, bang, bang. In just a few breaths, all the disciples of the Medicine King Valley lay sprawled on the ground, a family neatly aligned, all departing alongside Yichen. To eradicate the weeds without removing their roots is to allow them to flourish anew with the spring breeze. Xiao Yang would certainly not exhibit any mercy. Moreover, the disciples of the Medicine King Valley, who typically followed Yi Chun and engaged in reckless and immoral behavior, could be deemed deserving of their fate. In the distance, Sun Lianxing and his son Xiaotian gasped in horror, their hearts filled with anguish. They had not anticipated that this Mr. Xiao would be so tyrannical, resorting to murder at the slightest provocation. The sky had fallen. Sun Lianxing's face turned ashen, his voice trembling. If young Master Yichen perishes in the 100 Herb Hall, the Medicine King Valley will certainly not let this matter rest. Our Sun family is doomed. Cousin, this is all your fault for bringing this ruthless fiend upon us, leading us to our demise. Sun Xiaotian glared fiercely at Sun Yi, roaring with indignation. That Yichen deserves death. Mr. Xiao acts justly. Sun Yi clenched her teeth, her gaze resolutely defiant. Sun Xiaotian tightened his fists, preparing to strike. Slap. Xiao Yang raised his hand and struck Sun Xiaotian, sending him flying over 10 meters, collapsing to the ground like a lifeless dog. Sun Lianxing rushed over, only to find his son's face covered in blood, his nose crushed. Yet, he dared not express any dissatisfaction. With a sudden weakness in his knees, he fell to the ground, prostrating himself before Xiao Yang. Your Excellency, my son is blind to his own folly. I beseech you to show mercy and let us go. We are willing to relinquish our shares and bestow them upon Sun Yi. In light of his submissive demeanor, Xiao Yang nodded slightly. If you and this son have a wish to escape death, then remain here. You are not to leave until I have finished refining my elixirs. Otherwise, I shall not hesitate to send you both to the depths of hell. Xiao Yang issued a warning and then turned to return to the alchemy chamber. He had already wasted considerable time and could not afford any further delays. Wait, Mr. Xiao. Suddenly, Sun Yi caught up with him, her delicate face etched with concern. Although Yi Chun and numerous disciples had perished, they had been absent for so long. What would happen if the formidable figures from the Medicine King Valley came knocking? She recalled Yi Chun mentioning that he was part of a delegation from the Medicine King Valley, there to support the Grand Prince Xiao Junlin. It was evident that he was not the only one sent by the Medicine King Valley. Other experts must have accompanied him. Regardless, he replied, "If that truly comes to pass, I shall take action when the time is right." Xiao Yang uttered a phrase before resuming his alchemical pursuits. An hour passed, then 2, followed by 3. Unbeknownst to him, the setting sun cast its final rays, ushering in dusk. Countless disparate elements were cast into the Xianhuang furnace, from which an extraordinarily pure essence of vitality began to surge. Kirin divine pill, coalesce, Xiao Yang proclaimed with fervor. Suddenly, a brilliant golden light soared into the heavens, cleaving through the clouds and illuminating the surrounding expanse for miles, inciting a tumultuous surge of vitality. Multicolored radiance cascaded from above. This was indeed a royal-grade elixir, one that absorbed the essence of sun and moon, converging the creations of heaven and earth. Upon its emergence, it was destined to herald extraordinary phenomena. In the next moment, a dense aura of elixir gathered in the sky, taking the form of the Kirin divine beast, evoking a resonance with the cosmic truths. Meanwhile, at the base of the Xianhuang furnace, 9 golden lotuses erupted in bloom. At last, success. He breathed in relief. Xiao Yang let out a long breath and gazed into the Xianyuan furnace, where lay a spirit elixir the size of a longan. It shimmered with brilliance, resplendent and captivating. Its surface adorned with 9 intricate patterns. Consuming this Qilin divine pill, one could only wonder how much one's cultivation would be enhanced. Xiao Yang reached out his hand, attempting to grasp the imperial-grade spirit pill. However, to his astonishment, the Qilin divine pill unexpectedly soared into the air, propelled by a gust of wind, and darted towards the entrance. How is this even possible? Xiao Yang was taken aback, not expecting that this Qilin divine pill possessed such cunning. Outside the room, Sun Lianqing, Sun Xiaodian, and Sun Yi were captivated by the extraordinary phenomena of heaven and earth. Upon witnessing the spiritual pill soaring into the air, they could not help but exclaim in awe. The pill took form and astonishingly manifested intelligence. The 9 intricate patterns upon it signified the mark of an imperial-grade spiritual pill. Had Mr. Xia truly succeeded? Sun Yi was overwhelmed with joy, tears streaming down her face. She had wagered everything, investing all her hopes, and Xiao Yang had not disappointed her. The news of the emergence of the imperial-grade spiritual pill would soon spread throughout the northern region, and even the entirety of the Great Xia. The Baichao Hall would bask in this glory, gaining renown that might surpass even the illustrious times of her grandfather. "Come back to me." Xiao Yang's figure surged upward as he extended his large hand, forcefully seizing the Qilin divine pill. It took all his strength to suppress it, firmly grasping it within his grasp. It nearly escaped from him. It seems prudent to swallow it quickly for safety. However, the extraordinary phenomena that just transpired may have attracted the attention of numerous formidable experts. I must depart from this place swiftly and seek a secure refuge. Xiao Yang made a resolute decision and was about to bid farewell to Sun Yi and depart from this place. Suddenly, a terrifying aura erupted from outside. Before the figure was visible, its voice resonated. "I am the Grand Elder of the Medicine King Valley, who is here concocting pills and managed to produce an imperial-grade elixir. Surrender it at once, for I am here to take charge." The voice of the Grand Elder was overwhelmingly domineering, reminiscent of Yi Qin's own brazen demeanor, akin to that of a bandit seizing what is not rightfully theirs. With swift steps, an elderly man clad in a green robe entered, his hawk-like nose and triangular eyes occasionally glinting with a sharp, cold light. Following closely behind him were dozens of disciples. What is happening here? However, the moment the elderly man stepped into the courtyard, he was met with a scene of carnage, with bodies strewn across the ground. Among them, the most conspicuous was Yi Qin. "Who dares to harm my family's young master? Come forth if you have the audacity. I shall flay you alive, peel your skin, and drink your blood." He roared with the fury of a raging lion, his garments fluttering as if caught in an unseen wind, exuding an aura of extreme terror. "Old fool, what are you shouting about?" At this moment, Xiao Yang stepped forward, casting a cold glance at the green-robed elder as he continued, "Yi Qin committed numerous atrocities. My act of killing him is a righteous deed. Such a beast in human form deserved his demise. Scoundrel, you dare to insult my family's young master?" The Grand Elder's fury escalated, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. "No." Xiao Yang shook his head, his gaze sweeping over the Grand Elder and the numerous disciples of the Medicine King Valley. "I do not target Yi Qin, rather. I proclaim that all individuals of the Medicine King Valley are utterly worthless." Chapter 59, A Certain Kill, an arrow piercing through 19 continents. Xiao Yang's voice reverberated throughout the venue, akin to a resounding slap delivered forcefully across the faces of the Grand Elder and the disciples of the Medicine King Valley. How audacious! Seeking death, you audacious brat, dare to stand against the Medicine King Valley? Have you grown weary of life? The disciples, filled with righteous indignation, drew their swords, aiming them menacingly at Xiao Yang. The Grand Elder, consumed by fury, glared with an intensity that could ignite a tempest. On this expedition, he served as the protector of the young master, Yi Chun. Little did he expect that within mere hours of their separation, the young master would meet his untimely demise. How could he return and face the Valley Master? How could the Medicine King Valley maintain its stature in the martial world? Very well, very well. The Grand Elder, enraged to the point of laughter, fixed a steadfast gaze upon Xiao Yang. It had been many years since anyone dared to provoke the Medicine King Valley in such a manner. Boy, I grant you a chance. Surrender the royal great elixir in your possession, and I shall ensure your remains are intact. What do you presume yourself to be, posturing like a grand wolf in this place? Xiao Yang replied coldly, his tone devoid of any regard for his adversary. Preposterous. The Grand Elder, seemingly humiliated, gritted his teeth, declaring, I am the Grand Elder of the Medicine King Valley, second only to the Valley Master. Not only am I a master alchemist, but I also stand at the pinnacle of the 6th rank in martial arts, a mere step away from the 7th rank Grandmaster. Countless martial artists from the Great Xia owe their advancements to my benevolence, as do half of the generals in the military, who have all partaken of the elixirs I have crafted. With each word he spoke, his imposing aura intensified, layering upon itself until it reached a crescendo. Now, do you comprehend the extent of my prowess? Xiao Yang nodded and chuckled, remarking, So you are just like that Yi Chun, an old dog who can only boast. Old dog. Upon hearing this appellation, everyone present was taken aback. How dare this young man utter such words? Setting aside his identity, the Grand Elder was an authentic 6th-grade mountain-moving realm practitioner at the pinnacle of his power. He could move mountains and shake the earth. Furthermore, he was but a half-step away from reaching the 7th grade in martial arts. Such a formidable figure would be a guest of honor even in the Northern King's residence. Yet, in Xiao Yang's words, he appeared to be nothing more than a dog that could be easily crushed. What audacity did this young man possess? You insolent wretch! Today, regardless of the support you have behind you, no one will save you. Suddenly, the Grand Elder raised his right hand and pressed downward into the void. Boom! A colossal hand manifested in the sky, bearing the weight of Mount Tai, descending menacingly toward Xiao Yang. This was the foremost divine ability of the Medicine King Valley, derived from the Green Emperor's wood sovereign technique, an ancient power of immeasurable might. Even if that fellow possessed 9 lives, it would likely not suffice for him to survive. Not far away, the father and son of the Sun family wore sinister expressions, reveling in the anticipated spectacle of Xiao Yang being crushed into a pulp. Mr. Xiao, be careful. Sun Yi cried out loudly, her heart racing, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Although Xiao Yang had previously claimed it was of no concern that he would take action, could he truly prevail against the Grand Elder of the Medicine King Valley? Great Desolation's prisoning heaven finger, imprisoning the universe with a single gesture. Facing the colossal hand crashing down, Xiao Yang remained unflinching, extending a single finger. Previously, with his lower cultivation, he had only mastered a half-finger technique. Now, as a 4th-grade spirit-refining realm warrior, he had comprehended the complete first style. His physical strength, originally at 10,000 pounds, surged 20-fold under the enhancement of his divine ability, yielding an astonishing force of 200,000 pounds. Explode for me. Boom. That single finger was unstoppable and unbreakable, colliding with the azure giant hand in the air, unleashing a terrifying wave of energy that radiated in all directions. The members of the Sun family and the disciples of the Medicine King Valley were swept away, crashing heavily to the ground. And at the heart of the explosion, Xiao Yang remained steadfast in his position, hands clasped behind his back, refusing to yield an inch. The Grand Elder retreated several steps before finally regaining his footing, his expression one of astonishment. Youngster, to withstand one of my strikes signifies you possess considerable skill. Yet, the maneuver you executed moments ago is likely the last flicker of a dying flame, while I still have the stamina to engage for 3 days and nights. Upon hearing these words, Xiao Yang furrowed his brow. He had a wealth of divine abilities at his disposal, and the Thunder Prison Annihilation Blade was yet to be unleashed. However, this old man was no ordinary foe. A mere display of swordsmanship would not suffice to vanquish him. The crux of the matter was that with the recent emergence of the Qilin divine elixir and the accompanying celestial phenomena, the longer this battle dragged on, the more formidable adversaries would be drawn to the fray. Thus, a swift resolution was imperative. It had to be this way. Xiao Yang turned and entered the alchemy chamber, emerging with an imposing longbow in hand. The sun-shooting bow. This formidable weapon had been meticulously prepared in advance, initially reserved for a critical moment, lest it draw the attention of the Northern King. However, circumstances had compelled him to cast caution aside. The elder paused momentarily, then burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. You impudent boy, I thought you had some hidden trump card, but it turns out to be just this toy. His derision was hardly surprising. Despite the arrow's swift velocity, a 6th-tier martial artist could easily evade it. Even the mightiest of the Great Xia's weapons, the Heavenly Dragon Bow, a superior spiritual-grade artifact, could only fell those beneath the 6th tier. Thus, the elder dismissed it entirely, almost amused by the display. Yet, Xiao Yang disregarded his mockery, instead drawing back the bowstring, silently channeling his own vital energy to solidify the falling star arrow. Subsequently, he aimed it at the Grand Elder. Do you have any final words to convey? Xiao Yang inquired coldly. His assured tone rendered the Grand Elder as though he were merely a lifeless corpse. Impertinent fool, what gives you such confidence? Have you lost your mind? The Grand Elder retorted vehemently. 3. Xiao Yang began the countdown. 2. 1. The countdown concluded. Whoosh! A pale golden arrow, emanating a blinding radiance, shot forth from his fingertips, seemingly cleaving the very fabric of heaven and earth. This is bad. In an instant, the Grand Elder was jolted from his reverie, sensing an overwhelming threat of death. He realized that this arrow was far too sharp for him to evade. A certain hit. No worries. Even if I am struck, I shall not fear. I have come prepared with several spiritual-level artifacts for protection. The sect leader even entrusted me with the revered heaven-subduing seal. At this critical juncture, the Grand Elder's mind raced. Swish, swish, swish. A dazzling light flickered around him as he unleashed 7 or 8 spiritual treasures, forming an impenetrable barrier. However, he gravely miscalculated. This sun-shooting bow was not merely a spiritual-level weapon, nor even a royal-level one, but a legendary imperial-level treasure. Crack, crack, crack. In the next moment, the golden arrow soared past, effortlessly shredding through the protective artifacts as if they were mere sheets of paper, encountering not even the slightest resistance. Subsequently, it struck the Grand Elder's chest. Boom. His heart instantly shattered, and he perished on the spot. Yet the arrow's momentum did not cease. It carried his lifeless body, soaring through the air for over 10 miles. Tracing a parabolic arc, thunderous rumblings followed. Ultimately, the Grand Elder's corpse was brutally impaled atop the city gate, resembling a figure nailed to a pillar of shame. The arrow's power spanned 30,000 miles. One arrow cast a chill across 19 continents. Chapter 60. What does it matter to me, the 9th Prince, if you capture Mr. Xiao? In the backyard of the Herb King Valley, everyone stood in a daze, unable to avert their gaze from the figure engulfed in light. At this moment, Xiao Yang slowly retracted the sun-shooting bow, clad in a black robe and masked. He exuded an unparalleled elegance and extraordinary presence. Their hearts brimmed with astonishment, reverence, and above all, terror. It was as if insignificant ants had encountered a divine dragon descending from the heavens. What on earth had transpired with that arrow? Had the Grand Elder truly perished? His corpse seemed to dangle from the city wall, and those protective spiritual artifacts, including the sect's treasured heaven-subduing seal, had all been obliterated. The disciples of the Herb King Valley had never witnessed such a divine arrow. This was no mere weapon, it was the wrath of the gods. A celestial retribution destined to annihilate worlds. Such a sight only instilled profound despair, rendering them utterly incapable of resistance. Flee, quickly flee. It was unclear who shouted first, but the disciples of the Herb King Valley awoke from their stupor, scattering in all directions in a panic. The Grand Elder, a peaked 6th-grade master, had been slain in an instant. Even if they remained to resist, it would be utterly futile. Want to escape? Too late. Xiao Yang let out a cold laugh, wielding his battle blade as he charged forward, resembling a tiger among sheep. With the second move of the Thunder Prison Annihilation Blade, 3,000 thunder movements. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, he conjured several doppelgangers, his blade striking down with lethal precision. The slaughter was as effortless as mowing grass. Within mere breaths, the disciples of the Medicine King Valley were entirely annihilated. Corpses piled high, rivers of blood flowed. These individuals were all members of Xiao Junlin's maternal clan. and their arrival at Snow Dragon Pass was solely to confront Xiao Yang. Thus, he showed no mercy. After the carnage, Xiao Yang turned his gaze towards the three members of the Sun family. Thud, thud. Sun Lianqing immediately pulled his son down, kneeling without a shred of dignity. What a jest! Compared to life, what is dignity but a triviality? Mr. Xiao, your prowess is unparalleled, a true dragon among men. That Medicine King Valley's Yi family is not even worthy of carrying your shoes. Sun Lianqing shamelessly extolled, casting a meaningful glance at his son. However, Sun Xiaodian, still youthful, lacked his father's skill and flattery, stammering for a long while without managing to utter a coherent sentence. Sun Haba, I struck you before. Do you harbor resentment and seek revenge? Xiao Yang inquired coldly. Absolutely not. My son would never. Sun Lianqing interjected hastily. It was my son's disgraceful face that sullied your esteemed hand. I am willing to transfer all my shares to my niece, making her the sole owner of Baichao Hall. You were right, father. Sun Xiaodian, recalling Xiao Yang's terrifying strength, instantly caved in, resembling a timid puppy. Very well, since you are so sensible. I shall spare your lives for the time being. However, while death may be avoided, living with the consequences is inevitable. You shall cripple your own cultivation. Xiao Yang declared coldly. He understood that a leopard cannot change its spots. The Sun father and son were not virtuous individuals. Eliminating them would prevent any future disturbances. The two exchanged glances, and despite their reluctance, they complied, striking their palms against their lower abdomens. Boom, boom. Their dantians shattered, their vital energy dissipating, rendering them utterly powerless. With the trouble resolved, Xiao Yang turned to Sun Yi and smiled. Miss Sun, the emergence of this Qilin divine pill is partly due to your efforts. From now on, I can hold the title of a guest elder at Baichao Hall. Really? Sun Yi was filled with excitement. In truth, she felt as if she were dreaming. Overwhelmed by the events of the day, which had been more tumultuous than the past 20 years combined. First, Xiao Yang had effortlessly slain the young master of the Medicine King Valley, Yi Chun, with a mere gesture, then successfully refined a royal-grade spirit pill. Finally, a world-shattering arrow had pierced through the Medicine King Valley's Grand Elder. She could hardly fathom that the Mr. Xiao she had fortuitously met was so extraordinary, possessing an unparalleled demeanor. Indeed, Xiao Yang nodded and said, in a few days, I will send someone to deliver a batch of spiritual-grade detoxification pills. I would like you to refine them in bulk for me. If you come across any other rare herbs or treasures, please gather them as well. Certainly, Mr. Xiao. I shall not let you down, Sun Yi responded promptly. Although the Medicine King Valley had issued an edict prohibiting the sale of spiritual pills in the 4 northern states for 7 days. With the support of the esteemed Xiao from the 9 Suns, what significance did the Medicine King Valley hold? Then I shall take my leave. Xiao Yang, bearing the Qilin divine elixir and the sun-shooting bow, made his way outside. As he turned his back, Sun Yi's delicate face flushed crimson, momentarily entranced by the sight. However, before Xiao Yang could venture far, the sound of galloping hooves echoed in the air. Thundering footsteps approached, a cacophony of urgency, heralding the arrival of no fewer than several thousand men. The command of the air was relayed, seal off the surrounding streets, and all individuals entering or exiting must undergo a thorough search. Xiao Yang concealed himself around the corner, peering onto the street. There, he observed the 4th young master, Xiao Chuxing, vociferously shouting. Behind him stood 3,000 armored soldiers, their breastplates emblazoned with the totem of a soaring eagle. The Eagle Wing Guard? Xiao Yang raised an eyebrow, taken aback. This was indeed an elite force from the Northern Army, under the command of the Grand Prince Xiao Junlin, renowned in equal measure to the Blood Wolf Guard of the 3rd Prince Xiaoli. He never anticipated that the 4th Prince would mobilize the Eagle Guard to seal off the streets. Despite his formidable combat prowess, he was merely a 4th-tier martial artist, unable to defy the laws of gravity. Escaping the watchful eyes of 3,000 elite soldiers seemed utterly fantastical. Nevertheless, Xiao Yang remained unperturbed. A thought crossed his mind, and he promptly shed his black cloak and removed his mask. He dug a small pit and concealed the sun arrow bow within it. Subsequently, he strode confidently towards the exit, casually patting the 4th Prince's shoulder from behind. 4th brother, why the grand display here? Xiao Yang inquired with a smile. Old 9th, the 4th Prince, surprised to see Xiao Yang, was momentarily taken aback. However, possessing half the bloodline of Dongji Island and a straightforward mind, he did not ponder too deeply. A mysterious powerhouse previously destroyed the warehouse belonging to my elder brother and me, leading to the deaths of over 100 warriors. He has appeared once again. And since my elder brother is currently in seclusion, I have been tasked with leading a team to investigate. Today, I shall unearth that scoundrel who shot the arrow. No matter how deep I must dig. Ah, so it is indeed in pursuit of that arrow. Xiao Yang let out a sigh of relief. It appeared that, at the very least, the news of Yichen and the deaths of those from the Medicine King Valley had not yet been disclosed. However, even if the investigation did lead to the 100 Herb Hall, he remained entirely unperturbed. What concern is it of mine, the capture of Mr. Xiao from the Nine Sons? As it pertains to the ninth prince of the northern town? Very well, take your time in searching for individuals. I shall take my leave now. Xiao Yang was heading towards the exit of the blockade. Wait, the fourth young master suddenly called out to him. Xiao Yang's heart sank momentarily. Could it be that the fourth prince had suddenly gained insight and sensed something amiss? However, in the next instant, the fourth prince was seething with rage, cursing vehemently. Old Jiao, can you manage your monstrous steed? I just brought back a rare collection of exotic beasts from Dongji Island, originally intended as a tribute to the emperor. Yet, within mere days, that beast has ravaged them all. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yang felt somewhat speechless. Previously, at the Lanting Poetry Gathering, the great black horse had wreaked havoc on Yin Ryu's mount, the white deer, and he could do nothing to stop it. Now, it appeared to be sowing chaos once more. Nevertheless, the great black horse was a royal-level spirit beast. There was little he could do. Fourth brother, how about this? Would you kindly discipline the great black horse on my behalf? Xiao Yang suggested with a smile. Are you serious? The fourth prince's eyes lit up. And he pressed on. What if I inadvertently go too far? Fear not, fourth brother. Unleash your fury as you see fit. Xiao Yang chuckled. Very well. I shall not hold back. The fourth prince exclaimed, his excitement palpable. He might not be able to best Xiao Yang, but surely he could contend with a horse. After having endured some pent-up frustrations lately, he was eager to vent his anger. Without a moment's hesitation, he hurried back to the royal residence. Watching his retreating figure, Xiao Yang couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, even as he silently lamented for him. Ah, I hope he does not suffer a broken arm or leg at the hooves of that great black horse. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the foremost power in the Jianghu, the Hong Alliance, a scene of tumult unfolded. Father, you must avenge Lear. Hong Fei knelt before the grand hall, gazing towards her father's silhouette, weeping and recounting her grievances. Lear is my own flesh and blood, and also your dear grandson. As the third prince, he had the prospect of contending for the throne, yet Xiao Yang, that scoundrel, has crippled his cultivation, and now he is confined in solitary reflection. This blood debt must be repaid in kind. Upon hearing this, the leader of the Hong Alliance, Hong Batian, erupted with fury, slamming his hand down on the table. Boom. A terrifying aura, akin to an overwhelming ocean, instantly filled the grand hall. My grandson, Hong Li, is not to be trifled with? Where are the four great hall masters? As his words echoed, four imposing figures materialized in the previously empty hall, exuding a fierce and murderous presence, as if ferocious beasts had descended. From the Eastern Punishment Hall, there stood the Azure Dragon. From the Western Battle Hall, the White Tiger. From the Southern Bright Hall, the Vermilion Bird. From the Northern Town Hall, the Black Tortoise. All four knelt on one knee, speaking in unison. We pay our respects to the Alliance leader. Go and bring me Xiao Yang's head. Hong Batian commanded. At your command. The four nodded in affirmation, transforming into streaks of flying rainbows as they sped towards the northern border. They represented the Hong Alliance's pinnacle of combat strength, each a peak cultivator at the 6th level of mountain moving realm. Together, they could slay a master. Chapter 61, The Qilin Arm. The Diamond Fury, slaying without mercy. On the other side, Xiao Yang dismissed the fourth prince and the patrolling eagle guards, then unearthed the concealed sun-shooting bow and returned to the royal residence. The recent expedition to the Herb Hall proved immensely fruitful. Firstly, he successfully concocted the Qilin Divine Pill, capable of significantly enhancing one's cultivation, even for Xiao Junlin. Acquiring such a royal-grade elixir was unattainable. Secondly, the demise of Yichen, the young master of the Medicine King Valley, along with the elder, dealt a severe blow to the valley, akin to severing an arm. Thirdly, he aided Sun Yi in becoming the mistress of the Herb Hall, ensuring her unwavering dedication to gathering rare treasures for him in the future. Young master, you have returned. As he stepped into the estate, Huang Li promptly approached him. I pay my respects to your highness. Suddenly, a shadowy figure rushed forward. Who are you? Xiao Yang was taken aback. Your highness, it is I, Mama Kai. The stout man exclaimed. Ah? Xiao Yang was taken aback. Previously, at the Lanting Poetry Gathering, Mama Kai, though not particularly suave, was a chubby figure who exuded the air of a wealthy scion. In stark contrast, the man before him was dark-skinned and even appeared somewhat sunburned, embodying a look of weariness and hardship. To his astonishment, in just a few days of absence, such a transformation had occurred. Malwakai, what have you been up to? Xiao Yang harbored doubts, questioning whether he had been sold to a dark brick kiln. Your Highness, I was present on the day of your engagement. That Xiao Junlin is utterly despicable. How dare he covet Miss Ning? I have also heard that he issued an edict forbidding the sale of spirit pills in the 4 northern states. Thus, I departed from the northern region, venturing to various apothecaries in the central province, where I painstakingly procured spirit pills at a high price, ultimately acquiring 200 heavenly-grade spirit pills. Fearing interception by others along the way, I personally escorted them, exchanging for several fine steeds, and at last, I have returned. As he spoke, Malwakai produced a box containing a plethora of heavenly-grade spirit pills. Witnessing this, Xiao Yang felt a surge of emotion. The northern region was separated from the central province by thousands of miles, a journey fraught with obstacles, traversing mountains and valleys, as well as passing through several bandit-infested strongholds. Completing such a round trip was no small feat, although these 200 heavenly-grade spirit pills could not compare to the legendary Qilin Divine Pill. They still represented a significant investment. Even if Malwakai were the son of the wealthiest man in Songzhou, he would likely face financial ruin. Your Highness, I am but a lone and limited force, unable to assist in other matters. This is the extent of my contribution, Ma Wenkai said with a sincere smile. In truth, he had risked defending the second young master to accompany Xiao Yang that day, effectively wagering everything. Their fates were intertwined. What benefited one would benefit the other, and what harmed one would harm the other. Now, with the imminent duel between Xiao Yang and Xiao Junlin, he naturally wished to lend his support. Very well. Then I shall not stand on ceremony. Xiao Yang accepted the box of spiritual elixir. Your Highness, please cultivate diligently. I shall take my leave. Ma Wentai turned to depart. Wait. Xiao Yang called out to him and produced a medicinal formula. This was the recipe for the detox pill from the Tang clan of Western Shu. A high-grade spiritual elixir. Take this to Miss Sun Yi of Baichao Hall. She has it for sale, and you shall receive 10% of the profits from future sales. Your Highness, this is far too valuable. I cannot accept it, Ma Wenkai exclaimed, utterly astonished. He was acutely aware of the immense worth of a high-grade spiritual formula, capable of establishing a prestigious lineage. Even a mere 10% of the profits would amount to a staggering sum, and it would continue to generate wealth indefinitely. It's just a single formula. This is merely the beginning. Your business will flourish and may even extend throughout the entire Great Xia. Xiao Yang gently patted his shoulder. Since Ma Wenkai was loyal to him, he too would not be stingy. Thank you, Your Highness, Ma Wenkai exclaimed with excitement as he accepted the gesture. He then recalled the earlier phrase, do not worry, for the world shall know of your greatness. Initially, he believed it to be a beautiful dream. However, it now seemed that following the ninth prince, perhaps it would not be long before this dream would come to fruition. Subsequently, Ma Wenkai took his leave. Xiao Yang summoned the guard Zhao Changkong once more. I pay my respects to Your Highness. Zhao Changkong arrived promptly. His arm injury had fully healed. With his brows like swords and a stride akin to a dragon or tiger, his gaze was piercing, exuding an imposing presence. Zhao, have you transcended to a new realm? Xiao Yang raised an eyebrow. Your Highness, I owe my breakthrough to the elixir you bestowed upon me. After consuming it, I overcame my limitations and have now attained the 4th rank of the spirit refining realm, Zhao Changkong replied, clasping his fist with a look of profound gratitude. Excellent. Xiao Yang offered a word of praise, his heart secretly astonished. Zhao Changkong truly embodied the visage of an iron-faced sword master, with the consumption of a single elixir. He had shattered his boundaries, exhibiting truly extraordinary talent. Throughout history, those who achieve great deeds do not rely solely on solitary endeavors. The monarch's side is invariably surrounded by a cadre of remarkable individuals, much like the 5 tiger generals beside Liu Bei and the 24 meritocrats under Liu Bang's banner. Xiao Yang too found himself accompanied by several talents. Ma Wenkai managed commerce and finances, while Sun Yi was responsible for medicinal herbs and elixirs. Zhao Changkong, with his formidable cultivation, was poised to gain experience in the military. The small circle centered around Xiao Yang was beginning to take shape. Additionally, there was the learned lady Yan Ruyu, as well as the influence from Ning Hongye's faction. Even without the strength of his maternal clan, he was already gaining an upper hand among the 9 great heirs. The ascent from beneath was unstoppable. Zhao Guard, I shall enter seclusion for critical cultivation tonight. Remain outside to safeguard my peace. Xiao Yang commanded. Yes, Your Highness. Zhao Changkong nodded and exited the room. Next, Xiao Yang took out the Qilin divine elixir and swallowed it whole. Boom. The ferocious potency of the elixir surged through his limbs and bones in an instant. Previously, he had consumed the yin-yang transformation pill, altering his physique and undergoing a metamorphosis. Yet, the dominion of the Qilin divine elixir far surpassed the former. Ding! The system detected the host's consumption of the Qilin divine elixir, automatically transforming the left arm into a Qilin arm. Awakening the royal-grade superior divine ability, Fire Qilin Split Sky Claw. The sound of the system's notification echoed in his ears. In the next moment, Xiao Yang discovered that his left arm was aflame. The bone of his arm had transformed into Qilin bone. Qilin true blood coursed through his veins. The surface of his arm was adorned with a layer of faint golden scales, with patterns resembling roaring flames. In the palm of his hand rested a golden Qilin totem. Wow, my friend, this is simply too magnificent. Xiao Yang gazed down at his left arm, which gleamed with a metallic luster, a smile of exhilaration spreading across his face. After being single for over 20 years, this Kirin arm was undoubtedly something I deserved. It resembled the armored warriors I had seen on Blue Star. However, I wondered, would it remain this way forever? With a flicker of thought, the scales on Xiao Yang's left arm vanished in an instant, only to revert to their original form shortly thereafter. Yet, the power of the Qilin remained undiminished, surging powerfully and concealed within his arm. Boom. At that moment, the effects of the Qilin divine pill had not fully dissipated, continuing to nourish his physical form. His cultivation level ascended rapidly, akin to a rocket taking flight. Refining Spirit Realm, 2nd level. Refining Spirit Realm, 3rd level. Refining Spirit Realm, 4th level. Refining Spirit Realm, 9th level. At this juncture, Xiao Yang was merely a step away from breaking through to the 5th grade Diamond Realm, exerting every ounce of strength to shatter his bottleneck. Boom, 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 boom. However, outside the dwelling, a sudden eruption of 4 terrifying and ferocious auras pierced the air. Like legendary ferocious beasts, they clawed and bared their fangs, ready to feast upon any unfortunate soul. This is not good. The newcomer's burial intent. Xiao Yang's heart trembled. Yet he found himself immobilized at the critical juncture of his breakthrough. Outside the house, a commanding voice rang out, "Halt! Who dares to trespass upon the estate of the Northern King?" Zhao Changkong stood taut, as if facing a formidable adversary. Before him, 4 towering figures emerged seemingly from thin air. They were the 4 esteemed leaders of the Hong Alliance. Xiao Yang, the 9th young master, is within this chamber, is he not? The head of the punishment hall, Qing Long, a tall and slender man with fists encased in steel, proclaimed, "We come at the behest of the Alliance Master to claim his head." The head of the battle hall, by who, a massive man towering at 2 meters, interjected, "Impudent. The estate is teeming with experts, and the prince himself is an 8th-rank martial general. You shall not wreak havoc here." Zhao Changkong gritted his teeth and shouted in fury, invoking the name of the Northern King in a bid to deter these foes. "Ha! Since we dare to come, we are fully prepared. We have set up a formation outside this courtyard. Even if a battle erupts within, not a trace of energy shall escape." Qing Long laughed heartily. "Despicable! If you wish to harm His Highness, you must first pass through me." Zhao Changkong, filled with rage, drew his sword and struck towards Qing Long, overestimating oneself. Qing Long's eyes gleamed with malice as he wore a mocking smile, delivering a punch that shattered Zhao Changkong's weapon into fragments. With a resounding crash, the force of his blow continued unabated, striking Zhao Changkong squarely in the chest and sending him hurtling backwards, blood spewing forth from his mouth. "You are young yet possess the 4th rank of cultivation. You are indeed a talent. Alas, you have encountered me." Qing Long shook his head. Though he appeared youthful, he had trained for over 50 years, reaching the peak of the 6th rank, and was renowned for his terrifying combat prowess in the martial world. "Enter swiftly. Dispatch the 9th young master, and return to report to the Alliance Master," Baihu urged. With a thunderous tread, the 4 advanced towards the room. Suddenly, Qing Long's steps faltered. He looked down to find Zhao Changkong crawling towards him, clutching his leg with all his might. "No, you cannot harm His Highness." Although grievously injured and on the brink of death, Zhao Changkong was determined to buy time for Xiao Yang, even if it meant exhausting his last ounce of strength. "You insignificant insect, do you think you can shake the heavens? Begone!" Qing Long kicked Zhao Changkong with disdain, sending him flying 100 meters, crashing into a small mountain before finally coming to a halt. At that moment, Xiao Kong could move no more. With a thud, the four leaders finally opened the door and entered the chamber. From a distance, they beheld Xiao Yang sitting cross-legged, eyes shut, surrounded by a pulsating aura of energy. He was at a crucial moment in his breakthrough. What a splendid opportunity! Let us eliminate him directly and avoid any complications. Qinglong charged forward, his steel-encased fist transforming into a lethal blade aimed straight for Xiao Yang's throat. Boom! At that instant, a surge of pure and formidable energy erupted from above Xiao Yang's head, shooting skyward like a beacon of flame and smoke. Swish! In the next moment, Xiao Yang's eyes snapped open, radiating a dazzling brilliance. Qinglong's lethal strike faltered, and he instinctively recoiled a few steps. You injured my guard just now? Xiao Yang's gaze swept over Qinglong and the other three, his eyes ablaze with an inferno of wrath. At this moment, he had transcended his limits, attaining the 5th tier of martial arts, the Diamond Realm. What does it mean to be a diamond? The diamond is fierce and unyielding, slaying without mercy. Chapter 62. My friends, lend your ears to this dragon's roar. Just moments ago, while Xiao Yang was within the confines of the room, he had heard the commotion outside. Aware that Xiao Kong was resolutely defending him, even at the cost of sustaining grievous injuries. Yet, he found himself at a critical juncture of his breakthrough, rendered immobile. Now, having taken that momentous step, he had ascended to the 5th tier of the Diamond Realm. His fury radiated an overwhelming aura of murderous intent. Hiss! Qinglong, standing closest, instinctively gasped, his hair standing on end as he retreated several paces. A chilling sensation enveloped him, as though he had become the prey. How peculiar! Despite his years navigating the martial world, he had never experienced such a disquieting feeling. Qinglong, even if he is broken through, he is still merely at the 5th tier. If you're scared, then allow me to take the lead. Bai Hu boasted boldly. Who says I am afraid? Qinglong retorted, vexed, dismissing the terrifying aura as mere illusion. Ninth son, perish. With that, he unleashed the 7-kill fist, his steel gauntlet resembling the scythe of death, harvesting countless lives. Is that all? Xiao Yang wore an expression of disdain as he extended his mighty arm. With a resounding boom, a totem flickered into view. The true blood of the Qilin coursing through his arm like a surging river. Fire Qilin's sky-splitting claw. Xiao Yang unleashed the innate divine ability bestowed by the Qilin arm. This technique is of imperial grade, and when cultivated to its utmost pinnacle, it possesses the capacity to rend the very fabric of the void, traversing the cosmos with ease. Previously, he was at the 4th tier of martial arts, wielding a strength of 10,000 Jin. In this moment, having ascended to the 5th tier. Coupled with the terrifying might of the Qilin arm, his sheer physical power soared to an astounding 100,000 Jin. Furthermore, with the unparalleled divine ability of the Fire Qilin's skyrending claw, that strength was magnified tenfold. A colossal force of 1,000,000 Jin, with a single arm. He stood shoulder to shoulder with the ancient dragon elephant. Capable of demolishing cities and toppling mountains, he would easily overshadow any adversary in a contest of physical prowess. Even those martial artists at the pinnacle of the 6th tier, the mountain-transcending realm. Crack! Xiao Yang's left hand transformed into a claw, gripping the right fist of the Qinglong with such force that he shattered not only the fist but the wrist as well. A harrowing scream of agony escaped Qinglong's lips. His features contorted in sheer pain. He staggered backward 10 meters, yet his entire right arm was brutally wrenched apart, blood gushing forth and staining the ground crimson. How could this be? Qinglong's iron fist was said to be indestructible, second only to that of the leader in terms of offensive power. What kind of sinister martial arts had this young man mastered? The remaining 3 individuals were struck by terror, each one feeling as though they were facing an imminent threat. I do not slay nameless individuals. Who are you? Xiao Yang's gaze swept over them, his tone chillingly cold. Lord of the Hongming Battle Hall, Bai Hu. Lord of the Hongming Bright Hall, Zhu Ke. Lord of the Hongming Guardian Hall, Xian Wu. The 3 introduced themselves, carrying an air of arrogance. After all, the lords of the Hongming were figures of great renown. However, Xiao Yang merely sneered. Humph, with you few wretched beings, you dare to call yourselves the 4 divine beasts? I suggest you rename yourselves the 4 great stray dogs instead. Outrageous. A man may be slain but not insulted. Let us all attack him together. The 4 had sensed Xiao Yang's terrifying presence and no longer dared to underestimate him, forming a battle formation. For spirits devouring evil, they brandished their weapons, launching a coordinated assault from the 4 cardinal directions towards Xiao Yang's vital points. This was their ultimate trump card, a unique collaborative technique that allowed their combat prowess to multiply, unleashing unparalleled power. Together, they were capable of slaying a master. Humph, mere trifles. and you dare to emerge and embarrass yourselves." Xiao Yang stood his ground, neither dodging nor retreating, allowing the opponent's attack to come forth. In an instant, a brilliant golden light erupted from within him, accompanied by a resounding, majestic roar. "Esteemed audience, heed the sound of this dragon's chant." Xiao Yang wore a serene smile, exuding an air of composure. Clad in the mystic scales of the 10,000 dragons, he harnessed the collective might of the dragon clans and refined the 3,000 reverse scales to forge this armor. Now, having awakened the resonance of dragon rage, he possessed the ability to reflect his opponent's attacks. Bang, 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 bang. In midair, a spectral dragon surged forth, its claws slashing fiercely as it struck the four individuals. They were simultaneously sent hurtling backward, clutching their chests, blood seeping from the corners of their mouths, each sustaining varying degrees of injury. "This is dire. This youth is terrifyingly powerful, utterly unmatched. We must retreat, flee, and report to the leader." The four, seasoned veterans of the martial world, now recognized their inability to contend and dared not harbor thoughts of resistance, each fleeing in different directions. They had set up a formation to isolate their vital energy. But as long as they traversed 100 meters and escaped the small courtyard, the commotion would draw the attention of others. Creating a scene would allow them to escape amidst the chaos. And indeed, that was the case. Though Xiao Yang possesses the sun-shooting bow, utilizing it within the confines of the royal palace would undoubtedly attract the attention of his father, thereby exposing his true identity as the esteemed ninth-star Xiao. Confronted with the escape of the four individuals, Xiao Yang chose not to pursue them immediately. Instead, he closed his eyes. Having recently ascended to the 5th rank of martial arts, he is now capable of practicing the 3rd form of the Thunder Abyss Annihilation Blade. Aptly named Alone in the North Sea, harnessing the spring thunder, Xiao Yang closed his eyes and immediately invoked the profound insight of his dual pupils, instantly mastering the 3rd form to its utmost perfection. The next moment, he opened his eyes and wielded his battle blade. With a resounding clang, in an instant, bolts of lightning flickered. Centered around this small courtyard, a radius of 100 meters transformed into a tempest of thunder. Countless purple bolts twisted, roared, and engaged in a fierce struggle. In the realm of Xiao Yang, where the heart resonates with the rumblings of the thunderous abyss, and the spirit commands the vast expanse of the universe, a blinding flash of lightning tore through the enveloping darkness of the night, accompanied by an incessant roar of thunder. Within the walls of the royal mansion, countless souls were roused from their slumber by the booming sound. What could be the cause of such thunder? It is peculiar, for this is not the season for storms. Could it be that the prince is refining some new arcane skill? In the next moment, within a secluded courtyard, the four formidable hall masters who had been fleeing suddenly froze in their tracks. Their bodies were riddled with countless minute wounds, as if subjected to 1,000 cuts. Thud, thud, thud. For lifeless forms collapsed in succession, their faces forever etched with disbelief. What on earth is happening? It is all that old dog Hong Baishan's fault for sending them to eliminate this monstrosity. Had they known this would be the outcome, they would have defied the Hong Alliance and refused the task. Alas, now they are destined to descend into the underworld together. At that moment, Xiao Yang expelled a breath of turbid air. The technique of drawing forth the spring thunder from the North Sea was indeed unparalleled in its ferocity. Yet it had consumed a significant portion of his essence. Should he combine it with the blade intent of the shattered jade, the terror unleashed would be unfathomable. Subsequently, Xiao Yang approached a distant rock formation, rousing the previously unconscious Zhao Changkong, who had suffered a blow from the Azure Dragon. Coughing, Zhao Changkong lamented, "Your Highness, I am incompetent. I failed to protect you." His bones were fractured in several places due to the attack, leaving him gravely injured, but, fortunately, not in immediate peril. "Take this." Xiao Yang took out several heavenly-grade elixirs gifted by Ma Wenkai and administered them to him, significantly improving his complexion. Suddenly, Zhao Changkong noticed the four leaders of the Hong Ming from a distance, and his entire body trembled, his pupils quaking in shock. What is this? He beheld the four of them lying lifeless, their bodies mutilated as if subjected to 1,000 cuts, resembling the cruel punishment of Ling Qi. Could it be that the prince has intervened? Zhao Changkong could not help but inquire. "It was I who ended their lives." Xiao Yang spoke softly, revealing no secrets. "What?" Zhao Changkong exclaimed in astonishment. "Your Highness, these are the four mighty figures of the mountain-moving realm. United they can slay a master. How can you not believe Xiao Yang's words? Yet, this matter is simply too astonishing." He had just faced the Azure Dragon and was acutely aware of the formidable power it possessed. "I have broken through to the 5th rank. Furthermore, I have mastered a divine ability. Its power has increased by a mere billionfold. Xiao Yang elucidated. Upon hearing this, Zhao Changkong was initially taken aback. But soon elation surged within him. If His Highness truly achieved such mastery, the upcoming confrontation would undoubtedly favor them greatly, rendering them unafraid of Xiao Junlin. Sever their heads and send them to Hong Fei, and convey a message to her. Xiao Yang commanded. What message? Zhao Changkong inquired. Xiao Yang's gaze was piercing, exuding an overwhelming aura of dominance. Inform her that 4 severed heads shall suffice as interest, should she dare to offend again. I shall march to the headquarters of the Hong Alliance and sever the head of her father, Hong Batian, to use as a ball for sport. Chapter 63. Peering into the secrets of heaven. Is Ning Hongye on the brink of death? In the northern King's manor, at the Cliff of Reflection, the third young master, Xiao Li, having had his cultivation stripped away, remained there in silent contemplation, forbidden to leave. Lier, Hong Fei, adorned in imperial attire, approached swiftly. Your grandfather has dispatched the 4 grandmasters, laying a meticulous trap. Today, we can slay that Xiao Yang and avenge you. Is this truly the case? Xiao Li abruptly raised his head, his face alight with excitement. Of course. Hong Fei nodded in agreement and continued. The 4 grandmasters joining forces could even bring down a martial arts grandmaster. Moreover, they have set up a formation so cunningly that it remains undetectable, leaving no trace of us mother and daughter. By now, it seems that Xiao Yang has likely descended into the depths of hell. Suddenly, a servant hurriedly approached, his face a mask of terror, clutching 4 black boxes. Your Highness, these are gifts sent by the 9th young master. What? Hong Fei was momentarily taken aback. Her curiosity piqued. Mother, it seems that fellow realizes he has offended us and is attempting to make amends with gifts, though it may be too late. Xiao Li stepped forward and raised his hand to open the 4 boxes. In the next moment, he trembled violently, his expression one of sheer horror. How could this be possible? Inside the boxes lay 4 gruesome heads, those of the 4 great lords of the Hong League, the Azure Dragon, the White Tiger, the Vermilion Bird, and the Black Tortoise. They were arranged neatly, not one missing. No, what has happened? Upon witnessing this scene, Hong Fei was equally horrified, scarcely able to believe her own eyes. Your Highness, the 9th prince has sent a message through the trembling servant, came the report. What message? She inquired. He said if you make any further moves, he will annihilate the Hong League, leaving no survivors. The servant relayed. Xiao Yang's original words were to treat Hong Batian's head as if it were a mere football to be kicked about. However, even with a few brave souls emboldened by this sentiment, they dared not speak to Hong Fei in such a manner. Nevertheless, Hong Fei was still enraged. Her expression contorted with fury, her teeth clenched in indignation. How outrageous. That young scoundrel dares to defy authority. I shall go directly to the prince to lodge a complaint. Hong Fei was blinded by her anger. Mother, that won't do. Xiao Li, however, obstructed her, his face contorted with frustration. This matter must not reach the ears of father, for we too would face punishment. Moreover, with the 9th brother relying on the support of Ning Hongye, it is likely that she was the one who struck tonight, resulting in the demise of the 4 esteemed hall masters. In Xiao Li's eyes, the deaths of the 4 hall masters could not possibly be the doing of Xiao Yang. It had to be Ning Hongye. Although Ning Hongye had sustained injuries, she remained a genuine martial arts master, her strength unfathomable. What then shall we do? Are we to simply endure this? Concubine Hong was still unwilling to accept it. Rest assured, the 9th brother's arrogance shall not last long. Xiao Li revealed a sinister glint in his eyes as he began to elaborate. In just a few days, he was to confront his elder brother. This contest would be overseen by the Grand Princess and the royal family, rendering even Ning Hongye incapable of meddling with the proceedings. Based on my understanding of my brother, he would show no mercy and would likely feign a misstep in order to eliminate the 9th prince. In doing so, it would also serve as retribution for the 4 great hall masters. Meanwhile, at the residence of the 9th prince, the attendant reported, Your Highness. While I was dealing with the corpses of those 4 individuals, I also retrieved the treasures they possessed. We have secured 20 heavenly grade elixirs, 5,000 taels in silver notes. For heavenly grade battle blades, 5 doses of poison, and 10 sets of sheep intestines. Zhao Changkong began to tally the items. Well done. Xiao Yang nodded, internally marveling at Zhao Changkong's remarkable talent, as he had even mastered the art of flattery. In a previous life, he would undoubtedly wreak havoc in the battlefield. Ding! The host has broken through to the 5th rank of martial arts, and the Indomitable has awakened its 3rd divine ability, foresight. A sudden notification sound echoed in Xiao Yang's ears. Future vision? What is that? Driven by curiosity, he began to investigate. Future vision, a glimpse into the mysteries of the heavens, predicting the future. It must be directed at a specific target to forecast its future trajectory. Damn, this ability seems to have a few bugs. Xiao Yang silently marveled within his heart. Previously, his unparalleled heavy pupil had inherently possessed two extraordinary abilities, the power to dispel illusions and the gift of enlightenment. In contrast, this foresight, though seemingly less direct than the former two, was a legendary means of predicting the future. Even the esteemed leaders of celestial sects found it exceedingly challenging to accurately glimpse the secrets of fate, often only grasping fragments of the future. Yet now, Xiao Yang could precisely estimate the future of a certain individual. System, can I forecast my own future? Xiao Yang inquired immediately. Negative. One cannot heal oneself. A diviner cannot foresee their own fate. Then how about revealing Xiao Changkong's future? Xiao Yang asked again. Negative. Only those with a bond of connection to the host may have their futures glimpsed. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yang furrowed his brow. It appeared that only individuals with a high degree of intimacy could have their futures unveiled. Although Xiao Changkong had consistently served as his guard, this bond was insufficient. Perhaps he should seek out Ning Hongyi for further insight? Zhao, please gather these spoils. I must venture out for a while. Xiao Yang promptly set off, taking advantage of the night, and made his way to the modest courtyard where Ning Hongye resided. He knocked on the door. Come in. A crisp and cool female voice resonated from within. Xiao Yang pushed open the door and beheld Ning Hongye donning armor while packing her belongings. Hongye, are you embarking on a journey? Xiao Yang was somewhat taken aback. After all, only a few days remained until his duel with Xiao Junlin. She nodded, explaining. There are certain important matters that must be attended to. However, I shall return before your confrontation with Xiao Junlin. Oh, that's good, Xiao Yang replied, nodding. What brings you to seek me out at such a late hour? Ning Hongye inquired once more. It's nothing, really. The moonlight tonight is truly exquisite. And the breeze is gentle. I find myself missing you a bit. Xiao Yang smiled as he spoke. Upon hearing these words, a rare blush graced Ning Hongye's flawless visage. Having spent her life on the battlefield, she had never encountered such tender declarations. In the next moment, she opened the door to the room. Before her lay a radiant full moon, casting its reflection upon the pond in the courtyard, creating a harmonious interplay of light. Ning Hongye stood amidst the night, her hair dancing in the gentle breeze, while the moonlight draped her in an ethereal veil, making her appear as if she were a celestial being descended from the heavens. The moon reflected in the water is the moon above, and the person before me is the one who resides in my heart. Xiao Yang could not help but exclaim in admiration. Though Ning Hongye remained silent, her delicate face grew increasingly flushed, resembling a bloom touched by rouge. The blush on the young maiden's cheeks spoke volumes beyond mere words. Ding! Ning Hongye's affection level increased by 5, totaling 45. The notification sound echoed once more in his ears. With elation, Xiao Yang declared, System, I wish to employ future sight on Ning Hongye. As he delved into the mysteries of the universe, time and space shifted, revealing celestial phenomena and causing a tumult of spiritual energy. In the Imperial City, at the Qingtian Observatory Stargazing Tower, the head monitor had secluded himself for several days to refuse the Summer Emperor's grand sacrificial ceremony. Suddenly, he rose with fervor, his gaze fixed upon the north. A profound seriousness etched itself onto his aged visage. A peerless power was indeed probing the celestial secrets. Who could it possibly be? The Buddha from the west, the shaman from the south, or perhaps an earthly immortal from the Taoist sect? The insight into the heavenly mysteries proved successful. Soon, a notification echoed in Xiao Yang's ears. Target, Ning Hongye gender, female life experiences. At 18, she was the 9th son of the Northern Guardian King, Xiao Yang. Following their successful dual cultivation, her cultivation ascended to the 8th rank of Martial Marquis, creating a sensation. Upon reading this, Xiao Yang felt a surge of delight and excitement within, as he currently embodied the innate yin-yang saint body. It was unsurprising that Ning Hongye's realm would advance through their dual cultivation. Yet, it was he who truly benefited. After all, Ning Hongye's formidable cultivation could serve to enhance his own. However, as this pertained to Ning Hongye's future, there was no mention of his own cultivation level or any breakthroughs he might achieve. Xiao Yang steadied his mind and continued reading. At the age of 20, the Southern Witch God sect launched an incursion, slaying 10 revered witches, and he was bestowed the title of Grand Marshal of the Vermilion Bird, commanding the 4 provinces of the Southern Territory. How audacious! What kind of despicable sect dares to bully his wife? Nevertheless, The title of Grand Marshal of the Vermilion Bird sounds formidable. After all, even Ning Hongye's father is merely the general of the Southern Defense. Yet she has achieved such a rank. At 25, he entered the Great Wilderness Trial, acquiring the ancient Phoenix bloodline inheritance, assisting her husband Xiao Yang in vanquishing the Northern King, Xiao Qianquan. Am I destined to turn against my cheap father-in-law? Xiao Yang pondered for a moment and found it unsurprising. Within the royal palace, a fierce competition for supremacy ensued. To distinguish oneself, one must conquer the Northern King. At the age of 28, he surpassed the 9th rank martial saint, earning the title of the greatest general of the Great Xia and its most formidable warrior, having vanquished countless formidable foes. These few phrases were enough to stir Xiao Yang's spirit, igniting a fervor within him. The 9th rank martial saint. Throughout the illustrious 8 centuries of Great Xia's history, the number of warriors who attain such a level of cultivation is exceedingly rare. They are beings worthy of enshrinement in the Hall of Warriors, capable of forging their golden visages, to have defeated all-powerful adversaries. This statement alone suffices to attest to her invincibility. Xiao Yang continued to read on. In the same year, a coup was staged at the imperial palace, where the usurper assassinated the king and executed the emperor of Xia. Alongside the usurper, Xiao Yang co-founded the Xiao Dynasty, bestowing the title of the Vermilion Bird Empress upon a formidable figure. 1 year later, the Xiao Dynasty faced a cataclysm of celestial demons. The empress engaged in battle but tragically fell, meeting her demise at the tender age of 29. Chapter 64. The exquisite dice rest on the red beans. Deep longing intertwined with the knowledge of unrequited love. What is this madness? At first, Xiao Yang was quite pleased with himself. The usurper assassinated the king and executed the emperor of Xia. The Xiao Dynasty, the Vermilion Bird Empress. It seemed he and Ning Hongye had successfully revolted, toppling the incompetent emperor of Xia. Throughout history, the rise and fall of dynasties is an immutable truth. Yet, how many have truly achieved this? Only those endowed with immense resolve, great wisdom, and fortuitous opportunities can do so. Their names echo through history, immortalized for eternity. Furthermore, considering that Ning Hongye is a female emperor, such a feat becomes even rarer. Xiao Yang had initially reveled in the moment, feeling as though he had ascended to the status of a king, fighting alongside Ning Hongye with unrestrained vigor. However, the final words he heard doused his enthusiasm like a bucket of cold water. The calamity of celestial and demonic forces had struck, and the empress had fallen. What exactly transpired? Was there not a female celestial emperor residing within Ning Hongye? Why had she not awakened to rescue her? Moreover, what was I doing at that moment? Was I not by her side? Xiao Yang felt a wave of irritation momentarily. However, he soon found solace in his thoughts. Although the ability to foresee the future was formidable, it merely presented one of many possibilities. Much like the vast river of time, numerous tributaries diverge, leading to varied trajectories. The future is not predetermined, it is malleable. Just as in the present, Xiao Yang recognized that by the mere act of knowing this moment in the future had already transformed. He could prepare in advance to confront whatever challenges lay ahead. What of the celestial and demonic calamities? Whether it be the celestial sovereign or the demon emperor, none shall dare lay a hand on my beloved, for I shall not rest until I have exacted my vengeance. Even if it means shaking the heavens. Within his heart, Xiao Yang silently vowed. Across from him, Ning Hongye noticed his unwavering gaze upon her, his silence lingering, and an unusual glimmer flickered in her beautiful eyes. Suddenly, she inhaled deeply, as if making a momentous decision, then opened her arms and stepped forward to embrace Xiao Yang. Taken aback by the warmth and softness enveloping him, Xiao Yang was momentarily stunned. What was happening? To his surprise, if memory served him correctly, this was indeed the first time Ning Hongye had initiated such an embrace. In the next moment, her voice graced his ears. I understand that your duel with Xiao Junlin is imminent, and as your wife, I should remain by your side. Yet, I possess an undeniable reason to depart. Ning Hongye's expression was resolute as she retrieved a sachet from her bosom, imbued with her warmth, and placed it into Xiao Yang's hand. This sachet is a talisman I crafted with my own hands. Wear it for protection. All right. Xiao Yang felt a surge of emotion, sensing that this sachet seemed even more precious than those ethereal treasures. Hong Yi, I shall await your return, whether early or late. Xiao Yang did not inquire about her intentions and turned to leave the small courtyard. Soon, Qing Wan's figure appeared. She approached Ning Hong Yi and advised, General Ning, your cultivation has yet to be restored. It would be wise to refrain from venturing to the North Sea. In the deep waters beyond the northern borders lurks a monstrous beast known as the North Sea Evil Flood Dragon. It stirs up storms and wreaks havoc, having destroyed countless vessels over the years. The King of the North has dispatched elite forces to subdue it, yet this creature possesses formidable strength, rivaling that of a 7th-grade martial arts master, and has even developed intelligence. In the vast ocean, even the King of the North finds himself at a loss against it. This time, however, Ning Hongyi intends to confront the North Sea Evil Flood Dragon not for any reason other than for Xiao Yang. For within the beast resides a precious inner core. If consumed by a warrior, it can significantly enhance one's strength, equivalent to a century of arduous training. Presently, Xiao Junlin has the entire Medicine King Valley as his backing, continuously providing him with elixirs for his secluded training. Ning Hongyi immediately dispatched her subordinates to procure a spirit elixir, only to be informed that the sale of such items is strictly forbidden across the 4 states of the Northern Territories. Moreover, the Ning family has distanced itself from her. Hence, she resolved to journey to the North Sea to retrieve the inner core of that vile beast, which would surpass any spirit elixir. However, she had not disclosed this to Xiao Yang earlier. General, is it truly worth risking your life for him? Qing Wan asked anxiously. Even at her peak, Ning Hongyi could not guarantee victory against the North Sea Evil Flood Dragon in its home territory, let alone in her current state. It is worth it. Ning Hongyi nodded, a resolute expression gracing her exquisitely beautiful face. If it were not for him, I would have perished at the engagement banquet that day. My heart is steadfast and unyielding. Having recognized him, I shall not waver for a lifetime. With that, Ning Hongyi turned and vanished into the night. Meanwhile, Xiao Yang returned to his residence. It was now deep into the night, and he prepared to rest, summoning the maid Huang Li to assist him with his ablutions. Oh, where did this scented pouch come from? Huang Li suddenly exclaimed in surprise. Is there something amiss? Xiao Yang inquired curiously. Young master, are you not aware of the customs of the Great Xia? Huang Li replied. When a woman has captured someone's heart, she will personally craft a scented pouch, placing a few red beans inside to express her affection and longing. You must open it and see if it contains red beans. Her dark eyes gleamed with anticipation. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yang reached out to open the pouch. With a soft plop, several petite red beans fell out, exuding a delicate fragrance. Indeed, Huang Li rejoiced at her accurate guess. Then, with a hint of curiosity, asked, Young master, which young lady has bestowed this upon you? In Huang Li's view, her master was exceptionally handsome and undoubtedly the object of admiration from many noble ladies. A mere stroll outside would garner countless secret glances of affection. Could it be General Ning? She pondered. Surely not. She is a formidable general who has slain thousands. How could she engage in such feminine crafts? Perhaps it was Yin Ruyu? She had visited late at night last time. One could only wonder what transpired between them. As a female scholar from the Jixia Academy, she was on the path to becoming a great sage, a worthy match for the young master. Or could it be Princess Fuyao? She was quite lovely. Not only the emperor's sister, but also wielding considerable influence, capable of aiding the young master in the future. In a moment, several candidates flashed through Huang Li's mind. You silly girl, what nonsense are you spouting? Hurry and go to bed. Xiao Yang feigned anger and scolded aloud. Yet, Huang Li showed no sign of fear. Instead, she stuck out her tongue at him with a defiant expression. She understood the temperament of the young master, knowing he would not be angered by trivial matters. The other maidservants of the young lords in the Wangfu envied her, after all. Nevertheless, she closed the door and exited the room. At that moment, Xiao Yang took the few red beans and tucked them into a fragrant pouch. In his mind's eye, the unparalleled beauty of Ning Hongyi surfaced, prompting him to recall a line from a poem of his previous life. Delicate dice accompany red beans. Do you know of the yearning that penetrates to the bone? In the deep of night, at Yawang Valley, the current valley lord, Yi Tianxian, was renowned as the most formidable alchemist in the Great Xia. This prowess allowed him to forge a marriage alliance with the lord of the northern defense. My lord, there is grave news. The young master has perished at Shuilong Pass, and all the other disciples have met the same fate, leaving no survivors. Furthermore, the Grand Elder has been shot through with an arrow and nailed to the city wall. Suddenly, a messenger arrived with dire tidings. What? Yi Tianxian was both startled and enraged, unable to suppress his inquiry. Who is responsible for this? We still do not know the assailant's identity. We only know he goes by Mr. Zhou Yao Shao, and the Northern Defense Lord has dispatched elite guards to secure the city gates. Confirming he has yet to leave Shuilong Pass, reported his subordinate. Yi Tianchuan's expression wavered between gloom and fury. After a moment of contemplation, he commanded, Open the ice cavern and release that girl, Gu Qinghan. Moments later, a woman entered, her demeanor indifferent and her presence as cold as frost. Her lustrous black hair was tied into a high ponytail, adorned with a crystal hairpin. She exuded an aura of frigidness that struck all who beheld her. Possessing extraordinary beauty, she nonetheless projected a sense of aloofness, as if she existed apart from the world. As she walked, the ground itself seemed to crystallize with frost, and the temperature in the grand hall plummeted to freezing. This girl is indeed a prodigy. Her cultivation has advanced yet again, Yi Tianxian exclaimed, astonished and filled with trepidation. Gu Qinghan, now 18, had once been an abandoned infant. Years prior, Yi Tianxian had discovered her, recognizing her remarkable talent as one of the legendary 12 celestial bodies, the Yuling body, and brought her to Yaowang Valley. The 12 celestial bodies and 36 sacred bodies refer to exceptionally rare physiques in the cultivation realm. For instance, both Xiao Yang and the female scholar Yan Ruyu are innate yin-yang sacred bodies among the 36 sacred bodies, making their cultivation remarkably efficient. The might of celestial bodies far surpasses that of sacred bodies, yet they are exceedingly rare. Gu Qinghan could easily ascend to a status akin to a saintess, even within the imperial court of the Great Xia, or the sacred lands of the cultivation world. Therefore, Yi Tianxian would not allow such a treasure to slip through his fingers. He had raised her as a betrothed for the young master, Yi Chun. However, Gu Qinghan, though taciturn, possessed a fiercely stubborn nature. During a sparring match, she accidentally injured Yi Chun with a sword, narrowly avoiding a fate that would have rendered him a eunuch. From that day forth, Yi Tianxian confined her within the underground ice cavern and administered a slow-acting poison to keep her under control. Every month, she was required to consume an antidote, lest she suffer a grievous end. Incredibly, during her confinement, Gu Qinghan had developed her own ice heart technique. Now reaching the 5th rank of the Diamond Realm, coupled with the domineering nature of her celestial body, her combat prowess was incalculable, instilling a profound sense of caution in Yi Tianxian. "Why have you summoned me, Valley Lord?" Gu Qinghan asked coldly. "Yi Chun is dead. The Grand Elder has perished as well." Yi Tianxuan's voice trembled with fury. "Oh," Gu Qinghan replied flatly, devoid of any emotional fluctuation, as if the deaths were those of inconsequential ants, neither mocking nor reveling in their demise. Her heart was colder than the sword in her hand. "The one who killed them is named Mr. Zhou Shao, hiding in the northern Shuilong Pass. Qinghan, you must go, and if you can eliminate him, this Valley Lord shall grant you your freedom," Yu Tianxin declared. "Understood," Gu Qinghan nodded. "However, that Mr. Zhou Shao is likely a 7th rank master. You may not be his match. I have already expended 100,000 merits to secure for you an opportunity for the true martial inheritance. First, you must visit the martial temple in the northern region," Yi Tianxian added. "Yes," Gu Qinghan replied, turning to leave like a tempest of snow. Watching her retreating figure, Yi Tianxian's face contorted with malice. "Humph. You are merely a sort of slaughter in my hand. Weapons do not require freedom. Since I cannot possess you, I shall destroy you once this task is complete." The following day, at Shuilong Pass, before the gates of the Jixia Academy, Fairy Yin, the second young master Xiao Ziwen seeks an audience. The second young master Xiao Ziwen, having groomed himself meticulously, donned splendid attire and styled his hair like an adult, believing himself to be exceedingly handsome. Bang! Suddenly, the grand door swung open, and a maidservant stepped forth. "Second young master, Master Yin has been unwell these past few days and is resting at home, unable to receive guests. I hope for your understanding," the maidservant stated. Xiao Ziwen's expression instantly soured. He had been coming for several consecutive days, and not only had he failed to see Yin Ruyu even once, but he had not exchanged a single word with her. Yet, he remained undeterred. As the sage said, "A gentleman must possess great perseverance." "Xiao Ziwen, oh Xiao Ziwen, you must persevere. This must surely be a trial set forth by the enchanting Fairy Yin." At that moment, the maid interjected, "Second young master. Master Yin also mentioned that she greatly appreciated the 10 celestial great elixirs you sent a few days ago." Upon hearing this, Xiao Ziwen's heart soared with elation, wishing he could perform a breathtaking somersault or execute a dazzling Thomas spiral kick. "Oh yes, Fairy Yin praised me." Yet, he maintained a facade of indifference. "What are merely 10 celestial great elixirs? In a few days, I shall procure some spiritual great elixirs to present to Fairy Yin." With that thought, Xiao Ziwen turned and departed, his steps remarkably buoyant, as if he wished for a tail to wag behind him. "Fairy Yin truly holds affection for me. After all, Why would she accept my offerings while rejecting those of others? As for ninth brother, aside from his poetic talent and handsome appearance, he possesses nothing of worth. What could he possibly contest against me? Xiao Ziwen returned to the Wangfu of the northern town with a heart brimming with excitement, only to be momentarily taken aback. At the entrance of the estate, a white deer was grazing peacefully, the very steed of the enchanting Yin Ryu. What could this mean? Has the celestial maiden arrived? Xiao Ziwen could not help but glance at the guard and inquired, "Is it true that he has gone to seek the ninth young master?" The guard replied affirmatively. At that moment, Xiao Ziwen's complexion turned a ghastly shade of green. What is happening? Wasn't Miss Yin unwell and refusing to meet anyone? How could she suddenly seek out the ninth brother? No, it cannot be. It must be a falsehood. Enraged, he strode towards the ninth young master's residence, forcefully entering the small courtyard. "Second young master, please hold on." Just then, Huang Li appeared abruptly, positioning himself in front of Xiao Ziwen. "My master is currently entertaining guests and has explicitly instructed that no one is to disturb him." "And the guest in question is none other than Miss Yin?" Xiao Ziwen clenched his fists tightly, his voice trembling. "Indeed." Huang Li nodded. "Let me in." Xiao Ziwen's eyes were tinged with red, as if he had lost all semblance of reason. The second young master, Yin Xianzi, is a female master from the Jixia Academy, known for her adherence to decorum. To intrude upon her so rudely may very well provoke her ire, Huang Li retorted. Xiao Ziwen hesitated momentarily. "Indeed, it is possible that Fairy Yin came specifically to see me, yet I was not at home, prompting her to seek out ninth brother to discuss verses. If I were to barge in, would it not provoke Fairy Yan's displeasure and provide ninth brother with a source of amusement? Thus, I shall remain here and await their return." Xiao Ziwen lingered at the entrance of the small courtyard, feeling rather foolish standing there. Thus, he retrieved the jade flute from his robe and began to play. The soft melodies resonated around him. He was aware that Yin Ryu excelled in both the guqin and the shao, and now, as he played the flute, would she not consider him a kindred spirit? Meanwhile, within the house, Xiao Yang sat across from Yin Ryu, sipping tea. Although this was not their first encounter, the close proximity to Yin Ryu's beauty remained a delightful experience. Her status as a revered female scholar, imparting knowledge and enlightening countless souls, only added to her allure. Nature had endowed her with an enchanting charm and a myriad of captivating expressions. The long robe of the academy draped over her form, yet it could scarcely conceal her voluptuous figure, slender waist, long legs, and an irresistible silhouette. Upon entering, her alluring peach blossom eyes fixed intently on Xiao Yang, almost mesmerizing him. In a previous life, she would undoubtedly have been deemed the epitome of pure allure. "Fairy Yin, please do not gaze at me so. I might blush," Xiao Yang admitted, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. "Ah, but does that not imply that you are not entirely devoid of thoughts?" Yin Ryu teased, covering her mouth with a light laugh, her delight evident. Just then, a melodious sound of a flute wafted in from outside. How curious! What could be the source of that enchanting melody? Xiao Yang raised an eyebrow, somewhat taken aback. "Jiu Lang, if you wish, I could perform a flute piece for you," Yin Ryu remarked. Previously, at the Lanting Poetry Gathering, while Xiao Yang engaged in a spirited contest of wine and poetry, she had played the flute to add to the merriment. A delightful memory indeed. That would be unnecessary. Fairy Yan's flute skills are truly unparalleled. On the night of the bright moon over the 24 bridges, where might one find the enchanting figure to teach the art of flute playing? Xiao Yang praised. Upon hearing this, Yin Ryu's eyes sparkled with delight. As expected of Jiu Lang, your words flow like poetry, effortlessly crafting verses that echo through the ages. Subsequently, she unexpectedly produced a brocade box and handed it to Xiao Yang. "I have heard that you are about to duel with the esteemed Crown Prince Xiao Junlin and urgently require elixirs to enhance your cultivation. Here are 10 celestial-grade elixirs that I fortuitously acquired a few days ago. I hope you will not find them lacking." "Oh?" Xiao Yang was somewhat taken aback. Although he had previously acquired the royal-grade Qilin Divine Pill, along with the generous gift of 200 celestial-grade elixirs from Ma Wenkai, such treasures were always welcome in abundance. "Thank you, Fairy Yin. I shall graciously accept this." Xiao Yang, not one to feign modesty, recalled the poem he had composed for Yin Ryu. Within the tome lies Yin Ryu. This couplet alone was enough to ensure her fame far and wide, a value that countless elixirs could not match. "Jiu Lang, I have another precious gift to present to you, which I hope will support your lofty aspirations." Yin Ryu's crimson lips parted slightly, her enchanting gaze shimmering. Xiao Yang, however, felt a surge of curiosity. As a renowned female scholar of her time, Her standards were undoubtedly elevated. Only extraordinary items could prompt her to bestow the adjective precious. In the next moment, she retrieved a token from her bosom. Its surface exuded a deep crimson hue, reminiscent of blood boiling and flowing, emanating an aura of martial ferocity and impending battle. Upon witnessing this, Xiao Yang's expression instantly altered. Unable to contain his astonishment as he exclaimed, "Is this the Crimson Blood Battle Command of the Martial Temple?" Chapter 66. The True Martial Legacy. The envious Xiao Ziwen driven to madness. Indeed. Yin Ryu nodded and continued, "I expended 100,000 merits to acquire this treasure. With this command in your possession, you may proceed to the martial temple to undergo a true martial legacy." It is as expected. Xiao Yang was profoundly shaken, yet he refrained from accepting the token. The weight of this favor was indeed immense. The martial temple. It stands as the sacred sanctuary for all warriors of the Great Xia, the very foundation upon which the nation was built. Within the Confucian temple resides the veneration of the 4 saints, 10 philosophers, and 72 worthies. In contrast, the martial temple honors but a single divine entity, the great Emperor Zhenwu. Moreover, it enshrines the 9 martial saints who have emerged over the past 8 centuries since the establishment of the Great Xia. Each of these figures was a paragon of unparalleled talent, commanding respect and awe throughout their eras. They safeguarded the borders of the Great Xia, expanding its territories. Upon their passing, these 9 martial saints are immortalized within the martial temple, crafted into 3 zhang golden effigies, receiving the reverence of countless incense offerings. Mortal flesh, elevated to the stature of deities. The transmission of Zhenwu signifies an opportunity to enter the martial temple and undergo a baptism from the great Emperor Zhenwu himself. This opportunity is exceedingly precious. Many warriors, after receiving the transmission, have shattered multiple realms. There are even those chosen by destiny who acquire divine abilities bestowed by the great Emperor Zhenwu, garnering fleeting renown and embarking on the path to greatness. However, to receive the Zhenwu transmission, one must contribute to the martial temple. Accumulating 100,000 merit points is required to exchange for this singular chance. Within the Northern Protectorate, only the eldest son, Xiao Junlin, has compelled the Northern Protector to expend 100,000 merit points for this privilege. The other young lords have been unable to attain such an opportunity. This clearly illustrates its extraordinary rarity. Fairy Yin, this token is far too valuable. Xiao Yang believed that even for Yin Ryu, it would not be an easy task to present such a treasure. Indeed, his conjecture was accurate. Yin Ryu had expended all her accumulated merits over the years. Xiao Lang, I frequently teach the disciples of the martial temple to earn merits. And as I cultivate the Confucian Tao, I also require the true martial inheritance. If you truly wish to express your gratitude, then why not grant me a single request? A subtle smile graced Yin Ryu's alluring visage, revealing an enchanting charm. What request? Xiao Yang felt a surge of curiosity within. Could it be that Yin Ryu had taken a fancy to his physique? Was she perhaps contemplating a pledge of devotion? Unsure of his thoughts at that moment, he decided to defer his response. Yin Ryu playfully blinked and flashed a charming smile, assuring him, "But I promise, I shall never put you in a difficult position." Reluctantly, he acquiesced. "Very well, I agree." Xiao Yang nodded, accepting the crimson battle token. With an impending confrontation against Xiao Junlin, he desperately needed to enhance his strength. Thus, the opportunity for the Zhenwu inheritance was indeed a stroke of good fortune, one that could not be overlooked. Xiao Lang, there is one final gift I wish to bestow upon you. Suddenly, Yin Ryu extracted an item from her sleeve and placed it in Xiao Yang's hands. What else could this be? Xiao Yang lowered his gaze to the object before him, momentarily taken aback. It was, astonishingly, a fragrant sachet. Apart from the differing hues, it was nearly identical to the one Ning Hongya had gifted him the previous night. "This is a talisman I crafted with my own hands. I hope you can achieve victory in the forthcoming duel," Yin Ryu said, her cheeks flushed. "Ah, splendid. Thank you ever so much." Xiao Yang held the fragrant pouch, feeling a subtle yet alluring scent emanating from within. Previously, Huangli had informed him that placing red beans inside the pouch was a traditional expression of affection among the women of the Great Xia Dynasty, a token of love bestowed upon a beloved. To his astonishment, not only did Ning Hongye present him with one, but Yin Ryu had also sent him a pouch. The kindness of beautiful women is often overwhelming, leaving Xiao Yang at a loss for how to reciprocate such heartfelt sentiments. The feelings for someone special are impossible to conceal. However, if one is adored by many, such emotions must be kept well guarded. "Xiao Lang, it is getting late, so I shall take my leave now," Yin Ryu declared as she rose and approached the door. Yet, in the next moment, she suddenly froze in her tracks. "Fairy Yin, what troubles you?" Xiao Yang felt a sense of curiosity and approached, only to instantly recognize the second young master, Xiao Ziwen, standing at the entrance, playing the flute. In that moment, the three of them exchanged glances, the atmosphere thick with awkwardness. Goodness, when did the second brother arrive? Dressed so flamboyantly. Has he been playing the flute at the door all this time? Could he possibly have some peculiar penchant? Upon witnessing this scene, Xiao Yang was rendered speechless. He had long been aware of the sound of the flute, yet he never anticipated it would be his second brother. Fairy Yin, were you not ailing and unable to receive guests? At that moment, Xiao Ziwen dashed over, his eyes reddened and glimmering with unshed tears. My illness has subsided. Yin Ryu felt somewhat embarrassed and hastily concocted a clumsy excuse. So that is the case. Xiao Ziwen let out a long sigh and said, Fairy Yin, you must have come to seek me, did you not? Since I was not at home, you sought out my younger brother, Jiodi. Come to my residence. We can gather around the hearth, brew tea, and compose poetry together. Ah, but I suddenly feel a bit unwell. Perhaps it is best if I return home first. Yin Ryu replied perfunctorily and immediately turned, departing without a backward glance. Fairy Yin, Xiao Ziwen yearned to pursue her. Unexpectedly, Yin Ryu seemed to possess the swiftness of a whirlwind, vanishing without a trace in the blink of an eye. In exasperation, Xiao Ziwen stormed into the house. Gritting his teeth in frustration, ninth brother, why must you persistently pursue Fairy Yin? Xiao Yang was taken aback by the words, rendered somewhat speechless. It was evidently Yin Ryu who had taken the initiative to approach him. Second brother, I, Xiao Yang, was just about to explain. What is this? Suddenly, Xiao Ziwen's gaze fell upon the 10 celestial-grade elixirs on the table, along with a fragrant pouch. Crack. In the next moment, it seemed as though Xiao Yang could hear the sound of his own heart shattering. Is this the fragrant pouch gifted to you by Fairy Yin? Xiao Ziwen inquired through gritted teeth. Indeed. Xiao Yang nodded in acknowledgement. The next moment, however, Xiao Ziwen, with reddened eyes, excitedly grasped his arm and implored, Ninth brother, would you be willing to sell me this fragrant sachet? I can offer you 1,000 taels, no, 2,000 taels, no, 100,000 taels. He desperately raised his bid, appearing almost frenzied, as if he were determined to possess it at all costs. But still, I shall not part with it. Xiao Yang shook his head. Although he had offered an exorbitant price, who could fathom the frenzied actions he might undertake upon acquiring this incense pouch? Second brother, I must now devote myself to my cultivation. Please take your leave. Xiao Yang tucked away the fragrant pouch and issued an order for his guests to depart. Although Xiao Ziwen felt unwilling, he was acutely aware of the terrifying prowess of his ninth brother and could only exit in a daze. Yet, reflecting on the recent events, he felt as though he had consumed a sour lemon, a deep ache settling in his heart. Why? Why did his ninth brother, without lifting a finger, receive the favor of the Fairy Yin, while he appeared as nothing more than a jester? In what aspect was he inferior to his ninth brother? Xiao Ziwen was consumed by jealousy, his heart burning with resentment towards Xiao Yang. Yet he found himself unable to suppress a burgeoning fantasy. He began to immerse himself in Xiao Yang's identity, conjuring vivid images of entwining fingers with the enchanting Yin Xinzi, lost in an intimate embrace, utterly engrossed in one another. How utterly exhilarating it was. Chapter 67. The future renowned general, Yu Shan. A true man must endure for 30 minutes. Xiao Yang received the Crimson Blood Battle command bestowed by Yin Ryu and departed from the royal mansion, making his way to the martial temple. In the grand cities of the Great Xia, the establishment of martial temples is a common practice, and Shuilong Pass is no exception. Initially, he believed that as the son of the royal family, he possessed considerable knowledge and experience. However, upon arrival, he found himself truly enlightened. In the distance, an imposing bronze edifice stood majestically atop the city's dragon vein, resembling a slumbering behemoth coiled against the heavens. Even from afar, one could sense its solemnity, grandeur, and awe-inspiring presence. Is this truly the sacred ground for all warriors? Xiao Yang steadied himself and stepped forward. Who approaches, and for what purpose? The golden-armored guards at the entrance immediately halted him. I come to partake in the Zhenwu inheritance. Xiao Yang retrieved the Crimson Blood Battle token and handed it to the other party. After a thorough inspection by the golden-armored guard, he was finally granted passage. Wait for me, buddy. Suddenly, a male voice called out from behind. Xiao Yang turned around and beheld a young man striding towards him with great confidence. He was tall and robust, nearly 2 meters in height, with thick brows and large eyes that exuded a commanding presence. Clad in dark armor that did not appear burdensome, he bore a fierce-looking saber at his waist, embodying the indomitable spirit of the battlefield. Are you also here to participate in the Zhenwu inheritance? Xiao Yang inquired with curiosity. Indeed. The towering young man nodded affirmatively, introducing himself. I am Yushan, hailing from the Yu family in Zhangzhou. It was no easy feat for me to gather 100,000 merit points. Oh, Xiao Yang could not help but raise an eyebrow. The Yu family of Zhangzhou, akin to the Ning family, was a prestigious lineage of martial prowess. Their ancestors were distinguished generals, notably Yu Wu, who flourished 5 centuries ago. Previously, Xiao Yang had acquired Yu Wu's military treatise from his second brother, and he never anticipated that he would encounter a descendant of the Yu family today. Why have you traveled such a great distance to the northern frontier to partake in the true martial legacy? Xiao Yang inquired with curiosity. Do not even mention it. Yushan shook his head and began to explain. I became disenchanted with the debauched young nobles in the army and ended up clashing with my superior. Little did I know that he was a member of the royal family, which led to my dismissal, where I am not welcomed. There are surely other places that will embrace me. I decided to take a respite. And I heard that the 2 heirs of the Northern Duke's estate are about to duel, so I thought I would join in the excitement. By the way, my friend, I have yet to ask for your name. Xiao Yang did not conceal his identity, stating directly, I am the 9th prince of the northern town, Xiao Yang. So it is you. Yushan exclaimed, surveying Xiao Yang with surprise. He continued, keep up the good work, my friend. I have high hopes for you. Aim to defeat that Xiao Junlin decisively, leaving him searching for his teeth among the fallen petals. Do you have a grudge against my elder brother? Xiao Yang could not help but inquire. Not at all. Yushan shook his head, adding, however, I have heard rumors about Xiao Junlin. He has never set foot on the battlefield, relying solely on his prestigious lineage to portray himself as formidable, much like my foolish superior. If I were to encounter him, I would surely make him regret it. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yang could not suppress a chuckle, finding Yushan rather amusing. He discreetly activated his Eye of Truth to observe Yushan. Soon, a panel appeared, revealing his information. Target, Yushan Cultivation, 5th rank Diamond Realm Fate, White Tiger wielding a blade. A star of prosperity in times of peace, a hero in times of chaos. Commanding weapons and leading 1,000,000 troops. Weakness, impulsive in nature, easily broken when too rigid. After reviewing the information, Xiao Yang maintained an impassive facade, though a tempest brewed within him. This Yushan was indeed remarkable. He possessed a unique fate, destined to become an unparalleled general in the future. His potential surpassed even that of Zhao Chongkong. Presently, having been expelled from the military, he found himself in a precarious position. As Xiao Yang and Ning Hongyi planned to rise against the regime, such talent was precisely what they required. It would be prudent to forge a connection with him now. As they walked and conversed, they soon arrived at a grand hall within the martial temple, known as the Zhenwu Hall. At the entrance stood a massive stone tablet inscribed in gold with 10 names. What is this? Xiao Yang asked, curiosity piqued. Beside him, Yushan promptly explained, this is the Zhenwu ranking. Only martial artists under the age of 30 can participate in the Zhenwu inheritance. The process entails enduring the martial will of the great Emperor Zhenwu and the 9 martial saints with one's physical body, with the aim of lasting as long as possible. The top 10 names will be inscribed on the Zhenwu ranking, basking in the admiration of all and soaking in glory. Yushan's tone carried a hint of envy. To have one's name etched on the stone tablet of every martial temple is an extraordinary honor. Xiao Yang's interest grew as he gazed at the Zhenwu ranking. First place, Wu Lai Ho, Qi Tsong Hai, 1 hour 05 minutes. Second place, Crown Prince Xiao Wu Shuang, 1 hour 03 minutes. Third place, General of the Vermilion Bird Army, Ning Hongyi, 1 hour 01 minute. Upon seeing the names of the top 3, Xiao Yang was taken aback. Wu Lai Ho Qi Tsong Hai, born with a fire spirit sacred body, hailed from a prestigious family but preferred the life of a wandering hero, carefree and unrestrained. He had once single-handedly defeated dozens of top experts on Dongji Island, earning fame in a single battle. As for the second place, Crown Prince Xiao Wu Shuang, not only possessed exceptional martial talent, but had also studied under the esteemed sage of the Confucian Temple, making him a paragon of both literary and martial prowess. Many believe that if Xiao Wu Shuang were to ascend the throne, he would undoubtedly become a wise ruler. Regrettably, it seemed that Emperor Xia harbored little affection for this prince, even going so far as to favor the chief eunuch Jiu Qian Sui and the princess to wield power, denying the prince any opportunity. Regarding the third place, Ning Hongyi, words were unnecessary. At just 18 years old, she had already achieved the rank of 7th rank martial master. Moreover, utilizing his foresight, Xiao Yang glimpsed her future, In 10 years, she would break through to 9th-rank martial saint, hailed as the strongest in the Great Xia. Continuing to scrutinize the rankings, Xiao Yang noted, 4th place, Buddhist sect, Master Tian Hai. 59 minutes 30 seconds. 10th place, Northern Town Prince's Mansion, Xiao Jilin. 29 minutes 57 seconds. Xiao Yang was taken aback to discover that his younger brother had also made it onto the list, albeit at the bottom. Although he failed to last the full 30 minutes, he had nonetheless made an appearance. It is worth noting that the Jinwu ranking reflects the prodigies of the entire Great Xia Dynasty, numerous as the stars in the sky. Brother Xiao. Today we are fated to participate in the Jinwu inheritance together. If we can both make it onto the list, it would surely become a cherished tale, boomed Yushan, his voice resonant and filled with ambition. All right. As men, we shall endure for 30 minutes. Xiao Yang nodded in agreement. Given that the eldest prince, Xiao Junlin, had achieved a time of 29 minutes and 57 seconds, he felt compelled not to fall short. The two walked side by side, making their way towards the Jinwu Hall. Please, halt. A guard suddenly interjected. There is someone currently receiving the inheritance within the Jinwu Hall. Oh? Xiao Yang felt a surge of curiosity. After all, acquiring the true martial legacy required a staggering 100,000 merit points, a feat that might not occur even once in half a month. To his surprise, today 3 individuals had gathered all at once. Who could they be? Xiao Yang inquired, his curiosity piqued. No sooner had he spoken than, with a resounding bang, the grand doors of the true martial hall swung open. From within emerged a woman clad in white, her demeanor as frosty as the winter chill, her expression utterly indifferent. Xiao Yang raised an eyebrow, unable to suppress a thought in his heart. What a chilling beauty. Boom. In the next moment, the stone tablet inscribed with the true martial rankings erupted in brilliant golden light. At the end, the name and achievements of Xiao Junlin were instantly erased. Beside Ning Hongye's name, an additional line of golden text appeared. Yaowang Valley, Guqinghan, 1 hour 01 minute, tied for 3rd place with Ning Hongye. Chapter 68. Do you still wish to change this world? I wish to give it a try? Guqinghan. Xiao Yang furrowed his brow. He had never heard of this name before, yet the fact that this individual could persist for such a duration, standing alongside Ning Hongye, was sufficient evidence of her extraordinary nature. However, this Guqinghan hailed from the Valley of the Medicine King. Could she be a foe rather than a friend? Congratulations, esteemed one, for ranking 3rd on the true martial list. The golden armored guard at the entrance exclaimed with palpable excitement, offering his felicitations to Guqinghan. To witness the emergence of the top 10 was indeed a privilege. Oh, Guqinghan replied with a mere hint of acknowledgement, her expression devoid of joy or sorrow. It seemed that even such an astonishing achievement could not elicit any emotional response from her. She took a step forward, making her way outside. Miss, I am Yushan, he said, hastily approaching in hopes of making her acquaintance. However, to his surprise, Guqinghan cast a cold glance in his direction, her beautiful eyes shimmering with an icy glint. Yushan couldn't help but shudder, feeling an overwhelming rigidity enveloping him, as if his very soul were on the verge of freezing. Is that a pupil technique? Xiao Yang was somewhat taken aback. His unique eyes could perceive that the glance from Guqinghan was not merely piercing. It was a manifestation of an extraordinary ocular technique. Only after Guqinghan had walked away did Yushan regain his composure, shivering slightly. This girl is exceedingly cold. Did she grow up eating popsicles? Never mind. A gentleman does not quarrel with a lady. Today, I am in a good mood, so I shall pardon her this once. Yushan rationalized to himself, then turned to Xiao Yang and said, My friend, allow me to first seek the true martial legacy. However, it may take some time, so I apologize for making you wait. No problem, you go ahead. Xiao Yang nodded. With that, Yushan strode confidently into the true martial hall. 3 minutes later, bang! The door swung open, and Yushan was hurled out by an immense force, landing in a most undignified manner. He scrambled to his feet, drenched in sweat, his legs trembling uncontrollably. It was evident that the true martial legacy was far from simple. Only someone as composed as Guqinghan could emerge unscathed. She was indeed an anomaly. Yushan of the Yu family from Zhongzhou, 3 minutes and 2 seconds, announced the golden armored guardian loudly. Yushan's face flushed crimson, feeling a pang of embarrassment, and he began to protest loudly, I didn't perform well just now. I must have eaten something bad for breakfast, that's why. I refuse to accept this. Let me challenge it once more. The golden armored guardian replied coldly, Very well. But you must submit an additional 100,000 merit points. Upon hearing this, Yushan fell silent. It had taken him several years to accumulate those 100,000 merit points, and he simply could not part with them now. Brother Yu, it's all right. Achieving 3 minutes is quite impressive. Xiao Yang stepped forward and gently patted his shoulder, offering words of comfort. This was not an act of mockery. In truth, many scions of the powerful, relying on their familial influence, attempted to partake in the Jinwu inheritance, only to be ejected within mere seconds. In contrast, Yu Shan's ability to endure for 3 minutes was already commendable. As for those who could last for half an hour, or even an hour, they were undoubtedly regarded as prodigies. My friend, I hope I have not embarrassed you. Now it's your turn. You must surpass 3 minutes. Yu Shan remarked. Very well, I shall do my utmost. Xiao Yang smiled and nodded. Oh, right. Yu Shan seemed to recall something and added. You have never visited the martial temple, have you? Within the true martial hall, the golden statues of the true martial emperor and the 9 great martial saints are enshrined. According to tradition, one must kneel 3 times and bow 9 times in order to receive the sanctification. Do not forget this. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yang furrowed his brow and said, What if I choose not to kneel? Yu Shan was taken aback for a moment, then replied earnestly, Young Master Xiao, although you are esteemed as the heir of the royal mansion, no one has dared to stand unbowed in the Jinwu temple since the founding of Xia. This has been the custom for 8 centuries. Has it truly always been this way? Xiao Yang retorted. At these words, Yu Shan's body trembled slightly. Indeed. Has it always been so? The world is rife with invisible unwritten rules that have persisted for centuries. It was akin to his experiences in the military, where he could not abide the misconduct of a superior and ended up in a brawl. Afterwards, his father compelled him to apologize, citing the ancient customs that dictated respect for superiors, particularly those of noble lineage. Though the Yu family once enjoyed great wealth and was renowned for their martial achievements, they had not produced a general for several generations. Unwilling to submit, he resigned from his post and drifted to the northern borders. Yet, to resist such overwhelming power and break free from these shackles requires an immense sacrifice. Moreover, what Xiao Yang now faced was the martial will of the Jinwu temple. How could he possibly prevail? Buddy, you should just adhere to the norms, Yu Shan said with a wry smile, shaking his head. Do you truly believe you can alter the rules of the martial temple and transform this world? I am resolute. I cannot learn to bow. Xiao Yang's gaze was piercing, and his voice unwavering, even if it was a rule that had remained unchanged for 8 centuries. He was still young and unaware of the vastness of the heavens and the earth. Thus, today he resolved to test his limits. With that, Xiao Yang turned and strode purposefully towards the Jinwu hall, solitary yet exuding the might of 1,000 troops. Brother Xiao, Yu Shan gazed at his retreating figure, suddenly feeling an exhilarating surge of blood within him, as if something indescribable was on the verge of bursting forth. Before long, Xiao Yang entered the Jinwu hall. The space was modest, measuring 10 meters square, and the displays within were remarkably simple. At the center of the hall stood the golden statue of the great Emperor Jinwu. Surrounding it were the golden figures of the 9 martial saints of the Great Xia Dynasty, each possessing distinct expressions, vividly lifelike. Even though they were merely statues, they emanated an indescribable aura of oppression. Ordinary individuals would likely kneel instantly, bowing in reverence and submission. The inheritance of Jinwu was about to commence. The inheritor must immediately kneel thrice and bow 9 times in sincere respect. A resounding voice echoed through the hall, akin to the tolling of a great bell. However, Xiao Yang lifted his gaze towards the 9 martial saints' golden figures, standing tall with an unyielding spine and indomitable spirit. I shall not kneel. Perhaps in the hearts of the martial artists of Great Xia, these figures represented the pinnacle of supremacy, sacrosanct and beyond reproach. But to Xiao Yang, they were merely formidable warriors. They could be surpassed. Bold, arrogant, audacious. Which young impudent fool dared to wreak havoc within the Jinwu hall? Suddenly, the golden figures appeared to come to life, and the hall reverberated with a chorus of furious rebukes, deafening in their intensity. Xiao Yang understood clearly that it was not the resurrection of these martial saints. Rather, within their golden forms, the essence of their martial will had coalesced, an indomitable spirit that would endure eternally, never to be extinguished. Kneel, kneel, quickly, kneel. The voices of the great martial saints reverberated like thunder, each resounding louder than the last, shattering the atmosphere. Boom. Waves of terrifying power descended as if the heavens themselves were collapsing, exerting an overwhelming pressure. Wealth cannot corrupt, poverty cannot sway, and might cannot subdue. Such is the mark of a true man. Xiao Yang gritted his teeth, enduring immense pressure as each word burst forth from between them. I, Xiao Yang, may fall. but I shall never be defeated. Even in death, I will not bow my head. Chapter 69. The Second Fate. The world awaits martial might. Previously, the blade and tint that Xiao Yang had forged was named Shattered Jade. Better to be shattered jade than to be whole pottery. His character mirrored this sentiment, unyielding and resolute. He would never bow. Today, if he were to kneel thrice and bow 9 times, he could obtain the true martial legacy, elevating his cultivation. Yet, such an act would leave a crack in his heart's resolve, a fissure that could never be mended in the future. Therefore, he would not kneel. Boom, boom, boom. In the next moment, above the dome, the martial will of the 9 great martial saints seemed to solidify into a tangible form, descending like the Kunlun Mountains, pressing down upon Xiao Yang. Crack, crack, crack. Xiao Yang's entire skeletal structure emitted a cacophony of sounds, as if on the verge of shattering. Fortunately, he had consumed the true dragonly pearl, the Qilin divine pill, and the Yin-Yang creation pill. In terms of physical constitution, he had already surpassed the vast majority of prodigies. Were an ordinary genius to confront such overwhelming pressure, they would likely be reduced to mere pulp at this moment. Yet, Xiao Yang grew increasingly resolute in battle, his gaze flickering with an indomitable will. What of the 9 martial saints? My future achievements, Xiao Yang, are destined to eclipse all of you? I am unfamiliar with the concept of youthful arrogance. I only comprehend that the victor reigns supreme. Open, my double pupils. Boom. In the next instant, the dual pupils within his left eye erupted with resplendent radiance, akin to the confluence of the sun and moon. The intensity of that light was so profound that it overshadowed the 9 golden figures before him, asserting an undeniable dominance. The adversary Xiao Yang faced was not a corporeal entity, but rather the martial will of the 9 martial saints. Thus, techniques such as the Great Wilderness Prison Skyfinger or the Thunder Prison Annihilation Blade, along with the Qilin Arm, were rendered useless. However, the double pupils were different. This was a talent embodying the visage of an emperor, possessing a unique attribute unparalleled in the present age. Even the martial saints would be compelled to bow in submission before the might of the double pupils. Thunderous rumblings. In the next moment, a phantom of a golden rock seemed to materialize above his head. It was the manifestation of the golden-winged rock's destiny. As the golden rock encountered the martial wills, it resembled a predator confronting its prey, its beak opening wide to devour. How audacious! Suddenly, a voice of solemn sanctity resonated, seemingly emanating from the heavens above. Boom! The true form of the martial emperor in the center of the hall abruptly opened the vertical eye upon its brow, clad in the mystical heaven demon-subduing robe. Adorned with a purple-gold 7-star crown, standing upon the back of the Xuanwu turtle serpent, and wielding the true martial demon-slaying sword, the figure was accompanied by a dark banner, shimmering amidst the celestial stars. Was this the manifestation of the true martial form? Upon witnessing this scene, Xiao Yang's countenance altered drastically, and he could not help but exclaim aloud. Outside the true martial hall, Yushan observed the sand timer, pacing back and forth, his heart brimming with anxiety. Initially, he had hoped that Xiao Yang would endure a bit longer, striving for a place on the prestigious list. However, as the minutes trickled by, half an hour slipped away unnoticed. This indicated that Xiao Yang's name was indeed worthy of a position on the true martial ranking. Ah! Who would have thought that a comrade he had just met could be so formidable? Yushan lamented. Oh, Yushan, you have only lasted a mere 3 minutes. How disappointing. He pounded his chest in frustration, torn between concern for his brother's suffering and the fear of his brother's potential downfall. Time continued to elapse. An entire hour passed, surpassing even the record of the foremost ranker, Qi Song Hai, yet Xiao Yang remained within. What could be the matter? Could there have been an issue with the inheritance? Surely, Xiao Yang would not encounter any misfortune? Yushan felt a wave of unease wash over him. Although no one had perished during the true martial inheritance in recent years, Xiao Yang had mentioned that he did not intend to perform the traditional 3 kneelings and 9 knockings of the head. If he had angered the will of the 9 great martial saints, he might indeed be in peril. No, he could not remain idle. He must venture inside. Ultimately, Yushan could no longer suppress his urgency and made his way toward the true martial hall. Boom. At that moment, a brilliant golden light erupted from within the hall. Uncertain of what transpired, an incredibly sacred will surged forth, sweeping in all directions. The entire martial temple was enveloped in its radiance. Thud, thud, thud. All martial artists prostrated themselves on the ground, feeling the weight of that formidable will, their souls trembling at its might. The mysterious beings who had guarded the martial temple for nearly a century were equally astounded. Had the true martial emperor manifested? What could have transpired? Could it be that the legendary prophecy was about to be fulfilled today? Xiao Yang remained resolutely standing in place. Yet the ethereal silhouette of the golden rock behind him had swiftly become indistinct, clearly suppressed. He understood that when a martial artist reached the 7th rank, they could congeal their own Dharma manifestation. However, the Dharma manifestation of the true martial emperor before him was evidently extraordinary, possessing a divine essence. How dare a mere mortal challenge the might of heaven? I shall inquire once more. Will you kneel, or will you not? The true martial manifestation gazed upon Xiao Yang. Its voice resonated with an intent that seemed capable of shattering mountains and rending the heavens. Even if you were to pose the question 100 times, 1,000 times, or even 10,000 times, my answer shall remain unchanged. I shall not kneel. Xiao Yang's entire being was taut, resisting the terrifying will of Jinwu. He stood like the steadfast pillar of the state amidst a tempest, unyielding against the relentless onslaught of external forces. Suddenly, to his astonishment, the majestic visage of the Jinwu emperor withdrew its overwhelming pressure, and a trace of a smile graced its countenance. While the world knelt before heaven and earth, and even before the spirits, you remained resolute, unbending in your conviction. You are precisely the one I have awaited. Today, I shall bestow upon you a momentous opportunity. As the words resonated, a thunderous roar erupted. Instantly, the entire Xia Dynasty, across its 36 provinces, felt a simultaneous tremor, radiant light bursting forth. In the unseen realm, the ethereal currents of martial destiny coalesced, resembling a great dragon, surging toward Shuilong Pass. Ultimately, it flowed ceaselessly into Xiao Yang's being, cleansing and purifying his will with relentless vigor. What is happening? Xiao Yang was utterly astonished. He sensed that this was not merely vitality, but a more profound martial destiny. A mere mortal, if bestowed with even a thread of it, could rise to become a formidable hero, expanding territories. Yet, what he was now receiving was the culmination of 8 centuries of martial fortune from the Great Xia Dynasty, converging the empire's martial legacy within a single individual. This was truly unprecedented, with no predecessor or successor. The martial fortune of the Great Xia, amounting to 1 stone, was today divided into 8 portions for him. He was reminded to quell chaos with death and to command the heavens with martial prowess, for this was true martiality. The voice of the true martial law manifestation echoed in his ears, then vanished without a trace. The grand hall fell silent once more, while Xiao Yang stood steadfast, his spine erect, yet his emotions remained tumultuous. Suddenly, the system's notification chimed in his ears. Ding! Detection of the host receiving the true martial inheritance and seizing the Great Xia's martial fortune, acquiring the second fate, dominion over the world through martial prowess. Chapter 70. A decade of the young lord unnoticed, suddenly renowned throughout the realm. The second fate? Upon reading this, Xiao Yang's eyes sparkled with excitement. Previously, after consuming the true dragonly pearl, he had transformed the caged sparrow's fate into that of the golden-winged rock, soaring to unprecedented heights. Little did he expect that by accepting the true martial inheritance and seizing the Great Xia's martial fortune, he would also acquire a second fate. This was a treasure far exceeding mere cultivation enhancement by 100-fold. Dominion over the world through martial prowess. Under the heavens, martial might would abound, bearing fortune and establishing order. Those endowed with this fate would reign supreme, possessing the stature to unify the world, along with 3 innate talents. Talent 1. Waging war to sustain war. Upon defeating foes of greater realms, one could forcibly extract 1/10 of their cultivation, directly converting it into one's own vitality or physical prowess, disregarding conventional cultivation bottlenecks. Talent 2. Gathering heroes, possessing a unique allure to the heroic figures of the martial world. They would be inclined to pledge allegiance through serendipitous encounters. For each extraordinary individual under one's command, one's own fortune would increase. Talent 3. Beacon of flames. By sacrificing one's own blood essence to ignite a beacon, one could induce the warriors within a 100-mile radius to enter a state of bloodlust, significantly boosting morale and diminishing pain. Absolutely formidable. After perusing the introduction to Tian Xiaobu and its 3 remarkable talents, Xiao Yang was utterly astounded. The first talent, fighting to foster fighting, enhances the combat capabilities of an individual soldier. By overcoming the strong with the weak, one can absorb the opponent's power. For Xiao Yang, this was akin to discovering a shortcut, with his cultivation speed soaring as if propelled by a rocket. The second talent serves a supportive function. After all, if one aspires to unify the realm in the future, relying solely on individual prowess is insufficient, necessitating the presence of exceptional talents. The third talent emphasizes battlefield command, functioning as a substantial enhancement buff. Xiao Yang never anticipated that this pilgrimage to the martial temple would yield such remarkable rewards. One word encapsulates his feelings: exhilarating. Yet, this is far from the conclusion. Other surprises await. In the central plains lies the imperial mausoleum, a resting place for the remains of the emperors of the Great Xia Dynasty, heavily guarded by the imperial forest army. At the forefront, embedded in the granite ground, stands a battle knife, the imperial blade, the Great Xia Dragon Sparrow. This exquisite weapon of imperial caliber was once wielded by the founding ancestor of the Great Xia. However, for 8 centuries, countless royals and formidable warriors have attempted to draw this blade, yet none have succeeded. Clang. Today, the Great Xia Dragon Sparrow suddenly erupted with a thunderous blade chant, ascending into the air with a life of its own. Like a crimson meteor, it streaked across the heavens, heading northward. This is dire. The Great Xia Dragon Sparrow has taken flight. Alert the sovereign and the esteemed 9,000 years. The guards of the mausoleum, members of the imperial forest army, were struck with panic. Their expressions shifted dramatically, their hearts racing with trepidation. In an instant, despite the thousands of miles, the Great Xia Dragon Sparrow soared into the martial temple at Xiao Yang Pass, coming to a halt before Xiao Yang, suspended in midair. It inclined its blade slightly toward Xiao Yang, as if in a gesture of allegiance. A magnificent blade indeed. Although Xiao Yang was unsure of what was happening, he instinctively reached out and grasped the hilt of the blade. In an instant, he felt an inexplicable connection, as if the knife were an extension of his own body. With a swift motion, he swung it casually, unleashing a fierce blade aura that carved deep gashes into the wall. What terrifying power! Xiao Yang was inwardly astonished. After all, the Jinwu Hall was forged from bronze, as solid as a fortress. Were it an ordinary structure, it would likely have been cleaved asunder with a single strike. Previously, he had wielded common blades that felt unwieldy, but this knife was nothing short of perfection. After 8 centuries, this imperial blade, which had dominated an era, finally found its new master. Unbeknownst to Xiao Yang, the commotion he had just caused sent ripples throughout the outside world. At Xiao Yang Pass, in the ethereal clouds of the celestial palace, Princess Fu Yao reclined languidly on a plush couch, extending her delicate hand to peel a lychee sent post-haste from Ling'an. Savoring its sweetness upon her crimson lips. Long Wu, what news of the matter I entrusted to you? She inquired. No sooner had her words faded than a figure materialized from the space behind her, a woman clad in agile attire. Reporting to your highness, the eldest son, Xiao Julin, remains in seclusion, diligently honing his skills. It is said that the Medicine King Valley has exerted all its efforts to present him with 10 spirit grade elixirs. He is likely to break through to the 6th rank of martial arts before the impending duel. Long Wu reported. Oh, Princess Fu Yao nodded, feeling no sense of unfairness. Resources, wealth, and connections were all facets of strength. And what of Xiao Yang? She continued. A few days ago, Ning Hongye departed from Shuilong Pass and has since vanished. However, today, the female instructor from the academy, Yin Ruyu, presented Xiao Yang with a Crimson Blood Battle Order, summoning him to partake in the Jinwu inheritance at the martial temple. Long Wu elaborated. Oh? Fu Yao raised an eyebrow, her posture subtly straightening, her ample bosom forming a breathtaking silhouette. You shall visit the martial temple and report back to me immediately upon Xiao Yang's results. If he ranks within the top 10 of the Jinwu list, nay, at least the top 3, then he shall possess the right to pursue the central plains and become my consort. A flicker of intrigue danced in the depths of her enchanting gaze. Understood. Long Wu nodded and promptly made her way to the martial temple. Outside the Jinwu Hall, the disappearance of the Jinwu Dharma manifested allowed Yushan and numerous other martial artists to rise from the ground. Yet, before they could exhale in relief, the Crimson Imperial blade tore through the air. Heavens! Is someone playing tricks on me? Could I be hallucinating? This is the legendary de Xiao Long K blade, which was believed to be hidden within the royal mausoleum. How could it possibly appear here? In an instant, countless gazes turned towards the Jinwu Hall, bewildered by the unfolding events. Suddenly, the stone tablet inscribed with the Jinwu list radiated anew. The rankings of the top 10 names remained unchanged, yet at the pinnacle, several lines of golden characters emerged. Heavenly List. 9th Prince of the Northern King, Xiao Yang, defying the will of the 9 martial saints, standing tall without kneeling. He accepts the Jinwu inheritance, seizing the martial fortune of de Xia, and secures his place upon the Heavenly List. Upon reading those lines, Yushan and the multitude of martial practitioners present were rendered speechless. The Heavenly List? It was a term they had never encountered before. Yet, This signified that Xiao Yang had transcended the prodigies listed on the Jinwu ranking, trampling them beneath his feet, existing in an entirely different realm. While others performed the 3 kneels and 9 kowtows before the golden statues of the 9 martial saints, Xiao Yang not only refused to kneel but also boldly contended against the will of the saints. Such audacity was unprecedented. Consequently, the martial temple had even re-established a new heavenly list, upon which only Xiao Yang's name was inscribed. As Xiao Yang emerges, who can rival him? The other prodigies have all become mere embellishments. In an instant, the Great Xia is shaken, and the world is aware. Chapter 71. He is the chosen one. The only one. Although the Great Xia Dynasty does not possess the rapid information dissemination akin to that of the Blue Planet, each city has established a martial temple. The updates of the true martial rankings are synchronized accordingly. At this moment, the emergence of the heavenly rankings has captured the attention of major cities. Before long, Xiao Yang's name will resonate throughout the entire dynasty, heralding the dawn of a new era. Xiao Yang. Presently, countless martial artists within the grand martial temples are silently repeating this name. Some are filled with longing, others with reverence, while some, unwilling to yield, seek to usurp his position. At Snow Dragon Pass, within the true martial hall, bang, the door swings open, and Xiao Yang strides forth, grasping the Great Xia Dragon Sparrow Blade. His features remain familiar, yet following the true martial inheritance, his entire aura has undergone a profound transformation. His gaze shines like the stars. His spine stands tall like a great dragon. His vitality flows like a mighty river. Swish. Yushan gazes at him, his eyes ablaze with fervor, akin to beholding an unparalleled treasure. Dude, brother you, why are you looking at me like that? I possess no extraordinary qualities. Xiao Yang felt a sense of unease under his gaze. However, in the next moment, Yushan dashed forward, and with a resounding thud, he knelt on one knee. My leader, I humbly bow to you. I implore you to accept me as your disciple. From this day forth, I shall follow you. Witnessing this scene, Xiao Yang was momentarily stunned. Although he had awakened the destiny of universal martial prowess, possessing the innate ability to attract heroes and exceptional talents, it hardly warranted such a gesture of submission, did it? Brother you, what is the meaning of this? Xiao Yang couldn't help but inquire. Yushan then extended his hand, pointing towards a stone tablet not far away. My leader, are you not aware? You have shattered an 800-year record, and the martial temple has specially created a celestial ranking for you. You stand alone at the pinnacle, overshadowing countless prodigies. Yushan's face flushed with excitement, seemingly more exhilarated than if he himself had ascended the ranks. What? Xiao Yang was still unaware of what the heavenly rankings entailed. As he approached, he noticed the transformation at the top of the stone tablet. A mere handful of golden characters stirred a fervor within him. Alas, I yearn for humility, yet my prowess does not permit it. My esteemed leader, please accept me as your subordinate. Yushan wore a serious expression, as if he would not rise unless Xiao Yang acquiesced. Brother you, do stand up. I shall comply with your request. Xiao Yang pulled him up and said, however, with the imminent duel approaching, I must retreat to cultivate and lack the time to entertain you. You might as well head to the apothecary in the city and seek out a young lady named Sun Yi. She is a friend of mine. All right. Yushan nodded. In his eyes, as long as he could accompany Xiao Yang, he would go anywhere. In the Celestial Palace, Your Highness, we have news. Long Wu rushed in with urgency. Well, has Xiao Yang ascended the true martial rankings? Princess Fu Yao asked, taking a delicate sip from her luminous cup. Long Wu shook her head. At this, Princess Fu Yao displayed a hint of disappointment. What a pity. He possesses extraordinary talent. His words flow like poetry, and his literary prowess is remarkable. Yet, if he cannot ascend the true martial rankings, he shall forever remain beneath others, unable to achieve great ambitions. Cough, cough. Long Wu cleared her throat, her expression peculiar, and began to explain. Your Highness, you have misunderstood. Xiao Yang has not only ascended the true martial rankings, but has also reached the heavenly rankings above it, an unprecedented feat. Moreover, he has garnered the recognition of the Imperial Blade, the Great Xia Dragon Sparrow. What? Upon hearing this, Princess Fu Yao's luminous cup toppled, the fine wine soaking her bosom, yet she remained oblivious. What on earth has transpired? She inquired with fervor. Long Wu succinctly recounted the events that had unfolded at the martial temple, including Xiao Yang receiving the true martial legacy, overwhelming numerous prodigies, and securing his place in the heavenly rankings. Even the influential Princess Fu Yao could not help but be astonished, although she had not witnessed it firsthand. Merely imagining the scene stirred her emotions. The martial temple established the heavenly rankings exclusively for him, with only a single name listed? Has he not become the foremost figure in Great Xia in the past 8 centuries? He is the chosen one, the singular. Her beautiful eyes sparkled with an unprecedented brilliance. Her cheeks flushed, her breath quickening. Your Highness, are you all right? In Long Wu's memory, Princess Fu Yao was ever the strategist, her wisdom almost supernatural, a necessity for a woman to govern a nation. Yet at this moment, she had lost her composure for a man. Princess Fu Yao, however, wore a countenance of excitement. I am of the Phoenix Fate, and for years I have cultivated the Jade Maiden Sutra, always seeking the true dragon of this era. And that Xiao Yang, is he not the very person I have long sought? If it is he, I would willingly relinquish my cultivation to weave garments for him. What? Long Wu gasped in shock. But your Highness, the Emperor has already bestowed a betrothal, allowing Xiao Yang to marry Ning Hongye. If you wish to recruit Xiao Yang as your consort, it may not be appropriate. What impropriety is there? At worst, I shall compete fairly with Ning Hongye. Let us rely on our own merits. Princess Fu Yao puffed her chest, displaying a smile that radiated unparalleled elegance. She possessed her own pride. By status, she was the first princess of Great Xia, commanding the foremost intelligence organization, the Dragon Guard Pavilion. By beauty, she was among the 4 great beauties of the imperial city, as enchanting as a fish sinking or a flower closing. Even in the pursuit of love, she believed herself no less than any contender. In the city, within a grand mansion, a voice thundered, "Unruly son, what have you done?" Ma Wenkai looked up, only to see his father, the wealthiest man in Sangzhou, Ma Feng, storming in with rage. "Father, what brings you here?" Ma Wenkai exclaimed in surprise. "Unruly son, if I had not come, you would likely have ruined the Ma family's century-old legacy. Have you colluded with the 9th young master Xiao Yang, giving him 100,000 taels of silver and 200 heavenly-grade pills?" Ma Feng demanded furiously. "Yes." Ma Wenkai nodded in acknowledgement. Slap. Ma Feng struck his son across the face, his fury escalating. "Do you not realize that the eldest young master, Xiao Junlin, is the true dragon of the Xiao family, summoning 9 celestial phenomena, backed by the Valley of the Medicine King? What could he possibly lose? Unruly son, you act on your own. From now on, you shall no longer belong to the Ma family." Just as Ma Feng was about to decisively disown Ma Wenkai, a servant burst in, exclaiming, "Master, young master, grave news. The 9th young master Xiao Yang has accepted the true martial legacy at the martial temple, uniting the martial fortunes of Great Xia. He has overwhelmed numerous prodigies and ascended the illustrious heavenly rankings. Even the Great Xia Dragon Sparrow Blade, bestowed by the founding emperor, has flown to acknowledge him as its master." Boom. The words struck like thunder. Ma Feng stood frozen, a long moment passing before he regained his composure. Turning to Ma Wenkai with a smile that resembled a flower blooming. Good, good, good. My son Wenkai, you possess discernment and an extraordinary bearing. From this day forth, you shall be the sole heir of the Sangzhou Ma family." Upon hearing this, Ma Wenkai was instantly moved to tears, reflecting on his good fortune. The 9th young master was indeed formidable. He had not chosen the wrong ally. At the Northern King's mansion, the estate of the eldest young master, Xiao Junlin had recently acquired 10 spiritual-grade pills from the Valley of the Medicine King, depleting his savings. He had been diligently cultivating in seclusion, undisturbed by others. Only one person was the exception, his most trusted advisor, Lu Xiao. Bang! Lu Xiao pushed the door open, entering with a complex expression, approaching the seated Xiao Junlin. "Your Highness, how progresses your cultivation?" Lu Xiao inquired. "Ha." Xiao Junlin opened his eyes and burst into laughter. "I have successfully refined the properties of those spiritual pills, advancing my cultivation to the 9th level of the Diamond Realm. I am on the verge of breaking through to the 6th rank of the Mountain-Moving Realm." It is no wonder he felt such pride. At under 30 years of age, to ascend to the 6th rank of martial arts is indeed a rare achievement in the Great Xia. "Lu Xian, you have sought me out suddenly. Is there something of great importance?" Xiao Junlin inquired. Lu Xian's expression turned awkward, as if he were choosing his words carefully. "Your Highness, today someone has received the true martial legacy, and your ranking has fallen out of the top 10. Who is it?" Although Xiao Junlin ranked at the bottom, he had at least made it onto the Jinwu list, earning him renown far and wide. Now that he had unexpectedly fallen off the list, it was only natural for him to feel quite displeased. The individual in question was named Gu Qinghan, hailing from the Medicine King Valley, whose performance surpassed 1 hour. "Tying for 3rd place with Ning Hongye," Lu Xiao remarked. "So it was her." Xiao Junlin nodded, acknowledging the rumor he had long heard about his grandfather's prodigious talent. He was astonished by her extraordinary abilities. However, since she had made it onto the list, she was effectively an ally of their faction, adding strength to their cause. Most importantly, the little rascal, ninth brother, had failed to make the cut. Had he not? I am the true dragon of the Xiao family, destined to trample ninth brother beneath my feet. Ha ha ha. Chapter 72. The Princess's Summons. Upon witnessing Xiao Junlin's foolish grin, Lu Xiao was left speechless, even feeling a twinge of regret. Was it truly wise to align oneself with such a master? Sighing, Lu Xiao took a deep breath and interrupted his laughter. Your Highness, the ninth young master has also received the true martial inheritance today. Oh, how long did he manage to endure? 3 minutes, 5 minutes, or perhaps 10? Xiao Junlin remained utterly indifferent, holding a profound disdain. In his eyes, the ninth young master was merely fortunate, having latched on to Ning Hongya's coattails. However, the true martial legacy could not be feigned. It relied solely on one's own will and strength. Lu Xian hesitated for a moment before speaking. Your Highness, the ninth young master lacks any concrete achievements. Is that so? That lad couldn't he even endure for a second? Ha ha. Xiao Junlin burst into a hearty laugh, his eyebrows dancing with delight and an air of triumph enveloping him. He felt an overwhelming urge to pop open a bottle of champagne right then and there. However, Lu Xiao interrupted, inquiring, the heavenly ranking? What sort of insignificant list is that? I have never heard of it. Xiao Junlin curled his lips, displaying a look of disdain. Lu Su, feeling a bitter pang in his heart, mustered the courage to explain. Your Highness, this heavenly ranking is a new list released by the Martial Temple, surpassing even the true martial rankings. The reason the ninth prince lacks specific achievements is that he has acquired the complete true martial legacy and even seized the martial fortune of the Great Xia. His rise to fame has captured the attention of the entire world. What? Upon hearing this, Xiao Junlin wore an expression as if he had seen a ghost. Utterly incredulous. How could this be? That useless ninth brother, how could he possibly overshadow everyone else and steal all his glory? It was he who was the true dragon of the Xiao family, endowed with supreme lineage, even manifesting 9 extraordinary phenomena of heaven and earth. How infuriating. If this were indeed the case, could I possibly lose the duel in a few days? Xiao Junlin clenched his teeth, a mixture of astonishment and fury coursing through him. After all, he wagered not only his dignity and honor, but also his very essence. Should he lose, he would plummet from the heights of success into an abyss of despair. Your Highness, the ninth prince now bears the weight of the imperial martial fortunes. His combat prowess is incalculable. You must not underestimate him. Lu Shui cautioned with a serious demeanor. There can be no possibility of failure. We shall employ the allure of beauty to ensnare him. Summon the renowned courtesan Li Shishir from the imperial city. I refuse to believe he can resist her charms. Xiao Junlin commanded. However, Lu Shui shook his head. Though Li Shishir is indeed breathtaking, she is ultimately a woman of the world and the ninth prince. Having a fiancé as enchanting as General Ning is unlikely to be swayed by another. Then we shall resort to poison, enlist an assassin, by any means necessary. We must diminish the ninth prince's strength. Xiao Junlin gritted his teeth, his visage contorted with rage. No. Lu Xiao shook his head. Adopting a serious demeanor, this duel has been decreed by the Princess Royal, who oversees the Dragon Guardian Pavilion. Any underhanded tactics will not escape her scrutiny. Your Highness, you must confront the ninth son openly on the battlefield and achieve a legitimate victory. Useless fool, can you not even manage such a trivial matter? Get out of my sight. Xiao Junlin, in a fit of exasperation, unleashed the fury that had been building within him. Alas, Lu Xiao sighed deeply, revealing a countenance of disappointment, and ultimately turned away to exit. Crash, bang, clatter, thunderous roars. Xiao Junlin, still seething with anger, shattered everything within the room into a chaotic mess. Damn it! Why must I, Xiao Junlin, coexist with that wretched Xiao Yang, a bastard without a mother? How dare he contend with me? Having finally vented his fury, he abruptly retrieved a bronze mirror and began to converse with his own reflection. O bronze mirror, tell me, who is the most formidable prodigy in this world? It is I, Xiao Junlin, is it not? No one can usurp my brilliance. Meanwhile, on the other side, Xiao Yang departed from the martial temple, instructing Yushan to head towards the 100 Herb Hall, while he himself returned to the royal residence with the Great Xia Dragon Sparrow in tow. As he approached the entrance, he encountered the fourth prince, who had also just returned. The prince bore a battered visage, his face swollen and bruised, limping with tattered garments, as if he had been ravaged by a horde of burly men from the western Shu. Fourth brother, what has transpired? Xiao Yang inquired as he stepped closer. Upon realizing it was him, the fourth prince hastily lowered his head and quickened his pace. Xiao Yang, however, directly obstructed him, smiling as he spoke. Oh, fourth brother, how did you come to know that I have ascended the martial temple's heavenly rankings, shattering an 8th-century-old record, and have also received the legacy of the Great Xia's martial fortune? What? Is that true? The fourth son's eyes widened in astonishment, his face a portrait of disbelief. He had been preoccupied and thus lagged behind in the news. Furthermore, how did you learn that the Great Xia Dragon Sparrow Blade has also flown over to acknowledge me as its master? Xiao Yang inquired provocatively. At that moment, the fourth son noticed the imperial blade in Xiao Yang's hand, his eyes burning with jealousy, turning red and then purple with envy. Ninth brother, you are indeed formidable. Though the fourth son felt a sense of frustration, he still managed to express the highest form of praise within the realm of young men. Fourth brother, your face is covered in wounds. Have you perhaps fallen victim to an assassin's treachery? Xiao Yang asked with concern. It is not that, the fourth son replied, concealing his swollen, bruised face, his expression a mixture of anger and a hint of grievance. Xiao Yang suddenly had a flash of inspiration and inquired, Fourth brother, your injuries couldn't possibly be the result of a kick from that black horse, could they? Absolutely not. Do not speak such nonsense. The fourth young master appeared as if struck at his weakest point, his agitation palpable yet his demeanor betraying a facade of bravado. Observing his reaction, Xiao Yang deduced the truth. He had previously suggested that the fourth young master take revenge on the black horse by any means necessary. It was evident that he had indeed attempted to retaliate but was utterly outmatched, reduced to a mere plaything in the hooves of the black horse. After all, that black horse was a royal-level spirit beast, comparable to a 7th-rank master. The fact that it had not outright killed the fourth young master could be considered an act of mercy. Do not worry, fourth brother, I am quite discreet. I shall never disclose to anyone that you were bested by a mere horse. Xiao Yang chuckled. Yu, the fourth young master, trembled with rage, utterly exasperated. Feeling as if he might as well spit blood from the sheer frustration, Xiao Yang, disinterested in further conversation, turned and returned to his residence. As dusk fell, a voice interrupted the tranquility. Young master, Huang Li entered, bowing respectfully. Princess Fuyao has sent someone to request your presence at the Cloud Summit Palace, and she has instructed you to bring the Great Xia Dragon Sparrow Blade. Very well, I shall go at once. Xiao Yang nodded and rose to set forth with the sword at his side. He had long been mentally prepared for this moment. After all, this blade belonged to the royal family of the Great Xia. Even if he claimed it as his own, the imperial court could not remain indifferent to such a matter. After a brief moment, Xiao Yang arrived at the Cloud Summit Heavenly Palace and stood before a grand chamber. I, Xiao Yang, pay my respects to the Grand Princess. A noble voice floated out from within. Come in, I await you in the rear courtyard. Xiao Yang pushed open the door and made his way through, eventually arriving at the backyard. In the next moment, he was met with an incredibly shocking scene that left him blushing. In the center of the yard was an open-air hot spring pool, surrounded by scattered pieces of ornate palace attire. Inside the pool was Princess Fuyao, luxuriating in the warm waters. Her exquisite figure, glistening with droplets of water, was completely exposed, devoid of any clothing. Chapter 73, Princess Fuyao, I desire a child. Gulp. Xiao Yang's throat rolled as he instinctively swallowed. In that moment, he felt as though he had been ensnared by a spell, unable to divert his gaze. Having traversed to the Great Xia Dynasty, he had encountered numerous unparalleled beauties. The learned Lady Yan Ryu had once visited him late at night, bestowing upon him a kiss upon his cheek. He had also shared a wooden tub with Ning Hongye, tending to his wounds. However, his eyes had been closed at the time, and although they shared intimacy, he had seen nothing. Now, Princess Fuyao lay in the hot spring, devoid of any garment. Though the steam enveloped her, rendering the scene somewhat hazy rather than in vivid clarity, that ethereal beauty stirred a profound sense of longing within him, igniting his imagination. Wasn't it rather generous of the princess? She truly did not regard him as a stranger. He had spent not a single coin on bridal gifts, yet had witnessed so much. Xiao Yang pondered inwardly. Could it be that she harbored some peculiar penchant for the outdoors? Was it truly appealing? Princess Fuyao, noticing his gaze upon her, exhibited no signs of shyness. Instead, her crimson lips curled into a confident smile. Ahem. Xiao Yang quickly cleared his throat and turned away, saying, Your Highness, I was unaware of your bathing. I hope for your understanding. I saw nothing. Nothing. Princess Fuyao raised her voice, uttering an unexpected remark. Then turn around, open your eyes wide, and take a good look. What? At this proclamation, Xiao Yang was momentarily taken aback. Could she truly intend to tempt me? Xiao Jiolong, why have you not yet turned around? This is a command from the princess. Refusal is not an option, or you shall face the consequences. Princess Fu Yao's voice resonated throughout the chamber, imbued with an indomitable authority. At your command. In a moment of resignation, Xiao Yang could only turn to gaze at her. Although Princess Fu Yao had not yet wed, she was already 25 years of age. She was no longer an innocent maiden, but rather in the prime of her femininity. Her voluptuous form resembling that of a perfectly ripened peach. Truly, she was one of the 4 great beauties of the imperial city, in terms of appearance, physique, and grace. She was beyond reproach. Xiao Yang previously praised her captivating smile that could enchant 100 hearts, and it was no empty flattery. She truly possessed an extraordinary beauty. More significantly, she was not merely a princess but also the head of the Dragon Guardian Pavilion, making her one of the most powerful figures in the Great Xia Dynasty. Yet, such a prominent individual revealed a side so contrasting in her private moments. Princess, may I inquire what brings you to seek my presence? Xiao Yang asked with utmost respect. Why are you in such a rush? Princess Fu Yao teased, her gaze playful yet alluring, as she beckoned him with her delicate finger. Jiu Lang, you have traveled tirelessly, drenched in sweat. Why not come in and wash up together? She extended a gracious invitation. Sweat beads, akin to pearls, glistened on Xiao Yang's forehead, nearly overwhelming him. His perspiration was not due to the rigors of travel, but rather the enchanting presence before him. Princess Chang, please. Do not jest, Xiao Yang protested. Although Princess Fu Yao bore a poor reputation in the outside world, rumored to have countless lovers and to lead a life of indulgence, Xiao Yang knew such tales were mere fabrications. He had discerned with his keen eyes that Princess Fu Yao had cultivated the Jade Maiden Sutra and retained her pristine virtue. Jiu Lang, tell me, who is fairer, your fiancé Yining Hongye or I? Princess Fu Yao inquired, her beautiful eyes sparkling, her face blooming like a peach blossom. Gazing intently at him, Xiao Yang was momentarily taken aback. This was indeed a matter of life and death. It was akin to the dilemma of choosing whom to save first when both she and Ning Hongye fell into the water. When faced with uncertainty, one must divert the topic. Your Highness, you summoned me to bring the Da Xiao Long Ke. Does this imply that the royal family intends to reclaim this blade? Xiao Yang inquired. Upon hearing this, Princess Fu Yao furrowed her brow and gracefully beckoned with her delicate hand. Suddenly, a garment floated towards her from afar, draping over her figure. She then glided forward, step by step, towards Xiao Yang. However, she was drenched, and even with the fabric enveloping her, it only accentuated her allure, rendering her more enticing than before. Truly, this woman was enchanting. Soon, Princess Fu Yao stood before him, reaching out to touch the Da Xiao Long Ke. Boom. Suddenly, a force erupted from the imperial blade, causing Princess Fu Yao to be thrust back several paces. It had indeed recognized its master. A glimmer of intrigue flickered in Fu Yao's beautiful eyes as she continued. This blade has had but one previous master, the founding emperor. Over the subsequent 8 centuries, numerous sovereigns have attempted to wield it, yet none succeeded. Since it now acknowledges you as its master, it rightfully belongs to you. The royal family shall not reclaim it. Thank you, Your Highness. Xiao Yang let out a long breath, feeling a blend of excitement and regret. The exhilaration stemmed from the fact that this blade was a supreme imperial weapon, resonating with his spirit and significantly enhancing his combat prowess. However, the regret arose from the realization that, having acknowledged him as its master, it could no longer be bestowed upon Ning Hongye, thus forfeiting the opportunity to trigger the system's 100-fold return. Do you know the origins of this blade? Princess Fu Yao inquired once more. I do not. Xiao Yang shook his head. After all, he had traversed from another realm, possessing only a rudimentary understanding of the history of the Great Xia Dynasty. Princess Fu Yao elaborated. This blade was not crafted by the founding ancestor, but rather, it was an artifact he fortuitously acquired, a primordial weapon measuring 4 feet in length. Forged from the fallen iron of the 9 provinces and imbued with the malice of the 8 desolations. However, due to certain circumstances, it had been sealed, permitting only a fraction of its true power to be unleashed. Even so, it remained an unparalleled divine armament. It is said that the founding ancestor once wielded this sword to cleave open the abyss of foreign demons. Hence the legend of one blade subdues 9 abysses was born. The fact that you have gained its recognition signifies that you, like the founding ancestor, are a person who battles against heaven and earth. This blade shall drink the blood of all deities and Buddhas, refusing to rest until it has quenched its thirst. Upon hearing these words, Xiao Yang felt a surge of fervor within him, unable to suppress the urge to sing out. With the long blade in hand, he could slay the Azure Dragon. Why should a man not wield the Wu hook and reclaim the 50 provinces of mountains and rivers? A true man in this world, when wielding the long blade, he ought to expand territories, achieve great feats, and leave a name etched in history. However, do not rejoice too soon. Princess Fu Yao shook her head. Now that you have ascended the heavenly rankings, the world is aware of your exploits. Even if your talent is unrivaled in this era, you are still quite young and require time to mature. There remains a risk of premature demise. Many gifted individuals may feel resentful and come to challenge you, seeking to make their names through your defeat. Furthermore, foreign enemies are also watching with keen eyes: the Northern Wolf Nation, the Southern Witch God sect, the Western Barbarians, and the Eastern Islands. They do not wish to see your growth and will send formidable adversaries to snuff you out in the cradle, even attempting to seize the martial fortune of the Great Xia from you. Hearing this, Xiao Yang felt a weight descend upon his heart, realizing the immense pressure he faced. Indeed, a tree that stands tall in the forest will inevitably be uprooted by the wind. Even though he possessed a system and advanced in cultivation at an astonishing rate, he could not underestimate the heroes of the world before he had fully spread his wings. Long Princess, thank you for your warning. What should I do next? Xiao Yang inquired. It is said that Princess Fu Yao possesses unparalleled wisdom. Perhaps it would be prudent to heed her counsel. I sought you out today to present you with an opportunity, as well as to request your assistance. Princess Fu Yao stated. What assistance? Xiao Yang asked. Princess Fu Yao gazed at him, her beautiful eyes shimmering with a peculiar light, and spoke astonishingly. Xiao Yang, I wish to have a child. Chapter 74. No one supports my aspirations to ascend. I shall tread through the snow to the mountain's peak. Ah? Upon hearing these words, Xiao Yang was momentarily taken aback. Could it be that she intended to? The esteemed princess of the Grand Dynasty, resorting to coercing a loyal citizen to engage in such morally reprehensible acts. This was a scenario that would incite envy and resentment among countless men who would yearn to assume Xiao Yang's place. Ahem. Nevertheless, Xiao Yang cleared her throat and spoke. Your Highness, though you have no offspring, you are merely a few years my senior. It seems rather inappropriate for me to regard you as my godmother, does it not? How about this? I shall consider you as an elder sister instead. What say you? Xiao Yang found this suggestion rather appealing. Should it come to fruition, he would become the sworn brother of the esteemed Princess Chang, thus attaining the status of an imperial uncle within the Great Xia Dynasty, placing him above even the Prince of Northern Defense in the hierarchy. At that point, each would address the other according to their respective standings. The prince would call him ninth brother, while he would refer to the prince as old brother. How delightful would that be? However, at that moment, Princess Fu Yao was incensed. Her charming visage was marred by fury, her chest heaving with agitation, and her phoenix-like eyes glimmered with ire. We are all adults here, so do not feign ignorance. You know precisely what I desire. If you acquiesce, I shall deploy the might of the Dragon Protection Pavilion to shield you from foreign assassins. The allure of royal power and wealth was tantalizingly within reach. It was undeniable that her words held a potent charm. With a mere agreement, he could win the heart of a beauty and secure the backing of the Dragon Protection Pavilion, granting him the strength to traverse the Great Xia with ease. Such was the true ascent to the heavens. As for the so-called Xiao Junlin, should he dare provoke him again, there would be no need for intervention. Princess Fu Yao would eradicate him herself. Yet, Xiao Yang simply shook his head. Princess, I am grateful for your misguided affection, but I must respectfully decline. The reason? Was it due to Ning Hongya? Princess Fu Yao furrowed her brow in consternation. Indeed, I have pledged my life to her, wishing for a singular heart, never to part in our golden years, Xiao Yang declared. In his eyes, although Ning Hongya appeared aloof and bore the stigma of slaughtering her city and father, her heart was, in truth, exceedingly gentle. She even crafted sachets by hand, concealing red beans within, a token of her longing. How could he possibly betray such sincerity? Xiao Yang, do you comprehend what you are refusing? Without my support, even if you best Xiao Junlin, how will you confront the myriad of prodigies challenging you, or withstand the assassination attempts from foreign powers? For the first time in her life, Princess Fu Yao was met with rejection, her anger igniting like flames. Her garments swirling without wind, and her 3,000 strands of hair dancing in the air. An overwhelming aura of intimidation surged from within her. Were it an ordinary person, they would likely kneel in submission. But Xiao Yang stood resolute, a true man facing the true martial emperor. No one supports my aspirations. I shall ascend the snow-covered peaks alone. If fate does not grant me this fortune, I shall still scale Kunlun. He held his head high, exuding an aura as powerful as a dragon. In this moment, accompanied by the melody of spring courtyard snow, it was nothing short of perfection. Princess, since I, Xiao Yang, am capable of bearing the martial destiny of the dynasty and earning the recognition of the Great Xia Dragon Sparrow, I am certainly no coward. Should prodigies come to challenge me, I shall honor them. Should foreign enemies attempt assassination, I shall slay them. Xiao Yang's voice resonated with an indomitable spirit, exuding an aura of unmatched dominance, as an unseen martial energy surged around him. After speaking, he turned to stride outside. Halt. Do you think you are permitted to leave? I command you to return at once. Princess Fu Yao, flustered, rushed forward to obstruct him. Yet, Xiao Yang's temper flared. What of the Grand Princess? If you provoke my ire, I shall not hold back. Your orders, dear princess, hold no sway over me. Suddenly, he grasped Princess Fu Yao's delicate arm and raised his right hand, delivering a resounding slap to her pert backside. The sound echoed sharply throughout the area. The astonishing sensation sent a shiver of exhilaration through Xiao Yang. Ah! Princess Fu Yao squealed, a mix of embarrassment and fury coursing through her. She could scarcely fathom Xiao Yang's brazen audacity in treating her with such disregard. How dare you? I am the Grand Princess of the dynasty, and I shall decree your punishment for such insolence, she exclaimed, her pearly teeth clenched, her cheeks flushed crimson. However, in the next moment, Xiao Yang escalated his actions further. He swept Princess Fu Yao off her feet, hoisting her onto his shoulder, and began to march toward the hot spring pool. Did you not express a desire for children? How is it that you now recoil at a mere slap on the backside? Enjoy your leisurely bath. I have no time to indulge you. With that, he unceremoniously tossed her into the pool. Splash! Water erupted in chaos, and Princess Fu Yao emerged, drenched and utterly disheveled. He sauntered away with an air of triumph. As she gazed at his retreating figure, her emotions were a tempest of shame and fury, intertwined with a strange complexity. The sting of his hand brought both pain and an inexplicable thrill, leaving her with an unexpected yearning for more. In that moment, her eyes glazed over with a mix of confusion and desire. Throughout her life, she had always acquired whatever she wished, yet this was her first taste of defeat. The more elusive the prize, the stronger her craving became. Xiao Yang, await my return. I shall claim you. Meanwhile, on the other side, Xiao Yang departed from the cloud-top heavenly palace and returned to the royal residence, only to find that it was already deep into the night. Master, you have finally returned, Huang Li exclaimed, rushing towards him with an expression of urgency. What has happened? Xiao Yang inquired. Just now. The guard Zhao returned from the herbal pavilion and reported that a madwoman named Gu Qinghan has caused a disturbance at the entrance, demanding to see the ninth son, Mr. Xiao. If she cannot find him, she threatens to destroy the herbal pavilion. Moreover, your friend Yushan has engaged in a fierce brawl with that madwoman. This is dire. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yang's expression darkened. He had encountered Gu Qinghan before at the martial temple and remembered her vividly. She was an extraordinarily cold woman with exceptional talent. Having ascended to the third position on the true martial rankings, on par with Ning Hongye, and possessed a unique ocular technique. Although Yushan was formidable and bore the white tiger's blade fate, he might not stand a chance against her. If things went awry, it could lead to significant repercussions. I must rush over immediately. Although Xiao Yang spoke those words, he did not set off immediately. Instead, he returned to his chamber. He placed down the Da Xiao Long Ke blade, donned his mask, and draped himself in a black cloak. The adversary sought vengeance for the young master of the Medicine King Valley, targeting Mr. Xiao Jiyao. He could not afford to reveal his true identity and thus needed to disguise himself. Subsequently, Xiao Yang promptly departed for the Baichao Hall. From a considerable distance, he could perceive the energy fluctuations resulting from the battle. At the entrance of the Baichao Hall, Yushan, clad in armor and wielding a spear, gasped heavily. Blood seeping from the corners of his mouth, indicating he had sustained significant injuries. Opposite him stood Gu Qinghan, dressed in white, her demeanor cold and seemingly unscathed. Step aside. Or face death. Gu Qinghan uttered icily. Little girl, what are you so proud of? I have yet to unleash my full strength. Shaking mountains is easy, but shaking me, Yushan, is no simple task. Yushan gripped his spear and launched a valiant charge. Bang! To his surprise, Gu Qinghan raised her delicate hand and sent him flying far away, crashing heavily to the ground. Is it really that difficult? She shook her head while gazing at the fallen Yushan, then proceeded to stride towards the interior of the Baichao Hall. Inside, Sun Yi and the numerous attendants of the Baichao Hall trembled in fear, their hearts racing. It's over. This female assassin is from the Medicine King Valley, coming for Mr. Xiao. If she cannot find him, will she not take her wrath upon us? I have lived for over 20 years, and still, I am but Xiao Chunan. Never having even held the goddess's hand. I do not wish to die. Just when despair engulfed the crowd, a chilling cackle echoed. Clad in a black robe, Xiao Yang suddenly appeared, deliberately adopting an eerie demeanor as he laughed maniacally. Little girl, are you searching for me? Chapter 75. When venturing out, one's identity is self-bestowed. The voice of Xiao Yang instantly captivated the attention of the entire assembly. Mr. Xiao? In the Baichao Hall, Sun Yi displayed a look of astonishment, followed by a deep sigh of relief. In her eyes, the renowned Mr. Xiao of the Nine Suns was an invincible figure. Not only had he concocted imperial grade elixirs, but he had also effortlessly slain Yichen, the young master of the Apothecary Valley, with a mere gesture, and had shot down the valley's grand elder with a single arrow. Undoubtedly, he was a master of martial arts. With Mr. Zhao's arrival, both the Baichao Hall and she herself were assured of salvation. Are you the illustrious Mr. Xiao of the Nine Suns? At that moment, Gu Qinghan turned to face Xiao Yang, gripping her longsword tightly. The cool moonlight cascaded upon her, cloaking her in a veil of frost. An aura of chilling energy enveloped her, her eyes resembling an ancient, frigid abyss, piercing and icy. Indeed, Xiao Yang nodded. I must uncover her weaknesses. He silently mused, subtly invoking the divine power of his dual pupils. Target, Gu Qinghan. Cultivation level, 5th rank of the Diamond Realm. 12 celestial bodies of the Jade Purity Body. Purple Extreme Demon Eyes. Weaknesses. Chronic toxins endured over the years, meridians and internal organs have decayed, lifespan diminished. To think she possesses the 12 celestial bodies. Xiao Yang was secretly astonished. He had not anticipated that Gu Qinghan was, in fact, the legendary celestial body, a rarity even surpassing both himself and Yin Ruyu's sacred physique. It was no wonder she could ascend to the top 3 of the true martial rankings, standing equally with Ning Hongya. Moreover, she possessed the purple extreme demon eye, seemingly a unique ocular technique. Previously, at the entrance of the true martial palace, a mere glance had rendered Yushan immobile. However, what intrigued Xiao Yang most was her vulnerability. Poisoned? Given the prowess of the Medicine King Valley, it was inconceivable they had not detected the toxins within her body. This left only one possibility. The poison was a means devised by the Medicine King Valley to control her. Miss Gu, are you here to avenge Yichen? Xiao Yang inquired. Yet, Gu Qinghan shook her head. She held no particular fondness for Yichen. She had nearly severed him with a single strike before. Then why not sheathe your sword and let us converse amicably? Xiao Yang proposed. You have offended the Medicine King Valley, and you must pay the price. Gu Qinghan tightened her grip on the Ice Soul Sword, her eyes glinting with a fierce coldness. What is the Medicine King Valley? Compared to the Nine Solar Sect, it is but a speck of dust. Xiao Yang exuded an air of confidence. Mr. Xiao, what exactly is this Geo sect? He inquired. I, Yushan, am not a person of limited knowledge, yet I have never heard of it before. Not far away, Yushan rose from the ground. Although he had been sent flying by Gu Qinghan's slap, he fortunately remained conscious. His question echoed the curiosity of those present. Within the vast expanse of the Great Xia Empire, there seemed to be no sect by the name of Jiuyou. Yet, this enigmatic Mr. Xiao possessed extraordinary strength and even held the formula for an imperial-grade elixir, marking him as no ordinary individual. Since you have sincerely inquired, I shall graciously enlighten you. The leader of the Jiuyou sect is of unparalleled nobility. The 3 pure ones are his friends. The 4 emperors are his acquaintances. The 8 immortals are his juniors. Yuan Shun is his esteemed guest. Xiao Yang's voice resonated throughout the entire Baikayatang, echoing in every corner. When one is out in the world, one's identity is self-fashioned. After all, the people of this realm are entirely oblivious to the existence of the Jiuyou sect, allowing him to fabricate tales at will. He continued. Our Jiuyou sect boasts an abundance of talent. Just to name a few, each one is a formidable force capable of sweeping across the heavens and the earth. The Grand Elder of Jiuyou sect, the Great Sage, Sun Wukong. The Second Elder, the Celestial Lord, Yang Jian. The Third Elder, the rebellious Prince Neza. The Protector of Jiuyou sect, the Sword Immortal, Li Taibai. Another Protector, the formidable Su Ke of the Exploding Heavens Gang. And our disciple, the young A Bing. Upon hearing these declarations, Yushan, Sun Yi, and the many attendants of Baikayatang displayed expressions of astonishment. Great Sage, Celestial Lord, Sword Immortal. Each title was indeed impressive. Just how many formidable individuals does the Jiuyou sect possess? Yet, who is that young A Bing? Could he be some exceptionally gifted young emperor? However, Gu Qinghan remained unfazed, her gaze still indifferent. Have you finished speaking? I know nothing of your Juyao sect. I only know that to kill you is my path to survival." Her voice was icy and resolute, and in an instant, she dashed forward to stand before Xiao Yang, executing a powerful palm strike. Boom. In that seemingly delicate jade hand lay an immense force capable of splitting mountains and shattering the earth. The Kirin arm, fire Lin, and the sky-rending claw. Xiao Yang swung his left arm, unleashing the innate powers of his Kirin arm. The force he wielded was akin to 1,000,000 pounds of might, a single punch rivaling that of ancient dragon elephants. He had once utilized this very technique to vanquish Qing Long, one of the 4 esteemed leaders of the Hongming. Bang! The collision of their fists erupted with a terrifying wave of energy, akin to an 8th-level hurricane sweeping through the air. In the distance, some of the less formidable members of the Baichao Hall lay prostrate on the ground, trembling in fear. Thud, thud, thud. Gu Qinghan staggered backwards several steps before finally regaining her footing, a trace of blood seeping from the corner of her mouth. Her previously unperturbed visage now bore an unprecedented expression of astonishment. How could you possibly be this strong? Though she had been confined in the icy depths of Yaowang Valley due to poison, she believed she could contend with even the valley's master, Yi Tianxian, in a life-and-death struggle. Yet now, she found herself wounded by this Mr. Xiao with a single blow. Meanwhile, on the other side, Xiao Yang was secretly astonished. Gu Qinghan's strike seemed imbued with the power of ice, instantly freezing his fist. Fortunately, the true blood of the Qilin coursed through his left arm, allowing him to swiftly dispel the chill. However, after taking Xiao Yang's full-force blow, Gu Qinghan had sustained only minor injuries, indicating that her combat prowess had already surpassed that of the Azure Dragon Master of the Hongming, exceeding the typical pinnacle of the 6th rank. Truly, she was a prodigy, a testament to the 12 celestial bodies. With a sudden flourish, Gu Qinghan drew the ice spirit sword from her waist and hurled it toward Xiao Yang. The temperature within the 100 Herbs Hall plummeted to freezing point. This sword was the embodiment of extreme cold. It seemed capable of freezing even the very soul of a person. Be careful. Suddenly, from a distance, Yushan shouted. The ice spirit sword in her hand was the treasured artifact of the Medicine King Valley, a royal-grade divine weapon, forged from a millennium of ice essence. It had even birthed a spirit of its own. Mr. Xiao, you cannot hope to withstand it with an ordinary weapon. It will shatter with a single strike. Use my blade. Note, the hierarchy of divine weapons is classified into spirit, royal, emperor, saint, and sovereign levels. Yushan removed her battle blade, intending to toss it to Xiao Yang. No need. In this world, there is no strongest weapon, only the strongest individual. Xiao Yang, however, gracefully declined his kind offer, his spirit aflame with the fervor of battle. In recent days, Gu Qinghan had emerged as his most formidable opponent, surpassing even the esteemed elder of Yaowang Valley in terms of combat prowess. As he prepared to confront Xiao Junlan, he intended to use Gu Qinghan as a litmus test to hone his skills. The edge of a fine sword is forged through rigorous trials. Whoosh! In the next moment, Xiao Yang drew the long blade from his waist. It was not the illustrious Da Xiao Long Ke, but rather an ordinary battle knife. Thunderous Ruin, 3rd form. Alone in the northern sea, wielding the spring thunder. Clang, clang, clang. Xiao Yang embodied the unity of humanity and nature, transforming into a tempestuous purple dragon that danced and flickered within the confines of the 100 Herb Hall. Thunderous roars reverberated through the air, echoing from all directions. In mere moments, his battle blade clashed with Gu Qinghan's ice soul sword, resulting in a cacophony of hundreds, if not thousands, of collisions. Suddenly, a piercing crack shattered the atmosphere. Under the gaze of many, the treasured weapon of Yaowang Valley, the royal grade ice soul sword, astonishingly shattered. Chapter 76. Witness me as a mere flea gazing at the azure sky. Shattered. In the distance, Yushan's eyes widened like brass bells, utterly incredulous. That was indeed a royal-grade weapon. The Yu family had been passing down their legacy for 500 years, and only an ancestor had once been fortunate enough to receive a royal-grade battle blade bestowed by the imperial family, treating it as a priceless treasure. Just moments ago, he had cautioned Mr. Xiao to exercise caution, never anticipating such a swift slap to the face. Meanwhile, Sunny and the members of the 100 Herb Hall were filled with unrestrained joy. Truly, Mr. Xiao was remarkable. He had effortlessly defeated the Grand Elder of Yaowang Valley. How could a mere girl stand a chance? That impudent girl, why has she knelt down to plead for mercy, to serve as Mr. Zhao's warm bedchamber maid? At that moment, Gu Qinghan stood frozen in place. Not only had her sword shattered, but her white garment had also been sliced apart, riddled with countless tears, resembling a unique lacework. Her smooth skin was exposed to the air, tantalizingly visible. Gu Qinghan realized that several times. Xiao Yang could have ended her life but chose to withdraw his blade at the last moment, merely tearing her attire. This was a testament to his impeccable mastery of swordplay, effortlessly wielding power. Yet, it left her feeling an overwhelming sense of pressure, causing her heart to waver. "Miss Gu, you have been defeated." Xiao Yang gazed at her, speaking in a tone that suggested he was stating an undeniable truth. Her sword, indeed a royal-grade divine weapon, possessed immense strength. However, Xiao Yang's swordsmanship surpassed it. The Thunder Prison Annihilation Blade, a supreme royal-grade technique, was further enhanced by the deadly move, Solo in the North Sea, commanding the Spring Thunder. Even when wielded with an ordinary battle knife, it could unleash cataclysmic power. "No, I have not yet been defeated," Gu Qinghan retorted stubbornly, her eyes suddenly radiating an enchanting purple glow, fixating intently on Xiao Yang. She had not intended to employ this technique. "Mr. Xiao, you are indeed the first to push me to this extent." The violet extreme demon I activated. As her words faded, a surge of violet brilliance enveloped Xiao Yang's form, akin to a violet prison that sealed all, rendering escape nearly impossible. The violet extreme demon eye. In the distance, Yushan's expression transformed drastically, exclaiming, "This is the legendary ancient divine skill, a mid-grade royal technique capable of unleashing violet divine light that assaults the enemy's spiritual sea. The consequences could range from mental disarray to becoming a living corpse." "What do we do now?" Sunny asked, her heart racing, biting her lip in anxiety. This woman disregards martial principles, resorting to a mental ambush. Does that not place Mr. Xiao in peril? In the realm of warriors, the competition typically revolves around cultivation level, physical prowess, vitality, and weaponry. Yet, the violet extreme demon I was not a martial technique. It resembled the arcane arts of Taoism or shamanism, specifically targeting the spiritual sea. Without specialized training, even a 7th-grade martial master would likely succumb. In that moment, the onlookers collectively felt a wave of concern for Xiao Yang. Ding. Host detected to be under the influence of a gaze technique. The invincible heavy I will autonomously protect the host and suppress the adversary. Suddenly, a notification echoed in his ear. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yang was overwhelmed with joy. The art of the eye, indeed, possesses varying degrees of power. While the purple extreme devil eye is formidable, his unrivaled heavy eye is of the celestial king level, boasting a unique attribute unparalleled in the present age. Now, Gu Qinghan dares to confront him with the purple extreme devil eye, akin to a mere 4-legged serpent provoking the true dragon of the 9 heavens. How could that heavy eye possibly endure such insolence? "Suppress. I demand a severe suppression." Boom. Suddenly, in Xiao Yang's left eye, 2 pupils overlapped, reminiscent of the sun and moon vying for brilliance. A gaze emanated forth. Disregarding distance, it directly struck Gu Qinghan's forehead, penetrating his sea of consciousness. In an instant, Gu Qinghan felt as though struck by lightning, his delicate form quaking violently as he spat out blood. What is happening? Is he truly human, or? Gu Qinghan stared fixedly at Xiao Yang, her previously frosty demeanor evaporating in an instant, her fair visage now marred by an uncontrollable terror. How dare a mere purple extreme devil eye act so audaciously? Kneel in submission for your transgressions. Xiao Yang's voice resonated like thunder, embodying the will of the divine, detonating within her sea of consciousness. Thud. Gu Qinghan found herself unable to maintain her composure, her knees buckling as she fell to the ground. She lay prostrate, as if performing an act of utmost reverence. Yet within her heart, an insurmountable chasm loomed, rendering her powerless. Before Xiao Yang, she felt akin to a diminutive ant confronting a towering mountain. Why? Why must it be thus? Just moments ago, Gu Qinghan had attempted to wield the purple extreme demon eye to assault Xiao Yang's consciousness, only to be met with an overwhelming aura of supremacy. It was as if the sun hung in the sky, and even a mere ray of its brilliance was sufficient to sear her soul and shatter her consciousness. Step by step, Xiao Yang approached her, hands clasped behind his back, exuding an aura of divinity. If you had not employed your ocular technique, you would see me as a frog at the bottom of a well gazing at the moon. Should you choose to wield your technique, you would perceive me as a mayfly observing the vast sky. Xiao Yang's voice was not loud, yet it resonated powerfully, captivating all those present. Goodness, this is simply too ostentatious, yet exhilarating. Especially for Yushan, who immersed himself in Xiao Yang's persona, his excitement soaring to new heights. At this moment, Gu Qinghan remained prostrate on the ground, unable to move. She felt as though her very fate had fallen into Xiao Yang's hands, like a mere plaything at his mercy. You have been defeated. Do you yield? Xiao Yang gazed down upon her with an air of superiority, his voice laced with coldness as he inquired. Gu Qinghan bowed her head, refraining from offering a response. Yet, in Xiao Yang's ear, the system's notification chimed in. Ding! You have defeated an adversary of higher realm, triggering the battle to nurture mechanism. You may extract 1/10 of the opponent's cultivation. Would you like to proceed? Yes. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Yang made his choice. In an instant, a force of profound power extracted 1/10 of Gu Qinghan's cultivation. A gasp escaped her lips as her body trembled. It felt as though the most precious essence within her had been forcibly taken by Xiao Yang at that very moment. What kind of divine technique is this? Now, as she faced Xiao Yang, all that remained was a deep-seated reverence and terror. How exhilarating! Xiao Yang felt as though he had consumed an invigorating tonic. A surge of vitality coursing through him, his spirit revitalized. His cultivation began to ascend rapidly, from the second level of the Vajra realm to the third, and then to the fourth. Merely by vanquishing Gu Qinghan, he had directly advanced 3 minor realms. This innate talent for growing stronger through battle was nothing short of extraordinary. If he were to deliberately seek out formidable opponents, would he not become invincible? Xiao Yang felt an overwhelming surge of excitement within him. Meanwhile, Gu Qinghan tilted her head back and spoke to him. I have been defeated and have nothing more to say. Strike me down. With that, she closed her eyes, presenting her neck for the fatal blow. I shall not kill you, Xiao Yang replied calmly. Why show mercy? Gu Qinghan asked, her expression one of confusion. Xiao Yang chuckled. Did you not show mercy just now and spare Yushan? With your strength, you could have easily slain him 100 times before I arrived. In the distance, Yushan exclaimed. What? So the fool was actually me. Chapter 77, The Kiss of Ninghongye. This was no mere fabrication by Xiao Yang. Given Gu Qinghan's prowess, defeating or even killing Yushan would have been a trivial task. The prolonged struggle was likely a ploy to draw him out. I am grateful for your mercy. Gu Qinghan rose, yet her countenance bore no trace of joy. Although she had regained her life, she had failed her mission. If she returned to Yawang Valley empty-handed, without the antidote, her life would be forfeit in no time. As she turned to leave, Xiao Yang interjected, By the way, I can cure the poison within you. What? How do you know? Gu Qinghan abruptly halted, gazing at Xiao Yang in disbelief. However, it soon dawned on her that his otherworldly perception seemed omniscient. Even if I cannot cure it immediately, I estimate that in due time, I shall be able to, Xiao Yang continued. In his view, finding a way to extract a medicinal elixir from the system to neutralize the poison should not pose a significant challenge. If that proved impossible, he could always bolster his own strength and confront the Yawang Valley directly. At that juncture, he could compel the Valley Master to provide the antidote through sheer force. Suddenly, Gu Qinghan fell to one knee. Upon witnessing this, Xiao Yang was bewildered, pondering how it was possible for someone to kneel without the use of a heavy gaze. My lord, if you could assist me in dispelling this poison, I would willingly serve as your sword servant for life, after I complete a certain task. Gu Qinghan spoke solemnly. No. Xiao Yang shook his head. Are you unwilling, my lord? Gu Qinghan's eyes brimmed with tears, revealing a hint of grievance. You misunderstand. My intention in purging the poison is not to bind you as a servant. What I seek is not an obedient slave, but a comrade to fight alongside me. Xiao Yang lifted her from the ground. If he aspired to wield power across the realm and pursue glory in the Central Plains, he could not embark on this journey alone. He required numerous allies, such as Zhao Changkong and Yushan. Furthermore, Gu Qinghan's innate talent rivaled that of Ning Hongyi, complemented by her possession of the 12 immortal bodies and the purple extreme demon eyes. Should she succeed in purging the toxins from her body, her future accomplishments would be boundless. At the very least, she could attain the rank of an 8th-rank martial general, and perhaps even ascend to the status of a 9th-rank martial saint. Therefore, Xiao Yang's investment in her was undeniably a lucrative endeavor. Qinghan, you are marked by misfortune, burdened with the shackles of your bloodline. Are you truly willing to become my comrade in arms? Gu Qinghan could not help but inquire. Xiao Yang chuckled. The path belongs to the path, the demons to the demons, and you are you. Even the divine and the Buddha cannot dictate your fate. Only you possess that power. In that moment, the frost-laden shell encasing Gu Qinghan's heart seemed to shatter completely. Her life had been fraught with adversity, abandoned by her parents in her youth. She endured torment in the dark, icy depths of the Medicine King's Valley. She had once believed her life to be unbearably bitter, that no sweetness in the world could ever suffice to fill the void. Yet today, She realized that even a single thread of sweetness could fill the anguish within her heart. Years later, as the pillar of the Xia Dynasty and a martial arts prodigy, the female warrior Gu Qinghan reminisced about the night she first encountered Xiao Yang. Her heart still sweet as honey. After resolving the troubles of the 100 Herbs Hall, Xiao Yang offered a few words of guidance to Sun Yi before departing without greeting Yushan. After all, he was now known as Master Xiao of the Nine Yell. He could not afford to drop his disguise. Soon, he returned to the royal residence and exchanged his black robe. The gains from this venture were considerable. On one hand, he had successfully recruited Gu Qinghan, a martial arts genius. On the other hand, through the principle of warfare nurturing warfare, he had advanced his cultivation to the 4th stage of the Diamond Realm, equivalent to years of arduous training. Bang! Just as he was about to rest, the door was abruptly pushed open. Ning Hongya's guard, Qing Luan, hurriedly rushed in, looking travel-worn. General Ning has returned. You must come with me at once. Qing Luan exclaimed. Very well. Xiao Yang immediately rose to his feet. It had been some days since he had last seen Ning Hongya, and he found himself missing her presence. Before her departure, she mentioned she had to attend to a matter of great importance, though he remained unaware of what it entailed. Soon, Xiao Yang followed Qing Luan to the secluded estate of the Wang family. From afar, he beheld a colossal dragon lying on the ground. Its body stretched an impressive 100 meters, resembling a mountain, its dark green scales shattered in fragments. A deep gash, several feet long, marred its vital area. Still stained with dark red blood, the single horn upon the dragon's forehead had been severed halfway. Its pair of crimson vertical pupils were wide open, seemingly frozen in a state of terror from its final moments. Could this be the legendary malevolent dragon of the North Sea? Upon witnessing the colossal corpse of the dragon, Xiao Yang could not suppress his exclamation. Indeed, it was I who dealt the fatal blow. From a distance, a chilling voice resonated. Ning Hongye descended step by step from atop the head of the North Sea's malignant dragon. In her hand, the battle blade, Qi Lian, still glistened with the dragon's blood. As the wind swept by, the crimson fabric of her attire fluttered, resembling a painting stained with blood. Xiao Yang could almost envision her heroic figure as she vanquished the Jiao in the North Sea. Here, take this. Suddenly, Ning Hongye extended her hand and placed a jade-green inner elixir into Xiao Yang's palm. The inner elixir of the Jiao dragon. Xiao Yang's eyes brightened, and his heart was filled with astonishment. During the autumn hunt, he had been ambushed by the eldest prince, Xiao Junlin, and deceived into the Yinshuan, where he awakened the intent of the jade-shattering blade, slaying the one-horned Xian Meng and obtaining its inner elixir. After consuming it, his cultivation soared. However, this Northern Sea evil flood dragon was far more formidable than the one-horned Xian Meng, comparable to a 7th-rank martial Dao grandmaster. And its inner elixir was undoubtedly even more precious. Hongyi, was it for this that you ventured to the Northern Sea to slay the flood dragon? Xiao Yang inquired again. Indeed, Ning Hongyi nodded. But you were injured. This is far too perilous. What if something were to go wrong? Xiao Yang's anxiety surged. Fear not, for I have returned alive, have I not? Ning Hongyi replied. Qing Wan also urged, 9th Prince, a true man should not dither. So hurry and consume it. Do not squander the goodwill of my family's general. At that moment, holding the dragon's inner elixir, Xiao Yang felt its weightiness. He had never anticipated that Ning Hongyi had left so suddenly with the sole purpose of enhancing his cultivation. She had faced unknown dangers and paid an undisclosed price to slay the flood dragon, yet she had said nothing about it. This bond was indeed invaluable. Xiao Yang, you have gifted me numerous precious treasures. What harm is there in me returning a single inner elixir? Furthermore, we are family, are we not? Ning Hongyi suddenly declared. Very well, then I shall not stand on ceremony. Xiao Yang felt a surge of emotion within him. Aware of the formidable nature of the dragon's inner elixir, he stepped into the small room before consuming it. With a gulp, an explosive surge of energy instantaneously coursed through his limbs and bones, an overwhelming force. What was happening? Suddenly, Xiao Yang discerned that the energy within the elixir was not nurturing his body, but rather wreaking havoc upon his meridians, tormenting his flesh. Soon, a look of agony crossed his face as purple demonic patterns emerged upon his skin, his whole being trembling, his breath fading rapidly. This is dire. It is the evil dragon's curse. Witnessing this scene, Ning Hongye's expression drastically changed. She had not anticipated that the vile serpent of the North Sea, in its dying moments, would channel a torrent of resentment into this elixir. Whoever ingested it would fall victim to its curse. The consequences ranged from the severing of limbs and the ruin of one's cultivation to an instant demise, with the soul extinguished. This was a trap set by the monstrous serpent to exact revenge on her. Unbeknownst to her, by gifting the elixir to Xiao Yang, she had unwittingly condemned him. At that moment, the evil dragon's curse erupted fully, and should it continue, the repercussions would be unimaginable. It seemed that only one method remained. Ning Hongye bit her crimson lip, a flicker of resolute determination flashing in her eyes, as if she had made a momentous decision. Then, she suddenly rose, enveloped in a fragrant aura, and approached Xiao Yang. Her luscious, dewy lips moved directly towards him in a kiss. Chapter 78. The Adorable Big White Rabbit. Fragrant, sweet, luscious. Although Xiao Yang was somewhat dazed from the onslaught of the evil dragon's malevolence, the unexpected kiss jolted him back to full awareness in an instant. With a sudden and unanticipated move, he was taken completely by surprise. He could never have imagined that the proud and aloof Ning Hongye would unexpectedly kiss him so fervently. Hongye, you. Xiao Yang was about to speak when he was interrupted. Don't say a word, focus. Ning Hongye glared at him, her crimson lips pressing against his once more. In that moment, they were so close that they could feel each other's breath and heartbeat. Xiao Yang could better appreciate her exquisite visage, her skin radiant and flawless, akin to a masterpiece of the finest quality. Wait, she urged him to be serious. Could it be that she desired? In the depths of his heart, Xiao Yang pondered whether it was time to extend his tongue. After all, it was she who had taken the initiative. If he failed to reciprocate, would he not be lesser than a beast? Unexpectedly, in the next moment, a surge of pure and intense flames erupted from Ning Hongye's being, enveloping both of them. In that instant, Xiao Yang could no longer perceive the fragrance of her ruby lips. All that remained was an overwhelming heat, as if he were standing at the mouth of a volcano. Yet, simultaneously, under the influence of this fiery essence, the malevolent force within him, the evil dragon Xia, began to be subdued, slowly dissipating. This was the red lotus karma fire, Ning Hongye's innate talent, a formidable adversary to all malevolence. She herself was impervious to poisons and unafraid of sinister energies. However, bestowing the red lotus karma fire upon another was a perilous endeavor. A moment of negligence could result in incineration. For safety, there were only two methods. The first was to transfer energy through a kiss, and the second, a more intimate union of their beings. Even though she had resolved to marry no one but Xiao Yang for the rest of her life, at that moment, she felt too bashful to resort to the latter. Meanwhile, Xiao Yang was caught in a whirlwind of happiness and vexation. He could see Ning Hongye kissing him, yet under the influence of the red lotus karma fire. He felt nothing but the searing heat. They had kissed, yet it felt as though they had not. Desperation surged within him. Was there any effective means to cool down? He almost wished to call upon Gu Qinghan to perform an ice heart technique to alleviate the scorching temperature. Just then, Ning Hongye abruptly rose and pushed him away. Her tone was calm, seemingly devoid of emotion, yet her face, blushing crimson as if it could bleed, betrayed her true feelings. Ning Hongye had not anticipated that her first kiss would be surrendered in such a manner. Yet, she bore no regrets, only a touch of shyness. She promptly donned her Shura mask, but did not leave the room. Instead, she stood by, guarding Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang closed his eyes, firmly embracing the primordial essence. At this moment, he felt the energy of the dragon's inner core infusing his limbs and bones, nourishing every inch of his skin and every fragment of his skeleton. It was exhilarating, akin to consuming a potent elixir. Soon, his right arm ignited with black flames, and dark, scaled armor emerged upon its surface, as resilient as iron, impervious to blades and unyielding in strength. In the palm of his hand, a dark purple dragon totem manifested. Ding! Detection indicates that the host has ingested the dragon's inner core. The right arm has transformed into the arm of the malevolent dragon, awakening an imperial-grade superior divine ability, Wrath of the Reverse Scale. Wrath of the Reverse Scale. When the host falls into fury or faces death, they will enter a berserk state, disregarding pain and doubling their combat prowess. The support from Brother Tongzi is truly remarkable. Xiao Yang felt a surge of joy within. Previously, he had acquired the Qilin arm, and with the divine power of the Firelin sky-splitting claw, his striking force had reached a terrifying weight exceeding 100,000 pounds. Now, with his right arm transformed into the evil flood dragon arm, and having comprehended the fury of the reverse scale, the combination of these two elements enabled him to unleash a strength greater than the sum of its parts. Furthermore, the medicinal properties of the flood dragon's inner core had propelled his cultivation to new heights. Boom, boom, boom. The realms ascended through the fifth, sixth, and 7th levels of the Diamond Realm, ultimately culminating in a direct leap to the 9th level, at which point he finally paused. "You have broken through?" Ning Hongye inquired, her beautiful eyes wide with astonishment. "Yes, Hongye, I owe it all to you. I have now reached the pinnacle of the 5th grade. Just a step away from the 6th grade, the mountain-moving realm." Xiao Yang rose to his feet. Upon hearing this, Ning Hongye maintained her composure on the surface. Yet her heart was tumultuous. Although the Flood Dragon's inner core was exceedingly precious, equivalent to 100 years of arduous cultivation for an ordinary person, it did not guarantee that a martial artist would directly gain a century's worth of cultivation upon consumption. The extent of refinement depended on one's innate understanding. For those with mediocre talents, consuming the Flood Dragon's inner core could either lead to explosive demise or a mere elevation of 1 or 2 realms at best. However, someone like Xiao Yang, who had effortlessly broken through multiple realms, was truly extraordinary. Yet she recalled the information she had previously heard from Qing Wan. Understanding that Xiao Yang had made a remarkable impression in the martial temple, ascending the heavenly ranking and bearing the fortune of martial arts. With such immense opportunities, his future achievements would likely surpass her own. "Shall we engage in a sparring session?" Ning Hongye proposed, gazing at Xiao Yang with an inviting look. "Certainly." Xiao Yang nodded eagerly, eager to engage. The sparring among masters serves to hone one's own skills. Ning Hongye, apart from his father, was the most formidable opponent he had encountered. However, "Hongye, you have sustained injuries and have just returned from the Northern Sea. Are you truly all right?" Xiao Yang inquired with concern. "Not at all," Ning Hongye replied, revealing a confident smile. "You don't truly believe that after a few fortunate encounters, you can surpass me, do you? Fear not. I shall restrain my cultivation to the 5th rank of the Diamond Realm." With that, she tapped several acupoints on her body and beckoned Xiao Yang with a gesture. Since she had expressed such confidence, Xiao Yang felt no need for hesitation. "Shielan Arm, activate. Evil Flood Dragon Arm, unleash." He directly summoned his divine powers, his left arm glowing with golden light while his right arm was enveloped in black flames. His entire presence radiated like that of a dragon, as if he had transformed into a super scion. Black Tiger prowling heart. Old Ox pushing Han. Xiao Yang refrained from employing the Da Huang prison sky finger, for the one before him was none other than his beloved wife. What if he inadvertently caused her harm? Instead, he relied on the unparalleled skills from his previous life, and the combined strength of his arms had already surpassed 200,000 pounds. How could this be? Ning Hongye endured several blows from his iron fists, yet she found herself retreating repeatedly. She had miscalculated Xiao Yang's strength and had even suppressed her own cultivation. If this continued, she might truly face defeat. It seemed that it was time to get serious. Ning Hongye was poised to unleash her exceptional martial arts technique. The monkey grabs peach. Xiao Yang, however, unleashed a dual assault with his fists, targeting her vital points with striking ferocity. "You scoundrel!" Ning Hongye exclaimed, feeling a mix of humiliation and anger. She had not anticipated such crude tactics from him. In her haste to return, she had discarded her armor and now donned only a delicate, sheer red dress. Left with no choice, she raised her arms to shield herself. Bang! In the next moment, Xiao Yang's fists collided with her. Ning Hongye staggered back several steps before regaining her balance. As a 7th-tier martial arts master, her formidable cultivation ensured she remained unscathed. Yet, with a crack, her red dress could not withstand the force of his blows and disintegrated into a fine powder. Her fragrant shoulders, exquisite back, and graceful arms were laid bare to the air, leaving her clad solely in a red bodice that accentuated her alluring curves, adorned with an embroidered image of a charming little white rabbit. Upon witnessing this scene, Xiao Yang felt a surge of blood rushing through his veins, and a nursery rhyme from his past life surfaced in his mind. The big white rabbit, so white and bright, with 2 ears standing upright, hopping around. Oh, what a delightful sight! At that moment, Xiao Yang's eyes widened like bronze bells, utterly unable to divert his gaze. Previously, they had shared intimate moments, even soaking together in the same wooden tub. However, at that time, he had his eyes closed, only catching a whiff of the enchanting fragrance of her body, yet seeing nothing. To his surprise, in the midst of their sparring, Xiao Yang inadvertently shattered her red dress, granting him an eye feast. A splendid figure, indeed. It was the kind of physique that made one unable to see their feet when looking down. Compared to Princess Fuyao, it seemed even more impressive. It appears that future children need not worry about going hungry. Xiao Yang pondered silently. Meanwhile, Ning Hongye bit her red lips tightly, her delicate face nearly bleeding. She remained silent and swiftly donned a piece of soft armor. Although it did not completely conceal her figure, it offered a semblance of coverage. However, the flatness of her abdomen revealed faint traces of her sculpted waistline, which was particularly alluring. Hongye, my apologies. I did not intend to. Xiao Yang felt a tinge of embarrassment. It was my oversight. You have emerged victorious. Yet, Ning Hongye willingly conceded. She was not the type of unreasonable woman. It was she who had suggested the sparring session. She had also chosen to suppress her own cultivation level. It would be unfair to blame Xiao Yang for being too formidable, would it not? Nevertheless, due to the recent interlude, the atmosphere in the room seemed to take on a subtly intricate quality. That the two spoke simultaneously, their thoughts intertwined. Xiao Yang, you may speak first. All right. Ning Hong took a deep breath to steady her emotions before continuing. Xiao Yang, since you have now reached the pinnacle of the 5th rank and are on the verge of ascending to the 6th, I feel compelled to offer you a word of caution. The 6th rank, known as the mountain-moving realm, signifies that a warrior of this caliber possesses the strength to shift mountains and overturn peaks. However, there is another appellation for the 6th rank, referred to as star plucking. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yang inquired with curiosity, what does that mean? Having only arrived in this world a few months prior, he had relied on the system to forcefully break through barriers, yet he possessed no concrete understanding of the martial arts framework. Ning Hongye elucidated. The term Zhai Xing literally signifies establishing a connection with the stars above. Warriors below the 6th rank are regarded as mere crude fighters by Confucianism, Taoism, Buddhism, and other schools of thought. However, once one breaks through to the 6th rank, they can summon, and even harness, the power of the stars. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yang was immediately filled with excitement. Previously, although he had cultivated numerous divine abilities, such as the Great Wilderness Prison Skyfinger or the Thunder Abyss Annihilation Blade, these were merely manifestations of physical prowess and martial techniques. While formidable, they lacked finesse. However, should he be able to invoke the power of the stars, it would be an entirely different matter. Yet, transcending to the 6th rank was no simple feat. It was akin to scaling the heavens. Ning Hongye's expression darkened as she continued. First and foremost, you must utilize your own spiritual consciousness to communicate with the myriad stars and locate your destined star, igniting it in the process. This journey varies from person to person. Those endowed with exceptional talent may succeed within an hour, while those lacking such gifts may. Despite consuming countless rare treasures and practicing numerous divine abilities throughout their lives, never illuminate their destined star. Intrigued by her words, Xiao Yang posed another question. Is it true that one can only ignite a single destined star? Not at all. Ning Hongye shook her head, explaining. Ordinary warriors celebrating the ignition of a single star is already a significant achievement. However, some prodigies can illuminate 2 or 3. It is said that Crown Prince Xiao Wushuang once ignited 10 destined stars at once, among which was a purple microstar, earning him the mentorship of that esteemed sage from the Confucian temple. Moreover, Qi Songhai, the foremost on the true martial ranking, ignited a particularly unique comet star, causing a stir within the astronomical bureau. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yang gazed at her once more and inquired, Hong Yi, how many have you ignited? In truth, the number of life stars illuminated is a closely guarded secret for any warrior. However, to Xiao Yang, she chose not to conceal it, responding, I spent a day and a night igniting the 7 constellations of the southern vermilion bird, Jing, Gui, Lu, Xing, Zhang, Yi, and Ji. Impressive indeed. Xiao Yang could not help but exclaim in admiration. In terms of innate talent, Ning Hongye truly stands unrivaled in the world. You have now reached the pinnacle of the 5th rank. Should you succeed in igniting your destiny star and break through to the 6th rank, victory against Xiao Junlin in that battle would be assured. However, this process requires a tremendous amount of vital energy. You may begin by attempting to establish a connection and see how many stars you can commune with, and I shall safeguard you in the meantime. Ning Hongye stated. All right. Xiao Yang nodded and subsequently closed his eyes, settling into a cross-legged meditation. He summoned the primordial spirit from the sea of consciousness in his brow, allowing it to soar into the vastness, seemingly wandering beyond the realms of reality, ascending to the 9th heaven. Soon, his awareness entered an abyss of profound darkness, akin to a black hole. The surroundings were pitch black, enveloped in an eerie stillness, devoid of any light. How unfortunate could this be? Could it be that not even a single star could be ignited? Just as Xiao Yang pondered this predicament, a sudden flicker pierced the darkness, a faint glimmer of light, resembling a diminutive firefly. Thankfully, though it was but a solitary spark, it was certainly better than nothing. Xiao Yang exhaled in relief. just as he was about to beckon that particular star. Suddenly, several other stars around him began to twinkle in unison. It was akin to the first domino toppling. The pitch-black night sky erupted into a dazzling array of brilliance. The spectacle was breathtaking, an overwhelming multitude that defied enumeration by the naked eye. There were simply too many. It resembled an ocean of stars. In no time, these glowing entities rushed towards Xiao Yang, seemingly eager to be chosen by him. In that moment, Xiao Yang felt akin to an emperor selecting his consorts, with a harem of 3,000 beauties awaiting his decree. Among them were many exceptionally large and luminous stars: the purple star, the Mars star, the literature star, the martial star, the Big Dipper. The 7 stars of the azure dragon, the 7 stars of the white tiger, the 7 stars of the vermilion bird, and the 7 stars of the black tortoise. What on earth is happening here? Xiao Yang's sea of consciousness was instantly overwhelmed by the celestial bodies that flew toward him. Unable to bear such immense power for a moment. Boom. In the next instant, he felt the darkness envelop him, and then his awareness returned. Finding himself once again in the secluded residence of the royal estate, he slowly opened his eyes. How was it? Did you ignite your fated star? Ning Hongye inquired. Xiao Yang shook his head. The countless stars he had just glimpsed had yet to illuminate before retreating from his consciousness. It was of no consequence. Experiencing failure for the first time was entirely natural, so he should take his time. Ning Hongye offered some words of comfort, and then inquired. How many stars did you see? Xiao Yang's expression was peculiar as he contemplated for a moment before gazing at her and saying, I beheld an ocean. Chapter 80. Ning Hongye's Astonishment. A thousandfold return, the 9 secrets are all character formulas. An ocean? Ning Hongye was taken aback. She had never heard of any warrior communicating with the stars only to encounter an ocean. It was indeed strange. Sensing her bewilderment, Xiao Yang realized she had misunderstood and quickly clarified, I'm in a sea of stars. The entire sky adorned with stars, resembling droplets of water, converging into a vast ocean. What? Ning Hongye's beautiful eyes widened, fixated on Xiao Yang with an expression of disbelief. Are you jesting? The stars you witnessed were not merely 10, 20, or even 100, but countless? Indeed, there were at least 1,000. Xiao Yang nodded earnestly. For a moment, Ning Hongye's ruby lips parted slightly. Yet she found herself at a loss for words, her spirit profoundly shaken. Were it anyone else, she would undoubtedly suspect them of deceit, for such claims seemed utterly preposterous. To communicate with 3 or 4 stars would already mark one as a remarkable prodigy, worthy of great pride. The most she knew of was Prince Xiao Wuxuang, who could connect with 10 stars, an achievement that had once stirred the entire dynasty. Yet, here was Xiao Yang asserting that he had glimpsed a vast ocean of stars. Should this revelation spread, it would surely send shockwaves throughout the realm. Nevertheless, she recalled Xiao Yang's previous exploits at the martial temple, which had already rendered him a household name, coupled with his bearing of the martial destiny of the Great Xia. The ability to connect with so many stars did not seem entirely implausible. Xiao Yang, it appears you will require quite some time to break through to the 6th rank of martial arts. Ning Hongye revealed an expression of resignation. Why? Xiao Yang was perplexed. He was eager to break through his cultivation level, hoping to ascend to the 6th rank before the duel, thus enabling him to overpower Xiao Junlin. Ning Hongye elucidated. Each additional star of fate you ignite requires a doubling of your own energy and resources. At that time, I ignited 7 stars. Yet it consumed an entire year's military expenditure of the Zhuge army to procure that many rare materials. Moreover, Crown Prince Xiao Wuxuang could ignite 10 stars solely due to the royal family's substantial resources. Otherwise, even if an ordinary person could communicate with the stars, they would lack the means to ignite so many. Your ability to connect with the myriad stars is indeed a tremendous boon, signifying boundless potential. Yet, it also presents a colossal dilemma. Where can one find such an abundance of rare materials? By the end of her explanation, Ning Hongye's tone bore a hint of resignation. She even felt that Xiao Yang's cultivation might be permanently stalled at the pinnacle of the 5th rank, perhaps unable to break through at all. The extraordinary talent that had once shone throughout the ages seemed to have transformed into a shackle. But fret not. Perhaps it won't be long before a solution presents itself. Xiao Yang, however, was not disheartened. Rather, he quickly conceived a plan. Firstly, he possessed a system, with the potential for returns magnified 100-fold, 1,000-fold, or even 10,000-fold. Acquiring a sufficient amount of rare materials was not merely a fanciful dream. Secondly, his path to elevating his cultivation was not solely reliant on his realm. He had a unique method, growing stronger through battle. Having previously triumphed over Gu Qinghan, Xiao Yang had extracted 1/10 of her cultivation. Moving forward, he could continue to challenge skilled opponents. Even if he could not ignite his life star and break through to the 6th tier, the cultivation he gained would be tangible and substantial. If this continued, his amassed cultivation might surpass that of the vast majority of 6th tier martial artists and even rival the 7th tier masters. Thus, an unprecedented entity would emerge, historically the most formidable and extraordinary 5th tier martial artist. Hong Yi, thank you for your reminder, Xiao Yang expressed gratefully. It is getting late. You should return, Ning Hongyi replied. She had hurried back from the North Sea and had not rested for several days. She was now preparing for a bath. Xiao Yang gazed at her luscious crimson lips, a restless yearning stirring within him. It seemed that the malevolent dragon energy within him had not been entirely vanquished. Perhaps he should indulge once more? Upon hearing this, Ning Hongye's face flushed with a mix of embarrassment and anger. She promptly turned on her heel and retreated into the room, slamming the door shut with a resounding thud. Upon witnessing the situation, Xiao Yang remained undeterred, for he had already amassed considerable gains that evening. Before long, he returned to his residence, where the familiar sound of the system's notification resonated in his ears. Ding! The host has received the target's first kiss. The next reward shall trigger a 10,000-fold critical hit. 10,000-fold? Upon hearing this, Xiao Yang was overwhelmed with excitement. It is essential to note that previously, due to insufficient affection, he had only triggered 100-fold returns. The solitary instance of a 10,000-fold return was the invincible double pupil he received initially, a talent of the Celestial King level, possessing the singular attribute of its time. He never anticipated that receiving Ning Hongye's first kiss would yield such remarkable benefits. What wonders might await if he were to deepen their relationship further? Xiao Yang began to envision in his heart the type of gift he would bestow upon Ning Hongye next. It must not be a divine weapon or a spirit beast, but rather something that could directly enhance her combat prowess. The following day, early in the morning, Xiao Yang arrived at the residence of the 6th prince, Xiao Tianling. Within the royal palace, the 6th prince is a rather unique figure. With his rosy lips and pearly white teeth, he has always taken great care in his appearance and places a high premium on cleanliness, insisting on bathing before venturing outside. He shares a close camaraderie with his attendants, often engaging in playful gestures such as patting shoulders or giving playful nudges. Previously, when the emperor arranged a marriage for him, the reasons he concocted to reject the union were highly sensational. It is said that afterward, the northern duke was so enraged that he overturned the table and even imposed a penalty requiring him to take 10 beautiful concubines. Ninth brother, what brings you here? Upon seeing Xiao Yang, the 6th prince immediately greeted him with warmth, a trace of floral scent lingering about him. 6th brother, halt. Xiao Yang immediately took several steps back, creating distance and fabricating a clumsy excuse. I have recently caught a chill. It would be best not to pass it on to you. Let us converse from a distance of 10 meters. He had come this time for the spiritual treasure you had promised during our last encounter. If memory serves, you possess a divine technique known as the blood ignition secret art. Indeed, the 6th young master nodded, smiling. You see, that blood ignition secret art is a treasured heirloom of my maternal clan. Once activated with vital essence, it can enhance one's capabilities, boosting strength by 30% for a brief period. Since I have pledged to bestow it upon you, I shall not go back on my word. However, I do have a condition. What is it? Xiao Yang furrowed his brow and inquired. Should the other party demand exorbitant prices, he would not indulge them. Unexpectedly, the 6th young master revealed a bashful smile. It is said that you share a close relationship with the young master Yushan of the Yu family in Zhengzhou. I am curious, what type of men, oh no, I mean women, does the young master favor? Ahem. Upon hearing this question, Xiao Yang was caught off guard, coughing dryly. Could it be that the 6th brother has an interest in Yushan? He must prefer those with voluptuous figures, right? Xiao Yang remarked casually. Is that so? The 6th young master, upon hearing this, instinctively pouted and resumed his relentless questioning. What is his favorite color? What does he enjoy eating? When is his birthday? Does he prefer the front or the back? What outrageous and cunning inquiries are these? It is truly too devious. Xiao Yang, steeling himself, managed to appease the 6th prince just enough to secure the coveted secret technique of blood ignition. Sweating profusely, he fled from the prince's residence, feeling a terror far greater than that of facing the mythical one-horned python. With little time to spare for concerns about Yushan, he rushed to the royal estate's annex, where he found Ning Hongye. Hongye, I have procured the spiritual-grade superior technique of blood ignition from 6th brother. It will significantly enhance the combat prowess of you and the soldiers of the Vermilion Bird Legion. Xiao Yang handed her the secret manual. Xiao Yang, time is of the essence and the duel is imminent. How can you still afford to engage in such trivial matters? Ning Hongye furrowed her brow. She believed that Xiao Yang was squandering precious time on inconsequential affairs. It is only proper to reciprocate, she continued. Moreover, I am confident in my ability to triumph over Xiao Junlin. As for your impending rebellion, I shall seize any opportunity that strengthens the Zhuge army. Xiao Yang spoke in a low voice, his gaze resolute. Upon hearing this, Ning Hongye felt a pang of guilt in her heart. I apologize. I unjustly accused you earlier and failed to appreciate your intentions. I shall diligently practice this fervent blood secret technique alongside the Zhuge army. She accepted the manual without hesitation. A sudden chime resonated in Xiao Yang's ears, announcing the system's notification. Ding! The host has been granted the supreme-grade blood ignition secret technique, triggering a 10,000-fold critical reward. 10,000-fold return, the 9 secret techniques of the celestial sovereign. Shall it be extracted immediately? Chapter 81. Visitors from the Immortal Gate, the Saintess and the Empress. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Xiao Yang promptly bid farewell to Ning Hongye and returned to his residence. He immediately initiated the extraction. In the next moment, a torrent of information surged into his consciousness, akin to an enlightening revelation. The 9 secrets, an unparalleled mastery crafted by the ancient 9 celestial lords, with each secret epitomizing the pinnacle of a particular domain, possessing supreme might that effortlessly overwhelms similar divine abilities. When the 9 secrets converge, invincibility is assured. The all-character formula, an instantaneous enhancement of combat prowess by 10-fold, encompassing physical strength, speed, and spiritual essence, devoid of side effects, with duration contingent upon one's cultivation. This is exceedingly formidable. Xiao Yang's heart surged with profound shock and uncontainable joy. Truly, it is the fabled secret technique of the celestial sovereign. Previously, he had awakened the essence of the jade-shattering blade, which allowed him to temporarily ignite his vitality, enhancing the blade's power 10-fold. However, the drawbacks were glaringly apparent. Firstly, it was solely confined to the might of the blade technique, excluding the strength of the physical body and the spirit. Secondly, unleashing a single strike would inflict harm upon himself, leaving him utterly drained and devoid of any capacity for counterattack. In contrast, the all-character technique of the 9 secrets bears no adverse effects. Its only limitation lies in the practitioner's cultivation level, which dictates the duration of the technique's application. Given Xiao Yang's current cultivation level, he would likely be able to utilize the all technique only for a fleeting moment, yet that would suffice. An instantaneous elevation of combat prowess by 10-fold would enable Xiao Yang to ascend into the realm of top-tier warriors, akin to a leap from bronze to diamond. Although he has not yet broken through to the 6th rank of martial arts with this unparalleled supreme skill. The forthcoming duel in a few days appears to hold no uncertainties. Xiao Yang closed his eyes, beginning to comprehend the profound secrets of the 9 mysteries. Meanwhile, amidst the night, a golden chariot tore through the dark clouds, radiating brilliance as it soared across the horizon. 8 snow-white flying steeds, unblemished in color, pulled the chariot. Driven by a one-armed elder bearing a fiery mark on his brow, resembling a celestial deity on a divine procession. Within the carriage sat a man and a woman. The man's eyes sparked with electric intensity, exuding a commanding presence, while the woman possessed unparalleled beauty and an ethereal grace, draped in a violet feathered garment. The Violet Moon Fairy, the elder had already gathered intelligence about her. The one capable of stirring 9 extraordinary phenomena of heaven and earth was none other than the first young master of the northern royal family of the Great Xia Dynasty. Xiao Junlin, who bore the supreme bone. I shall grant you a favor this time and refrain from competing with you, the young man declared. Thank you. Young Master Wang Tingfei. The Violet Moon Fairy nodded, though her demeanor remained aloof. Not long ago, someone from the lower realm had incited 9 celestial phenomena, causing a stir among the immortal sections. As the saintess of the shaking light sacred land, she was entrusted by her master to seek out that individual, hoping to have him join her sect. However, unexpectedly, she encountered Wang Tingfei, the scion of the ancient emperor family, on her journey. Even within the immortal realm, Wang Tingfei was a pinnacle figure, endowed with immense fortune and countless fortuitous encounters. His father was the head of the Wang family and had made statements that reverberated throughout the immortal sects. A son should be like Wang Tingfei. My son Wang Tengfei possesses the potential of a great emperor. Therefore, despite her disdain for his arrogant demeanor, the Violet Moon Fairy chose not to sever ties openly and continued to accompany him. Saintess, The forces from the immortal sects vying for talents extend beyond just our two families. There are also powerful figures within the Great Xia Dynasty, such as the supervisor of the Celestial Observers, a ninth-rank Taoist, and the sub-sage from the Literary Temple. Our cultivation is suppressed to 7th rank in the mortal realm. We must not underestimate our foes. She further elaborated. The spiritual energy in the mortal realm was thin, compounded by the restrictions of the heavenly Tao, meaning any strong cultivator from the immortal sects could only exert a maximum of 7th rank prowess upon their descent. What is there to fear? Wang Tingfei responded nonchalantly, his words dripping with unshakable confidence. Even if our powers are curtailed, we have brought various celestial treasures. Should anyone dare to provoke me, I shall not hesitate to unleash a massacre, leaving 100,000 corpses and rivers of blood. After all, the denizens of the lower realm are merely worthless ants. Moments later, the golden chariot hovered gracefully above the Snow Dragon Pass, pausing in midair above the northern royal family's estate. Heavens! Look up. What is happening? Are they deities? Despite the late hour, this spectacle captured the attention of many common folk. Saint Sun, we have arrived, the one-armed elder announced. Boom. Suddenly, a towering figure burst forth from the royal residence, clad in a dragon robe and wielding a sheathed sword, exuding an aura of formidable authority. It was none other than the Northern King, Xiao Yang. May I inquire as to your esteemed identity? The Northern King asked in a deep voice. I am Wang Tingfei, the scion of the ancient emperor family from the immortal sect, Wang Tingfei proclaimed, stepping forth from the chariot, hovering in midair. And this is the saintess of the shaking light sacred land, the Violet Moon. The Violet Moon fairy followed closely behind. Northern King, I have heard of your eldest son, Xiao Junlin, who possesses the supreme bone and has incited 9 celestial phenomena. I have come to recruit him, Wang Tingfei stated. What? The Northern King was overwhelmed with excitement, elated beyond measure. Historically, a divide existed between mortals and immortals. Mortal warriors had lifespans of merely a century, and even the Emperor of Xia had to send emissaries overseas to seek out immortals for longevity. Now, the opportunity for Xiao Junlin to join an immortal sect was an extraordinary fortune. Furthermore, if the Xiao family could forge a connection with the immortal realm, the Northern King's ambition to sit upon the dragon throne might not be merely a dream. Hasten to summon Xiao Junlin, and let him join us in the immortal sect. Wang Tingfei commanded imperiously, looking down from his lofty position, exuding arrogance, disregarding the Northern King entirely. However, the Northern King appeared troubled. Saint Sun, could you grant us a 2-day respite? Junlin has a duel against my 9th son, Xiao Yang. What duel? Wang Tingfei inquired. They made an agreement that whoever wins shall wed the commander of the Vermilion Bird Army, Ning Hongya. The Northern King responded. Humph. Wang Tingfei sneered disdainfully. Joining the immortal sect and achieving eternal life, does that not outweigh marrying a woman? However, this duel is witnessed by the royal family. It cannot be easily cancelled. The Northern King insisted. Moreover, my 9th son, Xiao Yang, possesses remarkable talent and recently received the martial legacy, gathering the martial fortune of Great Xia. Preposterous. What worthless martial fortune could possibly compare to the immortal sect? Wang Tingfei's gaze revealed a scornful smile as he looked down upon them, then turned to the one-armed elder driving the chariot. Butcher, go and eliminate that Xiao Yang. This way, the duel shall naturally be rendered void. At your command. The one-armed elder, dubbed the Butcher, nodded and grasped a blood-red blade at his waist, ready to take action. Chapter 82. The Celestial Blade Butcher. Let me, Xiao Yang, meet you. Wait. Suddenly, the Violet Moon Fairy interjected, blocking their path. Saint Sun, your immediate eagerness to shed blood upon descending to the mortal realm may not be prudent. Moreover, we have yet to ascertain if that Xiao Junlin is indeed the extraordinary talent who incited the 9 celestial phenomena. Perhaps we should wait a couple of days? Wang Tingfei pondered for a moment before conceding. Very well. After all, this Saint Sun is not in a rush and can linger here for a couple of days. Violet Moon Fairy, shall we find a place to stay together? No need. The Violet Moon Fairy shook her head, her figure transforming into a long rainbow as she vanished into the night. Wang Tingfei, rebuffed, wore a displeased expression. He held himself in high regard, still without a partner, and had long pursued the Violet Moon Fairy, yet received nothing but cold indifference. Saint Sun. Suddenly, the one-armed elder spoke again. This old servant, being immortal, has also heard of the renowned Ning Hongya. She is said to be a peerless beauty, unmatched in the mortal realm. No wonder she has attracted the attention of 2 great scions. Oh, Wang Tingfei raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Naturally, mortal beauties cannot compare to the purity of the violet moon fairy. However, after indulging in delicacies, a light dish occasionally is also quite delightful. If she possesses some beauty that catches this saint's son's eye, I would not mind bringing her back to the immortal sect. Butcher, lead the way, Wang Tingfei commanded. Yes. The one-armed elder immediately steered the golden chariot toward the outskirts of the Vermilion Bird military encampment. Who goes there? Came a voice from the entrance of the military camp. This is the Vermilion Bird military grounds. Outsiders must halt. My saint's son hails from the ancient emperor family of the immortal sect. Summon your commander, Ning Hongye, to welcome us. The one-armed elder bellowed, his voice akin to a lion's roar. Boom. The sound reverberated, waves of sound rippling through the entire camp. Some of the weaker soldiers even suffered ruptured eardrums and fainted. Swiftly, a crimson figure shot forth, akin to a meteor slicing through the night sky. Ning Hongye had arrived. Clad in armor and wearing a training mask, her piercing gaze fell upon the one-armed elder and Wang Tingfei. What brings you to seek me? Ning Hongye inquired. Her expression one of vigilance, as if confronting a formidable foe. She had previously observed the golden chariot hovering above the Wang residence and was already aware of the arrival of the Celestial Gate's emissaries. However, she did not anticipate that they would come seeking her. Little girl, my family's holy son has heard of your beauty and wishes to grant you an unparalleled opportunity. If you would remove your mask and reveal your face, allowing the holy son a good look, should he take a liking to you, he may just agree to take you back to the celestial realm. The one-armed elder spoke with an air of superiority as if bestowing a favor, expecting her to be filled with gratitude. After all, their descent to the mortal realm was akin to a dimensional conquest, not just a mere female general. Even the mightiest king of the land would be treated as a guest of honor. Begone! Ning Hongye coldly spat, her eyes aflame with fury. As her delicate hand gripped her sword, she was a battle-hardened goddess of war, unafraid of any adversary, even those from the celestial realm. What a stubborn little girl! Wang Tingfei remarked with a mischievous smile. Butcher, entertain her. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back, revealing a playful demeanor. Yes. The butcher gripped a blood-red long knife, advancing toward Ning Hongye with a palpable aura of menace. Not good. Ning Hongye's brows furrowed. Having recently vanquished a malevolent serpent in the North Sea, her strength was severely depleted. She had also employed her life's red lotus fire to subdue the evil dragon for Xiao Yang. Currently, she was in a notably weakened state, unable to unleash her full potential. Vermilion Bird Army, form up. Protect General Ning. At that moment, Commander Huagang of the Vermilion Bird Army led over 1,000 elite soldiers into action. Previously, Huagang had resented Ning Hongye for slaying the old general and had allowed his subordinates to run amok. But after being defeated by Xiao Yang in the arena, he was spared and given a chance to redeem himself. Now, facing an external threat, he rose without hesitation. Commander Hua, retreat. These are emissaries of the celestial realm. You are no match for them, Ning Hongye shouted. However, Huagang did not waver, his eyes filled with resolve. The ninth sun has proclaimed, the loyal bones lie buried in the green hills, and the warriors shall be wrapped in horsehide. The battlefield is the ultimate destiny of soldiers. Even if we perish here today, we shall not retreat in fear. Draw your swords. Huagang was the first to unsheath his battle blade, charging toward the butcher. Draw your swords. Draw your swords. Draw your swords. The 1,000-strong elite force followed suit, united in their resolve. Just a swarm of ants. If any of you can touch the hem of my garment, I shall consider it a loss. With a fierce swing of his blood-red long knife, the butcher ignited a blaze that illuminated the entire night sky. His form became a blur, weaving through the crowd, leaving devastation in his wake. The disparity in power was insurmountable. No one could withstand his might. What manner of monster is this? Soon, the thousands of Vermilion Bird soldiers lay incapacitated on the ground, their cries echoing in despair, while the butcher stood, his knife drenched in crimson. Against 1,000 foes, he remained unscathed. The blazing blade technique? Ning Hongye's eyes widened in realization. You are the former national master of Biming, the 8th rank martial general, the blade butcher. Little girl, you possess a keen eye. The butcher nodded, adding, by chance, I entered the celestial realm but, in my arrogance, dared to challenge the Holy Sun, only to have my left arm severed by him. Fortunately, the Holy Sun was magnanimous, sparing my life and taking me as a blade servant. Over the years, my blazing blade technique has reached perfection, unstoppable. Even though I have returned to the mortal realm with my power suppressed to the 6th rank of martial arts, you are still no match for me. Haha. At that moment, not just Ning Hongye, but all the vermilion bird soldiers present were left in utter shock. Though the Beiming kingdom was not comparable to the Great Xia, the name of the Blade Butcher had once echoed far and wide. Yet, over a decade ago, he had mysteriously vanished without a trace. Little did they know he had entered the celestial realm and was now a servant to Wang Tingfei. The butcher's gaze swept the battlefield, brimming with arrogance and provocation. It is said that the vermilion bird army of the Great Xia is a formidable force, undefeated in battle, yet today, it appears to be merely a hollow reputation. It seems the warriors of the Great Xia are nothing but a bunch of useless wretches. An affront, an unabashed humiliation. The thousands of injured elite soldiers from the Vermilion Bird army were incensed, feeling a pent-up frustration within. Ning Hongye, too, was seething with rage, gripping her battle blade tightly, her entire body trembling. In her prime, she would have feared no one, not even a blade butcher whose power was suppressed. Yet in her current state, she could muster only 30 to 40% of her strength. Nevertheless, she was resolute in her determination to fight, to defend the dignity of the Vermilion Bird army and the warriors of the Great Xia. Impudence. Just then, a furious voice rang out from afar. Who dares claim that the Great Xia has no one? Cowardly rodents, allow me, Xiao Yang, to confront you. Under the watchful eyes of the multitude, Xiao Yang arrived. He bore the imperial sword of the Great Xia, the dragon sparrow, riding a majestic black dragon steed, adorned in the scales of a myriad dragons. Alone, he exuded an unparalleled grace and an aura of supremacy, rivaling that of the ancient emperor's holy son, Wang Tingfei. It is the ninth son. The general's husband has come. The elite soldiers of the Vermilion Bird army displayed expressions of elation. In their hearts, they had already regarded Xiao Yang as one of their own. Recently, Xiao Yang had ascended the martial temple's heavenly rankings, seizing the martial fortune of the Great Xia and gaining fame throughout the land. To many soldiers, the ninth son was akin to a star descended from the heavens, capable of standing against even the celestial realm's envoys. As the great black horse trotted forward, its spirit was high. The few steeds pulling the golden chariot in the distance seemed to tremble in fear. Initially, Xiao Yang had been in the Wang residence, contemplating the secrets of the nine mysteries. However, upon hearing from the guard Zhao Changkong that Wang Tingfei, the holy son of the ancient emperor's lineage, was seeking trouble with the Vermilion Bird army, he promptly set out on horseback, having received the second life fate to wield martial dominance. The previously unruly black steed had suddenly become docile and obedient. This lad is Xiao Yang. Quite interesting. At that moment, Wang Tingfei's eyes gleamed with arrogance as he bore a playful smile. Butcher, go test his skills. Understood. The butcher grinned sinisterly, licking the blood from his long knife. His face alight with a thirst for blood, he then pointed his blade toward Xiao Yang. Boy, the Holy Son originally intended to show mercy, allowing you a few more days of life. But since you have come seeking death, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. The butcher's tone dripped with arrogance, as if victory was guaranteed, viewing Xiao Yang merely as a corpse awaiting its fate. Xiao Yang, stop. Don't go. At this moment, Ning Hongye could no longer contain her voice, her tone laced with anxiety and concern. She was acutely aware that although the butcher was restrained by the heavenly laws and outwardly appeared to possess merely the 6th rank of martial arts, he had been an 8th rank martial marquis many years ago. Furthermore, after years of entering the celestial sect, his combat prowess was incalculable. Xiao Yang, naturally attuned to her apprehension, shook his head with resolute determination. What of the celestial sect? Those who offend the Zhuge army shall be pursued, no matter how distant. Those who transgress against our Great Xia shall be annihilated, regardless of their strength. Do not think of him merely as an old servant. Even if he were a holy son or a young emperor, I would strike him down without hesitation. Let it be known, those who offend shall be pursued, and those who threaten shall be eradicated. Xiao Yang's impassioned words stirred the hearts of the numerous soldiers of the Zhuge army gathered around him, igniting their fervor and bolstering their morale. With a resonant clash, he unsheathed the grand Xia Long blade from his waist, pointing it defiantly towards the distant butcher. I raise my sword to the heavens, unafraid of life or death, my courage unwavering as the peaks of Kunlun. Old slave, come forth and meet your demise. Although the butcher had indeed become a servant of the celestial realm, serving Wang Tingfei, he was but a hound of the immortal gate. To be ridiculed publicly by Xiao Yang incensed him, shattering his composure entirely. How dare you insult me, you insignificant wretch? You seek death. The butcher swung his blood-red blade, infused with a devastating force, aimed directly at Xiao Yang. Blazing wildfire blade technique, ultimate essence, city destruction. The mastery of swordsmanship is delineated into 3 realms: momentum, in tint and spirit. The butcher, having been bestowed the title of Heavenly Blade, had already comprehended the spirit of the blade. As he struck, the force of his blow resembled a raging inferno, capable of razing even the most formidable fortress to the ground. Facing the blade, Xiao Yang exhibited neither fear nor trepidation. Instead, his eyes sparkled with indomitable spirit. The evil flood dragon arm. The reverse scales ignited in fury. Suddenly, a layer of scales enveloped his right arm, ablaze with dark flames. The wrath of the reverse scales. This was an innate power of the evil flood dragon arm, which, when engulfed in profound rage, would enter a frenzied state, disregarding pain and doubling combat prowess. Witnessing thousands of Zhuge soldiers suffering severed tendons and learning of Wang Tengfei's audacious intentions toward Ning Hongye ignited genuine fury within him. The Thunder Prison Annihilation Blade surged forth into the North Sea, accompanied by the roar of spring thunder. He wielded the Daxia Dragon Sparrow, merging it into the mightiest of ultimate techniques. Boom! In an instant, golden light erupted, accompanied by thunder and lightning. After 800 years, this imperial blade finally graced the world once more, radiating an unparalleled brilliance. Crack, crack, crack. Suddenly, a piercing sound of shattering echoed. The blood-red long knife in the butcher's hand disintegrated inch by inch, turning to dust. This is bad. The butcher's countenance paled, his previous arrogance evaporating as he confronted the stark terror of life and death. "Saint Sun, save me," he cried, only to be cut short by a wretched scream. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Countless shadows of blades descended like an avenging judgment upon the butcher. In mere moments, the once towering and robust butcher was reduced to a mere human stick by the Daxia Dragon Sparrow blade. Chunks of skin and muscle were sliced away, reminiscent of a butcher dissecting an ox or akin to the cruel punishment of Ling Qi. Thud. Left with only his head and skeleton, the butcher lay crumpled on the ground, akin to a puddle of mud. Xiao Yang gazed down upon him, his eyes sharp and devoid of compassion. "Old dog, you have just inflicted harm upon 1,000 members of the Zhuge army. Therefore, I shall strike you with 1,000 blades. Thus far, I have delivered 999 strikes, leaving but one final blow." Xiao Yang raised the great summer dragon sparrow, ultimately bringing an end to the matter. In the distance, the soldiers of the Zhuge army were overwhelmed with tears of joy, their hearts brimming with excitement. Moments ago, they had endured the humiliation inflicted by the butcher, feeling utterly oppressed. It was Xiao Yang who stepped forward, not only avenging them, but also trampling upon the lofty